What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. This Marine has Rinnegan 1 Mr. Chapter 1, the boy from Kokoyashi Village. East Blue, Kikia West Village, Kionhei, are we going out to sea today? An old lady was standing at the door of the butcher shop and shouted to a young man. The young man was tall and slender, with a handsome face, nearly 2 meters tall, a stern expression, and his black hair was casually tied up. He had fair skin and was wearing a black robe with a pattern shaped like a ping-pong ball on his back and a pair of brown gloves on his hands. The most unforgettable thing is his eyes, a pair of purple eyes, each covered with circles of black lines, exuding mystery and danger. A smile appeared on the boy's cold face and he nodded to his mother-in-law. The boy's name is Uchiha Chiga, to be precise. He does not belong to this world. He originally came from a planet called Blue Star. He was an orphan who accidentally traveled to the world of Hokage Ninja in the Blue Star comics and became a member of the Uchiha family. There, his parents in his second life gave him the name Uchiha Chiga and then died on the battlefield. Relying on the memories of his previous life, he became friends with the early Namikaze Minato. After learning the Flying Thunder God, he believed that he had the ability to protect himself, and then he took the opportunity of a mission to fake his death and stayed outside Konoha. In this way, he developed in a lowly way outside, relied on the memory of Blue Star and used some information to trade with Orochimaru, and finally with the help of Orochimaru, he successfully integrated the power of Uchiha and Senju and activated his own Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, when he was immersed in the joy of opening his eyes, he was ambushed by Orochimaru. He overdrew his newly born eye power and used the spatial power that he was not proficient in, and then lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he was already on an island and his body had regressed to the state of a 6-year-old. Advertisement. He quickly checked his physical condition after the time travel. Fortunately, the Hashirama cells and Rinnegan he had worked so hard to obtain were still there. However, due to the degeneration of his body and the overdraft of his pupil power, he could not mobilize much of the power. After all, this was not his first time traveling through time, so he quickly adjusted his mood, groped around the island for a day, and found the village called Kokoyashi. When he saw a burgundy-haired woman named Belmere with 2 little girls in the village, his distant past life memories reminded him again, and this time he came to the world of the Pirates King. Since he was already here, he decided to make the best of it. The villagers were simple and warm-hearted. Although his eyes frightened them, Lisa, the butcher's grandmother, couldn't bear to see a 6-year-old child wandering around, so she took him in. After that, he settled down in this village, waiting for his body to develop and the strength of his eyes to adapt. It has been 10 years now. This year, he is 16 years old. Almost. Although the overdraft at that time prevented my Rinnegan's exclusive skills from being developed, due to the special food and other aspects of the pirate's world, my body seems to have grown stronger than before. The Hashirama cells have also been perfectly integrated with my body. It's worthy of being a world where almost everyone is a blood cow. Is this a blessing in disguise? Uchiha Chiga thought. Clenching his fists, Kionhei felt the power surging in his body again, and his heart began to surge. Based on her combat performance in the anime of her previous life, Chiga estimated that without using various special abilities, her strength has reached the level of an ordinary vice admiral in the marine, but she is still a long way from becoming an admiral. However, I believe that with better physical development and subsequent exposure to the power system of the pirate's world, it is inevitable that she will surpass Chiga from her previous life and become the top of this world, and this time will definitely not be long. Advertisement. It's time to go out to sea and explore this world of pirates. Maybe I can make another breakthrough here and become a true sage of 6 paths. In this life, he plans to temporarily join the Marine. On the one hand, first join the Marine because, as a former Earthling, I already identified more with the military and was averse to being a pirate. After all, although the Marines in the pirates world have some corruption and bad aspects, they are generally good, and the Marines are official after all. Except for the protagonists and a few other pirates, most of the pirates are evil people who commit arson, murder, looting and all kinds of evil. Chiga considers himself not to be a pushover. When he was the Hokage, he would kill anyone who offended him, but he still has his own moral bottom line. On the other hand, by joining the Marine you can learn about the power system of this world, and have more opportunities to come into contact with the characteristic of the pirate's world, devil fruit. He had no intention of eating the devil fruit. As a person who possessed the Rinnegan, he already possessed 6 types of chakra nature transformation, so Logia meant little to him. The thousands of ninjutsu he copied during the Sharingan period did not really require the so-called Paramecia. As for Zoan, it was useless to him who already had a sage body through Hashirama cells. So, why give himself an extra weakness of being a landlubber? But he had an idea that he wanted to confirm, that is, whether the hungry keto of his Rinnegan could have an effect on the abilities of the devil fruit. And could he use the power of the devil fruit to make his Rinnegan evolve again? He had a hunch that this might be his chance to break through. Putting his thoughts aside, Kionhei decided to go fishing one last time. This time he wanted to catch more. After all, after he left, his mother-in-law's supply of fish might become more scarce. Chapter 2. Rational use of the Rinnegan. Kionhei went out to sea in her own boat. He sailed the boat to an area with more fish, then cast a huge net into the sea, and lay down on the boat to take a rest. The fishery resources in Pirates King were relatively abundant, and soon Kionhei felt his boat begin to shake. Kionhei pulled the fishing net with one hand and exerted a little force, and the fishing net full of various fish and shrimps was dragged up by him. There were a huge number of fish and shrimps in the net, and they were struggling desperately. Kihonhei raised his hand and used a very powerful lightning-style ninjutsu on the fish and shrimp in the net. Lightning-style new energy fishing net technique. A dense beam of electric current spread out from Kihonhei's palm, instantly covering the entire fishing net. The fish and shrimp in the net were immediately impressed by the new energy fishing net and became well behaved. Well, a good harvest. Kihonhei was about to leave with satisfaction. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared on the sea, and a huge eel head popped out. Then half of its body rushed out of the sea. It was dozens of meters long, and a pair of blood-red eyes stared at Kihonhei and the prey in his hand. Sea kings? It can't be the only one in this sea. Kihonhei looked at the huge creature in front of him expressionlessly and thought to himself. As the weaker east blew among the 4 sea areas, sea kings are actually quite scarce, especially in such remote sea areas. However, although sea kings look intimidating, in Chiga's eyes they're just bigger fish. After all, after seeing the earth-shattering power of the tailed beasts in the Hokage, the larger sea kings are really not worthy of being compared. Well, I can use you to test the power of these eyes, even though it's a bit of a waste of talent. Kihonhei raised his head and looked at the sea kings. This sea kings was looking at the tiny human beneath it and the pile of prey in his hand, preparing to have a good meal. Then it saw Chiga raising his head and faced the pair of purple Rinnegan. Advertisement instinctively, it felt a fear of suffocation and subconsciously wanted to escape, but it was too late. Rinnegan, illusion and invisible waves spread out, and the sea kings was stunned. Then its eyes turned into the same Rinnegan pattern as Chiga, and its vitality began to disappear rapidly. Rinnegan, illusion, is a skill that the original Hokage commander used to control several tailed beasts at a glance. It is obviously a dimensionality reduction attack to use it against a sea king that is dozens of meters long. It can't withstand the mental shock at all, and its consciousness is directly wiped out. It falls to the water with a plop and sinks. This is much more useful than Conqueror's Haki. But such a big piece of meat can't be wasted like this. Kihonhei looked at the sinking sea kings and raised his hand again. A black vortex appeared in his palm. Universal pull. A huge attraction emanated from Kihonhei's palm, and the dozens of meters long corpse of the sea kings was immediately sucked up. After sucking the body to the stern, Kihonhei turned his head and looked in the direction of the small island where he started from. He roughly estimated the distance, and then opened his Rinnegan slightly. Shinra Heavenly Expedition. Another powerful repulsive force spread out with Kihonhei as the center. The bodies of sea kings were instantly pushed out by this powerful repulsive force and disappeared without a trace. It is worth mentioning that Chiga's Rinnegan belongs to her own, and unlike Nagato, she does not need to rely on her life to use it. The basic abilities of 6 paths such as Shinra Tensei do not have a disappointing 5-second CD, and the power increases infinitely with the growth of chakra and physical strength. This is the author's setting. In Pirates King, people have very strong physical strength. After the protagonist has been transformed by this world, his body will definitely be many times stronger than in his previous life, which is convenient for describing strength. Looking at the sea kings disappearing from sight, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Well, this is the saying that food and fodder must be sent before troops move. Chapter 3 The Bell-Mere Family. When Kihonhei drove his boat to the shore in the direction of the sea kings, he found that the body of the sea kings with white eyes had been pushed ashore. A group of villagers were surrounding the body, chattering about the sudden appearance of the sea kings. This is the sea kings, right? Why are they here? I don't know, is it a gift from nature? What a gift from nature. Even if a creature this big was washed up by the waves, it couldn't be pushed so far ashore, right? How is Kihonhei? Go out to sea and look for him, he is in danger now. Yes, come with me if you are young and strong, and look for me, make sure nothing happens. In the crowd, pink-haired Bell-Mere, with 10-year-old Nami and 12-year-old Nochigo, folded their arms and stared silently at the corpse of the sea kings in front of them. The lively Nami pointed at the sea king's corpse and said to Bell-Mere curiously, Bell-Mere, look, it's a big fish. This is the first time I have seen such a big fish. I wonder how Kihonhei brother is doing, he should be out fishing today, right? Nochigo, who was more calm and composed, was worried about Chihei. Bell-Mere patted their heads without saying anything, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. As a former marine, she saw the death of the sea kings and deduced that the death of the sea kings was man-made. Advertisement. When did such a strong person appear in East Blue? Is it a marine? If it's the pirates, then it will be troublesome. It doesn't matter for me, but Nami and Nochigo. Bell-Mere clenched his fists. No matter who it is, if he wants to hurt them, I will protect them even at the cost of my life. At this time, Chiani who had come ashore had also come to the body, and the surrounding villagers quickly surrounded it. It's Chiga, you're back. The sea kings showed up and Granny Lisa was worried sick. Yes, don't go out to sea recently. Sea kings have appeared. Your boat will be overturned if it encounters them. Brother Kihonhei. Two little ones emerged from the crowd and hugged Chiga's calves tightly. They were Nami and Nochigo. Are you okay, Kihonhei? These 2 kids were so worried about you. Bell-Mere also squeezed in. Nochigo's face turned slightly red, and he hugged Kihonhei's legs tightly without saying a word. Nami was like a lit firecracker, and bounced off Kihonhei's legs directly, shouting that he didn't do it, but he just didn't want no one to catch fish for him in the future. Chiga felt the care and concern from the people around him, and his heart felt warm. This kind of care was invaluable to him, who had lived in fear in the Hokage world for several years. Shaking his head, he smiled and said to the people around him. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. As for the danger, don't worry, this sea king is my prey. Advertisement. After Kihonhei finished speaking, he found that the surroundings suddenly became quiet and people were looking at him in a daze. After a while, Nochigao stretched out her hand and suddenly jumped a few times. Kihonhei looked at her strangely, and realized that her behavior was a bit stupid. Nochigao blushed and whispered worriedly. Brother Kihonhei, are you scared silly, or do you have a fever? Nami next to her has the same expression as her, as if saying, me too. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding villagers burst into laughter. Haha, Kihonhei boy, look, even children think you are abnormal. You usually seem quite aloof, but I didn't expect you to have a talent for telling jokes. Ha ha ha. Another round of laughter. Belmere did not laugh. She looked at the boy in front of her. Her intuition told her that he was not telling any joke. She knew that Kihonhei was not an ordinary person. After all, the oppressive feeling given by those eyes was too strong. Only a fool would believe that it was just a strange appearance. The villagers around him would just subconsciously avoid his eyes during their daily interactions, or they would discover after a long time of interaction that Kihonhei was a good person and ignore his uniqueness. Qian, he was not annoyed. He said nothing. He just raised his hand towards the direction of Sea Kings and uttered 4 words softly. Shinra Tenking. As a result, the bodies of Sea Kings were pushed several hundred meters away again amid the stunned expressions of everyone. Chapter 4. Who are you? Brother Kihonhei, are you a fairy? No, Brother Kihonhei, do you want to eat me? Very cruel. Brother Kihonhei, can you teach me that move just now? Once I learn it, I won't be afraid of Belmere teaching me a lesson anymore. On the way back, Nami kept pestering Chiga and chattering non-stop while Nochigo shook his head helplessly and kept pulling Nami, who kept sticking to Chiga's legs. When you grow up a little bit and become more ladylike like Michigo, maybe I will teach you. Kihonhei gave Nami a slap on the head with a popping sound. Kihonhei rubbed his hands and was very satisfied with the feeling just now. Nami covered her head with both hands and looked at him angrily, grunting with her mouth covered. Stingy guy, I think you only like Michigo? Woohoo, I'm not precious to you anymore? Nami's antics made Michigo next to her blush. She angrily slapped Nami on the head again, and shyly glanced at Kihonhei secretly. Advertisement. However, her little action certainly did not escape Kihonhei's eyes. After all, he has the excellent genes of the Uchiha clan, and his slightly cold temperament is extremely attractive to these slightly precocious little girls. And his mysterious eyes, in danger, have a fatal temptation. Hey, damn these genes, and this damn excellence. Qian, he still looks as steady as an old dog, but in fact, he is shamelessly narcissistic in his heart. Belmere followed them silently, his eyes fixed on Kihonhei's back. What was that power? Was it the power of the devil fruit? But she had seen Chiga jump into the sea to catch fish. Wouldn't the power of the demon fruit be useless? So many questions made the boy in front of her seem like a mystery in her eyes, and she was eager to solve it. After entering the village and reaching the parting intersection, Belmere seemed to have made up her mind. She asked Nochigo and Nami to go back first, as she had some things to take care of. Although Nami and Nochigo were a little confused, they still obediently went home. After the two left, only Belmere and Qian he were left at the intersection. Qian he looked at Belmere in front of him, knowing that she had something to ask him, and said, Belmere, what's the matter? Belmere took a deep breath and said carefully. Kihonhei, this question may be a little presumptuous, but I have no ill intentions. Can I ask who you are? After all, it is hard to understand why someone with such abilities stayed in a small and worthless place like East Blue for 10 years. Those eyes are not just strange in appearance, right? Of course, if this question makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to answer it. Please don't take it to heart. Advertisement. Belmere asked a series of questions, intertwined her 10 fingers together, and waited nervously for Kihonhei's answer. Kihonhei looked at her deeply, then smiled. Having watched the anime, he admired Belmere very much. Although her strength was not high, the scene where she faced death with a smile in order to protect Nami still moved him deeply at the time. He knew that she was a good person, so he did not have any bad feelings about her problem. After thinking for a while, Qian he said in a deep voice. It's okay. You just need to know that I'm not a bad person. As for these eyes, you can think of them as a gift from our family. They are called Rinnegan, the eyes of the immortal. The move just now was released through it. It is one of my abilities. As for my race, you can say that I come from the lineage of the immortals, the Uchiha clan. Sage, Uchiha, Rinnegan, a kind of ability. Belmere was shocked when he heard this. Although he had never heard of the Uchiha clan, judging from Chiga's performance, this should be an extremely powerful race. Seeing that Belmere was standing there without any reaction, Qian he continued. Something happened and I lost some of my memory, but I still remember that I was the last member of this tribe in this world. As for why I stayed on this island for so long, have you ever thought about it? I was only 6 years old when I came to the village. Where could I go at that time? Well, it seems like that. Belmere scratched his head awkwardly. So what are your plans next? With this ability, you won't stay here forever, right? Well, I'm going to join the Marine, huh? Chapter 5 Preparation before departure. Kihonhei returned home and first reported safety to Grandma Lisa, then gave the 80 million Baileys saved in the room to Grandma Lisa. The money was the bounty that Qian he earned from defeating some small pirate groups while sailing at sea in recent years. Since there were really no decent pirate groups around, she had barely saved up this much over the years. However, for her mother-in-law who was over 70 years old, it was enough for her to live a wealthy life for the rest of her life. The mother-in-law looked at the huge sum of money in surprise and did not accept it. Qianhe hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, I promise that this money comes from legitimate sources. I'm going to join the Marine Corps, and I'm worried about you being alone at home. You can use this money." The mother-in-law was relieved. She knew Qianhe was a good kid who looked cold but was actually kind. He had behaved well over the years and had never cheated her. She put the money in the box behind her. Turning around and looking at the child in front of her with whom she had lived for 10 years, Grandma Lisa had no children, and Qianhe had long been regarded as her own grandson. Now that he was leaving, the grandmother was naturally reluctant to let him go. But she also knew that young people needed to go out and explore, not to mention Qianhe, who was so different. She reached out and patted Qianhe's waist, showing a kind smile, and said, "Go ahead, good boy. I believe you can make a career for yourself. You don't have to worry about me. The people in the village are very nice. With them around, nothing will happen to me. Just go ahead and make your own career." Qianhe was also a little sad. He walked forward and hugged his grandmother. "Well, I will definitely not let you down. It won't be long before I let this sea know my name, and I will come back to see you often." After explaining everything to Grandma Lisa, Qianhe packed up briefly and went to visit the Belmere family. Both Belmere and Namino Chiga were people with whom he had a relatively close relationship in recent years. Arriving at Belmere's house, Qianhe knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened and a little blue head popped out. It was Nochigo. Seeing that the person coming was Qianhe, Nochigo was very happy. However, when she saw the small bag in Qianhe's hand, she seemed to realize something. Her expression was a little gloomy, but she still showed her brightest smile and called out crisply, "Brother Chiga." Qianhe smiled and touched her head, responded, and explained his purpose. Advertisement. Although she had already noticed it, when she heard the news, Nochigo couldn't help but blushing. She forced a smile. Then Qianhe, "Brother, I will go inform Belmere and the others, and we will go and see you off." "No need, I'm leaving now, just go back and inform them, I'm not going in." "Sudden, how can this be possible? You have lived in the village for 10 years. How can you be so perfunctory about leaving?" Belmere came out of the house with Nami, pretending to be angry, and said, "Let's go, we'll go see you off together." Nochiko also turned around and looked at Chihei expectantly. What a troublesome bond. There was a hint of trouble in Qianhe's words, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. HMPH. Damn Tsunere. Nami has seen through everything with her insight that surpasses the Rinnegan. After glaring at Nami, Qianhe walked up and picked up the red-eyed and unhappy Nochigo. "Hey, brother Qianhe." Nochigo was obviously embarrassed and struggling. "What's wrong? I'm about to leave. Can't you let me hold you for a while?" Qianhe said with a straight face. Of course. Of course." Nochigo immediately quieted down, only her clenched fists revealed her nervousness. HMPH. A biased man. How could Nami, the little complainer, be missing at a time like this? This time, Qianhe ignored her and prepared to leave. "Let's go." Advertisement arriving at the shore, Qianhe said to everyone. "Okay, that's it. Thank you everyone, let's say goodbye here." "Right here?" Belmere looked at the empty environment around him and looked at Qianhe suspiciously. "Yes, it's right here." Then, Qianhe's body floated up out of thin air in the disbelieving eyes of everyone. "So, are you really a human?" After a long time, Belmere took a deep breath and asked firmly. Namino-Chigo next to him nodded in agreement. There was no answer to this question. After all, Chiga's body had evolved towards the direction of the Otsutsuki clan, so it was no problem to say that he was no longer human. After thinking for a while, Qianhe took out a peculiarly shaped kunai from his arms, handed it to Nochigo, and instructed. "If anything dangerous happens to the village while I'm away, you hold this and call my name in your heart. Remember?" Nochigo carefully put away the kunai and nodded seriously to show that he had remembered it. Qianhe smiled and touched her head. The kunai was naturally the Flying Thunder God kunai from the 4th generation of Hokage. With his huge chakra and Rinnegan, he could instantly rush to the vicinity of the kunai no matter how far away he was as long as he sensed the signal. He also left a kunai at Granny Lisa's place, but he still made an extra preparation just in case. After all, there would still be the danger of the Fishman pirates in a few years. Feeling relieved, Qianhe's body began to float upwards. "Well, goodbye everyone. Nochigo and Nami, you two should eat well. Don't let us still be little kids next time we meet." Yes, I remember, brother Qianhe, you must remember to come back." Nokigao's face was already filled with tears, and he shouted loudly at Qianhe in the air. HMPH, I don't want to listen to you, let's go. Anyway, you won't care no matter what I become, you biased Chihei. Nami wiped away her tears secretly and said stubbornly with her neck stiff. "Come on, Chihei, I look forward to the day when you become Marine Admiral." "No, Marshal," Belmere shouted to the sky. With one last look at the people on the ground in the Kokoja village, Qianhe's eyes were determined, and then, with a burst of repulsive force, he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Marine, here I come. Chapter 6, Door Fruit East Blue. After flying over the sea for a day, Qianhe saw a small island, so he decided to rest there for a while. Slowly landing, Qianhe looked around and found that the surrounding vegetation was quite dense. He thought, there should be some animals on this island. Let's find something to eat first. Qianhe searched around the island and finally hunted a huge tiger. He then came to an open space, made a fire using the fire style, and prepared to have a good meal. Looking at the huge piece of meat in his hand, Thinking of the characters who appeared later in the pirate's world, he complained. The animals in the pirate's world have only one characteristic. They're huge, and their meat is rich in nutrients. No wonder the people here are so sizable. After finishing the food in his hand, Kianhei stood up and prepared to take a nap. Suddenly, the sound of a cannon caught Kianhei's attention. Someone's coming to the island? Could it be the pirates? If it's a pirates group, I hope it's a stronger pirates group, so that when I join the Marines, it will be much smoother. Thinking of this, Kianhei threw the barbecue in his hand casually, controlled the repulsive force and flew up, shooting towards the direction of the sound. On the other side of the island, a huge pirate ship docked to the shore, and a group of pirates were happily cutting up the body of a ferocious beast. Haha, so weak. Compared to the Grand Line, the animals here can be dealt with just a normal cannonball. Advertisement, indeed, the Marines have put most of their forces on the Grand Line. Our Brand pirates are invincible here. On the bow of the pirate's ship, stood the captain of the Brand pirates, Brand, yes, the pirates were named after him, and you could see how conceited he was. He was the devil fruit, Paramecia, and the user of the door fruit. The latter fruit was eaten by Bluno of CP9, which means that this guy was also a short-lived person and ultimately could not escape the fate of death. However, thanks to this fruit, he was able to bully others in his hometown and felt that he was invincible. Soon he formed his own group of pirates and set out for the Grand Line. As a result, there were many people with abilities like him in the Grand Line, and he soon realized his own insignificance. In a naval battle with his colleagues, he was almost wiped out. If it weren't for his excellent ability to escape, he would have been buried in the belly of the fish by now. Brand sighed and sorted out his emotions. After all, he had returned from the Grand Line. Although the way he came back was a bit embarrassing, at least he had such an experience. Just like some people on Blue Star who have been to big cities, they always have a sense of superiority when they come back. He shouted to the minions below, "All right, guys. Carry the prey to the open space. We'll start the banquet tonight, and tomorrow we'll go visit the national villages in this sea area. I believe they'll welcome us very much, ha 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 ha." The pirates below were even more excited. They lifted their prey with all their might and prepared to go deeper into the island. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. "So you are a bunch of pathetic losers. I hope your captain's bounty isn't too low." The pirates were furious when they heard this and looked around, shouting that they wanted to find this man and cut him into pieces. But they looked for a long time and couldn't find anyone. "Stop looking, you idiots, he's in the sky." Advertisement. After all, Brand on the ship had worked in the Grand Line before. When he heard the sound, he noticed Chiga with her arms crossed in the air. Can fly. Does he also have the demon fruit power? Damn, the ability to fly is really tricky, Brand thought as he looked at Chiga in the air. "Bounty? Are you a bounty hunter?" Brand asked Kianhei in the sky. "Bounty hunter." He shook his head. "You're wrong. I just need your heads as a token of my joining the Marine." "What? You damn kid, don't think you are invincible just because you can fly. Do you dare to come down and play with us?" a little minion shouted arrogantly. "So noisy." He raised his hand to the one who was shouting the loudest, "Come up and play first." Universal pull buzz. The little minion who had just spoken was horrified to find that his body was uncontrollably sucked up into the sky by an unknown force, and soon he was sucked to a position shoulder to shoulder with He. "Now, I'm standing in front of you, what do you want to do?" Gulp, the little minion swallowed his saliva and was about to speak, but he said impatiently. "Forget it, you should just go down, you look so disgusting." After saying that, Kianhei removed the power he had cast on him, and the little minion fell directly from a height of 100 meters. Paw! A crisp sound was heard, and a pool of meat paste appeared on the ground. Chapter 7 First Test of Hungry Keto. In the blink of an eye, their side had lost a companion for unknown reasons, and the pirates below were no longer calm. Damn, not only can he fly, but he can also make others fly? How do you fight this? You can't even touch it. Why are we so unlucky? We can even run into such a tough guy in East Blue. The pirates were obviously panicking, and some even began to sneak towards the pirates group behind them. Bang! A small leader among the pirates fired a shot into the air, temporarily shocking the rioting crowd. The pirates looked at him one after another. "Cheer up, everyone. We have seen all kinds of people with special abilities in the Grand Line. Don't forget that our captain is also a person with special abilities. Just because he can fly doesn't mean he can't be dealt with." A leader of the pirates saw that the morale of the pirates was about to collapse before the fight even started, so he spoke up to calm everyone down. After hearing this, the pirates calmed down a little and began to comfort themselves. "Yes, our captain made his way through the Grand Line. He has a bounty of 100 million berries on his head. He must have a way to deal with this flying imp." "That's right, damn flying imp, you'd better not run away. Our captain will soon let you see how terrifying the pirates are." "Wait, where's our captain?" The pirates were stunned and quickly turned their heads to look in the direction of the pirate ship, only to find that Brand, who had been standing at the bow, had disappeared. Did the captain run away? The pirates couldn't help but think in despair. Advertisement. At this time, Kianhei in the sky was still floating in the same place and did not take any action for the time being, because when the pirates group started to make a commotion, he saw the captain named Brand open a door out of thin air and jumped in. Suddenly, Kianhei turned his head to an empty space and said, "Come out, if you're planning on a sneak attack, I advise you to give up the idea." However, there was no response, as if Chiga was just talking to herself. "It seems like you want me to find you out." He focused his eyes on one place, his gaze slightly fixed. Rinnegan, Yamahirasaka, a spatial ability that Kagaya once demonstrated in Hokage, which is very useful for crossing space. However, the portal cannot be opened immediately, so it is a bit useless in the battle with the strong. Its advantage lies in its powerful functionality, and at the moment it is naturally the most useful ability to deal with a space-based ability user. A black hole suddenly appeared in the space that Kihonhei was looking at, and Brand appeared in the black hole. Brand's face turned pale at this moment. Ever since he obtained the Door fruit, even when faced with an invincible enemy, he has escaped countless times by relying on his extremely buggy fruit ability. Just now in the door space, he heard Kihonhei's voice and saw his eyes that seemed to be looking at him through the space, and a trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. However, relying on his confidence in the ability of his fruit, he temporarily suppressed his uneasiness, calmed down and waited for the opportunity for Kihonhei to relax, ready to strike successfully. As a result, Kihonhei actually opened his door space, exposing him directly. He now felt like a little girl who was pulled out of the boudoir naked and seen naked. This time he was really in trouble. Seeing that the ability he was most proud of was not worth mentioning in front of Kihonhei, Brand had already begun to think of retreating. He knew that with Kihonhei's ability, it was impossible for him to escape. Advertisement. Can you please let me go? I will give you all my treasures, which are definitely more valuable than my bounty. Brand no longer cares about his face, he just wants to save his life. Qian, he tilted his head, but if I kill you, all of this will be mine. No, it's different. If I die, you will never find them, Brand said hurriedly. The treasure is naturally placed in his own door space. Once he dies, this space will disappear. Even if the next person with the ability opens it, it will not be this space. This is his last means of survival. But the next scene made him despair. Kihonhei used the same trick again and sucked out countless boxes from a black hole. The boxes were naturally filled with the wealth that Brand had accumulated over the years. Damn it! I'm going to fight you. Seeing that his last trump card was gone, Brand was furious. Arm. Brand's right hand was covered with a layer of black substance and he struck out fiercely at Kihonhei's face. Bang! Brand watched in disbelief as Kihonhei easily caught his full strength attack in his palm. This is armament hockey. It seems you have learned something in Grand Line. Kihonhei looked at Brand's dark fist and gave a little affirmation, but then shook his head and said, unfortunately, it's too weak. Without giving Brand a chance to speak, Kihonhei changed his palm into a claw and grabbed Brand's neck. Rinnegan Hungry Kido activated. Brand's eyes widened, and he felt his vitality draining away quickly. He wanted to struggle, but his body was clearly no longer under his control. At this moment, he was left with only endless despair. Chapter 8 Magatama Rinnegan, Youth Version, Suddenly, Chiga, who was in the process of activating his ability, stopped absorbing the Hungry Kido because he found that the use of the Hungry Kido did not achieve the effect he expected. Yes, the Rinnegan that Chiga envisioned, Kido, could absorb chakra among Hokage ninjas, and chakra is simply energy, which in the pirate's world is haki and the energy in the body. But Kihonhei was not satisfied with this. He felt that the ability of the devil fruit also required physical support. Then why didn't he feel this special power when he absorbed it just now? Could it be that the source of the devil fruit's power is not actually in the body? But where else can it be except in the body? Got it, Qian, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be the soul? Yes, besides the body, the soul is all that remains of a human being? Do it as soon as you think of it. To target the soul, the human way ability in the Rinnegan is naturally used. Chiga picked up Brand, who had lost the ability to resist, and slapped Brand on the head with his other hand, then lifted him up as if grabbing something. With only his eyes still able to move, Brand watched in horror as a humanoid purple spirit was pulled out from his head by Kihonhei, and his body began to tremble instinctively. Sure enough, Kihonhei saw a ball of wriggling black energy in the heart area of Brand's soul body through the Rinnegan. Directly activating the ability of Hungry Kido, the black mass struggled as if wanting to escape, but was obviously powerless in front of the powerful suction of Hungry Kido and was directly sucked into Kihonhei's body. As the power entered his body, Kihonhei immediately felt a strange energy in his body. After entering Kihonhei's body, this energy quickly rushed to Kihonhei's eyes, and finally formed a black magatama on the lines of his right eye. Kihonhei felt something strange in his eyes and used water style to create a small water curtain in the air. Through the water curtain, he saw an extra magatama in his right eye. Isn't this Sasuke's magatama Rinnegan? Although it's only one magatama. Chiga was overjoyed. She didn't expect that by absorbing the power of the devil fruit, her Rinnegan could evolve again, and it was so easy. According to Sasuke's eyes, one Rinnegan can hold 6 magatama. So I have a pair of Rinnegan, which means I can hold 12 magatama, that is, absorb 12 devil fruits. Chiga was really happy this time, because he found a way to evolve Rinnegan, which meant he was one step closer to the level of Sage of 6 Paths. Advertisement. With a simple stroke of the hand in the space in front of him, a door appeared in front of Kihonhei. Qian, he looked at the space door in front of him with satisfaction, thinking, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. In this way, I can do what Blackbeard did and do it better. This battle yielded a lot of gains. Qian, he didn't think any more about it, and came back to his senses to look at Brand in his hand. As his soul was extracted, Brand's eyes turned white and he lost his life. He was dead beyond death. He threw Brand's body away like trash, and Brand followed the same fate as the other minions. Bang! There was another pile of brand new human-shaped meat patties on the ground. As for why it didn't turn into meat paste, it was just a joke. He was at least a pirate captain who came back from the Grand Line. Was there anything wrong with a tough body? It actually took less than 5 minutes from the time Brand made his move to the time he turned into a human-shaped meat patty. Before the pirates on the ground could react, their captain had already become what he saw before him. Silenced slowly, some of the pirates began to speak tremblingly. Run, run. Devil. He is a devil. Why can he use the captain's abilities too? Why do you care so much? If you want to avenge him, go ahead. I'm running away first. The pirates completely collapsed and fled in all directions like a group of headless flies. Tisk tisk, it's so ugly. Looking at the mob below, Qian he felt that it really affected his mood and wondered what ability he should use to clean it up. Well, let's use this trick. Qian's eyes lit up and he thought of a trick. Advertisement. Putting his hands together and raising his index finger, Qian he took a light breath and then slowly exhaled. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. A beam of flame burst out from Qian's lips, and instantly turned into a sea of fire that covered the entire pirates group, rushing straight towards the fleeing pirates, and instantly engulfed the entire pirates group. It's fire! It's fire! Help me, it's so hot, am I dreaming? Can you please let me wake up soon? Please, sir, let me live. From now on, I will be your most loyal subordinate. No, the most loyal dog. Please spare my life. It's over, it's over. I didn't expect that our Brand Pirates group would escape the Grand Line, but be destroyed by the weakest East Blue. Ha 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 ha. Desperate pleas for mercy, screams of pain, and insane laughter were heard intermittently in the sea of fire. Qianhe frowned, thinking that he had been too gentle just now, so he increased his strength, and then the air became quiet. The flames dissipated, leaving only piles of human-shaped charred ashes on the ground. We have to take these away. They're all meritorious deeds. Qian he felt that he needed to deal with the scene. He clenched his hand slightly, and the coke on the ground was gathered together and squeezed continuously to form a black sphere. Qianhe was also considerate enough to separate out Brand's body, which still looked like a body. After looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction, Qianhe opened his own door space and threw these trophies into it. He casually tore down the pirate's flag of the Brand Pirates, and then set fire to the pirate's ship. Now everything is ready. I wonder if this can attract the attention of the headquarters, Qian he thought. Never mind, let's go first. Qianhe made up his mind and left the island where he had rested for less than a day. Chapter 9. We are not worthy. East Blue, Sakura Flower Island. Marine 155 branch Marines at the recruitment office were yawning out of boredom. It was not the time for large-scale recruitment yet, and this was in East Blue, so not many people wanted to be Marines. There was a knock on the table in front of him. The Marine soldier who was disturbed looked up impatiently and was about to speak, but when he saw a pair of purple eyes with strange patterns, he couldn't help but feel a fear in his heart and swallowed back the words he wanted to say. The person who came was naturally Uchiha Chiga. Seeing that the Marine in front of him was still silent, he took the initiative to ask. Hello, this is the Marine recruiting office. I'm here for an interview. Ah, yes, yes. Marine came back to his senses and wiped the sweat off his forehead, then hurried to Kaido and started asking for Chiga's information. Name, Uchiha Chiga. Age, 16 years old. The Marine soldier looked at Uchiha Chiga in surprise and thought to himself that she was really young. Reasons for joining the Marine, it's just my interest. Very honest. Any special abilities? Advertisement? Well, it can fly, breathe fire, make thunder, control gravity, open space doors, a lot of things. After hearing this long list of abilities, the Marine soldier looked at Uchiha with suspicion. If it were someone else, he would have been furious, but the shock that Uchiha's eyes had just given him was too great. Seeing the Marine soldier's expression, Qianhe knew that he might think he was talking nonsense, so he simply released a few ninjutsu, then used universal pull to suck the entire branch building into the sky, and then gently put it back in place. Now, can first join the Marine? Qianhe turned to look at the Marine soldier and found that the soldier had completely frozen in place, sticking out his tongue like a funny statue. However, the Marine base was in chaos. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The other party is a person with special abilities. He has very scary abilities. Go out and take a look. This is going to be bad. We can't handle an enemy of this level. For justice, we can't back down. Let's rush out and see. A series of hurried footsteps sounded, and all the Marines in the base rushed to the gate of the base, looking around nervously, trying to find the invading enemy. At this time, the Marine in charge of recruiting soldiers had come to his senses. Seeing this situation, he knew that it was a misunderstanding caused by Qianhe's ability just now. He suppressed his shock and hurried forward. He saluted a burly Marine and explained. Report to Colonel Rhodes. There is no enemy attack. The commotion just now was caused by Uchiha Chiga who came to join the army. As soon as the words fell, Marine was in an uproar. What? It was caused by those who came to join the army. Are the newcomers nowadays so scary? I was scared to death. Luckily they weren't pirates. I thought I would have to sacrifice myself for justice this time. Colonel Rhodes looked at Uchiha Chiga, who was sitting quietly, and his face twitched. He spoke. I understand, you can go down. Advertisement. Then he walked up to Uchiha Chiga, controlled his emotions, and asked. Hello, I am the highest commander here, Colonel Rhodes. Are you Uchiha Chiga who is here to join the army? Rhodes' tone was cautious. After all, Qianhe's ability to handle the entire building with care just now really scared him. He also knew that with the power just now, the entire East Blue might not be able to compete. Yes, I'm Uchiha Chiga, and I'm here to join Marine. Chiga responded with a smile. After getting the confirmation and knowing that Uchiha Chiga's attitude seemed pretty good, Rhodes felt relieved and then he was overjoyed. He knew that he couldn't keep such a talented newcomer. He was born to belong to the Grand Line, and he, the Marine branch of East Blue, was not worthy of him. But he could recommend him to the naval headquarters. The credit for recommending such a talent could even get him promoted several levels. Looking at Uchiha Chiga again, Rod's eyes were full of fanaticism. Feeling a little uncomfortable under Rhodes' gaze, Kihonhei raised his hand to open the door and threw Brand's body, the pirate's flag and a huge black sphere to the ground. What is this? Rhodes looked at Uchiha Chiga in confusion. This black ball is the corpse of the pirates from the Brand Pirates. The one who looks a bit like a human is the captain. We killed him on the way here. Hiss. Rhodes took a deep breath. He knew that this Brand Pirates group was a group of pirates that came back from the Grand Line. The headquarters had just sent a warning message a few days ago and was preparing to send more people. After all, the damage caused by Brand's strength coming to East Blue would be enormous. But now, Brand, who was able to escape from the Grand Line, has turned into a human-shaped charcoal in front of him, and the other soldiers are not even worthy of maintaining their human form. It's really terrible. Brand once again has a new understanding of Uchiha Chiga's strength. Then you go into the base first and we'll talk slowly. To be honest, with your strength, you won't be able to stay here for too long. When he spoke again, Rhodes' tone was flattering. He knew that if Uchiha Chiga, who had such strength, went to the headquarters, he would definitely be able to enter the elite training camp there. When he graduated from the training camp there, he would be an officer of the headquarters, and his rank would be higher than his. And it was a height that he would never reach in his lifetime, so he dared not neglect him in the slightest, whether in terms of strength or status. Kihonhei smiled and nodded, then walked into the base first. Looking at Qian, he's back and thinking about his young face, Rhodes couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why is the gap between people so big? Chapter 10 Eager Sengoku Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the marshal's office, Sengoku was looking at the military deployment map on the table with his forehead in his hand, his brows furrowed. Following the last words of Pirate King Roger before his death, a large number of pirates began to pour into the Grand Line, and the Marine force was already stretched to its limits. Although the high-end combat power is guarded by 3 Logia admirals, these 3 are obviously problematic people. Kazaru, who punches in at work and gets paid monthly, Aokiji, who does nothing most of the time, and Akainu, who is relatively efficient compared to the above 2. However, some of Akainu's actions were too radical, and Sengoku did not like his absolute justice. Let's talk about pirates. The 4 emperors of the New World are watching covetously. Each of the 4 emperors has the power to destroy a country at will, not to mention the powerful pirates under their command. The Marines need more fresh blood right now, especially talented people, Sengoku thought and sighed. Talent is hard to come by. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and a soldier from the headquarters walked in. After saluting, he took out a Den Mushi and said seriously. Report to the Marshal. Colonel Rhodes of East Blue Marine Branch 155 sent a message saying that he has important information to report to the headquarters. East Blue? Could it be that the Brand Pirates group started causing trouble a few days ago? Damn sea garbage. Sengoku's mood became even worse. He nodded and asked the soldiers to go out, then connected to Rod's Den Mushi. Moshi, this is Naval Headquarters. I'm Marshal Sengoku. Colonel Rhodes, do you have any important information to report? Rhodes' Den Mushi immediately imitated an excited expression and said, Marshal Sengoku, I'm Rod, and we have a very talented recruit in the branch recruitment department. His name is Uchiha Chiga. An extremely talented recruit? Sengoku was a little excited. Hearing this news during this period was really a timely help. Advertisement, however, when he thought of the Marine branch in East Blue, he couldn't help but doubt it. After all, it was difficult for the weakest sea area to produce any extremely talented recruits. He thought that it was probably because Rhodes had stayed in East Blue for too long and was too excited to see a newcomer with some strength. Thinking of this, Sengoku's rising emotions fell back. Well, I see. Can you describe what this extremely strong talent is specifically? This Uchiha Chiga has many abilities. First of all, he has a very strong physique, and he also has the ability to control gravitational repulsion. He can fly, and he can easily lift the entire Marine branch building into the sky, and he can also put it down gently. What? Hearing this, Sengoku lost his composure. As the highest commander of the naval headquarters and one of the top fighters in the world, Sengoku naturally knew what was good. Flying, controlling gravity and repulsion, either ability is extremely powerful. Could it be Paramecia's devil fruit? Moreover, the fact that Uchiha Chiga can easily lift an entire marine branch building into the sky shows that he has mastered his abilities very well. Did he really find a treasure? Sengoku was a little bit incredulous. At this time, Rhodes' voice sounded again. The Brand pirates have been annihilated by him alone. The captain was turned into a charcoal, and the other pirates were turned into a black ball. He said he has the ability to control fire, and... Rhodes paused. He's only 16, silence, fight. Marshal Sengoku? Rhodes saw that there was no movement for a while, thinking that Marshal Sengoku felt that he was exaggerating, so he asked cautiously. I am here. Sengoku suddenly came back to his senses, and then his face flushed, and he shouted to Den Mushi. Colonel Rhodes, you did a great job. The headquarters will immediately send a warship to pick him up. During this period, you must make sure he feels our marine's sincerity. Understood. Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement. After disconnecting the Den Mushi, Sengoku took a long breath and prepared to make arrangements for the warship to East Blue. Bang! The door was violently opened. Sengoku, I want to go back to East Blue to see my grandson. The person who came in was the legendary Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Garp. He rushed to Sengoku's desk with a booger in his hand and shouted at Sengoku carelessly. Sengoku looked at his good friend in front of him with a headache. Not only did this guy not do his job properly, but Aokiji also learned bad things from him and liked to harass him and steal his senbei. Just as he was about to reprimand this annoying guy, suddenly, Sengoku's eyes lit up. I can take this opportunity to ask Garp to pick him up. Although Garp is usually not very serious, he is well known. Wouldn't it be a better reflection of Marine's sincerity if I let him go? I am so wise. A kind smile suddenly appeared on Sengoku's face. Okay, I agree. Oh, I haven't visited my grandson in a long time, and this time you just, huh? Garp was about to argue, but according to convention, Garp would definitely refuse righteously, and then he would compromise after some persuasion and threats. How come it went so smoothly this time? Garp was confused by Sengoku's abnormal behavior and he stood there in a daze for a while. Sengoku also realized that his behavior was a little abnormal, and he coughed awkwardly twice, then said seriously. I can grant you leave, but you have to pick someone up for me on the way. He's at East Blue Marine Branch 155. Pick someone up? Who? A Marine recruit. His name is Uchiha Chiga. Chapter 11. Garp. Half a month has passed in a flash. East Blue Marine 155 Base, Colonel Rhodes' office. Chian he sat on the sofa, reading a newspaper quietly, while Rod stayed in his seat, looking at a den mushi on the table, looking a little nervous. Today is the day that Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp arrives at the branch. Rhodes had great respect for the legendary Vice Admiral. After all, once forcing the Pirates King Roger into a desperate situation was really impressive, and Garp's strength was indeed strong enough. But Rhodes didn't know Garp's character very well, and was afraid that he might do something wrong and anger the upcoming god tier. Kihonhei looked up and found Rod with a constipated expression on his face, which was a little funny. Rod had been sitting in the same posture and with the same expression since the morning when he was called to the office, for fear of missing the call from Den Mushi. You don't have to be so nervous. I know Vice Admiral Garp a little bit. He's a very kind person. Just behave as you should. Chian he closed the newspaper and said to Rhodes. Rhodes' face immediately turned black. My goodness, you, a newcomer, know more about Marine generals than I, who has been a Marine for decades. However, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, the person in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. Seeing that Rhodes didn't react, Chian he stood up with a lack of interest and prepared to go out for some fresh air. Suddenly. Advertisement, Bulu Bulu, Bulu Bulu. After being silent for the whole morning, the Den Mushi finally responded. Rhodes immediately picked up the Den Mushi like a camel that finally found a source of water in the desert. He excitedly shouted at it. Moses. This is Marine 155, Colonel Rhodes. Well, this is the HQ-3 battleship, about to land on your unit. Please go out to meet it. Yes. Rhodes saluted, stood up and called Chian he, and rushed towards the warship landing point in a hurry. Chian he followed silently. When we arrived at the warship landing point, rows of branch Marines were already standing neatly around it, looking eagerly at the warship hatch. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, several rows of headquarters Marines came out first and quickly formed a formation. Then a burly figure wearing a dog head mask appeared at the hatch. The one wearing the dog head mask was naturally Garp. He glanced at the situation below, walked off the boat carelessly, and shouted, ignoring the eyes of the people around him. Where's Colonel Rhodes here? Vice Admiral Garp, I'm here. Rhodes trotted over to Garp. Garp looked at him, nodded, and asked. Advertisement. Well, is Uchiha Chiga here? I have been delayed in my hometown for a while, so I won't stay long this time. Take him with you and we will head straight back to the headquarters. I'm here. Without waiting for Rhodes to answer, Chian he responded in the crowd. Garp turned his head and saw a slender young man with a pair of strange and weird eyes standing among the Marines, standing out from the crowd. Is this the talented youngster that Sengoku told me about? He looks really young, Garp thought, and waved to Chihiro again. Okay, come on, we should get on the ship and go back to naval headquarters. Kihonhei nodded in greeting, and the Marines around him automatically made way for him. He walked forward and came to Garp's side. Looking at the boy in front of him again from a close distance, especially his purple eyes, Garp felt that Uchiha Chiga was extraordinary. Interesting. I'll have to test this kid's strength when we get back to the headquarters. Having made up his mind, Garp said hello to the Marine of the branch below and turned back to the warship with Chiga. Standing on the bow of the Garp warship, Kihonhei waved to the branch Marine and Rhodes below, thanking them for their care over the past few days. The Marines under the branch, including Rhodes, were somewhat touched. It was extremely rare for such a chosen one to remember ordinary people like them when he was about to spread his wings and fly. Come on, Kihonhei. I look forward to hearing your name here again. Rhodes shouted excitedly. Kihonhei on the boat gave Rhodes a thumbs up. Seeing Chiga's behavior, Garp couldn't help but think more highly of him. In his opinion, the ability to get along well with others and respect others is sometimes a more valuable quality than strength. Later in the anime, Garp accepted Kobe as his apprentice because of this. Of course, Chiga is not very fond of the character of Kobe. Feeling in a good mood, Garp waved his hand and ordered the ship to set sail. The warship turned around and headed towards the Grand Line. Chapter 12. Crane and Momosagi. The first half of the Grand Line, Marineford. The warship landed, and Garp took Chiga and a group of marine soldiers off the ship. Waving his hand to disperse the soldiers, Garp turned to Kihonhei and said, "Come with me. I'll take you to see Sengoku. You're the one he specifically asked to see." Chiga responded and followed Garp to the marshal's office. On the way, Kihonhei felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that his performance in the East Blue Marine branch would receive such a great response. This treatment was really beyond his expectations. Arriving at Sengoku's office door, Garp didn't knock, but slammed the door open and shouted, "Sengoku, I brought you the person you wanted. Do you have any senbei? Laozi is starving?" Kihonhei was speechless as he looked at Garp, who was out of touch in front of him, thinking that he was just like the one in the Blue Star comics, a stubborn person. But Chiga didn't hate him, because this kind of person was actually the easiest to get along with, and he didn't have any bad intentions. You have to know that when Chiga was the Hokage, all the Konoha high-level officials and heads of major families were full of evil intentions. It was really tiring to be scheming all day long, not to mention that as an Uchiha, he was not well received by the high-level officials, and he could lose his life if he wasn't careful. As for people like Garp, as long as you are sincere to him, he will not treat you unfairly. Not only him, in fact, many generals in the naval headquarters are easy to get along with. No matter how deviated their justice is, they still tend to be on the right side. This is also an important factor why Chiga prefers Marine to pirates. On the office chair, a tic-tac-toe appeared on Sengoku's forehead. He had originally intended to leave the impression of a wise and dignified old leader to Chiga when they first met, but now his impression was completely ruined. Trying hard to control his emotions, Sengoku sent Garp to sit aside in a somewhat unpleasant manner. However, Garp didn't fall for it. He picked out a booger, flicked his finger, and the shiny black booger fell on the face of the lamb next to Sengoku. Immediately, a coquettish beauty mole appeared on the lamb's white face. Advertisement, Garp. Seeing his pet being persecuted, Sengoku could no longer hold back. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a steady female voice sounded. "Alright, you two, you're all grown up, so just calm down and stop making fun of this Kihonhei brother." He leaned his head out and saw an old lady with gray hair sitting on the sofa, and a tall lady was standing next to her. The queen had long black hair casually tied up behind her head, a pair of peach blossom eyes with red pupils, a delicate nose, and a mole just right under her peach-shaped mouth, which brought out her charm to the ultimate. Very beautiful. Kihonhei silently gave a 5-star rating in her heart, and then thought that the two people in front of her should be the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Suru and her stepsister, the future Admiral candidate, Momosagi. These two were also heavyweights in the Marine. While Chiga was observing the two, Suru and Momosagi also saw Chiga sticking his head out. At a glance, both of them were attracted by Kihonhei's eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Circles of black ripples were distributed in them like Uzumaki, and purple light flashed in her eyes from time to time. The two of them simultaneously released their observation haki, and then they felt a strong energy fluctuation and a pressure comparable to that of the conquerors from those eyes. Terrible newcomer. The two also gave their evaluation of Kihonhei in their hearts at the same time. It is worth mentioning that Momosagi's gaze lingered on Kihonhei's face for a while, then he nodded secretly and looked away. Chiga naturally noticed the two people's prying, but didn't care. He walked out from behind Garp, came to Sengoku's desk, and reported to Sengoku. A soldier should look like a soldier. This was the influence he received when he was on Blue Star. Good, very good. Sengoku was very satisfied. What is a model Marine? This is a model Marine, talented, strong, polite, respectful, and knows how to kill pirates. In comparison, what is that person who just picked his nose? Sengoku said that he didn't know that kind of scum. Then recruit Kihonhei. Considering your own strength, I am going to make an exception and arrange for you to enter the Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp, where you will receive the most brutal and elite education in the Marine. At this point, Sengoku paused, looked directly at Chiga, and asked word by word. Advertisement, so, are you ready? Uchiha Chiga. Kihonhei was in a very good mood at the moment. He came here with the purpose of getting in touch with the Pirates' world power system. The Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp was undoubtedly very suitable for achieving this goal, and becoming an officer would also be a good experience. Yes, I'm ready, Marshal Sengoku, Chiga replied without hesitation. Very good. Then I will arrange for someone to take you to familiarize you with the environment of the headquarters. Let me do it, Marshal Sengoku. I don't have anything to do anyway. What Sengoku didn't expect was that Momosagi suddenly spoke up and took on the task. Sengoku looked at her in surprise. To be honest, Momosagi's status in the headquarters was not low. She was also Suru's sister. This time, asking Garp to pick up Chiga under the pretext of giving Garp a holiday was a bit beyond the scope. Sengoku was originally planning to send a middle-level officer who was familiar with the environment. He glanced at his stepsister meaningfully, thinking, the old girl can't help it anymore. Garp continued to pick his nose and sat aside indifferently. What did this have to do with him? Ignoring the gazes from the office, Momosagi said openly. I think this Kihonhei brother is very attractive. I want to get to know him better. I'm sure we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. Well, since you took the initiative, just go for it. It's not a big deal. Sengoku approved. Momosagi walked elegantly in front of Kihonhei in high heels, put one hand on her waist, smiled at Kihonhei, and said teasingly. Well, let's go. Nice to meet you. My name is Gion. Please take care of me in the future, Chiga ni. Why does this Momosagi look like a fairy? Don't call her Momosagi, just call her Pink Fox. Kihonhei complained wildly in his heart, but still responded with a polite smile on his face. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Gion. Chapter 13. Encounter with T-Pig. Naval Headquarters living area. Walking side by side with Gion on the street, Chiga looked at the surrounding environment with some curiosity. There are various shops on both sides of the street, most of which sell daily necessities. It is similar to the commercial street on Blue Star, but has a more modern style than Konoha. Since it is in Marine Base, the signs are mainly blue and white. When you have time, you can come here by yourself, buy some fruits or something and cook for yourself, so that you can grow taller, Gion said casually. Chian he was a little speechless. At the age of 16, he was already nearly 1.9 meters tall, but in her eyes, he was still not tall enough. But seeing that Gion was estimated to be more than 2 meters tall, he felt relieved. It was a local characteristic. Seeing that Chiga didn't move, Gion thought that Chiga thought he was short, so he changed his words and said, "You don't have to grow too tall. Your current height is enough. After all, you are only 16 years old." "Well, I don't care about that. Sister Gion, there's an old man over there staring at you." Chiga noticed that a shabby old man in brown casual clothes was standing at the door of a pub and had been looking in their direction, so he spoke up to remind Gion. "Ah." Gion turned his head and saw the uncle that Chiga mentioned at a glance. There's no way, the so-called uncle is too conspicuous. But he's not as handsome as Kihonhei. He's conspicuous because he's extremely ugly. The man put his hands in his pockets, tilted his mouth, held a cigarette in his mouth, and his two small eyes were squinted on his big face, but it seemed that they would not be very wide when opened, just like Zubaji from Blue Star. "Oh, I know that guy. His name is Kaji. He's pretty annoying. You should stay away from him in the future." Advertisement cake. He must be the Chaton who will be the admiral candidate like Gion in the future, Chiga thought, stroking his chin. At this time, Cake saw Gion looking at him and immediately walked over with his obscene steps. "Ems Gion, I haven't seen you for a whole month, and you are still as beautiful as ever. Please accept my 88th confession." Cake came to Gion and Chiga, took out a bouquet of flowers from somewhere, and then confessed with a deeply affectionate face. However, Gion didn't even look at him, he just reached out and pulled Chiga away. "Hey, Miss Gion, don't go. You haven't rejected me this time." Cake hurriedly caught up, eager to receive Gion's 88th rejection. "I'm tired of saying no, so just give up on it." Gion looked disgusted. "Why? Am I not handsome enough or not good enough?" Kaji asked the question buried deep in his heart in disbelief. Chian he watched silently from the side, wondering how could you have the confidence to ask such a question given your appearance and behavior. Seeing that Gion was too lazy to reply to him, Cake lowered his head in frustration. Then he finally noticed Chiga who was eating melons on the side. Who is this guy?" Seeing that Cake finally noticed her, a spectator, Chiga stopped her spectator behavior and walked forward to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm a newcomer to the Marine. My name is Uchiha Chiga." "Oh, hello, I'm Kaji." Kaji briefly introduced himself. He wondered where this new guy came from. He was accompanied by Gion himself and he was so handsome. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. Could it be that Gion has a crush on him? Advertisement? Thinking of the two of them walking side by side on the street just now, Cake shuddered and froze there. Seeing that he suddenly behaved as if he was struck by lightning, Chiga wanted to go forward to see what was going on, but he suddenly raised his head again, which scared Chiga. He just stared at Chian he's face very seriously for a long time, and Chian he thought that he had failed in his love proposal and wanted to compete with him in the Imperial City. Then, he glanced between Gion and Chiga, took a deep breath, and said in a tone as if he had seen through everything. "Okay, I got it. I wish you happiness, Gion." After saying that, he left without looking back, still quite carefree. Where did the water come from? Did it rain? Chiga looked at the water stain on the ground where Kaji left with a puzzled look on his face. Don't worry about him, he understands it again. Gion has become immune to Cake's performance and doesn't take it to heart at all. Oh, Chiga shrugged, turned around and followed Gion away. Arriving at a residential area, Gion pointed to a small building and said to Chiga. "That will be your temporary residence for the next few days. We will assign you residence after you graduate." Then he pointed to a villa with a garden next to it. "It's next to where sister he and I live. If you have anything, you can come find me. I'll be at the headquarters for the next few days." Kihonhei nodded to indicate that he understood. Seeing that Chiga had no objection to her residence, Gion gave a few final instructions and left. Kihonhei also walked into her own small building, gathered her strength, and waited for news from the training camp. Chapter 14 Dao Power Test. I stayed in my own small building for 3 days, during which time I had dinner with Gion. Coincidentally, he met Cake again in the restaurant. This poor guy saw his goddess with another man and behaving intimately. So he thought. So he didn't even eat his meal and ran out of the door in tears. Of course, Chiga was used to it. Since Gion didn't say anything, he didn't care at all. On the morning of the 4th day, just after Chiga had finished breakfast, Gion came to inform Chiga that the start date of school had arrived and asked him to follow him to report to the training camp immediately. When Chiga and Gion arrived at the training camp, they found that there were quite a few recruits reporting in. In the middle of an open space was a machine, which was shaped like a Blue Star's fist strength tester. In Pirates King, it was used to test the Dao force value. The officer in charge of the test has not arrived yet, and the trainees who have come to register are gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the upcoming test. Everyone had a bit of nervousness on their faces. After all, They had finally arrived at the naval headquarters and got the opportunity to participate in the elite training camp. No one wanted to fail in the first stage of the test of Taoism. But this thing is also fair, it doesn't look at your connections. If you reach the passing line, you can enter the training camp. At the same time, it is also cruel. You should know that many people who come here are not participating for the first time. No matter how they train, they just can't reach the standards. For them, that line seems like an insurmountable chasm. At this time, Guion was explaining the test to Chiga. When it's your turn, punch the cushion of the machine with all your strength. If the value on the display reaches 300 or above, it means you've passed. Kihonhei said that she could definitely reach this number, but Guion shook her head. She looked into Kihonhei's eyes and emphasized seriously. The chief instructor of the training camp is the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. The current Marine Admiral and many Vice Admirals of the headquarters were once his students. Marshal Sengoku has recommended you to him, so you must do your best this time and don't let him down. Advertisement Chiga was a little touched when he heard this. Since he came to the headquarters until now, Sengoku has taken really good care of him, and he is not an ungrateful person, so this time he will try his best to show himself. Don't worry, Sister Guion, just wait and see what happens later. Kihonhei smiled confidently and made the promise. Guion didn't say anything else. He bent down slightly and helped Chiga tidy up her clothes, which made Chiga feel a little embarrassed. She waved her hand and said no thanks. Guion covered his mouth and smiled. You still know how to be shy. Don't be sloppy when you are in the limelight later. So many people are watching you. Kihonhei rolled his eyes and suddenly pinched Guion's hand on his clothes. While Guion was distracted, he used a body flicker technique and disappeared on the spot. You stinky little brother. If you have the guts to touch me, don't run away. Guion, who had reacted, waved his fist to the air and cursed with a smile. If anyone gets lost later, I'll come after you. Chiga, who escaped from Guion, appeared among the crowd waiting for the test to begin. After a while, the examiner also arrived at the test site. He briefly said a few words of precautions, then announced the start of the test. He called out the names of those who came forward to take the test. The first student to take the test was a little nervous and only scored 280. Fortunately, he had a second chance. The second time, he adjusted his mentality and scored 318, passing successfully. The test got off to a good start, which gave a boost to the students behind it, and more of them passed. Advertisement among them, there was a man and a woman who slightly caught Kihonhei's attention. The man's name is Bins and the woman's name is Ain. Both of them are very strong and scored 410 and 520 respectively. Compared with most people who barely reach the passing line, such results are already excellent. But this strength was not enough for Kihonhei to remember their names. What really aroused his interest was that the names of these two people reminded Kihonhei of a movie version of Pirates King. See. This movie mainly tells the story of Zephyr's crazy behavior after he left Marine, with Bins and Ain following him. At the same time, these two people are also the last batch of students in Zephyr's class, which means that the initial event that caused Zephyr's disappointment in the Marine, Whitebeard Eye's ship slaughter, will happen during the sea training of this batch of students. Kihonhei is naturally not afraid of Whitebeard too. He is confident that once he completes his training, it will be easy to stop this from happening. However, it is always good to be mentally prepared in advance. Gradually, everyone around took the test, and Kihonhei became the last one. The examiner glanced at Kihonhei, who was standing alone in the testing area. As everyone knows, the first and last people to go on stage to present are usually the most likely to attract the audience's attention, and the people presenting are also more likely to be nervous. However, the examiner saw that Chiga looked calm and not nervous at all, so he nodded secretly, thinking that he was worthy of being the person that Marshal Sengoku had asked to focus on observing. It was Sengoku's idea to arrange Uchiha Chiga to appear last. The Marines are short of manpower now, and a good talent like Chiga naturally wants to grow up as quickly as possible, so he wants to attract more attention and accumulate more fame, which will be beneficial to the arrangement of his position in the future and avoid meaningless procedures. It must be said that the current special period has made Sengoku a little impatient. Uchiha Chiga. The examiner read out loud the last name on the list in his hand. Arrive. Chapter 15 Sage Mode is amazing. Another body flicker technique. Kihonhei came in front of the tester. This move stunned everyone at the testing site. This speed made Kihonhei the focus, and the tester widened his eyes in surprise. This speed? Is that shave? Where did he learn that from? The examiner was surprised that Chiga's instant teleportation move just now was so similar to shave in Marine 6 styles. Excuse me, can I start? Kihonhei asked the examiner without paying attention to the reactions around him. Ah, well, let's get started when you're ready, Uchiha Chiga. After receiving the signal to start, Chiga closed his eyes. To put it bluntly, the value of Dori is linked to physical strength. In order to maximize physical strength, Chiga prepared to use the Sage Mode that he learned from Hokage. Chiga's Sage Mode is from Ryuchi Cave. During his time outside Konoha, he had always stayed with Orochimaru. Following his guidance, he went to Ryuchi Cave and learned the Sage Mode there. He also made a breakthrough based on the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode and began to evolve towards the direction of a dragon. In Sage Mode, Chiga's physical body and perception abilities are greatly enhanced, and the power of the ninjutsu and even the Rinnegan's eye techniques used will be increased several times. When she opened her eyes again, lavender eyeshadow appeared on Chiga's face, which made the purple Rinnegan look even deeper. Her entire temperament also changed drastically, as if she had merged into the surrounding environment. Natural energy gathered crazily towards Xian He's right hand. Qian he made a gesture of accumulating power and said in a low voice. Sage art. Dragon fist. There was no huge noise, just a seemingly ordinary punch towards the tester. Advertisement, boom. Followed by a deafening sound, the entire venue was filled with sand and gravel, and the tester flew out in a cloud of smoke. With a bang, the tester fell to the ground. The tester hurried forward to check. The tester made of sea stone had already developed dense cracks. Fortunately, the display screen was still in a complete state under Qianhei's distracted protection. After taking a look at the numbers on the screen, the tester froze in place for a long time. Then, tremblingly, he revealed the numbers on the screen. 7,200. Uchiha Chiga's score is 7,200. The following words were almost shouted at the top of their lungs, and the entire testing ground suddenly became boiling. 7,200. What kind of number is this? Some high-ranking military officers can't even hit it? Is the tester broken? How is this possible? Hole, didn't you see the tester is broken like that? It's made by sea stone. The students who stayed in the venue were discussing Qianhei's performance intensely. Swish. Guion heard the noise from outside and thought it was an emergency, so he used his razor to rush in. She found the dazed examiner and asked what happened. When the tester saw that it was Vice Admiral Guion, he quickly recounted what had happened. Guion was incredulous after hearing it, and looked in surprise at Chiga who was still standing in the middle of the venue. Advertisement Chiga had already exited sage mode at this time. Seeing Guion coming in, he walked over and said to Guion with a smile. Sister Guion, I have accomplished my mission. My grades should be pretty good. You call this good? Stop being so Versailles, Guion complained madly in his heart. I have a new understanding of this newly recognized brother Qianhei, an old Versailles person. Guion looked at Chiga deeply. She knew that with Chiga's performance this time, many people in the headquarters would be restless. Sure enough, Qianhei's achievements soon reached the ears of the top management. Sengoku was in the office, having a love-hate relationship with his old buddy Garp, when he received the news about the training camp. After receiving the news, he was stunned in his seat and didn't even notice that he was hit by a love booger. Garp looked at his old friend in confusion, not understanding why Sengoku suddenly became demented. Sengoku suddenly turned his head and looked at Garp, which scared Garp so much that he jumped up from the sofa. Just when Garp thought Sengoku was going to take revenge on him for the love booger, Sengoku slowly said. Uchiha Chiga scored 7,200 in the Dolly test. What? Even the usually carefree Garp couldn't hold back with this result. Putting away his playful demeanor, Garp looked at Sengoku and said seriously, Sengoku, you really found a monster for Marine this time. Sengoku nodded in agreement, wondering how Zephyr would react if he knew the news. Advertisement Chapter 16 Promise in the Chief Instructor's office. Zephyr also learned about Uchiha Chiga's grades. He saw the numbers displayed on the document on the table, and looked up at the soldier who came to deliver the document in confusion, as if to say, are you kidding me? The soldier swallowed and reiterated that he was serious. Zephyr then reluctantly accepted the news. I understand. You can go back. Waving his hand and letting the soldiers go out, Zephyr searched his temples and recalled the information on the document. Marine recruit, 16 years old, Uchiha Chiga, did not eat devil fruit, daily value 7,200. All these information combined together made Zephyr a little confused for a moment. Is this the talented recruit that Sengoku told me about? You call this a talented recruit? This guy is a monster, right? Zephyr felt that Sengoku must be trying to make fun of him. Ever since his wife and children were killed by the pirates and the quality of recruits in recent years has been average, Zephyr has been thinking about retiring from the Marine completely. When Sengoku found out, he naturally tried his best to dissuade him. In addition, Zephyr knew that the Marine had indeed been in a difficult situation in recent years, so he temporarily gave up the idea. What a bad guy. Zephyr dissed Sengoku viciously in his mind. To be honest, Sengoku was also wrong. In all conscience, he just wanted to let Zephyr know about this person first and teach Chiga well in the training camp so as not to waste his talent. I was afraid that if I spoke too confidently, it might seem like I was using a backdoor, so I spoke more tactfully. Who knew Qianhei was such a pervert? I didn't expect that after Sakazuki and the other three graduated, there would be new talents like this. It seems that there is still hope for the future of Marine. Looking at the photo of Chiga on the file, Zephyr made up his mind to focus on teaching this Uchiha Chiga in the training camp. His talent, especially his character, must not be wasted. There must not be a second Borsellino. Thinking of this, Zephyr got up and went to the training camp, ready to take a good look at this enchanting newcomer named Uchiha Chiga. At this time, Qianhei has already entered the headquarters elite training camp with the first place in the admission score, and she doesn't know that she has been targeted by a purple-haired old man. Now he is being discussed by a group of recruits on the street. Advertisement. Look, that's Uchiha Chiga, the monster with a doki value of 7,200. What strange eyes. Are they some strange race? So handsome. Don't be such a fangirl. Look at the beauty next to him and then look at you like that. How can anyone like you? Roll. All kinds of words reached Chiga's ears, and she shook her head helplessly. No matter in the world of Hokage or pirates, the atmosphere group and the nymphomaniacs are always everywhere. What's wrong? You must be feeling flattered when so many people like you and adore you, you arrogant and stuffy guy. The one who was speaking was Guion. She also followed Chiga in, under the pretext of sending Chiga to her last stop. This was definitely not to prevent some horny little girls from stealing Chiga. Well, definitely not. Okay, stop teasing me. it's you who made me the center of attention. Now I can't keep a low profile anymore. Gold will always shine, and talent cannot be concealed. Stop complaining. As they were talking, the two came to the training camp dormitory, and Gion stopped. I'll take you here now. I have to leave too. We won't be seeing each other for a while. Don't miss me too much, Kihonhei. Alright, it's not like I'm gone. Wait for me to come out and then we can have a good meal. Suddenly, Gion's expression changed and he said viciously. Did you forget something? Huh? Kihonhei was puzzled. Advertisement. Did you squeeze it really hard during the test? Kihonhei was a little embarrassed. He was hot-headed at the time and used too much force. Seeing Chiga standing there with an embarrassed look on his face, Gion covered his mouth and laughed. Okay, look how scared you are, but I won't do anything to you. After saying that, he actually reached out and pinched Qianhe's face. Chiga didn't notice it for a moment and was succeeded by Gion. She quickly dodged to the side, which made Gion laugh again. You dodged it pretty quickly. I thought you wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Gion stopped laughing, adjusted his mood, and straightened Chiga's clothes just like he did during the test. This time Chiga didn't say anything. He knew that Gion wanted to face the upcoming separation in a happy state. When you graduate from the training camp, if you can become a commodore, I will agree to one condition of yours. How about that? Gion suddenly said. Chiga looked at Gion quietly. Everything was said without words. Haha, that's almost impossible, right, Chiga? As if talking to himself, Gion stopped tidying up Chiga's clothes. Kihonhei walked up to Gion and hugged her, whispering in her ear. Is it that easy? There's no challenge at all. Gion blushed, and hurriedly pushed Chiga away, leaving a message to stop bragging and running away. Kihonhei looked at Gion's leaving back and the corners of her mouth curled up. Then just wait and see, Sister Gion. Chapter 17 Marine 6 Styles. After Gion left, Chiga turned and went to her dormitory. When I opened the dormitory door, my 3 roommates were already there, and I was the last one to arrive. There is a familiar face among the 3 roommates, that is Bin's. The other 2 did not appear in the original book. When they saw Chihei coming in, the 3 were surprised. They didn't expect that their roommate was Chihei, who got first place in the entrance test. She was a big star. The 3 stood up and greeted her. Chiga responded one by one, and then the 4 of them began to introduce themselves. The fat boy with short yellow hair was the first to speak. Hello everyone, my name is Bridge, I'm from West Blue, and I'm the user of the Devil Fruit. Nice to meet you all. Isn't this the configuration of a robot? Kihonhei thought of a character in a game on Blue Star. After Bridge finished introducing himself, a young man with a beard and a rough face began to introduce himself. My name is Glephus, I'm also from West Blue, and I'm good at using heavy firearms. After saying that, he sat back on the bed carelessly. Oh my god, have I strayed into a game world? He was a little confused at the moment. When it was Bin's turn, he spoke awkwardly. My name is Binz, I'm from North Blue, and I'm the user of the Devil Fruit. Please take care of me in the future. Well, finally there is a character that fits the style of the painting, Kihonhei thought with some relief, and then he began to introduce himself. My name is Uchiha Chiga, from East Blue. I have many abilities, but I like to use repulsion and attraction the most. I haven't eaten devil fruit. Can you control repulsion and attraction without eating devil fruit? The 3 of them couldn't help but have such a question in their minds at the same time, but everyone has their own secrets, and now everyone is not familiar with each other, so no one asked. After the self-introduction session, the 4 of them returned to their beds to rest, as there would be an opening ceremony in the first training session tomorrow. The next day, the 4 of them came to the training ground together, lined up with the others, and waited for the instructor to arrive. 5 minutes later, Zephyr with purple hair appeared in everyone's sight. He walked up to the podium with a serious expression, glanced at the students below, and stayed at Kihonhei's position for a while. Advertisement, that pair of strange eyes, he must be Uchiha Chiga. After finding the key teaching target this time, Zephyr began to mobilize everyone for the start of the school year. Hello, I'm Zephyr, the chief instructor of our lead training camp. I think you have heard of my name to some extent, so I won't introduce myself in detail. I believe that everyone who can come here is the elite among the elites. At this point, the students below raised their heads unconsciously, with pride in their eyes. But then Zephyr changed his style. But don't think that coming here means you can graduate smoothly. I want to tell you in advance that there is no need for useless people who just eat and wait to die here. Next, you will undergo the most brutal and rigorous training. If you can't hold on, I will disqualify you from the training camp. Do you understand? I understand. Those who can come here are all elites, and no one will be scared by these words. Very good. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Then, let's start the training now. Today's training content is 6 styles. Swish. Zephyr was on the platform 1 second, and appeared directly in front of the academy the next second. Most of the unprepared students were shocked, only Kihonhei and a small number of people remained expressionless. What I just demonstrated is the shaving technique from the 6 styles. It is a technique that can increase your speed. Once you master it, you will be able to get closer to the enemy or dodge attacks better. After saying that, Zephyr stepped on the air and rose into the air. He looked down at the students below and explained. This is moonwalk. Once you have mastered it, you can try stepping in the air. It will give you the ability to fly. How long you can stay in the air depends on your physical fitness. Then, Zephyr raised one leg and sent out a green slash wave at an incredibly fast speed, directly hitting a boulder in the distance. The boulder broke in the middle, leaving a smooth cross-section at the break. This is the Tempest Kick. It requires your leg strength to be strong so that you can kick out a substantial slash through speed. After saying that, Zephyr landed on the ground, stretched out a thick finger, and suddenly hit Keonhei's face, so fast that people couldn't see any movements. Keonhei looked at the finger in front of him without changing his expression, then raised his eyes to look at Zephyr. Not bad, very calm. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction, and continued to explain. This is the finger pistol. As the name suggests, its power is just like a bullet. The key is to concentrate your strength, use your fingers to exert force, and attack quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. The students were stunned. For them, who were encountering such moves for the first time, these moves were simply the work of demon fruit power. Zephyr put away his stance, and bent his legs slightly. Next, I'm going to tell you about the defensive technique in the 6 styles, Iron Body. Here it comes, the only illusion among the 6 styles, which creates a super strong illusion on yourself that, I can block it. Its power is almost as strong as the strongest illusion of Sakura Kotoden in Hokage. I caught up with them. Keonhei was thinking with evil thoughts in his mind, but Zephyr glanced at him and asked Keonhei to step out. Advertisement, Keonhei obediently stepped out of the line, secretly wondering if she had made some unconscious expression that Zephyr had seen something. Next is Iron Body. Its effect is very simple, it makes your body hard. The disadvantage is that it makes you bulky when used. Once you use it, don't even think about dodging. Uchiha Chiga, you will attack me next and show everyone the effect of Iron Body. Zephyr wanted to ask Keonhei to be his sparring partner because Keonhei had the highest Dao force value here. Having Keonhei launch the attack would better highlight the defensive power of Iron Body, and he could also personally evaluate Keonhei's strength. Without further ado, Keonhei instantly entered Sage Mode and used the Sage Art Dragon Fist again, punching Zephyr in the chest. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Zephyr's body trembled slightly. Then he put away his posture, straightened his suit, and commented. You have good strength. Even senior students don't have your strength. Even as he spoke, Zephyr's heart was already surging with emotions. Damn! This young man. This punch is already at the level of a vice admiral, and this is without even learning hockey or taking part in basic training. After taking a deep look at Keonhei, Zephyr asked Keonhei to continue attacking him. Now he was going to show the last move of the 6 styles, Paper Arts. Keonhei took a stance and then punched Zephyr directly. Zephyr's body swayed like paper in the wind and he easily dodged Keonhei's attack. This is Paper Arts. Relax your body to ultimate and you can dodge most physical attacks, Zephyr explained while dodging. Chiga didn't use the Dragon Fist for this punch, because the Dragon Fist in Sage Mode is similar to Naruto's Frog Kumite. Even if the fist doesn't hit directly, the fairy energy around the fist can still cause damage. In the pirate's world, it can be compared to emission armament hockey. In order to cooperate with Zephyr, Chiga didn't choose to show off this kind of limelight. Seeing that her tentative punch did not work, Keonhei simply distanced herself from him, then raised her right hand, and a black uzumaki appeared on her palm. It was the ability of the Rinnegan Tendo, Universal Pull. Keonhei thought that the effect of Paper Arts has been demonstrated, and now I have to be serious, Mr. Zephyr. Don't you want to let go of all your strength? I'll just use gravity to suck you over and see how you resist. As expected, Keonhei's sudden universal pull caused Zephyr, who was in the Paper Arts state, to fly towards Keonhei like a piece of paper being pulled by gravity. What? It was also the first time that Zephyr saw Keonhei display Tiandeo's ability. He was in a state of complete relaxation, which allowed Keonhei to succeed. Seeing that he was about to be caught by Keonhei, he didn't care about the Paper Arts display and quickly switched to the Iron Body state. But when Keonhei saw that he suddenly froze in the middle of the move, he knew that he had changed his state, so he cancelled the universal pull directly and used Shinra Tensai again. Zephyr was pushed out while maintaining his Iron Body posture, broke through the wall of the training camp, and disappeared in the smoke and dust. Chapter 18. Zephyr is glad the students around were dumbfounded as they watched everything that happened on the field. Who was I? Where was I? Was that Uchiha Chiga really a student like us? Is this what Boss Keonhei said about his ability to control gravitational repulsion? It's so cool, Bridge, the yellow-haired fat boy, one of Keonhei's roommates, shouted excitedly in the crowd. Gleffert's tough face could no longer hold back. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his head, ignoring Bridge's shameless behavior of directly recognizing Keonhei as the boss. Binz thought about the ability of his fruit and wondered if he had eaten a fake devil fruit. You kid. That kind of power just now, are you demon fruit power? Zephyr has returned to the venue, without suffering any damage, but his clothes are covered with some dust. As expected of Marine Admiral, ordinary pirates would be seriously injured and vomit blood if they were to take the direct and counter-attacks of Universal Pull and Shinra Tensai. Although Keonhei had only used less than half of his strength in his attack just now, looking at Zephyr's condition, he knew that there was still a certain gap between him and Admiral. After all, Admiral was already close to the top combat force in the pirates' world. I still have a long way to go. I need to improve my physical strength quickly. No matter what ability it is, physical strength is always the foundation. After exiting Sage Mode, Chiga briefly explained that his ability was a racial gift. The Uchiha clan was, after all, a lineage of immortals, so in terms of bloodline, he was no less than anyone else. Racial talent? There is such a race on the sea. Are all your people the same as you? Zephyr asked eagerly upon hearing it. Advertisement, no, something happened. I am the last of the Uchiha clan. What a shame. Zephyr was a little disappointed, but then he thought, once the number of such races increases, what price will it cost to win them over? Besides, not everyone wants to join the marine like Chiga. If some people like Chiga become pirates, the situation will be even more dangerous. At least now Marine has a talent like Chiga. Zephyr believes that with Chiga's talent, she should be a genius among geniuses in their clan, otherwise the world would have belonged to the Uchiha clan long ago. Sengoku, you did a great job. Zephyr secretly gave Sengoku a thumbs up in his heart. Seeing that Chiga was getting more and more satisfied, Zephyr decided not to bother with these recruits today. Alright. I've demonstrated the Marine 6 styles. Go back and review it carefully today. You'll have physical training tomorrow. The 6 styles is just a show without a good physique. After saying that, he disbanded the team and went back to prepare to digest the surprise that Kihonhei brought him today. The trainees, who had thought they would have to undergo devilish training on the first day, didn't expect to get through the first day like this. They looked at Qianhe in awe, then cheered and returned to the dormitory in groups of 2 or 3. Qianhe also left the training ground surrounded by his 3 roommates. On the way back, Bridge was extremely excited. Boss Qianhe really lives up to his reputation. He actually made that Zephyr teacher lose face. Advertisement Qianhe corrected, that was because Zephyr sensei was completely unprepared. Even if he was hit, it wouldn't have been a big deal. He's worthy of being a former Marine Admiral. On the other hand, Griffith said, that's already impressive, but I still admire someone's face more. It's as thick as a fortress wall. Bridge knew that Griffiths was mocking him, and he responded sarcastically. Indeed, grass has grown on the wall. This was a mockery of Glephis's beard. Bridge had always believed that Glephis, in his early 20s, had a full beard, coupled with that arrogant expression, which was truly like a pig with a green onion stuck in his nose, pretending to be an elephant. The two seemed to be born incompatible. They had been fighting with each other unconsciously since they met, and the frequency was so high that Chihei and Binz had become accustomed to it. Speaking of Binz, this kid is like a taciturn person. He usually speaks very little and likes eye contact. Binz silently gave Qianhe a look of admiration. Qianhe acknowledged his words and thought that his 3 roommates were truly amazing. It seemed that the days ahead would not be too boring. Chapter 19 Strong Girl. The next day, everyone got up early again, but this time when they arrived at the training ground, they found that Zephyr had already been waiting for them there. Not bad. Didn't keep me waiting too long. Zephyr crossed his arms and looked at the students below as if they were a group of docile little lambs. Then I won't say much today, let's get straight to the training. Line up now and run 50 laps around the playground. The same applies to both men and women. Everyone was amazed. You know, the playground of the headquarters training camp is simply a large square, with a circumference of more than a kilometer. However, since Zephyr gave the order, no one dared to complain. They all started running with their heads down. Chiga was the first one to run out. He knew the importance of physical fitness. Most of the battles in Hokage were actually based on physical combat. Even if everyone was driving a Gundam, they would still end up fighting face to face in the end. 1 lap. 10 laps. 20 laps. Although the humans in the pirates' world have outstanding physiques, they are still humans after all. Gradually, some people have fallen behind and distanced themselves from the team. After 30 laps, someone fainted due to exhaustion. A group of medical staff immediately rushed over from the side of the track, put the fainted student on a stretcher and carried him away. Aim gritted her teeth and persevered. As the only female student still persisting on the playground, her physical fitness was already inferior to that of most students. It was already remarkable that she could persist for 30 laps. Even Zephyr noticed this persistent girl. That girl's name is Ain, right? If nothing else, just looking at her determination, she will be an excellent Marine in the future. Zephyr appreciated it in his heart and asked the medical staff around him to pay attention and come forward to treat Ain immediately if she can hold on. Advertisement. No, there's less than half the distance left. I must hold on. Ain is a very strong-willed girl. She doesn't want to feel at ease running fewer laps than others just because she is a girl. Finally, her physical strength had reached its limit. She staggered and was about to fall when a hand supported her. She turned her head with difficulty, wanting to thank the person who supported her. Then she saw that she actually knew the person who supported her, although that person might not know her. The person who was holding her was Uchiha Chiga. He only had 2 laps left to complete the task of 50 laps. Seeing a girl who was even staggering but still persisting, he couldn't help but admire her. No one would disrespect those who work hard. When they saw that she was about to give up, they quickly came over and supported her. Are you okay? Don't hold on any longer. Everyone has seen your efforts. Now that you've reached your limit, go down and rest. It won't be worth it if you tire yourself out. Shinhei's caring words made Ain feel a warm current flow through her heart. Thank you, I see. You must be Uchiha Chiga. You're amazing. You don't look tired at all even after running for so long. Haha, no, I'm also exhausted, but I have to do it even if I have to take the title of first place in the entrance examination. I've long wanted to faint and go to the infirmary to see the beautiful lady. Kion covered his mouth deliberately, like a thief who had done something bad. Phew, Ain smiled and the tiredness on her body eased a little. She knew that Kion was using the funny way to comfort her, but she didn't hate it. Instead, she liked it very much. Thank you, Kion. Ain thanked Kion sincerely, then stopped insisting and went down to rest. Advertisement. Kion waved his hand and continued to run his unfinished 2 laps. Off the field, Ayan, who was sitting on the ground to rest, stared blankly at Kion running on the playground. Suddenly, Someone patted her on the shoulder. It was her roommate who came to see her. Don't look at Ai Yin, he is a very popular guy, you can't control him. The roommate teased Ai Yin with a smile. Ai Yin blushed, patted her roommate, stood up and prepared to leave with her roommate. Before leaving, she looked back at Kion on the track. Kion noticed something and waved to her while running. She quickly turned her head and left with her roommate. On the way back, thinking about everything that happened today, Ai Yin's mouth corners unconsciously raised, and murmured. Uchiha Chiga, he's a really nice person. The roommate next to her saw her talking to herself and didn't hear what she said clearly, so she asked. Ain, are you feeling unwell? Did you overtrain just now? Ai Yin waved her hand to indicate that she was fine, smiled playfully, and took her roommate's hand to speed up. The roommate was dragged away by her with a confused look on his face, saying. Hey, little girl, why are you so crazy all of a sudden? You must have run away. Chapter 20 Cafeteria Conflict. The following days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Chiga had been in the training camp for 2 months. During this time, the name of Uchiha Chiga also spread in the training camp. No matter what kind of training it is, Chiga can complete it successfully and break many records in the training camp. Especially the first fight with Zephyr made Uchiha Chiga's name more and more famous in the training camp. Not only students of the same grade, but even senior students knew about this brilliant junior. On this day, in the training camp cafeteria, a table of senior students were discussing Uchiha Chiga. Have you heard that Uchiha Chiga has broken another record? He learned the 6 styles of shave in less than a day. What? Oh my god, it took me a whole year to learn it. Your information is outdated. It is said that he has improved the shaving method, making it faster and farther. Ah, what a hopeless talent. Now those of us in the senior grades may not be his match. Hearing this, some people were unhappy. That's you. How strong can a rookie who has only been in training camp for less than half a year be? You're so boastful that you even believe it yourself. After saying that, the man ignored the ugly expressions of others and looked at a white-haired young man with a flattering face. And when it comes to talent, who can compare to Smoker? He's the only Logia demon fruit power in the entire training camp. Smoker lowered his head and ate the food on his plate silently, ignoring the person who was flattering him. When the man saw that Smoker ignored him, he stopped talking awkwardly and the dinner table became quiet. Look, here comes that Uchiha Chiga. Someone else said something as if he was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, and the people at the dinner table looked towards the entrance. A group led by Qian he walked into the cafeteria, followed by his 3 roommates, chatting and laughing as they prepared to get their meals. Chihei naturally had no idea that he had just become the focus of a debate at a certain table. At this moment, he was listening to Bridge next to him happily bragging about Chihei's amazing performance on the training ground. Let me tell you, the shaving speed that Kion-sama just now was really fast. Even teacher Zephyr praised it. Boss Kion, from now on you are the person I, Bridge, admire the most. If you have anything to say, tell me, I will never be vague. On the other side, Glephus despised Bridge's behavior and mocked him. That's Chinhei's strength. Why did I feel like it was you who was shaved just now? Of course I'm happy that Boss Kion is so powerful. He's the boss recognized by me, Bridge. I tell you, with Boss Chinhei's strength, he should have graduated long ago. It's a waste of time to stay here with an idiot like you. What did you say? These words were not said by Graves. Before he could open his mouth, the man who had just boasted about Smoker could no longer sit still. This guy's name is Patton. He is similar to Bridge and is also an uninvited Smoker's #1 fan. You're just a freshman, why are you so arrogant? I heard that Kion is from East Blue, right? People from small places just haven't seen the world, ha 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 ha. This was a bit too much, and Smoker, who was eating nearby, couldn't help but frown. Advertisement. What did you say? You think you're great just because you served in the army for a year or 2. How can a genius like Qian he be like a loser like you? Of course Bridge couldn't show weakness and fought back. I think you deserve to be punished. Just act like a recruit. And that Uchiha Chiga, don't you know how to control your dog? Hurry up and apologize to your senior. At this moment, on a table in the corner of the cafeteria. Hey, Ain, isn't that Uchiha Chiga who helped you last time? He seems to be in trouble. Yeah, that senior is so arrogant. What's wrong with the freshmen? Didn't they start as freshmen? I know Uchiha Chiga, he's the most talented person in my class, but he's gentle, easy to talk to, and handsome, so I think they're just jealous. Anyway, that Uchiha Chiga is in trouble this time. After all, he is a senior and his strength is definitely stronger than those of us who have just entered the school. Ayan's roommates were talking about the matter at once, some were reminding Ayan, and some were speaking up for Qian He. Ain did not join in their discussion. She just looked towards Kion worriedly, thinking that if a conflict broke out, she would have to step forward to help. Even if she was not a match for the seniors, she would still do her part. Just think of it as a way to repay Kion for helping me, or those words of comfort on the playground. Barton became more and more arrogant as he spoke, with his nose in the air, pointing at Kion and shouting, attracting the attention of the entire cafeteria. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the air around him was eerily quiet, and his companions beside him were staring at him intently. Feeling something was wrong, he turned his head sharply and saw that Uchiha Chiga, who had just been standing at the door, was now standing in front of him. When this thought flashed through the minds of both him and Smoker at a table at the same time. You were really arrogant just now. Qian, he said, then raised his hand and slapped him. Bang. The sound of slaps on the face echoed for a long time in the spacious space of the cafeteria. You, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* looking at Kion in disbelief, Barton shouted hysterically. The companions next to them couldn't sit still anymore. After all, the one who was beaten was also one of them, and Shinhei's action made them feel very uncomfortable. Seeing this situation, Shinhei's roommate also rushed over and confronted him without fear. Some classmates including Ayan and other girls also gathered together. They saw what happened just now. It was the seniors who were arrogant and provoked Kion. Kion has a high reputation among his classmates and is easy to get along with. Many students have received more or less help from him in their training. Seeing Kion being surrounded, no one will sit idly by. Oh, why, are all the seniors as disgusting as you? Disgusting things should be beaten. Kion raised his eyes and glanced at the senior students who stood up, and spoke calmly. I'm going to kill you. Patton, who was beaten, became angry and humiliated. He stood up suddenly, created some distance and delivered a tempest kick. A light blue blade appeared in the air, splitting countless tables and chairs and rushing towards Kion. The faces of the people around him changed drastically. Advertisement. Oh no, it's tempest kick. Damn it, we are all students, this is too much. Something's going to happen. The lethality of tempest kick is such that anyone hit will either die or be crippled. Looking at the incoming tempest kick, Shinhei's expression did not change at all. He raised his left hand and protected his chest. Sizzle. A teeth-grinding sound was heard, and the tempest kick was crushed in Shinhei's hand, unable to move forward any further. The tempest kick didn't last more than 2 seconds before dissipating in Shinhei's hands. How could that be? Patton's eyes almost popped out. Before he could come to his senses, Kion also drew an arc with one leg. Buzz. A dark blue air blade that was wider and longer than before was released. It was Chiga's tempest kick. It's over. He definitely couldn't block this level of tempest kick. Patton closed his eyes in despair. After a while, he found that he seemed to be fine, so he quickly opened his eyes and found that Shinhei's tempest kick was blocked by a figure with white hair. The white-haired figure is Smoker. Seeing that the situation is developing in an uncontrollable direction, he finally decides to take action to put an end to this farce. However, it was not easy for Smoker who blocked the tempest kick. Shinhei's tempest kick was not like Patton's low-profile tempest kick just now, which dissipated within 2 seconds. Then a strange scene appeared in the center of the huge cafeteria. The white-haired Smoker was holding a deep blue empty blade with his sweaty hands, retreating backwards little by little. Smoker couldn't hold on any longer, so he turned around and shouted at Patton who was still in a daze behind him. Get out of here now. Hearing this, he came to his senses and quickly fled away from the spot. Poof! Smoker's body was split in two, and Chiga's attack flew through Smoker and toward the wall at the end of the cafeteria. After adding a door to the cafeteria, it finally disappeared. This kind of strength is well deserved. Smoker, whose body was split in two, was terrified when he saw the damage caused by tempest kick. As a result of his ability of Logia smoke fruit, he was of course not really dismembered. He just entered the elemental state to avoid the attack of tempest kick. Logia's elementalization. It's quite similar to the water transformation technique of Suigetsu Kazuki. Kion thought thoughtfully as he looked at Smoker Ryoko's body that was emitting white smoke. The white smoke gradually merged together, and Smoker returned to his full state. He looked at Kion and said, "Let's stop here. He was wrong this time and he has paid the price. Students, please stop making trouble." He laughed a few times and looked at Smoker with a mocking look on his face. "You think too highly of yourself. If you really wanted to stop it, where were you just now? Why are you here pretending to be a good guy now? Are you worthy enough?" Smoker's face turned grim. He knew that today's matter might be a bit difficult to handle. Chapter 21 Chiga vs Smoker. Does it have to be this way? Smoker looked serious. He didn't want to fight because the reason for this fight was so dishonorable and even ridiculous. At the same time, he felt very regretful that he did not take action in time to stop Patton's stupid behavior and angered Uchiha Chiga. You want to end it like this without even an apology. Who gave you the confidence? Is it the so-called Logia smoke fruit? Kion obviously didn't intend to let it go. Today he wanted to have a battle with the strongest smoker in the senior grade. This would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Smoker also has his own pride, so he got angry after being ridiculed again and again by Chiga in public. In that case, let's have a fight. Uchiha Chiga. Smoker couldn't help it and challenged Chiga. Wouldn't it be over if you had said so earlier? Kion stretched his body and hooked his finger at Smoker, indicating that he could start. You arrogant guy. White smoke launcher. Smoker exploded completely, and his lower body turned into a thick white smoke and rushed towards Kion. White fist. Smoker's vice admiral's arms also turned into smoke, and his fists quickly extended using the characteristics of smoke, revealing their fists, which flew towards Kion with strong airflow. Chiga's body swayed slightly, and Smoker's attack was easily avoided. It's not over yet. Smoker was not panicked. His pair of fists emitting white smoke turned around and flew back in the air, hitting Shinhei's back. Chiga, watch out behind you. With a cry of surprise, Ain in the crowd saw that Smoker's attack was so strange and hurriedly spoke out to warn. The little sister next to her gently pulled at the corner of her clothes and thought to herself, my good sister, neither of these two are easy to mess with, so just stay away from it. Chiga still stood there without moving, her Rinnegan slightly opened. Shinra Heavenly Expedition. Bang. Before Smoker's fist even touched Shinhei's body, it was shattered into scattered smoke by a sudden shock wave. After a while, the wisps of smoke slowly gathered at Smoker's wrist, and continued to condense and return to the shape of a fist. Paramecia's demon fruit power. Smoker felt that Uchiha Chiga was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. The shock wave just now was obviously very effective in restraining his smoke fruit. If you think so, then so be it. Qianhe was too lazy to explain this to him. A black vortex appeared on his palm and he launched a universal pull towards Smoker. Smoker's body shook and he was suddenly pulled over by Qian. Damn, what is this? Advertisement. This time, Smoker did not suffer the same fate as the previous people who were sucked in by Chiga, because Chiga did not strangle him this time. When Qian stretched out his hand to strangle him, he turned into smoke again, and his head separated from his body, performing a split head action on the spot. Qianhe expected Smoker to transform into an element, but he was not panicked. He made a few seals with one hand. Wind-style great breakthrough. A gust of wind blew out of Shinhei's mouth, and the facilities in the cafeteria were immediately blown all over the place, and some people around were blown down. As the target of the direct attack, Smoker had been blown into countless wisps of white smoke, floating everywhere. After a while, the white smoke gathered into a human figure. The first thing to appear was Smoker's blue face. He stared at Qianhe and asked. Is it the wind again this time? It's definitely not the same force as the shock wave just now. Did you eat more than one devil fruit? Smoker was unsure and controlled the white smoke to slowly condense his body. The great breakthrough just now had a great impact on him, a smoke man. You can think of that as a ninjutsu. Chiga did not take the opportunity to move forward to finish off the opponent, but just watched Smoker complete the reshaping of his body. Ninjutsu. Are you a ninja from Wano-kuni? Wano-kuni. Haha. What kind of rubbish is that? How can it be called a ninja? Qian sneered disdainfully, and then his expression became dangerous. I've had enough fun. Next, let me ask you a question. What? Logia. Will it bleed? Hearing this, Smoker instinctively retreated madly behind him, however, Qian was faster than him. Without any warning, Chiga appeared behind Smoker and grabbed Smoker. It's useless. Without armament hockey, no matter how strong your attack is, it's useless. Seeing that Qian didn't make any special moves this time, Smoker relaxed a little and made a mocking remark. Really? Chiga's hand touched Smoker's shoulder, and then a transparent round shield appeared, covering Chiga and Smoker together. Rinnegan Hungry Keto Sealing Technique Suction Seal. Smoker was horrified to find that the ability of smoke fruit could no longer be used, just like a broken limb with no nerve connection. Let me go. This unreasonable situation made Smoker completely panic. He could only shout loudly to relieve the fear in his heart. Sealing technique absorption is another use of Hungry Keto. Unlike absorbing the opponent's physical strength or chakra, it can absorb the opponent's moves and has a certain sealing effect. Chiga's Hungry Keto cannot directly absorb the ability from the ability user without the cooperation of the human path to kill the ability user, but can use the sealing technique to temporarily seal the opponent's ability through close contact. With one hand he restrained Smoker and pressed him to the ground. In the palm of his other hand a black stick appeared, and Qian stabbed it hard at Smoker's right shoulder. Advertisement. Puff. Smoker's right shoulder was pierced by the black stick, blood gushed out, and the pain stimulated him to frantically activate the ability of smoke fruit. However, the result made him despair. Qian had clearly dispersed the damn shield, but he still couldn't use his ability normally. To be precise, most of the body has been elementalized, but the shoulder area is as if it is not his and there is no reaction. When he wanted to pull it out with his other hand, he felt powerless as soon as he touched the black stick, let alone pulling out the black stick that was inserted into his shoulder. The black rod, as a product created by the Rinnegan holder using yin-yang release in the palm of his hand, has the effect of blocking or disrupting the flow of energy in the opponent's body. A Rinnegan wielder can even use it to manipulate corpses, like Nagato, creating a powerful puppet of six paths abilities. Be quiet, your wound will only get bigger if you keep struggling like this. Qian kindly reminded Smoker, looking at the miserable-looking Smoker on the ground. What happened? Stop it. With a shout, it was Zephyr who arrived at the scene. Seeing the dilapidated cafeteria, Chiga standing and Smoker lying on the ground, Zephyr felt a headache. Someone come and tell me what's going on. Ayan shook off her roommate's hand, stood up, and said loudly. Teacher Zephyr. It was the seniors who provoked him first. It was Patton who started it first, and Chiga-san fought back. Zephyr nodded and looked at Smoker on the ground. What about Smoker? Sensei. I'm fine. I was just sparring normally with Chiga-san. I'm really sorry for causing such damage. Smoker held back the severe pain and explained word by word. Qian looked at Smoker unexpectedly, and her attitude towards him changed a lot. After taking back the black stick, Qian helped Smoker up and explained to Zephyr. Yes, Mr. Zephyr, it's my fault. I didn't control my strength and hit too hard. Zephyr also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, both of them were his most proud disciples, and he couldn't bear to deal with either of them. You will take Smoker to the infirmary yourself. Also, you two will bear the consequences of the damage this time. Yes, Qian and Smoker responded quickly. Barton, you started this trouble, so I punish you by making you run 100 laps around the playground. If you don't finish today, get out of the training camp. Patton, who had been hiding in the crowd, fell face and didn't dare to say anything. He dragged his frightened body to run laps. After glaring at Kion and Smoker, Zephyr dispersed the crowd, flicked his sleeves and left. Chapter 22 Smoker. After the two left, the cafeteria suddenly exploded. That Uchiha Chiga is a monster, Smoker is like a child in front of him. What exactly are his abilities? Both wind and shock waves. Have you noticed his eyes? They are so strange. I feel powerless just by looking at them. No matter what, Uchiha Chiga will undoubtedly be the best in the training camp from now on. Ayan and a group of roommates stood there, a little dazed. It's not that I didn't think Chiga would win, but I never expected that Chiga would win so easily. He is from a completely different world from us. A roommate said, looking at the silent Ain and sighed silently. It's a good thing that the person you like is excellent, but it's another matter if he or she is too excellent. Ayan bit her lip, turned around and left the cafeteria without calling her roommate. On the other side, Kion supported Smoker. Smoker kept his head down along the way and his expression could not be seen. What I said and did just now was indeed a bit too much. In fact, your last few words made me think that you are a pretty good person. Kion tried to break the awkward atmosphere. No, you are not wrong. This time it is mainly my fault. Smoker finally raised his head and looked forward. I didn't stop Barton in time at the beginning, and I have no right to stop you from teaching him a lesson later. Besides, it's my own fault that I'm not as skilled as you. I have no complaints about being beaten like this. Advertisement. Qian he found Smoker more and more interesting. He stretched out a hand to him. Smoker looked at him strangely. Qian he smiled and said. Let's be friends, let's get to know each other again. My name is Uchiha Chiga, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Smoker was startled, then quickly held the hand that Kion extended to him. Smoker, I don't deserve your advice. Next time we fight, I just hope you can be gentler. After saying this, the two men smiled at each other, and all the previous conflicts disappeared. Sometimes the way men build friendship is so peculiar and simple. After putting Smoker in the hospital, Chiga returned to the dormitory. When the three people in the dormitory saw their eldest brother coming back, they rushed over and surrounded Chiga. Even Greffus, who always looked down on others, and the Dulbins came over with eager faces. Boss Kion, you look so handsome today. You are worthy of being recognized by me, Bridge. Indeed, I really admire you. You will be my boss from now on. Me too. Qian he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his roommates who were more excited than him. He also felt a little nostalgic in his heart. The three funny people reminded him of his time in the dormitory on Blue Star. As the four were chatting and joking, an officer knocked on the door and walked in. After looking at the four people for a while, the officer finally fixed his eyes on Chiga. There was no way around it, the iconic purple Rinnegan was really impressive. The officer politely confirmed, excuse me, is this student Kion? Chief Instructor Zephyr wants to see you and ask you to go to his office. Teacher Zephyr wants to see me. Okay, I'll be right there. Kion followed the officer and left. The three people left in the dormitory were a little worried. Bridge spoke first. Boss Kion is not going to be punished, right? No, I am also responsible for this matter, I have to go and take a look. Advertisement. It's possible. The battle between Kion and Smoker just now did cause quite a lot of damage. Teacher Zephyr is going to settle the score later. This time, Glephus did not argue with Bridge. No, if Mr. Zephyr wanted to punish Boss Chiga, he would have done it in the cafeteria. He must have been called over for something important this time, so we'd better not go and cause trouble for him. As soon as Binz opened his mouth, Bridge and Glephus looked at him in shock. They didn't expect that this vegetative man who was always taciturn and didn't make any suggestions would actually speak, and what he said seemed to make sense. Binz felt a little shy when being stared at, so he got up and went to help Kion make the bed. Bridge and Gulliver sat on their beds, staring at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. After a long while, Bridge shouted, Binz, how could you do my job? Get out of the way. There are some rules for making the bed. What a virtue. Griffiths once again expressed his contempt for Bridge, then he took out a box of cigars from somewhere and went to the bathroom to smoke them. After making the bed, Bridge felt his nose twitch, knowing that Glephus must have gone to smoke a cigar again. He felt a little itchy in his heart, as he also liked this cigar very much. Moreover, since coming here, he found that the cigar, taken from Glephus tasted more exciting. Secretly activating the ability of his hook fruit, Bridge's left hand turned into a yellow hook, and then separated from the wrist, connected by a thick iron chain. The Bridge hook fruit belongs to Paramecia. Its ability is to turn any part of the body into a hook, and it can be extended indefinitely through the chain created by this ability. Objects he touches will leave invisible marks, and the next time he activates his ability, he can track and catch the target with 100% certainty. He had already taken the opportunity to touch Glephus's cigarette case. Bridge smelled the scent, chuckled, and his left hand turned into a hook that slowly extended along the wall into the bathroom. After a while, Glefford was very satisfied and pulled up his pants with one hand. He tried to touch the cigar box on the ground with the other hand, but he only touched the cold ground. He was so angry that he shouted before he even pulled up his pants. Mad, where's my big box of cigars? Chapter 23. Special treatment for Kion. The scene changed, and Kion had arrived at the door of Zephyr's office and raised his hand to knock. Boom boom boom. Come in. Zephyr's tone was normal, and he didn't sound angry. He walked in slowly, saluted briefly, then found a sofa and sat down, waiting for Zephyr to speak. After 2 months, under Zephyr's special care, Kion has become very familiar with Zephyr. Although Shinhei's behavior is a bit rude, Kion actually respects Zephyr very much, and Zephyr also likes his disciple very much. Zephyr rolled his eyes at him, feeling a little amused. This Kion was acting as if he wasn't the one who had the big fight in the cafeteria just now. Putting down what he was doing, Zephyr rubbed his temple, looked up at Kion, and asked casually. Did you gain anything from today's battle with Smoker? If other students saw Zephyr's attitude, they would be shocked. Who would have thought that the always serious and rigid teacher Zephyr could be so easygoing? And Uchiha Chiga was fighting in public. He even beat someone unilaterally. It's fine if you don't punish him severely, but are you asking him how he feels? All I can say is that those who are favored are fearless. He pretended to think about it, and after thinking for a while, he said. The biggest feeling is that the elementalization of Logia is indeed a bit troublesome to handle. Zephyr nodded, a small smile on his face. That was why he asked Chiga to come over. He wants to give Kion special treatment. The curriculum of the Marine training camp is progressive. Although 2 months have passed, many students still cannot master even one of the 6 moves. The transition to hockey instruction usually has to wait until the end of the 2nd year of school. Zephyr often took time to check on Chiga's study of the 6 styles, and knew that Chiga had now mastered the 6 styles very well, even better than some 6 styles masters who had graduated many years ago and had become general officers. Advertisement. Letting him follow the course progress like an ordinary student would obviously be a waste of Shinhei's time, or even the time of the entire Marine. So Zephyr felt that his behavior of giving special treatment was justified and the most correct choice. Simply put, it was for justice. Very good. Do you know what is the most effective way to deal with Logia? Zephyr laid the groundwork briefly. Yeah, I know. It's armament hockey. Smoker mentioned it himself during the battle. Chiga gave the correct answer directly. Well, very good. I asked you to come here today to teach you how to practice hockey. Seeing that Chiga already knew about armament hockey, Zephyr didn't keep her in suspense and went straight to the point. Come with me to the wasteland in the back and I'll show you hockey. Zephyr said, then stood up and told Chiga to leave. Arriving at a large wasteland behind the training camp, Zephyr found a slightly open spot and threw away the coat of justice he was wearing. Crash. The coat of justice flew away in the wind and landed on a protruding boulder. What a show-off. He curled his lips secretly, but he was envious in his heart. Whether it's the 4th generation in Hokage wearing the divine robes or the Marine Admiral in Pirates throwing off the coat of justice, they can only be described in 2 words, handsome, showy. When I graduate, I'll make one for fun. Okay. Kion was actually jealous, but he wouldn't admit it. Zephyr on the other side didn't know that he was despised by Kion. At this time, he pulled his collar and stretched out a fist towards Kion. Look, there are 3 types of hockey, and I'm going to use armament hockey next. After saying that, Zephyr's fist was also covered in a layer of black, and he punched the ground hard. There was a loud bang, and with Zephyr as the center, the ground cracked inch by inch as far as the eye could see, and the cracks extended all the way to the distant coast. Chiga looked at the destruction caused by Zephyr and couldn't help but smack his lips. The power felt more than twice as strong as Tsunade's super powerful punch. Advertisement. This is armament hockey. It is a power that everyone is born with. It can be used to attack and defend. Most importantly, it can be used to attack the physical body of a Logia user. Putting his fist away, Zephyr explained to Chiga the essence and function of armament hockey. Then, Zephyr tells Chiga to attack him, and he wants to show observation hockey again. Chiga then dodged forward, continuously using physical skills to attack, but Zephyr moved flexibly, and all of Chiga's attacks missed. Zephyr could even predict his movements and launch a simple counterattack. This is observation hockey. It can sense the enemy's position and predict their movements. If you practice it to ultimate, you can even predict the future. Zephyr signaled Chiga that she could stop, and then talked about the last type of hockey, Conquerors. The last one is Conquerors hockey. I can't teach you this. This hockey is different from the other 2. It is a special hockey that only certain people with the qualifications of a king can possess. Speaking of Conquerors, Zephyr felt a little regretful. Until now, he has not awakened Conquerors, and it seems that he will never awaken it in this lifetime. Kion thinks that the reason why Zephyr doesn't have Conquerors may be related to his justice of not killing. Not killing is still too merciful and far from dominance. As for whether he would awaken Conquerors in the future, Kion didn't care too much. First of all, he didn't believe that he could be knocked unconscious by Conquerors. If he really got knocked unconscious, he should find a way to pack up and go back to East Blue to plant orange trees. Even though Conquerors can entangle from behind to strengthen the attack, and even became the answer to the version for a time, his own Rinnegan is a bug that is outside the version. Now his Rinnegan has not been fully developed, but he already has many powerful attack methods, and he is not short of the so-called Conqueror's entanglement. When his Rinnegan is fully evolved, and even enters the 6 paths mode, a truth-seeking ball will be enough to deal with all kinds of fancy attacks. After demonstrating the two types of haki, Zephyr taught Chiga the specific training methods, and told him not to rush and hurt himself, then picked up his coat and left in style. Teacher Zephyr, the back of your coat is so dirty. Kion shouted at Zephyr, who had already walked some distance away. Zephyr stumbled, turned around and glared at Kion, then patted his clothes and disappeared in an instant. Ha ha ha, you're already so old, and yet I'm letting you act cool. Are you bullying me because I don't have a coat to throw? Qian-He was in a good mood and couldn't help laughing towards the sky. After laughing, Kion recalled Zephyr's teaching and preference for him in the past few months. He was moved. He looked in the direction where Zephyr left, his eyes slightly narrowed. Don't worry, Mr. Zephyr. There are some things I won't allow to appear in this world again. Chapter 24. Armament Haki Sublimation and Domination. Recalling the haki training techniques taught by Zephyr, Kion tried to guide the so-called potential power in his body. As Chiga had studied in Raichi Cave for 2.5 years, she was very familiar with perceiving herself and the power of nature. Slowly, a layer of black covered Shinhei's hands from the wrists. Looking at the dark hands, Kion clearly felt the increase in strength. Based on his current state, even if he has not entered Sage Mode, he can still exert the power of Sage Mode. But Kion is not satisfied, there are still some things he has not tried, that is chakra and natural energy. If I enter Sage Mode and use the Senjutsu chakra that combines natural energy with chakra to strengthen my armament haki, what will happen? Thinking of this, Chiga activated the Raichi Cave Sage Mode, and purple eyeshadow appeared at the corners of her eyes. Chiga tried to inject the Senjutsu chakra in her body into her hands covered with the color of armed forces, but as the Senjutsu chakra was injected, Chiga felt severe pain in her hands, as if they were about to split. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down Shinhei's face. Kion could no longer hold on and stopped injecting the fairy chakra. Kion felt that he was a little too impatient. After all, everything had to be done step by step. Strengthening both hands at the same time was too difficult for her, who was just starting to learn armament haki. After taking a break and waiting for the pain to ease a little, Kion continued injecting Senjutsu chakra. This time he only injected it into the area on his right hand that he often used. Although the injection process was still somewhat painful, because he only used one hand, he could do it more accurately and effectively. Slowly, the dark armament haki covering her right hand began to gather towards the center of the back of her hand. Chiga's Rinnegan glowed purple and she shouted. Armament haki, sublime. The next moment, the armament color on Shinhei's entire right hand was condensed and finally turned into a black circular pattern, like a black sun. Looking at the circular pattern on the back of his hand, Kion muttered to himself. The sublimated armament haki is stored here. It is another heart that provides me with strength. Let's call it Tyrant Heart. Advertisement. With a thought, the circular pattern on the back of his hand instantly radiated 5 thick black lines towards the tips of Shinhei's 5 fingers. The 5 thick black lines were like 5 black blood vessels, continuously inputting a destructive force into Shinhei's entire right hand. Drink. Kion clenched his fist and punched into the air. At the moment of punching, the circular pattern on the back of his hand suddenly expanded and contracted like a beating heart, and the 5 thick black lines also bulged. A fist-shaped shock wave appeared and blasted towards a small hill in the distance. Boom. With a loud bang, a small hill several dozen meters high was suddenly razed to the ground, with rubble flying everywhere. Qian-He was very satisfied with the power of the attack just now, but looking at the obviously smaller size of the tyrant heart on his arm, he still felt that something was missing, and thought to himself. It's just that the consumption of haki is a bit serious. With the armament color I just cultivated, I can't use it as a normal attack. Thinking about the attack form of this punch again, Chiga thought of Kagai's 80 God's Air Strike. Although there is still a gap in power, Kion still shamelessly named this move Shenkong-ji, which is the youthful version of 80 Shenkong-ji. Of course, it will be upgraded to the flagship version sooner or later. The sublimation of the armament haki was initially successful, and Chiga also released the Sage Mode, and the pattern on her hand disappeared. The moment he returned to normal, a feeling of fatigue surged up. Kion shook his head, used Tiandao's ability to float up, and then slowly flew towards the dormitory. Boss Kion, you're back. Qian-He opened the dormitory door and looked at Bridge, whose face was covered in bruises, and asked in confusion. Advertisement. Bridge, what happened to your face? Did a senior hit you? Ahahaha, I was just joking with Griffiths and I accidentally bumped into the table. Oh, there's nothing I can do, it's just bad luck. Glephus also came over with a cigar in his mouth, put his arm around Bridge, and whispered in Bridge's ear with a smile. You're just too careless. How about a cigar? It'll help with the pain. Bridge showed a smile that was uglier than crying and waved his hands quickly. No, I'm not used to cigars and I won't smoke them anymore. No, come on, I'll light it for you, don't be polite. Who are we talking about? No, Brother Fox really can't do it. You don't want to give me face. Light it up. Okay, have one. What are you doing with your head sticking out? Aren't you going to light it for me? What I'm saying now is that you light it for me. Qian-He shook his head helplessly at these two funny guys, walked to his bed, and found that the quilt and everything had been folded. Tisk, what a thoughtful roommate. If this happened in Blue Star, Kion would have to give him the title of a good son. Qian-He sat down on the bed with relief, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 25 The Upcoming Year-End Assessment. Chiga-san, This is the lunch box I prepared for you. On the way from the dormitory to the training ground, Kion was blocked. He took the lunch box from a female student with a smile. When the female student saw Kion take it, she covered her face and ran away without waiting for Kion to say anything. After the female student left, Kion opened the door space and put the lunch box in his hand. Looking at the various lunch boxes and gifts that took up a large space, Kion rubbed his temples, estimating how much Bridge and the other two could eat. Just as he was about to close the door, a female student came over with a lunch box. The person who came this time was an acquaintance, Ain, whom Kion met on the playground. Ayin glanced at the door space that Kion had not closed yet, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, and she put the lunchbox behind her. She joked to Kion. You are so welcome, Chiga-san. I guess I am late. When he saw that it was Ayin, the smile on his face fell, and he looked at Ayin with an expression of grievance. I don't want to either. I feel like I've become a celebrity since I fought Smoker. After saying this, he extended his hand to Ain again. Ain looked at him strangely, not knowing what he was going to do. The bento you made looks good. I haven't eaten yet, so why not give it to me? Advertisement. Of course, Ain's previous series of expressions and behaviors did not escape Shinhei's eyes. He admired this strong girl and naturally did not want to make her sad. Ain was obviously at a loss. Hey, but don't you still have so many bentos? I don't know those people, so I don't dare to eat anything without permission. I'd rather eat yours. Seeing Ayin still standing there in a daze, Kion took the lunch box in her hand and ran away. From afar, a voice came. Bring it here. Watching Shinhei's figure leave until it disappears from sight, Ayin smiled, like a blooming white orchid. After today's training ended, Zephyr did not immediately announce the disbandment, but instead announced a message to all the students. Your first year of training is about to end. Next month we will conduct the year-end assessment. This year-end assessment will be a practical assessment. The top 3 students will receive rewards such as devil fruit and a good sword. As soon as these words were spoken, the students below were immediately shocked. Everyone is mentally prepared for the year-end assessment, so it's not surprising. The focus is on the rewards. The top 3 can actually get things like devil fruit or a good sword. What is a devil fruit? It can be said that eating a devil fruit is the fastest way to improve a person's strength in the world. What's more, if you eat a powerful devil fruit, it can even make an ordinary soldier rise to the top in one step. Advertisement. There is also a good and sharp sword, which is a more tempting reward for students specializing in swordsmanship than the devil fruit. Which swordsman does not dream of having a good sword as his weapon? Everyone was eager, secretly vowing to get second or third place. As for first place, wasn't that for Uchiha Chiga? Everyone took it for granted that first place was already Chiga's, including Zephyr. Zephyr had anticipated everyone's reaction. There had been rewards in previous years, but they were never this outrageous. Even treasures of the level of Marine, Devil Fruit, and Good Blade were not easy to come by. After thinking about it, I can only think of one possibility, that is, Sengoku is trying to reward Uchiha Chiga in various ways. Over the past few months, Chiga's stunning performances time and time again have made the old man Sengoku lose his patience. Coupled with the relationship between Gion and Suru, Sengoku has completely trained Chiga to be the next admiral. But it's also good this way. We should value talents and help them in their growth process as much as possible. Doing these things after they grow up will only be icing on the cake. Zephyr is undoubtedly a traditional and upright Marine, but this does not mean that Zephyr is pedantic. After experiencing the murder of his wife and children, Zephyr's ideas have gradually changed. You know, when Kion joined the Marine, he turned all the pirates of the brand pirates into a black ball, which was completely contrary to his philosophy of not killing. In the past, he would definitely have some prejudice against Kion, but now, he has no emotional fluctuations at all and even silently supports Shinhei's behavior in his heart. He also teaches Kion everything he knows. Zephyr believes that Chiga will be able to become a Marine Admiral or even higher in the future. He has retreated to the second line. Watching Chiga's continuous growth, he has a long-lost sense of accomplishment. Now, Zephyr has regarded Chiga as a kind of sustenance. Kion was also very excited at this time. He didn't need the good sword for the time being, but the devil fruit was a great improvement for him. Since absorbing the Mon fruit, Chiga has not encountered any new abilities to absorb. The devil fruit given as a reward this time will most likely not be bad, and it is enough to open the second Magatama of the Rinnegan. Every time a Magatama is opened, the power of the Rinnegan will be enhanced. Chiga has a premonition that when she has 3 Magatama, her Rinnegan will be able to open exclusive skills like Madara's Rinnegan and Sasuke's Tenteki. At that time, he was ambushed by Orochimaru, causing his eye power to be overdrawn just after his Rinnegan was activated. It has always been a regret for Chiga that he did not develop his own unique skills. He must get the devil fruit this time. Advertisement Chapter 26 A Visit to Gion, Pretty Boy Chiga. In the following time, Kion helped his roommates train during the day, and went to the wasteland in the back mountain to practice his hockey alone in the afternoon. After delivering 12 divine air strikes in one breath, Kion lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, gasping for breath. The divine aerial strike is currently Shinhei's strongest single-target physical attack, and with less than a week left before the assessment, he is already able to deliver 12 strikes. That's enough. There's no way any of the students in this class can take a punch from this move. And since the God Air Strike is delivered with Haki, even Logia can't take it. Lying on the ground, Kion thought about his current training results and felt that he was more than capable of coping with this assessment, so he stood up, patted his butt, and prepared to return to the dormitory early. As soon as I stood up, I saw Bridge running towards me in a hurry, shouting as he ran. Boss Kion, there's a beautiful officer looking for you. He was startled and asked. Beautiful officer. Yeah, she said her name is Gion. Well, it turned out to be Gion, whom he hadn't seen for almost a year. Chiga thought that this Gion's sister would wait until he graduated before coming to see him. But since she's here, Kion can't just keep letting others wait there. He grabbed Bridge, and before Bridge could come to his senses, he found himself in midair, and immediately screamed. Boss Chiga, you have to hold on tight, I'm not even proficient in moonwalk yet. After landing smoothly and putting the exhausted Bridge aside, Chiga immediately saw Gion standing at the gate of the dormitory area. Gion also saw Chiga falling from the sky. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but she showed a slightly angry expression on her face. She walked quickly towards Chiga on her high heels. Standing in front of Chiga, Gion pinched Chiga's ear, put his face close to Chiga's ear, and said in a feigned anger. Brother Kion, you are really a busy man. I have been waiting for you here for a long time, do you know that? Advertisement. Chiga didn't care about her ears being in Gion's hands, and said slowly. Gion's sister, I received the news that you came to see me, and I rushed here immediately. You are wrongly accusing me. Gion glanced at Bridge, who was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled up, and finally couldn't pretend anymore. He restrained his expression, let go of Chiga's ear, stared at Chiga's face, and said softly. Long time no see, Kion brother. He smiled slightly and opened his arms. Long time no see, Sister Gion. However, when Gion saw Chiga's actions, he thought of the hug they had shared last time. His face turned red, he rolled his eyes at Chiga, and stood there with his arms folded without moving. Kion looked a little funny standing there in the same posture, so he quickly lowered his arms and touched his nose with his hand to cover up the slight embarrassment. Gion tapped Chiga's forehead with his finger and said with a smile. The hug I gave you last time wasn't enough. Don't forget what I told you. When you graduate and reach your goal, I will agree to one condition of yours. Kion said that of course she had not forgotten and was always working hard for it. Seeing Shinhei's determined look, Gion covered his mouth and chuckled, then pinched Shinhei's face and talked about business. I heard from Sister He that you are going to have a year-end assessment. The rewards for the top 3 are pretty good. How about it? Are you sure? He shrugged indifferently. We are determined to win. Seeing him being so arrogant, Gion pinched his face harder. Oh, you are very confident. I will go to the scene to watch it this time. Don't make a fool of yourself then. He's expression remained unchanged and he continued. I've already decided what reward I want. I want devil fruit. Advertisement. Devil fruit. What do you want this for? Do you need it for those weird powers? You can't swim if you eat this. Gion felt that Chiga was really not suitable for eating devil fruit, and emphasized the shortcomings of devil fruit to him. Don't worry, Sister Gion, I know what I'm doing. I don't want the devil fruit to eat. My eyes still have some defects. The power of the devil fruit can not only repair it, but also allow it to evolve again. Hearing this, Gion looked incredulous. She felt that Chiga's eyes were already perverted enough. Not to mention her endless abilities, her ability to fly alone had made many people envious. But now from what Chiga said, those eyes still had defects and could even evolve. After taking a closer look at Chiga's Rinnegan, Gion discovered an extra Magatama in Chiga's right eye. As the pattern in your right eye related to the evolution you mentioned. Was it caused by the devil fruit? Kion nodded. He was not shy about this. Besides, Gion was someone close to him, so it was okay to tell her. Gion digested the news. After all, using the power of devil fruit to evolve eyes was really unbelievable. And didn't this mean that Chiga could possess the power of more than one devil fruit? Of course, the fact that Chiga could tell him this news showed that he really trusted him. Gion was very happy about this. Without thinking about anything else, Gion looked at Chiga and said. So you really need the devil fruit, right? Yes, and the devil fruit's abilities can't be too rubbish. Chiga never believed that there are no garbage fruits, only garbage ability users. Garbage fruits are garbage. How can an ordinary Zoan be compared with a mythical beast? For example, the string fruit looks very strong in Mingji's hand. That's because he is strong. If an ordinary person eats the string fruit, he will probably be able to only operate a sewing machine. If Mingji had eaten a slightly stronger fruit, even if it was his weapon fruit, the snow fruit, he would not have been offline so quickly and become the newspaper reading king in prison. Gion nodded slightly. She didn't eat the devil fruit because she majored in swordsmanship and felt that there was no fruit suitable for her. However, since Chiga needed it, she would naturally help him. Okay, I get it. Sister He has a few of them. They are all recorded in the devil fruit encyclopedia. You can pick a few for yourself when you graduate. Quote. He was really shocked. How many should I pick? Listen to what people say. Gion is a wealthy woman, so what am I? A gigolo. I didn't expect that I would become a gigolo one day. But, it smells so good. Chapter 27 Roommates. I went back to Gion. She didn't say hello to he when she came back this time. She hurried to find Kion as soon as she got off the boat. Of course, there was no way she would tell Kion about this. Kion returned to the dormitory and opened the door to see 3 pairs of eyes staring at her. You're back, Boss Kion. Who was that beautiful officer just now? Can you tell us about her? Yeah, it really opened my eyes. Those female soldiers are nothing compared to them. Quote. Chiga casually explained Gion's identity, and the 3 animals started to make a fuss again. What? Marine Vice Admiral? God, he looks so young. Hiss, Boss Kion actually knows such a beautiful officer, you are worthy of it. Boss Kion, what is the relationship between you two? Should we call her sister-in-law next time we see her? Boss Kion, come and have a cigar. A friend of mine wants to know if your sister-in-law has any sisters or anything. He looked at the flattering Griffiths in silence, and suddenly thought of something interesting. He nodded seriously and said, well, she actually has a sister who is not only a high-ranking official, but also single. What? Glephus's mouth was drooling. He turned around and took out a large box of cigars from under the bed, which made Bridge's eyes pop out. Handing a large box of cigars to Qianhe, Glephus rubbed his hands, moved closer to Qianhe, and asked. Boss Kion, I think, no, my friend has been single for many years, and he's eager to find a soulmate. Can you introduce him to someone? Don't worry, if this goes through, I will definitely give you, Boss Kion, a big box of precious cigars. Qianhe patted his shoulder and said solemnly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Boss Kion. Glephus was so moved by Kion that he almost recognized him as his father on the spot. Advertisement. Bridge came over to see this scene. Griffos, I actually have a sister too, you see. Get out. Go look in the mirror first. Glephus looked at Bridge's short stature and a pair of hands as big as basins with a look of disgust. Bah, what kind of aesthetics? Bridge was hit hard. He jumped onto his bed with his hands in his pockets and kept silent. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't win. Binns didn't have any idea. At this moment, he was twisting his body in front of a pot of cactus, and the scene was a bit eye-catching. The cactus in the pot continued to expand as he twisted, and the spikes on it became sharper. This was the ability of the lush fruit that Binns possessed, which could control nearby plants and accelerate their growth. However, this ability seems to be activated by twisting the body. The faster you twist, the stronger the ability will be. Kion doesn't know whether every user of the flourishing fruit has to activate it in this way. However, Kion thinks with evil humor that if a socially anxious person eats the flourishing fruit, he will probably not activate his ability even if he is beaten to death in public. Binns was already sweating profusely from twisting his body, so he stopped twisting, sat down and began to rest. Qianhe walked up to him and asked, Binns, are you sure this time? I see you've been the most hardworking person recently. If you win a place, what reward do you want? Binns thought blankly for a while and said, honestly, I'm not sure. After all, Boss Kion is here. There are only 2 spots left. But if I get one by chance, I want a good and fast sword. A good sword. Kion thought of the movie version in which Binns had a sword with a green handle on his back. Could it be that he got it in a test? Maybe Binns can really achieve good results this time. Kion patted Binns on the shoulder and said. Have confidence in yourself. I think you will definitely get a good ranking this time. Binns stood up somewhat flattered. He didn't expect that Boss Kion would have so much confidence in him. He was deeply moved and thanked Kion repeatedly. Kion asked him to relax a little. Among the 3 roommates, Binns was the most honest. Fortunately, the others were nice and did not bully him because of this. Even Glephus, who was the most like a bully, only dealt with Bridge occasionally. Of course, it was all Bridge's own fault. After calming Binns down, Kion turned to the other 2 and said. You 2 should work hard during this period. Maybe we can still be in the same boat after graduation. Bridge and Glephus pointed at themselves with confused looks. Since entering the training camp, one of them has been focusing on smoking cigars, while the other has been focusing on smoking cigars secretly. Compared to Chiga and Binns, they are not as concerned about improving their strength. Advertisement. Kion suspected that apart from himself, the strongest person in this dormitory might be the always taciturn Binns. The ocean is not so safe nowadays. There are more and more pirates, and the casualties in the Marines have been increasing in recent years. If we can be assigned to the same ship after graduation, we can take care of each other. I don't want any of our names to appear on a list in the future. These words were a bit harsh. Bridge and Glephus fell silent. Even Binns was thinking seriously about what Kion had just said. After a long while, Bridge, who was usually the most unremarkable, spoke first. I understand, Boss Kion, thank you. From now on, I will work hard to practice and smoke less cigars. Griffiths glared at Bridge and thought, where did you get the cigars? Aren't they all from Lousy? Kamui threatened Bridge, and Gleffers also expressed his opinion. Don't worry, Boss Kion. Although I know it's hard to keep up with you in terms of strength, I am still good at operating firearms. It would be great if I could be a gunner on your ship in the future. In his heart, Griffiths had always assumed that Chica's future military rank would be above Vice Admiral, so it was natural for him to have his own warship. Binns said nothing, but nodded firmly. Qianhe was also very pleased with the reactions of the crowd. If they still couldn't listen to this, then they wouldn't be able to blame anyone else if they were eliminated by this ocean in the future. Kion also believes that he will definitely have his own warship in the future, so the first group of people entering this warship must be his own people, and their strength cannot be bad, at least they must have their own strengths. The roommates in front of him are good candidates both in terms of affection and strength. Extending a hand, Qian he looked at everyone and said. Very good, then let's work together from now on, don't fall behind. Bridge and the other two also put their hands on it and said loudly. Work together. Don't let Boss Kion leave you behind. Qian he looked at the other three in astonishment. The others chuckled and said. After all, Boss Kion is so awesome. The fact that we are not dragged down by you is enough for us to walk sideways in the training camp. Kion laughed at this, and the other three also laughed. The laughter in the dormitory became louder and louder, and spread through the room. It was already late, and some dormitories were ready to rest. Someone shouted angrily. Mad, you're in heat in the middle of the night. Can't you let me sleep? Chapter 28 Year-End Assessment. The year-end review is coming. The assessment venue was arranged in the central square of Marineford, which would later become the battlefield of the Summit War. In the early morning of the assessment day, the field was already bustling with people, and on the podium were the high-ranking generals of the headquarters. Sengoku, Garp, Suru, Dion and some other vice-admirals of the headquarters are among them. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru also came to the assessment site today. Akainu sat in his seat, looking indifferently at the noisy crowd below, seeming somewhat out of place with the surrounding environment. Normally speaking, given his status and personality, he would never have participated in the annual recruitment assessment. However, ever since he became an admiral, he has become a hawkish leader in the Marines, and his mind is full of enforcing his own justice. He has the highest attendance rate among all admirals, and can be called a model worker in the Marines. But even with his extraordinary strength, he still felt overwhelmed because there were too many pirates. He also knew that it was impossible for him to wipe out all the pirates by himself. This batch of recruits might be the last group of people taught by Zephyr himself. Although Akainu does not agree with Zephyr's justice of not killing from the bottom of his heart, he absolutely recognizes Zephyr's teaching level, so this time he also wants to look for some outstanding talents to join his team. Especially a recruit named Uchiha Chiga, he had heard this name more than once, both from his subordinates and from higher-ups. Glancing at Kizaru and Aokiji on both sides, he slowly spoke. I didn't expect you guys to come. It's just a recruiting test. Are you interested? Kizaru also crossed his legs and was trimming his nails with a nail clipper. He said lazily. After sitting in the office for a long time, you need to come out and have some fun. The only one who didn't cross his legs was Aokiji. He held his chin and said indifferently. Since both of you are here, it's okay for me to come. Akainu snorted coldly and said no more, but the temperature around him began to rise. Aokiji sat quietly on Akainu's right, ignoring the change in temperature. Seen from a distance, the space where the two people were located appeared to be two colors, red and blue. Advertisement. Sengoku was sitting in the middle and naturally saw the disagreement between the two. He frowned and tapped the armrests of the chair a few times. The two then quieted down as if nothing had happened. Sengoku sighed slightly. He knew that the reason why Akainu and Aokiji disliked each other was because of the buster call against Ohara before. It would have been nothing originally. Although Aokiji was not very happy about this matter, he was just following orders. The bad thing was that Akainu ordered the bombardment of the ship full of civilians. Aokiji watched the ship sinking. With his personality, he certainly could not sit idly by. On the way back, the two were on edge and almost came to blows. It was only when he stepped in that the situation was temporarily suppressed. After this incident, Akainu's behavior was favored by the world government and was also an important qualification for his promotion to admiral. Later, Aokiji also became an admiral. As admirals, they shouldered different responsibilities for justice, which created a rift between them. If this gap could not be repaired, it would definitely cause trouble in the future. But it is not easy to repair such a crack. Thinking of this, Sengoku felt a headache. The friction above did not affect the enthusiasm below. Today, not only the students who came to participate in the assessment, but also many officers and soldiers from the headquarters came to watch and discuss this assessment. Have you heard? The rewards for this assessment include a large sword and even devil fruit. I heard that the devil fruit is a secret treasure of the sea. One devil fruit is worth hundreds of millions of berries. I can't afford one even if I work as a marine for my whole life. Who said it wasn't? You know, the reward for this assessment is actually devil fruit. I'll also join the training camp for fun. Come on, those who can enter the training camp are all geniuses, and those who enter the elite training camp are the geniuses among geniuses. You can enter if you want. Okay, stop talking about this nonsense. Do you know who is the favorite to win this time? Uchiha Chiga. I'm so tired of hearing this name. That's not necessarily true. Because of this reward, many senior students who have already gone out to sea for actual combat have also rushed back to participate. No matter how strong Uchiha Chiga is, she is just a flower in a greenhouse and lacks experience. Senior students are also participating. Isn't that unfair to those students who have just participated for a year? Who knows, the headquarters has agreed. Maybe the overall level of this class of students has improved a lot. Hey, no matter who gets the reward in the end, it has nothing to do with us, but it's nice to watch these geniuses and broaden our horizons. Indeed, the battle will be exciting. Advertisement. The groups are out, and the assessment is about to begin. Just focus on the game. Chiga was wearing her favorite black robe with the Uchiha emblem today. This assessment allowed her to wear whatever she felt most comfortable in. He had already received the information about his first opponent. After glancing at the information sheet in his hand, Kion casually threw the sheet into the trash can. Bridge saw Shinhei's actions and came over to ask curiously. Boss Kion, who is your opponent? He shrugged and said. I don't know him, I just know his name is Kulis. Seeing He's nonchalant look, Bridge immediately flattered him. As expected of Boss he doesn't care who his opponent is. Glephus on the side immediately made up for it. Indeed, someone just looked at that broken watch up and down more than 10 times. He probably even knows what color underwear I'm wearing today. Bridge was so angry that steam came out of his forehead. He said to Glephus viciously. You know nothing. This is called being cautious. Do you understand what being cautious means? Just pray that you are not assigned to the same group with me. This time I will make sure you know why the flowers are so red. Ever since Kion fed him a big bowl of chicken soup in the dormitory last time, Bridge has been training hard. He is currently in the rookie expansion period and does not submit to anyone except Kion. Glephus raised his eyebrows, forced a mocking smile on his rough face, and said disdainfully. Okay, I'll wait. Let me make this clear first. If you lose, you have to light a year's worth of cigars for me. When you light them, you have to say, boss, I'll light them for you. Bridge was equally unwilling to be outdone and said that he would do the same thing if Glephus lost, and Glephus would have to provide him with cigars. Chapter 29. Instant Kill. A cannon shot interrupted the love-hate relationship between Bridge and Glephith, and the year-end assessment officially began. The host appeared in the center of the venue, and Kion was surprised to find that the host was Cake, whom he had not seen for a long time. Now Cake has finally taken off his brown casual clothes that never changed in 10,000 years and put on a black suit, but due to his body shape and appearance, he looks a bit like a big black pig. Cake struck a pose that he thought looked handsome, and proudly read out the rules of the competition. At the end, he even glanced at Gion on the podium. However, the audience below was a bit disrespectful. Seeing him dawdling on the stage for a long time and not announcing the start of the competition, they forgot that he was a vice admiral after all, and shouted to drive him off the stage. Kaji felt a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said, start the game, then went down in shame. The rules of the competition are very simple. Since there are not many students in the training camp, the contestants are divided into 4 large groups, A, B, C, D, with 2 people in each group competing against each other. The entire venue is divided into 4 areas, and the 4 winners are finally decided and then drawn by lot to compete in groups. The winners of each group will participate in the final, and the 2 losers will decide the 3rd place. Kion, Bridge and the other 4 were distributed in 4 large groups, which avoided the embarrassment of eliminating their own people at the beginning. Chiga was the first in Group A, and was the first to go on stage to compete. After Chatten announced the start of the competition, a staff member came to inform Chiga to go on stage to compete. Bridge and others also went to their respective groups' competition areas to participate. Kion walked up to the competition ring slowly and stood in the center of the ring. His pair of Rinnegan sparkled in the sun. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of the platform, gently making a reassuring gesture. The marine executives on the platform all looked towards Gion. With their strength, they could naturally tell that Chiga was looking at Gion. Advertisement. Gion didn't care about the reactions of the people around her. When Chiga appeared on the stage, her eyes lit up and her body leaned forward unconsciously. Suru next to her glanced at her and thought that her sister might be serious about it. A few days ago, she came to her and asked her to prepare some devil fruits for that Uchiha Chiga. Good man, prepare devil fruit, and a few more. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Is your good sister treating devil fruit as cabbage? But after all, it is the person that your sister likes. What can you do? You can only agree and regard it as a dowry. However, although he agreed, he still needed to observe Uchiha Chiga carefully, both in terms of his ability and character. Kion on the ring withdrew his gaze and turned to look at his opponent. Curry's looked grim. As a student in the same class as Chiga, how could he not know Chiga's strength? The miserable condition of smoker in the cafeteria was still vivid in his mind. How could I meet such a pervert? Curry's thought sadly. Kion naturally had no idea that Kurik had such a rich psychological activity. He stood there quietly, waiting for the signal for the game to start. Finally, the gun sounded and the game began. The moment the gunshot rang out, Kion remained motionless, just raised his eyes slightly, and launched a Shinra Tensei with the lowest power. The next moment, Curry's was embedded in the wall under the audience seats. The entire match took just 1 second from start to finish, and the players from other regions hadn't even made their first move yet. The game was over before the audience knew what had happened. Some people were still looking around in confusion, searching for Curry. Gion on the high platform was delighted to see Chiga finish the fight so quickly. He was the first to applaud, and then someone else led the audience to applaud, and gradually the applause filled the entire arena. Although there was no fierce fight, the impact of this absolute strength on others was enormous. Shinhei's first move also made everyone truly realize that his strength was completely in line with his fame. Kion on the ring was not in a hurry to leave. He used universal pull to suck Curry's out of the wall and let him land steadily on the ground. Advertisement. Curry's didn't suffer any serious injuries, but his head was dazed by the repulsive force. He finally woke up at this time. Seeing that Kion had specially got him down, he felt that it was giving him some dignity, and the slight complaint in his heart disappeared. Before leaving, he even gave Kion a grateful look. He on the high platform nodded slightly when he saw Chinhei's actions. No matter how big the difference in strength was, he knew to respect his own people. She, who tended to be a dove, agreed with this. Others were more concerned about Chiga's strength. Sengoku stroked his small beard with a smile on his face. The more amazing Chiga's performance was, the more it proved that his vision and decision were extremely correct, right? Kizaru stopped trimming his nails and said in a weird tone. How scary. This new guy named Uchiha Chiga has more than one ability even though he didn't eat the devil fruit. He's really a little monster. Upon hearing this, Gion glared at Kizaru and thought to himself, you are the monster, you shiny yellow monkey who ate the obscene fruit. Akainu nodded his head. He was not overly interested in Chiga's attack methods. In his opinion, no matter what the attack method was, it was a reflection of strength. As long as the strength was strong enough, nothing else mattered. He also had a preliminary understanding of Chiga's strength. Even though that Curry's was knocked down in one move, it doesn't mean that he is a weak fighter. Curry's is from an elite training camp. Akainu, who also stayed there, knows that no matter how weak the people there are, they can't be that bad. They at least have the strength of a colonel. The fact that such a person was defeated by Chiga in one move is enough to explain a lot. This Uchiha Chiga has at least the combat power of Rear Admiral level, and he is less than 18 years old. He must recruit this Uchiha Chiga and make him understand his justice. At the very least, he cannot go to Aokiji. How can he stop the evil by being indecisive? Aokiji still maintained his sitting posture, but glanced at Akainu secretly. He also knew that Akainu had taken a fancy to Uchiha Chiga and wanted to bring him under his command. Before the Ohara incident, he didn't bother with this, but after that incident, he strongly disagreed with Akainu's justice, so if Akainu really tried to recruit her, he would not sit idly by. If a talent like Chiga got on Akainu's ship, there would probably be an Akainu number. 2. The Marine executives, each with their own thoughts, fell silent and watched the rest of the game quietly. Chapter 30 Ain's decision. On the other side, Bridge's battle also began. His opponent is Ain, and his condition is not good at the moment. Ain is the user of the retrograde fruit, which allows her to attack by generating purple flames. Creatures or objects touched by the flames will regress to the state of several years ago. She is an extremely buggy Paramecia devil fruit, and has a natural restraining effect on Bridge's melee-oriented fighting style. Fortunately, Ain has not yet developed the ability of her fruit to the level that will be seen in future theatrical versions. She cannot yet shoot purple flames remotely, and even if she is hit, she can only be regressed 5 years. Bridge was accidentally hit at the beginning of the fight, and his physical age regressed to that of a 17-year-old. The impact was not very big, but he did not dare to attack rashly. At this time, he retreated to the corner of the ring, looking for an opportunity to attack. Ain stood opposite Bridge, holding a ball of purple flame in each hand, also guarding against Bridge's attack. Her shoulder was touched by Bridge in the previous fight. As long as she relaxed her vigilance a little, Bridge's attack would hit her. It would actually be very disadvantageous for Ain to continue to consume energy like this. She is not as good as Bridge in terms of physical fitness or physical skills. She can only use the Devil Fruit ability to find the right opportunity to end the battle with one blow. Bridge has been hit once and regressed. If he is hit again, he will return to the state of a 12-year-old boy. No matter how strong his physical fitness is, he can't make any waves at that age. Bridge was getting impatient and activated the ability of the hook fruit again. His right hand turned into an outward hook and stretched out towards Ain at an extremely fast speed. Ain didn't dare to take it head-on and quickly used the shave to avoid it. Finger Pistol is one of Bridge's 6 Grandmaster moves, and it is also the one that suits him best. The hook that flies over can have the effect of Finger Pistol. If you touch it with the ability of the retrograde fruit at this time, you will definitely be seriously injured, or even lose your ability to fight. Ain appeared in another place on the ring, and Bridge's attack followed closely. This time Bridge was determined to go all out and end the fight even if he had to be knocked back by another attack. Shaving again and again consumes a lot of physical strength. After dodging the hook again and again, Ain staggered and almost fell to the ground. She looked at the hook coming towards her again, panting. As if she had made a decision, Ain did not dodge again this time. She pushed her shoulder forward suddenly. Puff, blood splattered. Ain's shoulder was pierced by the curved hook and was also locked by the hook. Her other hand also pressed the hook on her shoulder. She groaned in pain and lowered her head, as if she had fainted. Bridge didn't expect that Ain, as a woman, would be so courageous and use her shoulder to block his attack. However, he could not hesitate in the battle. In the future battlefield, no one would show mercy just because the opponent is a woman. In his opinion, Ain, who was hit so hard, could hardly move at this moment, and it would be extremely difficult for her to activate the ability of the fruit. So he exerted force with his right hand, and the hook dragged Ain's body towards him. Once dragged over, Bridge believed that he could end the battle with one blow. Advertisement. However, things obviously did not go as smoothly as Bridge had imagined. Ain, who was supposed to be dragged over by the hook, could not be dragged after being dragged for a short distance. Ain, who was almost fainted, suddenly raised her head, and a ball of purple flame ignited on her hand on the hook. The ability of the reversal fruit was activated, and the purple flame instantly spread along Bridge's hand that had turned into a hook to her entire body. Zhao. When Bridge saw the purple flame, he wanted to cancel his ability immediately, but it was too late. His whole body was covered with purple light, and after making a few weird cries, he turned into a little fat man with yellow hair. Bridge stared at Ain with a pair of eyes that were even smaller than before. Even though his body had regressed to his previous state when he was 12 years old, he didn't think he had lost. After all, Ain's current condition was not very good. But the next scene made him feel a little desperate. Ain saw what Bridge was thinking and forced a smile on her pale face. She tremblingly raised her uninjured arm, and a ball of light purple flame that was obviously smaller in size emerged. Ain pressed it against her body. Within a few seconds, the blood hole on her shoulder disappeared, but her appearance and figure did not change much. Although Ain cannot increase the years of regression now, she can reduce it. By using it on herself, she can recover to the state without injury. It can be said that it is worthy of being the Paramecia fruit related to time. Seeing that Ain was fine now, Bridge looked at his own height, which was just at Ain's waist, and smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost this time. The key point was that he underestimated Ain's willpower due to his gender and did not have a thorough analysis of the opponent's devil fruit ability. In short, the loss was not unfair. In fact, he was not as obsessed with the rewards of the competition as others. He had already eaten the devil fruit and was not a swordsman. What he hoped most was to meet Glephus in the competition, teach this guy a lesson, and win the right to enjoy cigars for a year. Then, he could watch this guy call him brother with a constipated face and light his cigarettes for him. Now it can only be a regret. Bridge shook his head, and then he raised his hand in humility to admit defeat. Seeing that he had admitted defeat, Ain cancelled the ability of the fruit, and Bridge returned to normal. Back in the lounge, Ain slumped in a chair. From the time her shoulder was pierced by a hook until now, she was exhausted both physically and mentally. At this time, a roommate who had just finished a game also returned to the lounge. Seeing Ain in this state, she hurried to her side. When the roommate came closer, he saw that Ayan's face was pale, beads of sweat kept appearing on her forehead, and there was a bloody hole on her shoulder with blood constantly flowing out. It was because Ayan was exhausted and the devil fruit ability was automatically released. The roommate hurriedly called the medical staff, turned to Ayan and said distressedly. It's just a game, is it necessary to fight so hard? Ayan held on to the last bit of his energy, a slender figure appeared in his mind, and he murmured in a trance. If you can't even do this, how can you reach him? Chapter 31 Changes in Assessment. Qian he sat bored in the spectator seats, his eyes slightly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. He no longer had to participate in the next game. Don't get me wrong, it's not that he was eliminated, but the assessment rules were changed. Since Qinhei's strength is completely not on the same level as others, the top management decided to separate him out and no longer let him participate in the competition. The unlucky Curies who met Qian in the first game can also participate again. The assessment of Chiga was changed from sparring with students to a vice admiral sent by the headquarters to assess him. Before this, the headquarters had already asked for Chiga's opinion. After all, this would definitely be unfair to Chiga. However, the headquarters decided that no matter how Chiga performed in the battle with Vice Admiral, a devil fruit would definitely be given. Qian had no objection to this arrangement. It saved trouble and avoided the embarrassment of eliminating acquaintances. Today is the third day of the competition. The 4 contestants who finally qualified from groups A, B, C, D are Ain, Smoker, Bins and Glovers. In the end, Glover was eliminated, and Smoker, Bins, and Ain ranked first, second, and third respectively. Smoker did not choose Devil Fruit or the Big Sword. He made his own request, which was to have a 10-handed weapon embedded with Seastone. Naval headquarters also agreed. After all, Smoker is also a Logia user, and he was the first place in this competition, although Chiga did not participate in the final competition. Bins chose a large, sharp sword with a green handle, called Green Vine Luo. What is puzzling is that Ain, as a person with special abilities, actually chose a devil fruit, and because she was ranked third, she could only choose an unknown fruit that was not in the illustrated manual. Ayan returned to the spectator seats silently holding a devil fruit, and her roommate next to her immediately asked her the reason. Ayan pursed her lips and recalled a conversation she had with Qian before the test. What kind of reward would you like for this assessment? Anyway, I can't think of anyone else who can take first place except you. Devil fruit, this one has a special meaning to me. Special meaning? Haha, keep it a secret. I can only say that it has been very helpful in improving my strength. You want to eat. Don't eat it. If you eat it, you will become a landlubber. Who are you talking about? Advertisement. Soury. Forget it, this is your secret, but I know it. What do you know? Hee, it's a secret. Quote. Putting away her thoughts, Ayan turned around and said to her roommate with a smile. Because there's really nothing left to ask for. Maybe devil fruit can be exchanged for money in the future. My roommate thought about it and felt that it was right, so he stopped dwelling on the issue and continued. Well, you are still a little money grubber. Let's watch the game. The next one is the highlight, the showdown between that Uchiha Chiga and the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Tisk tisk, this has never happened before. This Uchiha Chiga is really a monster. He is not on the same level as us at all. When Ain heard her roommate say Chiga was a monster, she gave her a reproachful look. Then the roommate remembered that this person was almost the little fangirl of Uchiha Chiga, and she was caught red-handed. With an awkward smile, she quickly said, "Oh my, look at the game is about to start." Ain wasn't really angry. She put away the devil fruit in her hand and quietly waited for the next game in her seat. At this time, the venue had been almost cleaned and repaired, and Cake, wearing a coat of justice, appeared on the stage. Today he was no longer wearing the black suit, but instead wore a brown casual suit that he felt most comfortable. Kaji took the microphone, cleared his throat, and announced to the people around him. The following will be a battle between Uchiha Chiga and the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Considering that Uchiha Chiga's strength is somewhat inferior to that of other students, this arrangement has been made, and his consent has been obtained. Everyone in the room had already known the news, so there was no special reaction. Seeing that the scene was calm, Kaji continued. In this competition, regardless of the outcome, student Kion will receive a devil fruit as a reward, and if he wins, then. At this point, Kaji deliberately kept the audience in suspense, wanting to whet their appetite, but the audience didn't buy it at all. After a while, a lot of banana peels and egg shells appeared next to Kaji. Wiping the cold sweat from his head, Kaji didn't delay any longer and hurriedly said. If Cadet Chiga wins, he will at least receive the rank of Commodore when he graduates. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. Before, even the first place in the elite training camp could only obtain the rank of Colonel at most, and there was an insurmountable gap between Colonel and Commodore. You have to know that Commodore has already stepped half a foot into the upper echelons of naval headquarters. This Uchiha Chiga is only 17 years old this year. A 17-year-old Commodore. Advertisement. But on second thought, the prerequisite is to defeat the Vice Admiral, which is even more outrageous. Winning the naval headquarters means actually entering the camp of the naval headquarters senior management. Although his performance in the anime is a bit disappointing, he still has the strength. Maybe it was just a big pie drawn by the top management of the headquarters as a gimmick, everyone present thought so. Not only the audience, but also many marine executives on the podium thought so, except Zephyr and Sengoku. When Suru heard the news, he looked at Sengoku in surprise and asked. Sengoku, what's the point of doing this, just to add a gimmick? Other marine executives also looked at Garp. This was the question they wanted to ask as well. Sengoku shook his head, looked at the audience, and said. I have received confirmation from Zephyr that Uchiha Chiga currently has at least Vice Admiral level combat power. What? Sengoku's words were like a bombshell, shocking everyone, and they all looked at Zephyr, who nodded seriously. This growth rate is really amazing. With Zephyr's personality, he would never joke about such things. So, at the age of 17, Chiga already has the combat power of the Vice Admiral level of the headquarters. Gion, who was sitting next to he, put his legs together, folded his hands and placed them on his thighs. His peach blossom eyes stared at Chiga in the spectator seats with a subtle expression. Chiga in the stands seemed to have sensed something. She looked up at the platform, her eyes fixed on Gion who was looking at her. Gion smiled slightly and lip-synced to Gion, which made Gion blush. With her strength, she could see it clearly and understood what Gion meant. Don't forget the agreement, Sister Gion. Of course Gion would not forget, she remembered it more clearly than anyone else, and she also expressed her meaning to Chiga through lip language. Of course I haven't forgotten, but are you getting a little too proud of yourself? Are you so confident that you can take down the Vice Admiral? He did not give any extra explanation, but just lip-read 3 words again. Believe me, after receiving Chiga's reply, Gion no longer communicated with him. She had already got the answer she wanted most. Although she didn't know how strong Gion was, she always felt safe from him. It was this feeling that made her lost in it. She whispered. You really have to do it, Chiga. Chapter 32 The final assessment begins. The eye contact between Chiga and Gion across the entire venue was seen by Cake on the stage. Seeing his goddess eyes full of emotion, he quickly picked up the microphone and shouted. Now I declare that the assessment begins. After being interrupted by him, he withdrew his gaze, and the next second, his figure appeared on the stage. The sudden interruption also made Gion feel a little unsatisfied. She licked her red lips and glared at Kaji fiercely. It was this guy who was causing all the trouble. Feeling the piercing gaze of Gion behind him, Chaden shuddered, but did not dare to look back. He could only focus all his attention on Chiga in front of him. Seeing that he, the host, was still reluctant to leave the stage, he asked. Excuse me, where is my opponent this time? Kaji sneered, then grabbed the collar with one hand and swung it hard, and a coat of justice was thrown out by him. But he used too much force and the coat was thrown towards the audience, causing a commotion in the audience, followed by all kinds of shouting and cursing. FK, why are you pretending so much? What's so great about a tattered coat? That's right, it almost hit me. Don't suggest donating clothes to people in need. Of course, I'm just suggesting it. By the way, what on earth happened to that guy? Why did he take off his clothes? Who knows, maybe hyperthyroidism. Kaji didn't care about the audience's reaction this time. He stared at Chiga's Rinnegan with his melon seed-sized eyes and said. I am the Vice Admiral sent by the headquarters to assess you, Uchiha Chiga. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Cake. After these words were spoken, both the top leaders and the spectators could no longer hold their breath. Advertisement. Those who know Cake know that although he looks unreliable, his strength is one of the best among the Vice Admirals. His strength is recognized by everyone, especially Gion. At this moment, she looked at her sister He with a face full of resentment, thinking that he was deliberately making things difficult for Kion and increasing his difficulties. She was already so old and just now felt moved, so couldn't her own emotional journey be smoother? Crane said she was innocent. She also felt that this arrangement was a bit difficult. For example, in Shichibukai, Hawkeye and Moria were on the same level. But the problem was that this arrangement had nothing to do with her. The senior executives on the platform all felt that the difficulty was too great to some extent. Only Zephyr and Sengoku remained as steady as old dogs, clinging to their seats with their arms folded like old monks in meditation, without responding to the crowd at all. It's obvious who arranged this. Below the stage, Chiga felt a long-lost sense of excitement when she heard that her opponent was Cake in front of her. Since coming to the pirate's world, Kion has never used his full strength, and even he himself doesn't know how strong he is now, so when the higher-ups found him and asked him if he was willing to change the assessment method, he agreed without hesitation. Moreover, Chiga looks down upon the General Marine Vice Admiral. Judging from the performance in the anime, the Vice Admirals who are worthy of his attention are only Mole, Burning Mountain, and Spider Demon. As for Garp, he cannot be counted in the Vice Admiral's combat power. I originally thought that my opponents this time would be the ones mentioned above, but the Marine executives gave me another surprise. Who is Cake? He is a character who appeared after the Pirate's King. At that time, he had been named Admiral Candidate, and his strength was second only to the Admiral. Such strength is certainly worth his excitement. It looks like this will be a very interesting battle. Chiga lifted her hair in front of her forehead, revealing her pair of Rinnegan more completely. As the fighting spirit in Chiga's heart rose, the ripples in her eyes actually moved, just like the ripples caused by a stone thrown into the water, spreading in circles towards the edge. Noticing the unusual movement of Chiga's eyes, Cake's expression became solemn. As a senior executive of the Marine, he also knew a little about the peculiarity of Chiga's eyes. Just hearing about those endless abilities is enough to make one's scalp tingle, so he will not underestimate Kion just because he is still a training camp student. He raised one hand, pinched a seal and asked. Can we start now? Cake nodded, and both sides were silent for a few seconds before the fight broke out. Cake's entire right arm was instantly covered with a layer of inky black armament color, and at the same time, he used the shave and punched towards Chiga's abdomen. Advertisement. Chiga also directly used Shinra Tensei, but this time the Shinra Tensei did not push the opponent away instantly like usual, it just slowed down Cake's movements. It should be said that for an elite vice admiral like Kaji, Chiga's current eye power is not enough to activate the Shinra Tensei to push him away instantly, but it is enough. Taking advantage of the moment when Kaji's movements slowed down, Chiga's figure also disappeared on the spot. Seeing that his attack missed, Kaji did not panic, but simply struck back behind him. Bang! There was a sound of fist hitting palm, and Chiga, who appeared behind Cake, blocked the attack with his palm. A smile appeared on Kaji's lips, and the fist held by Kion trembled slightly. Shinhei's face changed, and he quickly let go, activated his Tiandao ability, and flew into the sky. Stopping in midair, Chiga looked at the hand that had just held Kaji's fist and found that his palm was a little red and swollen, and even his entire arm was aching slightly. Even though he possessed Hashirama cells, he could not recover in a short time. After shaking his numb arms slightly, Chiga looked at Cake below and asked. This effect is not an ordinary armament color, right? Kaji chuckled and didn't answer. He stepped on the moonwalk and quickly approached Chiga. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying noises continued to be heard from the sky. Soon, all the clouds above the entire examination site were blown away, leaving only a sky-blue sky. The audience around the venue was already numb from watching, and at this moment, a thought emerged in their minds at the same time. Is this Uchiha Chiga really just a student? Why is the style of the painting different? The battle in the sky lasted for nearly 10 minutes and ended when Shinhei's figure appeared on the ground. Shinhei's appearance was a little messy at this time. His sleeves on both sides had disappeared, the collar of his clothes had been torn open, and his chest was slightly exposed, but from the exposed skin it could be seen that he was fine. Cake followed closely behind and appeared opposite Chiga. Compared with Chiga, he seemed to be in much better condition, with only slightly wrinkled clothes. Judging from the comparison of the two people's current images, it seems that Kaji was slightly better in the battle just now. But Cake didn't think so. He knew that Chiga didn't use his full strength, and of course he didn't use his full strength either. The fight between the two just now seemed intense, but in fact it was just a warm-up for both of them. The real battle has just begun. Chapter 33, 12 Gods Air Attack. Chiga and Cake stood on either side of the ring, both of them were adjusting their own states. The atmosphere was surprisingly quiet, and the audience next to the ring didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of missing out on the exciting moments. After a stalemate, Chiga took the first step. He had entered Sage mode, and his speed increased several times. Kaji was caught off guard and was knocked away by Chiga's blow, and he stopped just at the edge of the ring. Chiga did not give Kaji a chance to breathe, and the next wave of attacks followed. This time Kaji was prepared and turned his body sideways, seemingly avoiding the attack, but was blasted away again the next second. After spitting out a small mouthful of blood, Kaji wiped the corner of his mouth, feeling extremely confused. He had clearly dodged his attack just now, so how come he was still hit? Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he raised his head and stared at Qianhe and asked. High-level armament hockey. You can do it too. The advanced armament hockey is the emission hockey that appeared in the Wano-kuni chapter of the Pirates anime. It can hit the opponent without touching the opponent's body. Of course, there are even more powerful armament hockey, such as the armament hockey that can cause internal destruction. Those who can master this kind of armament hockey are all top strong men on the sea. Although Cake raised his doubts, he was actually certain in his heart that Chiga's attack just now was the application of high-level armament hockey. Not only him, but the senior executives in the stands also thought so. Those who can sit here are all high-end combat forces of the Marines. They must be familiar with high-level armament color, but can a Marine trainee master this thing? Kizaru glanced at Zephyr and said sarcastically, "Since when did high-level armament hockey become part of the training camp curriculum? The newbies nowadays are really lame, aren't they? Teacher Zephyr." Zephyr was silent for a moment. He knew that Kizaru was hinting at his behavior of giving Chiga special treatment. This was a fact and there was nothing much to say. But as for Chiga's attack just now, he knew that it was not some high-level armament hockey, because he had not even taught him this thing. After thinking for a while, Zephyr slowly spoke. "That's not some high-level armament hockey. The attack method just now was Shinhei's own move. He called it Sage Mode. Entering that mode allows him to use natural energy and wrap it around his fists and feet. It is indeed somewhat similar to high-level armament hockey." Sengoku also chimed in. "There is indeed a difference. Just now, Uchiha Chiga didn't use hockey at all. His arms didn't change at all." Advertisement. When Kizaru saw two people coming out to refute him, he shut up. After all, it was not his style to make trouble for no reason, not to mention that one of them had to pay him a salary. Chiga on the ring didn't explain so much to Kaji. Taking advantage of the fact that Kaji's breathing was slightly disordered by the previous attack, she raised her hand and used the universal pull at full power on Kaji. A huge gravitational force appeared, and the stone slabs of the ring broke into pieces in the direction that Shinhei's palm was facing. Even the spectators behind Kaji could not hold on and were about to be sucked over by Kion. This was when Kion controlled the attack range of universal pull. Kaji had just been injured and was suddenly faced with universal pull and was sucked over. Damn it, stop being so arrogant. Recruit Cake, who was repeatedly defeated, became angry and covered his right hand with armament color once again. However, the color of the armament color this time was obviously different from before, and it was reddish, which was a real high-level armament color. Kaji swung his sword violently in the air, and a more powerful wave was released, heading straight towards Chihei. Kion also felt the danger of this attack, and used Shinra Tensei again, but the effect was minimal. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly generated a yin-yang black stick with his other hand to block in front of him. Snap. The gangster broke in response, and this time the target was Qian He, who forced the power of Tian Dao to fly more than 10 meters away, and finally stabilized his body. Kaji won the game and felt much better, but his hands were not vague at all. He put his arms at his waist, gathered strength for a moment, and then blasted towards Kion together. Pig impact. A transparent shock wave shaped like a wild boar appeared on the field, and it even roared vividly towards the sky, then rushed straight towards Kion. Chiga, who had just stabilized his body, was about to be hit. Gion in the stands was so nervous that his nails dug into his thigh flesh. Ain, who was sitting in the audience, was also biting her lips tightly. Everyone knew that Kaji's attack was very powerful and whoever was hit would be skinned. Boom. The entire center of the venue was covered in smoke, and broken stone slabs flew everywhere. The Marine officers guarding the ring tried to stop it, avoiding casualties among the spectators. Chiga. A shout was heard, but no one else paid much attention to it. Instead, Gion on the high platform looked in the direction of the sound. The one who shouted was Ain, who was sitting in the audience. Seeing Kion disappear in the smoke, she could hardly control her emotions. Seeing that it was a Marine trainee, and a beautiful female one at that, Gion couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking that Chiga was indeed someone she was not the only one thinking about. However, she didn't know what Chiga's situation was at the moment, so she quickly put these random thoughts aside and turned to stare at the center of the venue. Advertisement. After a long time, the smoke dissipated. Qian He's figure appeared in everyone's sight. He lowered his head, with his right hand facing the direction where the shock wave came from, and white smoke was coming out of his hand. However, what attracted the most attention was the back of his hand, on which appeared a black circular pattern, with 5 thick black lines connecting the 5 fingertips. At this moment, the black circle was beating in waves, like a black heart. Qian He slowly raised his head and said softly, "Armament and sublimation." Armament sublimation. What is that? Kaji was a little confused. The teacher didn't teach this. Putting his arm down and relaxing slightly, Shinhei's eyes gradually became dangerous and a terrifying aura emanated from his right hand. Kaji did not dare to be careless. He tensed his body and prepared to deal with the next attack. Feeling the explosive power in his right hand ready, Kion swung his right arm 12 times in an instant. 12 God's air attack. 12 fist-shaped shock waves formed an air wall, covering an area so large that it was almost impossible to avoid, and the speed was so fast that the space it passed through was distorted. Kaji knew that he couldn't avoid this attack, so he took a horse stance on the spot, his face firm, and shouted, "Iron Body." Hearing the name of the move called out by Kaji, Chiga directly took out a new set of clothes from the door space and put them on. Until the sound of bang was heard, the referee appeared beside Kaji, who fell to the ground. At this time, Kaji had rolled his eyes, confirming that he had lost consciousness, turned around and raised his hands and shouted, "Vice Admiral Kaji has lost consciousness. I declare the winner of this match to be." At this point, the referee swallowed his saliva, calmed down, and then shouted with all his might, Uchiha Chiga. Chapter 34. The dust has settled, fighting for Qian-he. The referee's voice echoed throughout the venue, and after a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers broke out from the audience. Great job. It's really wonderful. It's this kind of battle that's really fun to watch. This Uchiha Chiga actually defeated the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Is that Vice Admiral a fake? Get lost. I know that Vice Admiral. He's one of the best even among all the Vice Admirals. No matter what, we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Kion, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Compared to the audience below, the marine executives on the stage seemed calm, but of course, they only looked calm. Akainu patted the armrest of the chair and said in an unquestionable tone. I want this Uchiha Chiga. Aokiji didn't buy it at all. He continued to hold his chin and said two words lightly. Reason. Akainu's right arm turned into magma, and the dripping magma made a sizzling sound on the ground and billowed black smoke. He said coldly. Because I'm a marine admiral. Aokiji sneered disdainfully and also transformed his arm into an element, emitting a bone-chilling cold air. He had no intention of seduce Akainu at all. He looked at Akainu and said word by word. Then I am also a marine admiral. I will give you the person if you ask for it. Advertisement. It seems that you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Haha, how dare I go against you? After all, you can kill a whole ship of civilians just like that, right? Naive, for the sake of justice, sacrifice is inevitable. Ridiculous, how can killing innocent people be considered justice? The two men became more and more excited as they talked, and the situation was about to get out of control. Kizaru was the closest to them, but he had no intention of stopping them. His body even began to transform into photons. If the two started fighting, he would be the first to leave the scene. Sengoku certainly couldn't let this happen. Otherwise, what would happen if the students below saw it? Where would Marine's face be? His face darkened and he shouted angrily. That's enough. Do you want to bring shame to Marine? As he finished speaking, a momentum mixed with black lightning burst out from Sengoku's body. In order to calm the situation in the shortest possible time, Sengoku used Conqueror's Haki. As the supreme commander of the entire marine, Sengoku's Conqueror's strength was naturally not low. Akainu and Aokiji, as the primary targets of this Haki, also had a sudden change of expression and fell silent again. Sengoku saw that the two had quieted down, so he put away his Conqueror's release and said coldly. No one can interfere with Uchiha Chiga's destination after graduation. It's his own choice. Akainu wanted to say something else, but Crane, who had been silent, gave him a cold look. Seeing this, he could only swallow what he wanted to say. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't beat Sengoku and Crane. The Marines were still dominated by doves. He could only endure it this time. He clenched his fists and thought unwillingly. Damn it, if first were the Marine Marshal. The conflict that almost broke out between the two Marine admirals did not affect Gion. At this moment, she only had eyes for Chiga in the center of the venue. She wished she could rush down and hug Chiga tightly right now. Not to mention one condition, even several conditions didn't matter. She had already recognized this younger brother who was more than 10 years younger than her but always brought her surprises and a sense of security. However, age was never a problem. Strictly speaking, Chiga was more than 17 years old. Ain in the audience covered her mouth tightly with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. To her, Shinhei's final victory and the miracle of Marine made her more excited than if she had done it herself. At this moment, she was only happy for the boy in her heart. Qian-he, who was still standing on the field, naturally sensed the two passionate gazes coming from opposite directions. He certainly knew who the owners of the two gazes were. He also heard Ain's voice in the smoke just now. Even a piece of wood would understand what this girl meant. But the problem was that he had Gion. Of course, he didn't have it yet, but wasn't this a foregone conclusion? Gion admires Ayin very much. This strong and positive girl who speaks up bravely in the cafeteria has left an indelible impression on Shinhei's heart. What a pity. Gion sighed softly, raised his head and gave a thumbs up towards the platform. Ziyuan on the platform smiled charmingly, opened his red lips slightly, and said in lip language. Advertisement. After the game, I'll wait for you at the dormitory entrance. Hiss. She must have been given the wrong title, she is actually Pink Fox. Qian-he shouted in her heart, but she was thinking about getting the reward as soon as possible and rushing back to the dormitory. It turned out that the real reward was behind. I have to say that the evaluation of a certain childhood friend of mine is correct, pertinent, and to the point. Ayin, who was in the audience, naturally saw this scene. She felt her heart tighten suddenly, as if she had lost the most important thing. Ayin's face turned pale instantly. Seeing this, her roommate hurriedly asked. Ain, what's wrong with you? Did the old injury from that battle relapse? Can I help you go back and rest? Ayin forced a smile, waved her hands, and said weakly that she was fine and asked her roommates not to worry. Then she fell silent, staring blankly at Kion who was standing on the stage with his back to her, with 2 lines of tears running down her cheeks. No matter how hard she tries, the gap between her and Chiga is still so huge. In her opinion, perhaps only the powerful and well-connected Vice Admiral Gion is worthy of Chiga. This year-end assessment ended successfully after Sengoku stood up and gave a speech. Chika was also taken to Sengoku's office by the referee after the match. The other marine executives have been sent away by Sengoku, especially Akainu and Aokiji. God knows if these two will start fighting again when they see Chiga in person. Putting aside the two guys who gave him a headache, Sengoku liked Chiga more and more as he looked at her, who had brought him so many surprises in less than a year. I heard that the girl from Gion has a special liking for this boy, so why don't you act quickly? How could the person I like be bad? Sengoku could only think about this in his mind, he would never say it out loud. Of course it wasn't because of Crane, absolutely not. Seeing that Sengoku didn't speak for a long time, Chiga, who was standing next to him, pretended to cough twice to remind Sengoku. Sengoku also came back to his senses and coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. It must be said that coughing twice is always effective in breaking the awkward situation. Sengoku regained his usual serious demeanor, took out 3 exquisite boxes from the cabinet, and pushed them in front of Chiga. These 3 boxes are the rewards that Naval Headquarters prepared for Kion, 3 powerful devil fruits to choose from. Chapter 35 Fruit Selection. Marine Headquarters, inside the Marshal's office. Kion looked at the 3 boxes in front of him and thought that these must be the devil fruits given as rewards by the headquarters this time. Sengoku didn't keep the secret and directly introduced the contents of the box to Chiga. These 3 boxes contain the 3 devil fruits you can choose from as your reward for getting first place in the assessment. After getting the confirmation, Kion nodded, and then the information about the 3 fruits came. According to previous information, the fruits awarded as first place were all recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, to prevent the emergence of junk fruits that would ruin a person's future. Sengoku saw Chiga's flat reaction and thought he was worried about the quality of the fruit, so he continued. Don't worry, these are all abilities recorded in the atlas, and I have also selected them for you. I don't think you will be disappointed. Chiga looked at Sengoku in surprise. As a marine marshal, he made a brief selection. Was he really worried that the back door he opened for himself was not spacious enough, so he led him there directly? No matter what, Chiga was indebted to him. Sengoku had already helped her a lot, as well as Zephyr. Although they helped me largely because of my talent and ability, the fact is that they helped me. A gentleman judges by deeds, not by heart, right? I have to give something in return. It's not good to always accept favors from others. I wonder how Corazon is doing now. Chiga knows that Sengoku still has deep feelings for Corazon. In the anime, when Sengoku received the news of Corazon's death, he burst into tears, which shows his grief. So if he has the chance, he will help to save Corazon. Sengoku naturally didn't know what Chiga was thinking, so he continued to introduce Devil Fruit. The one on the far right is the Paramecia scythe fruit. Its ability is to produce air slashes like a sharp sickle. It has decent attack power. The one in the middle is the ancient species of the Zoan cat fruit, the saber-toothed tiger form. It will improve your physical abilities more evenly, but it may have some effects on your personality. Advertisement. When talking about the last one, Sengoku deliberately looked up at Chiga, and seeing that he had no reaction to the first 2 fruits, he thought, I know this kid's requirements are not low. These 2 fruits are already abilities that people would fight for, but he doesn't take them seriously. However, no matter how high your requirements are, I don't believe you can remain indifferent to this last fruit. This is the treasure among Marine's treasures. Compared with the last one, the first 2 can only be regarded as a foreshadowing. Thinking this in his mind, Sengoku introduced the last fruit with the same tone. And this last one, it's also from Zoan, but it's a rare mythical beast. Its name is the Neko fruit, Nekomata form. When Kion heard the name, his expression finally changed, not only because the last fruit was a precious mythical beast species, but more because of the name of this fruit. Isn't this the tailed beast from the previous life? Kion was a little confused, but then he thought about it and realized that there are indeed Nekomata in Japanese mythology, but they should be 2 different creatures. Sengoku saw Chiga's expression finally changed, and thought to himself, you little brat, you are shocked by my handiwork, do you understand the value of marine marshal? I took this out myself, it seems you know something. I want this cat fruit. Kion didn't need to hesitate anymore and just decided on it. Seeing that Chiga had indeed chosen the Nekomata fruit, Sengoku stroked his beard with satisfaction, pushed the box containing the Nekomata fruit to Chiga, and asked. Are you going to eat this fruit now or do some preparations? Now, Hyonga didn't want to hesitate. When the box was pushed in front of him, he felt his eyes getting hot and an uncontrollable strong desire arose in his heart. He didn't expect that since absorbing the Menman fruit, the devil fruit became more and more tempting to him. Sengoku on the opposite side saw Chiga being so anxious and thought that after all, she was young and so impatient. However, it was understandable. By eating a mythical beast devil fruit, as long as one was not physically fit or too weak, one could gain a place in the ocean. However, devil fruit is very unpalatable. Sengoku has eaten it before, and he still can't forget the taste. It is said that it is even more unpalatable than feces. He has definitely never eaten feces, but he is sure that this statement is absolutely not an exaggeration. So after hearing that Chiga was going to eat the devil fruit right now, Sengoku stared at Chiga with his eyes wide open, ready to admire Chiga's expression as if she had eaten shit. Advertisement. However, what happened next was bound to disappoint Sengoku. Chiga opened the box, revealing a black fruit shaped like an apple, and then slapped it, directly activating the ability of Hungry Keto. In a moment, the fruit degenerated into an ordinary red apple. For Chiga, a whole devil fruit is just a special energy body. She doesn't even need the cooperation of the human world. She can directly use Keto to absorb the power. It saves time, effort and worry. After completing the absorption, Chiga clapped his hands and pushed the box to Sengoku again, indicating that it was over. Sengoku's eyes almost popped out of his head. He looked at the big red apple on the table, then looked up at Chiga and asked. Completion. Completion. Is that the end? Where is the poop-eating face? And how is Chiga eating this? Why is it so different from my style at the time? Sengoku was really going to lose his temper. Chiga touched his right eye. At this time, there was another Magatama in his right Rinnegan, but this time the feeling was a little strange. He always felt that this Magatama was a little restless, as if it had its own life. He tried to activate the ability of the fruit, and the next moment, black flames ignited on Shinhei's exposed hands, but there was no burning sensation, but instead a hint of chillness. Black hair also appeared on the skin in the flames, and the nails became sharp. This is Zoan's partial beast transformation, which is Shinhei's favorite combat state. In this state, no matter the attack power, recovery ability or physical fitness will be greatly improved, especially the speed of cat-like animals, the improvement is the most obvious. But even after using his ability, the new Magatama in his right eye continued to twitch, as if trying to break free. This feeling made him feel uncomfortable and he didn't know how to solve it, so he could only close his right eye temporarily. Sengoku's heart tightened when he saw his action, worrying that there was something wrong with Chiga's way of absorbing the devil fruit, and the problem appeared in his eyes. That was not okay. Chiga's eyes were much more precious to Marine than any mythical beast devil fruit. He hurriedly asked. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with your eyes? Do you want to call a doctor? Chiga waved her hand to show that she was fine, but Sengoku was still a little worried and asked. Is there something wrong with your way of absorption? Can you explain this method? To be honest, he had not originally intended to ask Chiga this, as everyone has their own secrets, not to mention secrets about their own abilities. However, he asked this because he was worried about Chiga. It can be said that apart from core Zoan, Uchiha Chiga is the junior that Sengoku cares about the most right now. 2 Mr. Chapter 36. Kat and Medea facing Sengoku's question, Chiga thought for a moment and came up with the most concise answer. He covered his right eye and said to Sengoku. I'm fine, Marshal Sengoku, thank you for your concern. You can think of this absorption method as my eyes eating the devil fruit. Chiga is not afraid of being taken away by the world government for human experiments if this secret is exposed. He is now well protected by Sengoku's effort and others in the marine, and his own strength is enough to protect himself. Whether it's the Flying Thunder God, the Gate Fruit or the Yomi Birasaka, Chiga is fearless. It can be said that if he wants to leave, few can stop him. However, Sengoku immediately had a question mark on his face after receiving such an answer. He was thinking, eyes can also eat devil fruit? Does that mean ears, noses, etc. can be eaten? So, if you only use your mouth, you are at a disadvantage, because you can only eat one, right? Knowing that Sengoku would react like this, Chiga added. Only my Rinnegan can do that. Well, now Sengoku can only accept this strange setting, but even if he accepts it, he still has to sigh in his heart, what an outrageous family Chiga's family is. I heard that Chiga is the only one left. Could it be that even God can't stand it? Alright, Marshal Sengoku, there's something wrong with my right eye. I'm going to go back and rest, bye-bye. The strangeness in his right eye became more and more intense. Kihonhei no longer wanted to stay there and decided to find a place where no one was around to study it. Okay, if it doesn't work, you must go to the infirmary, got it? Yeah, I see. After saying that, Kihonhei disappeared. He left behind his flying thunder god Kanai in the wasteland behind the mountain. After all, his flying thunder god was not as proficient as that of the 4th generation. He could not leave the flying thunder god mark on objects at any time, but it was still very useful for this kind of fixed point teleportation. The wasteland behind the training camp. Advertisement. Swish. Jian-he's figure appeared next to the flying thunder god Kanai. As soon as she got here, a queen's voice came to her mind. Master, let me out. Jian-he was shocked. This feeling was so strange. He tried to communicate with the voice in his mind. Who are you? Why are you in my body? That royal sister's voice sounded again. According to what that human just said, I am Nekomata, and you created me. What? Kihonhei was completely confused. Is there such a thing as the Zoan fruit? But the problem now is to quickly let this cat out. There is always a strange voice in her mind. How am I going to get you out? I don't know. I'm trapped in your eyes, along with a dog with 3 heads and a chameleon and everything. Isn't this the summoning beast of the Rinnegan animal path? Chiga hasn't used the ability of the animal path since she awakened the Rinnegan, and she almost forgot about it. The main reason is that it is not really necessary. The size advantage of animals is not very prominent in the pirate's world. The chameleon's invisibility is completely defeated by its sight and hearing ability, and I don't want to run into a chameleon's mouth. The Nekomata was actually born in his own animal realm, so that was easy to deal with. Kihonhei bit his finger and slapped it on the ground. Summoning. Bang. A large cloud of smoke appeared, and then dissipated in an instant with a shrill cat cry. A giant demon cat with a pitch-black body and black flames flashing on its back appeared in front of Kihonhei. It was Nekomata. When the cat saw Chiga, it immediately lowered its head and rubbed Chiga affectionately with its huge head. The cat's fur was soft and smooth, and there was a hint of coolness. Chiga couldn't help but shiver when it rubbed against her. He reached out and touched the Nekomata's head, and the Nekomata immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. Chiga looked at the giant Nekomata in front of him and confirmed that this Nekomata and the tailed beast Nekomata in the Hokage were 2 completely different creatures. Advertisement. After thinking for a while, He asked 2 questions that he was more concerned about. Do you have any special abilities? And if you come out of my eyes, can I still use my abilities? The cat replied respectfully. The black flames I generate have extremely low temperatures and can freeze targets. They can also be used to control corpses. A corpse that I inject into the black flames can exert 50% of its original strength. And please rest assured, Master, even if I am outside, you can still use all of my abilities, including beast transformation. Hearing Nekomata's answer, Chiga nodded in satisfaction, not to mention the aggressiveness of black flame. Just the ability to control corpses was very practical, and definitely better than impure world reincarnation without White Zetsu's body. Although he can also use the black stick to control corpses, the effect is not as good as Nekomata's black flame, not to mention that Nekomata itself can be a powerful summoning beast to help him fight. All in all, Kihonhei gave a 5-star rating for the assessment reward received this time. Chiga was in a good mood, and the more he looked at the cat in front of him, the more he liked it. But it was getting late, and he was ready to go back to the dormitory. But he couldn't just take the cat back with him like this, right? As if seeing what Chiga was thinking, Nekomata's sister voice sounded in Chiga's mind. Master, I can change my body shape. I'll sleep next to you tonight. The space between your eyes is really uncomfortable. Is that okay, Master? As it spoke, the cat's face actually made a pitiful expression, and even had a hint of charm. How could anyone refuse such a Nekomata? Kihonhei agreed without hesitation. The cat, having received the owner's approval, meowed happily again, and then its body gradually shrank, and finally turned into an ordinary-sized black cat. It jumped onto Kihonhei's shoulder and licked Kihonhei's cheek affectionately. Chiga touched the Nekomata's head and then its tail. The Nekomata's hair stood on end when he touched its tail, but he didn't resist. What's interesting is that although the Nekomata is a black cat, you can actually see redness on its face. Chiga just felt that the touch was very good, just like the feeling of holding something when you stick your hand out of the window in a claw shape on the highway. What Chiga didn't know was that when he had this thought, Nekomata's face turned even redder, and she secretly gave Chiga a blank look. The Rinnegan problem was solved, and Chiga was ready to return to the dormitory. Before leaving, Chiga gave the cat a name, Medea. The cat liked this name very much. It stretched out its 2 little kitten paws and hugged Chiga's neck tightly. The figures of man and cat looked so harmonious and beautiful in the sunset. Chapter 37 Gion Kihonhei did not leave the flying thunder god Kanai next to the dormitory, because after each training, he always liked to walk slowly to the dormitory alone, but today Kihonhei was not alone. Today there was a little black cat on his shoulder. At this moment, the man and the cat were walking leisurely on the road, very quietly. But this was only on the surface. In Kihonhei's mind, Medea's queenly voice was chattering non-stop. Master, can I always be by your side from now on? Sure. Hee, I love you so much, Master. Actually, I am a girl. I know that. It's not the little female cat the owner thought it was. Forget it, you'll know later. I noticed it just now. Can you hear the voice inside me? I can hear part of it. If what the master is thinking is about me, I can hear it. Oh well, that's not bad. Kihonhei was chatting excitedly with Medea when a spherical figure appeared in the distance and approached Kihonhei rapidly. Medea immediately became alert. As a newly born creature, it was wary of any other creature except Kihonhei. Master, someone is coming. I saw him, don't worry, he's alright. Kihonhei reached out his hand to comfort Medea, indicating that the person who came was one of their own. The figure was getting closer and closer. Chianhe had already figured out who it was. It was Bridge. When Bridge saw Chianhe, his face lit up and he waved and shouted. Boss! That beautiful officer is here again. She's waiting for you in the dormitory building. Hiss, he almost forgot about Gion. Kihonhei slapped his head and, like last time, picked up Bridge and flew into the sky. Bridge, who experienced flying again, had no desire to live this time and did not struggle. There is a saying that goes, many times life is like XX. If you can't resist it, you might as well enjoy it. Advertisement. As soon as he landed, a figure threw himself into Kihonhei's arms and hugged Kihonhei's waist tightly. The one who threw herself into Chiga's arms was none other than the beautiful officer the Bridge had mentioned, Gion. Even though she waited for Chiga for a whole day and was even stood up by her in the afternoon, she didn't feel any emotion. She heard from Sengoku that there seemed to be something wrong with Chiga's eyes. Knowing how important those eyes were to Chiga, she hurried over and even captured a strong man to go find Chiga. Only when she saw Kihonhei appear in front of her safe and sound did she feel completely relieved. Chiga looked at Gion in her arms, her eyes became gentle, and without hiding anything, she also hugged Gion tightly with her backhand. Gion also straightened up, but because Chiga was still a head shorter than Gion, when she straightened up, Chiga's face was buried directly in the 2 soft lumps on her chest. Gion could feel Chiga's hot breath on his chest, and his cheeks were as red as ripe apples. Bridge, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and ran away while shaving. But they all forgot that there was a little black cat on the field at this time. Chianhe, who was enjoying the facial cleanser service, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Master, are you going to mate with that human? Poof. Kihonhei spat out the liquid, and Gion was so scared that he thought there was something wrong with Kihonhei's eyes. Without caring about the clothes on his chest that were wet by Chiga, he quickly held Chiga's face with both hands and stared at Chiga's Rinnegan carefully. Hey, except for the addition of tomoe, there seems to be no problem. Ouch. I'm fine, I just choked. Ahem, choked. Gion's hands were a little too strong, and Chiga's mouth was pouted. he patted Gion's hands and told her not to worry, taking the opportunity to save his face. At this time, Gion also noticed Medea on Chiga's shoulder. Because it was late at night and Medea's fur was very dark, she had not noticed the little black cat on Chiga's shoulder. Seeing Medea, Gion couldn't help but clap her hands and exclaimed, "When did you get a cat? It's quite cute." As he said this, he wanted to reach out and hug Medea, but Medea disappeared in an instant, and appeared on Kihonhei's other shoulder the next second, looking at Gion provocatively. This really frightened Gion. Just now, Medea's speed was more than twice as fast as Bridge's. This could not be an ordinary cat. She ignored Medea's provocation and turned to look at Chianhe with a curious look. Kihonhei did not hide it from her. The person closest to her in the entire marine was Gion. What could she hide from her? She simply told Gion about the birth and identity of Medea. It took a long time for Gion to accept everything she had just heard. If the person who told her this was not Chiga, a man who could not be judged by common sense, she would have just slapped that man and sent him to see the big Buddha. Taking a deep breath, Gion slowly spoke, "So, you're saying that this black cat is the real body of the mythical beast devil fruit, Nekomata?" Advertisement, yes, I named her Medes. Medes? That sounds nice, so she's still a little female cat? Ah, yes. Chiga looked at Gion in some confusion. As a cat, does it matter whether Medea is a male or female? Of course, Gion didn't think so. The anthropomorphic expression and actions of Medea just now made her, as a woman, feel a sense of crisis. This sense of crisis was not the kind of crisis in battle. But I can't compete with a cat like this, right? Shaking his head, Gion stretched out his finger and tapped Kihonhei's chest, and said with a hint of temptation. "Okay, brother Kihonhei, do you remember what I promised you?" "Of course I remember. Here it comes. The final reward is here." Kihonhei was a little excited, and subconsciously hugged Gion's arm tighter. "You hurt me." Gion patted Chiga's arm in amusement and anger. Chiga also realized that he was a little impatient and quickly loosened the strength on his arm. It's not Chianhe's fault. This is his third life as a human being, and this is definitely his first time. I am an orphan on the blue planet, and even my own food and clothing are a problem. In Hokage, my life is in danger at any time. How can I have the energy to think about these things? Of course, Gion didn't really blame him, and continued. Just remember it. You have already done what you said at the beginning, so just tell me what conditions you have. After saying that, she was a little afraid to look into Kihonhei's eyes and turned her head to look away. Kihonhei loosened his arms around Gion, and gently pinched Gion's shin with his hands, asking her to turn her head to face him, and then said seriously. My condition is that I want you to be mine. Is this condition, okay? Gion looked at him blankly. There was no doubt that this was the condition she wanted to hear most. In fact, when she proposed that goal to Kihonhei at the dormitory entrance, she just wanted to confirm Kihonhei's feelings. After all, she had already developed feelings for him at that time, but she was a little unsure about Kihonhei's feelings. In a fit of excitement, she proposed that goal that she thought was a little too difficult. Unexpectedly, Chiga achieved this goal in just 1 year, and now she has turned around and said the conditions that she most wanted to hear. At this moment, Gion felt only full of happiness. Being shy is not her character. After Kihonhei stated her conditions, she was attacked by a few red lips. After a brief moment of distraction, Kihonhei did not hesitate and gave the most intense response. The only witness of this moment was Medea on someone's shoulder. She put her pair of little paws in front of her, but the slightly separated gap seemed to indicate that this little cat was not being honest. Chapter 38. Training camp life ended early the next day. Chianhe appeared at the training ground refreshed. Bridge beside him whispered to Graves. Boss Kihonhei, this is a blessing in disguise. Look how good his mood is today. Graves glanced at Bridge and said nothing. He didn't dare to discuss this matter of Kihonhei. He still remembered that Kihonhei promised to introduce the beautiful officer's sister to him. My god, judging from the looks of Miss Gion, how bad can her sister be? It makes me excited just thinking about it, so I must draw a clear line with Bridge at this time. Seeing that Graves didn't want to pay attention to him, Bridge closed his mouth in dismay, turned his head and looked at Binz, telling Binz with his eyes. Ask me what happened last night. As expected, Binz remained silent. Well, you guys are great, you are so noble, you don't even listen to 8 trigrams, right? I'll just savor it in my heart. Zephyr appeared on the platform as usual, glanced at the people below, and said. I have 2 things to announce today. The first is to congratulate Chianhe for winning first place in the year-end assessment. After he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Many students' faces turned red, as if they were the ones who won first place. You have to know that the participants this time are not only from their class, but many seniors also participated, and the first place in the end is still from their class, which is a very glorious thing no matter how you look at it. At least you won't hear classic remarks like, you are the worst class one have ever taught. When the applause died down, Zephyr continued, the second thing is that student Kihonhei will temporarily leave our training camp. The headquarters has decided that in view of student Kihonhei's ability, student Kihonhei will be assigned to another position for the next year. After saying the last thing, Zephyr looked towards Kihonhei in the crowd, with pride and reluctance in his eyes, but more of relief. Advertisement Kihonhei is his most satisfied student, and now this student has grown wings ahead of schedule and is ready to fly to the sea. As a teacher, all he can do is encourage and support him. The roommate next to Kihonhei was even more reluctant to let him go. Bridge hugged Kihonhei directly, crying and shouting, Don't leave, big boss Kihonhei. This made Medes, who was lying on Kihonhe's shoulder, touch his fat face with her little paws with a look of disgust, not wanting his snot to dirty Kihonhe's clothes. Graves was no longer shy about the venue and silently took out a cigar and lit it, while Binz kept staring at Kihonhe, expressing his reluctance with his eyes. Chian he was a little speechless. He pushed away Bridge who was clinging to him and said with his hands spread out. What's wrong with you? We will meet soon. Maybe in less than a year, you will appear on my ship. Do you believe it? The other three were stunned. Bridge reacted the fastest. Yes, with Boss Kihonhe's strength, wouldn't it be a sure thing for him to get some merits? Wouldn't he be promoted all the way to heaven? Well, the phrase, chicken and dog, is not quite right, but that's what it means. The emotions of the three people soon stabilized. Kihonhe patted their shoulders and suddenly looked in one direction. Bridge asked what was wrong, and Kihonhe shook his head to indicate that everything was fine. On the other side, Ain silently withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to look at his toes, but because of his body development, all he could see were two towering mountains. Will we meet again? Chiga-san? After saying these two things, Zephyr announced that everyone in the training camp would have a day off to celebrate their good performance. The trainees cheered and the atmosphere of farewell was diluted. After the end, Kihonhe was called to Zephyr's office again. This time, Zephyr was no longer as serious as usual. As soon as Kihonhe entered the door, he saw Zephyr looking at him with a smile, with a hint of kindness. Mr. Zephyr, what can I do for you? Nothing important, I just wanted to see you again. After all, you may be busy for a while from now on. Looking at Zephyr like this, Kihonhe felt his loneliness and felt a little uncomfortable. Those damn pirates. The more Chiga came into contact with Zephyr, the more he disliked pirates. This was the admiral who was previously known as the one who would not kill. How could those scum have the heart to do this to him? Advertisement with some emotions agitated, Chian he suddenly said to Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, what is your current attitude towards the pirates? Hearing this question, Zephyr was stunned, and then remained silent for a long time. He did not answer the question directly, but asked back. What is your idea of kindness? Chian he thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Kindness must have an edge. Unlimited softness will only make the other party take advantage of you. Unprincipled kindness will only make the other party do whatever they want. Does kindness have to have an edge? That's a good point. Zephyr shook his head in self-mockery. He now agreed with Kihonhe's words. He also knew that this sentence actually denied his previous justice to a certain extent. But what if he denied it? Could the justice of not killing bring his wife and children back to life? Could it make those pirates truly repent? Chianhe's words were not only a wake-up call for him, but also for the doves in the Marines. The justice of many doves is already too lenient. Although Akainu's justice is often too radical, you have to admit that the ocean nowadays cannot do without Marines like Akainu. Being able to say such things shows that Kihonhe has his own justice, and everyone's justice cannot be said to be right or wrong. But at least, Zephyr recognized Kihonhe. Now he is certain that Kihonhe's future will not be limited to Admiral. He will definitely become Marine Marshal, or even higher. I really hope I can see that day. For this, I must live well. Since he no longer serves as Admiral, Zephyr once again feels full of energy. He must use all his remaining energy to send Chiga to the peak that belongs to him. Thinking of this, he stood up and patted Chianhe's shoulder. Don't worry, Kihonhe, the teacher will always be your strongest support in the headquarters. Chapter 39 Headquarters Arrangements Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Chiga, this is the commission letter from the headquarters. You haven't graduated yet, but the headquarters decided to make an exception and give you the rank of colonel. You will be stationed in Sabaody Archipelago temporarily. Sengoku handed Chiga a document in a colonel uniform and waited for Chiga's response. After scanning the documents in her hand for a few times, Chiga looked up and said to Sengoku. Got it, Marshal Sengoku, a leave now? Yes, it has been delayed for a while. This time, it is not only the headquarters' intention to have you stationed in Sabaody, but also the will of the world government. You have to pay more attention. Chian he raised his eyebrows. Has he been noticed by the world government? He asked. World government? What instructions do they have? Sengoku shook his head, indicating that there was no clear instruction, but he still guessed something, thought for a while and said. You have shown great potential in the Marine. The world government probably thinks you will have a high position in the Marine in the future and wants to test you. You should know that celestial dragons often go there to buy slaves. Your attitude towards them is very important to the world government. It has to be said that after so many years in the Marine, Sengoku has dealt with the world government a lot, and he can figure out many of the world government's ideas. However, this did not affect his inner disgust towards some people, but as a Marine Marshal he could not show it at all. Chiga nodded thoughtfully, and Sengoku continued to emphasize. If you encounter celestial dragons, be sure not to provoke them. If you really don't want to deal with them, just avoid them. They generally have no interest in Marines. Sengoku was really afraid that young people like Chiga would become too excited after seeing some of the practices of celestial dragons, do unwise things and ruin their own future, so he kept telling Chiga these things. In fact, Chiga's mental age is not young anymore, and he understands what Sengoku said, so he also promised Sengoku that he will not cause any trouble during his stay in Sabaody. Sengoku felt relieved after getting Chiga's assurance, so he waved his hand to indicate that Chiga could leave. Coming out of Sengoku's office, Chiga ran into Garp, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. When Garp saw that it was Chiga, he immediately put his arm on Chiga's shoulder and said casually. Isn't this Chiga? Come on, I'll treat you to some senbei at Sengoku's place. Advertisement. Chiga smiled and waved her hand to indicate that she had just come out from there and would not go to eat Sengoku's senbei. Seeing this, Garp did not force her. Seeing Chiga holding the documents in her hand, he asked. Is this a letter of appointment? You graduated early? Where will you be assigned to work? Chihei replied, I didn't graduate early, it was just an internship. I was stationed on Sabaody Island. Sabaody Island? Why would they ask you to go to that place? Celestial dragons often go there, and they're not good things. Garp shouted loudly. In his opinion, although the place was not far from the headquarters, it was full of all kinds of shameful things, especially the celestial dragons. Garp was very disgusted with that group of people. Garp. What the hell are you talking about? Get in here now. Sengoku in the office had already heard Garp's heaven-defying remarks and hurried to stop him. If he continued talking nonsense, the people of the world government might hear it. Garp curled his lips, made a funny expression towards the office, and then seriously instructed Kihonhei. Anyway, be careful when you take up a position there, and try to avoid contact with celestial dragons. Although Garp is usually careless and doesn't pay attention to details, it doesn't mean that he is a completely reckless man. To him, you should be rough when it is necessary to be rough, and meticulous when it is necessary to be meticulous. That's the right way. Qian he also accepted Garp's kindness, said goodbye and left. As soon as he left the building, Qian he used the power of the heavenly Tao to fly towards the port. On the way, Medes, who had been lying on his shoulder obediently, suddenly asked. Master, what are celestial dragons? Why did I tell you to be careful of them? Are they very strong? Qian he shook his head disdainfully and said, they're just a bunch of trash. Sooner or later I will carry a few bags of rice to the Red Line. Carry a few bags of rice? What do you mean, master? Why do you still need to bring them food? It's okay, I just want to destroy them. I see, master. I will definitely help you carry a few more bags of rice. I believe in you. Qian he smiled and raised his hand to scratch Medea's chin. Medea narrowed her eyes and showed an expression of enjoyment. You seem to have a lot of confidence in me. Advertisement. That's right, the master is the best. As he spoke, Kihonhei also arrived at the port and began to look for the warship that would take him there according to the instructions in the letter of commission. After searching for a while, Kihonhei finally found the warship, but the big words on the sail of the warship made Kihonhei shake his head and laugh. There was a big word, he, written on the sail of the warship. Among all the warships of the headquarters, the warship with this word printed on it was undoubtedly the one that belonged to Vice Admiral Crane, who was known as the Chief of Marine Staff. When Chiga came to the bottom of the warship and prepared to board, he saw Gion lying on the edge of the deck and waving at him. This was the first time the two met since the fierce verbal battle with Gion that night. Thinking of what happened that night, Chiga couldn't help but pursed her lips, which made Medea roll her eyes. Today, Gion put on the Marine's cloak of justice, looking particularly heroic. After all, he is a colonel, so where is his cloak? Kihonhei was still a little depressed about this. He didn't plan to board the ship normally, but flew into the sky and boarded the ship quickly. After landing on the deck, Kihonhei looked around and found that there were female soldiers all around him. They were also looking at the Marine who fell from the sky with curiosity. Who is that? He's quite handsome. Look at his clothes, he looks like a colonel. He looks so young. I wonder what he is doing here. Does he have a sweetheart here? I don't know, but didn't Vice Admiral he explicitly forbid male Marines from coming to this warship unless it was an important matter? When Gion saw Chiga appear, a charming smile immediately bloomed on her face. She walked quickly to Chiga's side in her high heels. Because she was surrounded by her subordinates, she suppressed the urge to hug Chiga and said, well, you didn't expect that I would be the one to take you to your new post this time. I really didn't expect it, but I like it very much. By the way, isn't Vice Admiral Crane here? Sis isn't here. She has to stay at headquarters. This warship is now completely under my command. Haha, then please take care of me, Sister Gion. That depends on your performance, Kihonhei brother. Chapter 40 Khalifa. It was a sunny day, and on the Crane's warship. Chiga was lying on the deck, her head resting on Gion's thighs, drinking the juice that Gion was holding, feeling so comfortable. The female Marines standing guard nearby looked straight ahead. They had gone from being shocked at first to being used to this kind of situation. Gion patted Chiga, who was about to fall asleep, and asked, hey, what are your plans for this trip to Sabaody? Qian he stretched and said lazily, I don't have any plans. I may just hang around for a year. This time I'm mainly going to brush up my experience in world government. World government? How did you get targeted by that group of people? I heard from Marshal Sengoku that they plan to inspect me. Isn't it a place that celestial dragons like to go? So they let me stay there for a while. Celestial dragons. Chiga, do you know what this name means? I know. They mean a bunch of rubbish. Well, I've heard so much about them that my ears are already calloused. Don't worry. I won't bother with them unless they provoke me. Seeing this, Gion stopped talking and just hoped that Chiga knew what was going on. Since the naval headquarters is very close to Sabaody Archipelago, the warship arrived at the destination very quickly. As soon as Chiga got off the ship, he saw rows of Marines who came to greet him in advance, led by the highest officer here, Rear Admiral Ambuster. Of course, Ambust came here not just to welcome Chiga. After all, Chiga currently only has the rank of colonel. Swish, Gion appeared behind Chiga, and Armster immediately led a group of Marines to greet him. It seems that my level is still not high enough. Kihonhei shook his head and smiled, not really caring. Gion waved to Ambuster, indicating that he had sent the person there and was ready to go back. Then he smiled at Kihonhei and said, I can only send you here this time. I have to leave now. Kihonhei nodded and said with a smile, thank you for your hard work, Gion. Advertisement Gion pretended to be angry and said, why should we be polite to each other? After saying that, he pinched Chiga's face. Gion did this naturally to build momentum for Chiga and make him live more comfortable here. Ambust saw the interaction between the two. He wiped the sweat from his head and thought that this Uchiha Chiga was of great importance and so young, so he should be careful with her. Gion finally gave Chiga some instructions and left. This time she did not linger for long. Firstly, their relationship was no longer the same as before, and secondly, the area where she usually performed her duties was very close to here, so she could come here anytime she wanted. After Gion left, Ambuster hurried to Chiga's side, not daring to put on airs, and said kindly, you must be Colonel Uchiha Chiga sent by the headquarters. I am Rear Admiral Ambuster, the Supreme Commander here. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. Kihonhei responded with a smile. I'm fine. I'll be working under you for a while. Thank you for your guidance. Chiga's attitude made Ambust feel relieved. It seemed that this Uchiha Chiga was easy to get along with. It had to be said that having a background really allowed one to get along well anywhere. Even if the person had a higher military rank than Chiga, Ambust did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. After the greetings, Ambust took Kihonhei to Area 66 of the Sabaody Archipelago, where the Marine was stationed. After taking Kihonhei to an office and opening the door, Ambust was surprised to find that there were two women sitting inside, and he had no idea who they were. One of the women had short blonde curly hair and was wearing an orange long skirt. She was sitting on a chair with her hands folded together, looking over here with a smile, looking very elegant. The other woman looked younger, and also had blonde hair, but her hair was long. She had a rather cold expression, wore glasses, and was wearing a black suit and a tight skirt. She had on a pair of fishnet stockings on her legs and a pair of black high heels on her feet. Who are you? Why are you here? Ambust had no intention of appreciating the beauties. He took a vigilant attitude and stared at the two women in front of him. Kyunga's reaction was relatively calm. From their appearance, he already knew their identities roughly. The one with the white hat was Stussy from CP0, and the other one was Khalifa who would become CP9 in the future. Seeing Ambuster's attitude, Stussy stood up and handed an ID to Ambuster, then covered his mouth and chuckled. Don't be so nervous, Rear Admiral Amster, we have no ill intentions. Let me introduce ourselves. We're from the world government. My name is Stussy, and the one next to me is Khalifa. Advertisement someone from the world government. Ambust's pupils shrank as he looked at the certificate in his hand. This was another person he couldn't afford to offend. What was the identity of this Uchiha Chiga? Why did these gods who were rarely seen come out as soon as he came? However, no matter who it was, he, as a rear admiral, could not afford to offend, so he could only bear it silently. After calming down, Ambust respectfully returned the certificate to Stussy and said, It's Ms. Stussy. Excuse me, but what instructions do you have for coming here in person? Stussy returned to his seat, crossed his legs elegantly, picked up a cup of hot tea, blew on it gently, put it to his lips and took a sip, which made Medes quietly complain to Kihonhei. Master, this old woman is really good at putting on airs. I really want to give her a claw. Qian he comforted her and said in his heart, forget it. This woman is quite powerful and is likely coming for me. Let's see what she wants to do first. Stussy took a sip of tea and put down the cup. He didn't look at Ambuster again, but focused his eyes on Kihonhei behind him. He still kept smiling and said, I came here to see our Marine's rising star, Captain Uchiha Chiga. It turned out to be him. All right, you big shots can have fun slowly, just don't involve me. When Ambust saw that he was not here to see her, he immediately turned around and left the office, and when he left, he was considerate enough to close the door gently. As soon as Ambuster left, Kihonhei spoke up. I wonder what Ms. Stussy wants from me. Stussy smiled and shook his head, pointing a finger at Khalifa next to him. Although I also want to come and see this year's Marine Rising Star, I am not the protagonist this time. My mission is to bring her to you. Let me introduce her. Her name is Khalifa, and she will be your secretary during your time in Sabaody. When Khalifa was introduced, he immediately stood up and walked in front of Kihonhei and bowed 90 degrees. From Kihonhei's perspective, he could see a deep gully. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future, Colonel Chiga. Qian he did not answer but looked at Stussy. Stussy knew that this was indeed a bit abrupt. After all, Qian he was only a colonel now, and it was a bit ostentatious to have a secretary. However, she had also thought of an explanation. The government arranged for Khalifa to be your secretary. She will be responsible for your daily food, clothing, housing, transportation and work matters. After all, you just came out of the training camp and have no experience. Sabaody is a very special place. This is also the government's kindness. Oh, it sounds good, but in fact, they're here to monitor me, to see if I have the potential to be a loyal dog. However, even though I know it, I have no reason to refuse now. Thinking of this, Kihonhei helped Khalifa, who was still bowing in front of him, up and stretched out his hand to her. Khalifa looked at him with some doubts. Kihonhei smiled and said, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my life from now on, Secretary Khalifa. Chapter 41. Lawless Zone number 16. Seeing Kihonhei's behavior, Stussy couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction, thinking that Kihonhei was very tactful, and his evaluation of him became higher. The main task has been completed, and Stussy is ready to leave. Before leaving, she hands Kihonhei a card, winks at her, and leaves a message telling her to come find her when she wants to relax in Happy Street, and then leaves. After Stussy left, only Chiga and Khalifa were left in the office. Khalifa, as expected of an intelligence agent who had received special training since childhood, quickly got into the role of a secretary. She brought Chiga a cup of hot tea, then stood aside respectfully and asked Chiga if she had any instructions. It was also Kihonhei's first time to experience the service of a secretary, which was a bit novel. Although this secretary was actually a spy, she still got all the necessary experience. After thinking about it, Kihonhei asked Khalifa to sort out all the major and minor events that have happened in Sabaody Archipelago. He wanted to have a general understanding of the current situation. He couldn't just stay here and wait to die for a year, right? After receiving the task, Khalifa went down quietly to organize the documents. After a while, she brought in documents half a person's height and placed them on Kihonhei's desk. I have to say that the efficiency is amazing. Kihonhei thought that if she was not from the world government, she would definitely make her a real secretary. Shaking off all the random thoughts, Kihonhei lowered his head to examine the information compiled by Khalifa, through which he also obtained a lot of useful information. For example, areas 1 to 29 of the Sabaody Archipelago are mainly where grey trades exist, such as human trafficking in illegal areas, and celestial dragons also like to go there to buy slaves. After reading for a while, He closed the information in his hand, stood up and said to Khalifa, "Get ready and follow me to Area 16. Khalifa immediately notified a team of Marines to stand by, then took out a white suit and put it on Chiga, and followed Chiga towards Area 16. As soon as she stepped into Area 16, Kihonhei was keenly aware that she was being stared at by malicious eyes. It seemed that this place was called an illegal area for a reason, and the deterrent effect of Marine's identity here was limited. Kyonga was walking on the street as if taking a stroll. She could faintly hear some crying and screaming, which should be from the traffic slaves or pirates who were bullying each other. He would not interfere in the slave trade. Since this thing has been able to exist for so long under the noses of the world government and the marine, there must be someone supporting it behind the scenes. Neither the celestial dragons nor other world government officials would allow anyone to disrupt this transaction. Advertisement all Kihonhei can do now is to be a good marine first, and he will be able to take care of the rest when he has more power and a higher status in the future. At this time, in a house on the street, a group of pirates had been staring at Kihonhei and his group for a long time. In the middle of the room sat a skinny little man, holding a barrel of beer that was almost as big as him and pouring it into his mouth. A small minion stepped back from the window and said respectfully to the little man, "Captain Jerry, those marines didn't move much, they just kept walking there." The short man, the Captain Jerry he called, the captain of the Blood Rat Pirates, who offered a bounty of 120 million Baileys, heard the report from his men, put down his beer, wiped his mouth, and said in an extremely shrill voice, "Who is the leader? Ambuster? I don't know him. He seems to be a stranger. There's a woman following him. She is very beautiful." Beautiful woman? Hearing this, Jerry's alcohol-induced brain immediately sobered up. What does a beautiful woman mean here? That's Bailey walking around. In recent years, the supply has become less and less, and the quality is even worse. When he heard about a beautiful woman, he immediately jumped to the window, pushed away the minions, and watched. Through the window, he saw Khalifa behind Kihonhei. Khalifa's exquisite figure and cold and beautiful face immediately made him label her as the best. He looked at Kihonhei in front of Khalifa and smiled disdainfully. "You're already a colonel at such a young age. You must be a second-generation rich man trying to gain experience. It's a pity that you have bad luck and have to come here. I will gladly accept the weapons of your team of Marines and the woman behind you. Be careful in your next life." After saying that, he called a group of minions to rush out of the house, blocked Qianhe's group, pointed at Qianhe arrogantly and said, "Boy, this is not a place for a little brat like you. If you know what's best for you, hand over the woman and the weapons behind you, and I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me, Blood Rat Jerry, for being rude." Blood Rat Jerry. Qianhe frowned. He didn't expect to run into someone like this when he came for an inspection. Khalifa pushed his glasses and diligently told Qianhe the information about Jerry. Blood Rat Jerry, bounty of 120 million, devil fruit zone, rat fruit, giant rat form, likes to rob and torture women, and has been keen on slave trading in recent years. Advertisement. He listened with his arms folded, thinking that it seemed that Jerry was a complete scumbag. In that case, he would not be given the opportunity to enter the deep-sea prison. Thinking of this, he put down his hands and prepared to deal with this rat. Khalifa saw Qianhe's action and his eyes narrowed slightly. Is it time to make a move? She also focused on observing Qianhe's ability and strength, but the result disappointed her. He was indeed about to attack, but he was stopped by Medea on his shoulder. Medea meowed. "Master, leave this mouse to me." Are you sure? The bounty on this guy isn't low." "Don't worry, master. I'll take care of it, he's just a mouse after all." Qianhe thought about it and it made sense. Since the birth of Medea, it has never taken action. This time is a good opportunity to see its strength. So, Khalifa, who was waiting in the back, didn't wait for Qianhe to make a move, but saw the black cat on his shoulder jump out and jump in front of Jerry and other pirates. What is this for? Not only Khalifa and the Marines, but also the pirates on the other side were confused. What does it mean to release a pet in this situation? Jerry was startled. He didn't know why. The moment he saw the black cat, the hairs on his body stood up and he felt a fear from the bottom of his heart. He shook his head, wondering what was wrong with him. It was just a pet cat. Even if he was a user of the rat fruit, he shouldn't be so afraid of it. Medea landed on all four paws and meowed loudly towards the sky. A ball of black flame immediately wrapped around Medea. The black flame that wrapped around Medea grew larger and larger, and stopped after it grew to the size of a small house. The black flames dissipated, and the pupils of everyone present shrank, only to see that the original pet cat had disappeared, and what appeared was a black demon cat that was completely black with black flames flashing on its body from time to time. Medes licked her lips and stared at Jerry with her big eyes. Qian, he remembered her voice in his mind. Master, I'm starting, Chapter 42, Medea's First Battle. Jerry's anxiety grew stronger, especially after Medea showed her fighting stance. What the hell is wrong with this cat? Not to mention the pirates' members around them, the chilling aura from hell coming from Medes made them stand there in a daze, not daring to move. If this goes on, there's no need to fight, just surrender. Jerry didn't dare to be arrogant, and directly activated the ability of his fruit, transforming into a half-beast. His entire body swelled several times in an instant. His originally thin body had grown to the size of a normal person, and gray hair had grown on his body. The most prominent feature was his pair of front teeth, which had become extremely large and flashed a cold light. However, seeing his posture, Medea became even more excited. She rushed to Jerry in an instant and swung her claws wrapped in black flames. The huge cat claws were almost as big as Jerry's half-beast body. Jerry also hardened his beastly claws and placed them across his chest, trying to block the attack. Sizzle. A tooth-grinding friction sound appeared, and Jerry was directly knocked away by Medes, crashing into several houses in succession and disappearing in a cloud of dust. Khalifa next to Qianhe put his finger on the center of his glasses and looked at Medes with fear when she just used Kamui. Judging from the strength and speed of the attack just now, the combat power of this cat has surpassed that of himself, who has received special agent training since childhood. Where did Uchiha Chiga get this thing? In Khalifa's eyes, Chiga's existence became more and more mysterious. Back to the battle, an explosion sounded, and Jerry jumped out from a pile of rubble and bricks. He looked extremely miserable at this moment. His shirt had been blown away by his beastly body, leaving him with only a pair of trousers. Now his trousers were almost scrapped and could not even cover his buttocks. The worst thing was his chest, where there were several deep scratches, but the strange thing was that no blood flowed out, as the wounds had been sealed by a layer of solid ice. The ice was not there to stop his bleeding. Only Jerry himself knew that bone-chilling chills were invading his body from the wounds. He now felt that the blood flow in his body had slowed down and his consciousness was a little blurred. After a slap on the face, Jerry felt a little more sober. He looked seriously at Medea, who was licking her paws slowly not far away. He knew that if the battle dragged on, he would die here today. The young marine behind him had not made a move yet. If a pet cat is so strong, how strong must its owner be? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. All he could do now was to use his strongest moves to quickly end this battle and then find a chance to escape. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Jerry activated the ability of the fruit even more frantically. His body swelled even more, his eyes became red, his nose protruded, his ears stretched, his pair of front teeth became incredibly large, and his whole body became in all fours. This is the complete beast state of Zoan Devil Fruit. At this time, Jerry has completely turned into a giant gray rat with huge incisors. There were two sharp squeaks from his mouth, and that pair of white front teeth was covered with a layer of black armament hockey, which was his strongest move, Blood Rat Blacktooth. He aimed at the direction of Medea's neck, kicked his hind legs hard, and rushed forward like an arrow. His speed was so fast that no one present could see his figure clearly, except Qianhe, of course. Qianhe looked at Jerry, who had completely transformed into a big gray rat, and thought that Zoan's physical fitness had improved significantly after his complete beast transformation. At this speed, she had to focus a little to see clearly. However, facing Jerry's skyrocketing strength, Medea was not at all panicked. She meowed twice in disdain, and all the hair on her neck turned into denser black flames, pouring out in all directions. Jerry's front teeth were frozen as soon as they touched the black flames, and the ice spread along his front teeth to his entire body. This situation frightened him to death. Seeing that the ice was about to spread through his front teeth to the facial area, he made up his mind, stopped the attack, and suddenly aimed at the ground. Crack. The pair of big front teeth that Jerry was so proud of turned into pieces the moment they hit the ground. Due to the disappearance of his front teeth, he landed directly on his face. If it weren't for his extremely strong physical fitness after being fully transformed into a beast, this huge impact would be enough to make him lose consciousness instantly. But even though he was still conscious, the loss of his front teeth and the injuries on his body had made it impossible for him to maintain the ability of the devil fruit. He retreated from his complete bestial state and crawled miserably on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing their boss become like this, the minions of the Blood Rat pirates dropped their weapons and turned to flee. It must be said that pirates are pirates, and loyalty is something that most pirates do not have. Like boss, like subordinates. Qianhe certainly won't let these scum get away like that. Her Rinnegan flashed a purple light, and Qianhe raised her hand to give an exclusive package of Universal Pull and Shinra Tensai. The pirates of the Blood Rat pirates who were desperately trying to escape suddenly had their bodies shaken violently, and then they began bleeding from all their orifices, and fell to the ground limply like rotten cotton. Advertisement. This method of application is very suitable for clearing out these kinds of miscellaneous soldiers. Using the two positive and negative forces of Shinra Tensai and Universal Pull, the internal organs of these pirates can be crushed invisibly, leaving them no chance to even scream. Qianhe's attack was so fast that before Khalifa next to him could react, all the pirates in front of him were dead. Thinking that this ability might only be the tip of the iceberg of Kihonhe's strength, Khalifa broke out in a cold sweat. He secretly glanced at Kihonhe's purple eyes and thought, "Is this what he is capable of? What a scary man. I can't believe he is only 17 years old." The Marine soldiers behind her who had been acting as spectators from the beginning till now all had red faces. No one expected that this Colonel Chiga, who came from the headquarters and looked too young, was so powerful. Only such a commander could convince them. Jerry, who was crawling on the ground and watching all his men being killed, showed a smile that was uglier than crying and murmured nervously, "You are so short-sighted, ha 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 ha." Puff. The sound stopped abruptly. Medea had appeared above Jerry without anyone noticing. The half-beast Jerry was about the same size as Medea's claws, not to mention Jerry who had returned to human form. Medea raised her front paws and slapped them hard. The blood-curdling rat Jerry, who had a bounty of 120 million Baileys, completely disappeared from this world, leaving only blood. Looking at the pieces of meat on the cat's paw pad with some disgust, Medea urged the black flames to freeze the filth, then she let out a light breath, and the filth completely turned into ice chips and disappeared with the wind. With two proud meows, Medea's body shrank back to the state of a little black cat. She kicked her legs and jumped back onto Kihonhe's shoulder. Khalifa and some marine soldiers next to her quickly moved away from Kihonhe. Looking at Medes who was happily rubbing Kihonhe's cheek, they really found it hard to associate it with the giant cat demon who had just killed the blood rat Jerry with one claw. Gently pinching Medea's little butt, causing her to meow shyly, Kihonhe turned around and gave orders to the marine soldiers behind him. "The battle is over. Stop standing there and go clean up the battlefield." Everyone then woke up from their dream, and rushed to count the corpses and spoils. They had not contributed much in the battle, and they must not let this young commander down at this time. Chapter 43 Model Secretary. After the Marines finished dealing with the battlefield, Kihonhe ordered the whole team to leave. On the way back, Khalifa had an expression as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant to do so until he followed Kihonhe back to his previous office. After helping Kihonhe take off his suit and put it on the hanger, Khalifa slowly walked behind Kihonhe and began to massage his shoulders consciously. Closing his eyes and enjoying Khalifa's massage, he thought that no wonder the bosses on Blue Star liked to hire secretaries when they got rich, especially beautiful young female secretaries. What a corrupt life. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Khalifa staring at him. When he saw that he had opened his eyes, he quickly looked away. He felt amused and said, "If you have any questions, please ask immediately. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever." Khalifa hesitated for a moment and then asked, "I heard that Chiga-sama defeated the Vice Admiral in the year-end assessment and received a Zoan devil fruit. Excuse me, didn't you eat this fruit?" As expected, the world government was well informed. However, the devil fruit of the mythical beast type was still very rare, not to mention that they gave me such a recruitment. He thought about it and made up a reason. "Well, I didn't eat it myself. I fed the fruit to my pet cat. Look, it's the one on my shoulder, you can see it." Kihonhe pointed at Medes on her right shoulder and added, "By the way, its name is Medea." Khalifa looked at Medea on Kihonhe's shoulder again with a serious look, nodded secretly, and thought to himself that it was true. This explained why the fighting power and abilities of this cat were so strange. It seemed that it was the credit of the mythical beast devil fruit. But I don't know what Uchiha Chiga was thinking. If a mythical beast devil fruit was placed in the sea, it would probably cause the cat to break into pieces, but he actually gave it to his pet cat? How generous. How nice it would be if I could have a devil fruit like this. Khalifa looked at Medea with envy. Kihonhe noticed Khalifa's envious look, and thought that Khalifa at this time probably hadn't eaten the devil fruit yet, so he casually said, "You haven't eaten the devil fruit yet, have you? Be a good secretary to me. If I have extra devil fruits in the future, I will naturally reward you with one." Kihonhe deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word, I, and Khalifa naturally understood what he meant. It was a tacit understanding between the two that she was sent by the world government to secretly monitor Kihonhe. Advertisement, however, she didn't take Chiga's words seriously. A devil fruit was obviously not enough to make her betray the world government. Kihonhe also knew that it was a bit of a stretch to let Khalifa betray him with just one devil fruit, so she said that it was just a test. Seeing that she had no resistance, it meant that as long as the price was high enough, the matter could still be negotiated. Kihonhe was reluctant to let go of such a capable secretary. Touching her right Rinnegan, Chiga thought, "I only need one more devil fruit to unlock the third Magatama of my right Rinnegan. I feel like the third Magatama will have a qualitative change, so I have to hurry up." Thinking of this, he looked up at Khalifa who was still massaging him and said, "Do you know of any way to obtain devil fruit? It would be best if it is a confirmed ability." Khalifa was stunned, and suddenly remembered that Kihonhe had fed the devil fruit to the cat, so he hadn't eaten the devil fruit yet. This time he wanted to find a suitable one to eat himself? Despite her thoughts, she immediately gave her own plan out of good professionalism. As for devil fruit, there are occasional auctions at the auction house located in Area 1 of the Sabaody archipelago, but most of the time they are slave auctions. Auction? Kihonhe remembered that when Luffy and his gang first came to Sabaody, they did attend an auction and made a big scene at the auction, even beating up a celestial dragon, which even alerted Kizaru's second uncle who was clocking in for work. It seems to be that auction. Celestial dragons seem to like going there. Although these guys are not good people, most of the things they like are good things. This auction is worth going to. He nodded, thinking that what Khalifa had said was indeed a good point, and snapped his fingers, saying, "Okay, let's arrange it. Come with me to Area 1 tomorrow and try our luck." Yes. Khalifa bowed slightly, stopped what he was doing, and prepared to go downstairs to sort out the relevant information of the auction and arrange tomorrow's itinerary. However, just as she walked out from behind the chair and passed by Kionhe's side, she was suddenly pulled into Kionhe's arms. Caught off guard, she sat directly on Kionhe's thighs. Because the incident happened suddenly, she did not struggle for a while. After all, she was still a girl. When she came to her senses, she looked at Qianhe with shame and anger and said bitterly, "Let me go. You are harassing me, Colonel Qianhe." Advertisement Qianhe looked at her with a smile, and when he saw that she had come to her senses, he tightened his arms around Khalifa's waist, making Khalifa feel a little uncomfortable, and she twisted in Qianhe's arms. However, Qianhe ignored her resistance, even put his face close to Khalifa's ear and whispered, "You are such a useful secretary, I really can't live without you." The strange feeling coming from her ears made Khalifa feel like an electric shock. She didn't expect that Chiga would not play by the rules at all. I heard that he had a special relationship with Guion, the vice admiral in the marine. Wasn't he afraid that she would go and complain? "Oh, Guion? Aren't you afraid that I will tell this to that vice admiral Guion?" Chiga was stunned for a moment when he heard Guion's name, then he smiled and shook his head, keeping his current posture and continued to speak in Khalifa's ear. "Why should I be afraid? Guion is my man, there is nothing I can't say. And what about you? If I eat you, the world government might be quite happy. Wouldn't you have the leverage over me in your hands?" "You, what are you talking about? Your thoughts are dangerous." Khalifa was completely panicked. She knew what Chiga said was absolutely right. If she had sacrificed her own body in exchange for someone like Chiga who had great potential and was the future top combat force of Marine, the world government would have packaged herself and handed herself over to Uchiha Chiga long ago. The reason why they didn't do this is because there are really few people who are interested in this among the top combat forces in the history of Marine. Each one is more cold than the other. The world government didn't even think about it at all. Not to mention the world government, there are very few people like Chiga in the Uchiha clan. After all, Chiga's soul ultimately comes from the blue planet. Seeing that she couldn't break free from Qianhe's arms, Khalifa tensed the muscles on her long legs wrapped in fishnet stockings, and wanted to use the Tempest Kick from Marine 6 styles. As a senior agent of the world government, Khalifa is naturally very familiar with Rokushiki. She is confident that even if her Tempest Kick cannot hurt Chiga, it can at least help her get rid of this guy. Unexpectedly, as soon as she moved, she was noticed by Medea on Qianhe's shoulder. Medea let out a sharp cat's cry, jumped up from Qianhe's shoulder, slightly leaned forward with her upper body. Her pair of cat eyes flashed with black flames, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, and locked tightly on Khalifa. Gulp, Khalifa swallowed his saliva, completely gave up his previous idea, and sat back obediently on Qianhe's lap. She had no doubt that if she dared to launch Tempest Kick, Uchiha Chiga's pet cat would instantly freeze herself into an ice sculpture, and her final fate would be no different from that of Jerry. Seeing that Khalifa in his arms had been obedient, Qianhe didn't want to tease her anymore. He loosened his arms and let Khalifa stand up. It was okay to tease his lovely secretary occasionally, but it would be boring after that. Khalifa stood up and quickly straightened his messy clothes. He wanted to glare at Qianhe but wilted in the threatening eyes of Medea. He said, "I'm going to work," and fled, leaving Qianhe with a playful look on his face on the office chair. Chapter 44 Auction Khalifa, who escaped from Qianhe's office, was now leaning against the wall of a room, with his right hand wearing a black leather glove pressed on his chest, where his heart was still beating rapidly. Taking a deep breath, Khalifa calmed down a little, then reached his hand into the ravine on his chest, magically took out a Den Den Mushi, and dialed it to someone. After waiting for a while, the Den Den Mushi responded. Its face became feminine and it opened its mouth and said, "This is Stussy, what do you have to report, Khalifa?" That's right, Khalifa called his current direct superior, CP0's Stussy. No matter what happened today, it was extremely important intelligence. As a qualified spy, she would not let her personal emotions affect her work. Today's surveillance target, Uchiha Chiga, went to the illegal area of Sector 16 and destroyed the Bloodrat pirates. Oh, is there anyone alive? Not a single one was left alive. All the pirates had their internal organs crushed by his strange ability, and Captain Jerry was beaten into a pulp by his pet cat. It seems that this Uchiha Chiga's style is quite hawkish. This is a good thing. And about that pet cat, tell me in detail. According to Uchiha Chiga himself, the mythical beast Devil Fruit that was previously awarded as a test reward has been fed to his pet. The black cat has extremely strong combat power and can use black flames with freezing properties. The Bloodrat Jerry with a bounty of 120 million is like a toy in front of it. A mythical beast Devil Fruit? It's reasonable to have such combat power. Not bad. Your information is very valuable. Is there anything else you want to add? Khalifa pursed her lips and said with some difficulty. Uchiha Chiga seems to be interested in me. What do you mean? He just wanted me to be his, including the kind of relationship between a man and a woman. Haha, I didn't expect our Marine's new star to have this hobby, but this is good news. Don't give in easily. Keep observing. This Uchiha Chiga will definitely become the top combat force of the Marine in the future. If we can use this method to make him completely turn to the world government, it will be a great achievement for both you and me. Remember, advertisement, clear. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Khalifa let out a sigh of relief. Just as she thought, sacrificing herself in exchange for Uchiha Chiga's favor was an extremely cost-effective deal for the top government officials. But did I become a victim? Although that Uchiha Chiga is indeed handsome, powerful, and looks very safe, but... Forget it. At this point she can only take things one step at a time. The game between these big shots is not something that a fledgling spy like her can influence. All she can do now is to quickly arrange Kianhei's itinerary and prepare for tomorrow's auction. The next morning, Kianhei set off for Area 1. This time he only brought Medea and Khalifa. He was not wearing a marine uniform, but his favorite black robe. It can be said that this trip was very low-key. However, even so, when Kianhei and his group stepped into the auction, they still attracted most of the attention. The news that Kianhei wiped out the Blood Rat pirates yesterday spread throughout the Sabaody archipelago in a very short time. Kianhei's portrait was also memorized by many important figures, so he was recognized as soon as he entered the auction. That person is the new Marine Colonel assigned by the headquarters, Uchiha Chiga. He is really young. Indeed, I learned from my friends at headquarters that this Uchiha Chiga was the top student in this year's Marine Elite training camp. She even defeated a vice admiral in the year-end assessment. Because of her strong ability, she was sent here to serve in advance. Yesterday he killed all the Blood Rat pirates. After all, they're young and full of blood. Some of the pirates in Sabaody are going to be in trouble. Don't worry, some big shots won't let him make too much trouble, you know. Sitting down in a better position, Kianhei once again praised Khalifa's business ability. This position must have been obtained by her in advance. Since she came into being, Kianhei felt that he was going to degenerate into a lazy person. Khalifa's expression remained unchanged. He pushed his glasses and sat down next to Kianhei. However, as soon as he sat down, he was pulled over by Kianhei and his whole body pressed against Kianhei. This time Khalifa twisted a few times symbolically and stopped resisting. She just turned her head and glared at Kianhei. Kianhei smiled, patted Khalifa's shoulders and said, "The auction is about to start, so be honest. It's obviously you who is dishonest." Khalifa adjusted her posture helplessly and looked at the stage below. After an opening dance, a host came on stage and announced the start of the auction. Advertisement: the first person to be pushed onto the stage was a mermaid girl who was soaking in a water tank. She was only average looking, but rare things are valuable. The fishtail on the lower body of a mermaid is a big plus in the eyes of many nobles with special hobbies. After the host announced the start of bidding, many people rushed to increase their bids. Soon the mermaid girl's worth exceeded 100 million, which made Qianhe stunned. These people are really rich. Khalifa glanced at Kianhei and said, "Are you not interested? They are mermaids. Even the auctions here don't happen every day." Pa! Khalifa was hit hard on a certain part of her body by Qianhe. She screamed, her face flushed as she looked at Qianhe and said in a low voice, "Colonel Qianhe, you are harassing me. I'll just punish you a little bit. Who do you think I am?" "What do you think?" Well, in Khalifa's mind, Qianhe's name has been completely linked to LSP. On the stands again, after several waves of slave auctions, finally, a purple fruit with strange patterns was pushed out by the auction staff on an exquisite tray. It was a devil fruit. "It's finally here." As soon as the devil fruit appeared, Chiga withdrew her arm from Khalifa, leaned forward slightly, narrowed her Rinnegan, and looked at the devil fruit on the stage. Judging from its appearance, it should be a Paramecia devil fruit, and its own Rinnegan also fluctuated more violently this time, so it seems to be a good devil fruit. Sure enough, the host's next words confirmed Qianhe's premonition. The next item to be auctioned is the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit Paramecia gravity fruit. Hearing the name of this fruit, Qianhe laughed. It turned out to be the gravity fruit. You know, as the opponent's strength becomes stronger and stronger, the basic heavenly ability has become a little powerless. If you absorb this fruit, your own heavenly ability will definitely be greatly enhanced. Qianhe clenched his hand towards the devil fruit and whispered, "I, Uchiha Chiga, will take this devil fruit." Chapter 45 Pluton Rayleigh. Compared to slaves, the response caused by a devil fruit was not that high. It might also be that Qianhe was lucky. Almost no one who came to the auction today was interested in this devil fruit. However, there were still bids, but they were not as high as the price of slaves. After several rounds of bidding, Qianhe successfully won it at a price of 280 million, which was considered a bargain. According to the general market price of devil fruit, the average value of one devil fruit is 100 million belly. The final transaction price of this gravity fruit was already quite high, at least for Qianhe. The price of 280 million almost emptied his family fortune. He is still poor. With a helpless smile, Qianhe stopped worrying about it. After all, money is just external things, and improving one's strength is the most real thing. Soon, a waiter respectfully brought the gravity fruit to Qianhe. At this auction, there was no need to worry about anyone daring to cause trouble. Based on the information Chiga has, the background of this auction is likely related to Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. After receiving the fruit, Qianhe casually threw the gravity fruit into the door space. He would definitely not use Kito's absorption ability here. Any big movement would easily attract the attention of Khalifa, the little spy next to him. The secret of Rinnegan can only be known by herself and people she trusts. If anyone else knows it, Chiga will have to silence them, even if it is her current secretary Khalifa, who is very handy. Sure enough, seeing Qianhe's actions, Khalifa immediately asked, "Don't you want to eat? I already have the ability of gravity, so I'll keep this one for now." Hearing this, Khalifa stopped asking questions. She was afraid that this would give Qianhe an advantage and he would do something to her. Now she really had no capital to resist Qianhe. After getting the devil fruit, Qianhe lost interest in the following auction items. He leaned back in his chair and looked like he was about to fall asleep. When Khalifa saw Qianhe's attitude, he immediately asked her considerately if she wanted to leave early. Keonhei thought about it and felt that it was a waste of time to continue like this, so he decided to accept Khalifa's suggestion. Just when he was about to get up and leave, someone below brought out another slave for auction. Compared with the rare race before, this slave seemed ordinary, a white-haired old man. The only thing that attracted people's attention was the expression on the slave's face, which was different from the desperate expressions on the faces of other slaves being auctioned. Advertisement. He always had a smile on his face, as if he didn't care about his situation at all. If you didn't know him, you would think he was here for tourism. When the people at the auction saw that the object being pushed out was actually an old human being, they immediately lost interest. After the host announced the starting price of 10 million Baileys and the bidding began, there was not a single bid for a while. Just as the atmosphere was about to get cold, a young voice suddenly rang out. 15 million Baileys. The host immediately felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly asked 3 times if anyone wanted to raise the price. Seeing that there was no response, he was afraid that the person who had raised the price would go back on his word, so he immediately finalized the deal, indicating that it was done. The one who paid for the slave was naturally Qianhe. Seeing that he actually paid for such a useless old man, Khalifa beside him asked in confusion. Why did you buy him? He's just an ordinary human being. Even if you want him to clean the house, he's too old to do it. Qianhe smiled but said nothing. Others might not know this old man, but he who had watched the anime knew him. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless old man on the stage was the right-hand man of the pirates King Roger, Pluton Rayleigh? $15 million to buy Rayleigh's appearance, I can only say it's worth it. Waving his hand without further explanation, Qianhe took Khalifa and left the venue. At the back door of the venue, a waiter had already brought Rayleigh with a collar around her neck, waiting for Chihei to come and claim her. Seeing Qianhe coming, the waiter handed Rayleigh to Qianhe, bowed slightly and left. Rayleigh was also a little curious when he saw the young man who bought him. He often sold himself to auctions for some money because he was short of money, and then used conquerors to stun the person who bought him on the way and left. In the past, those who bought him were all idle and bored nobles, but this time it was unexpectedly a young man. Because he sold himself to the auction these days, Rayleigh didn't know that a young marine colonel had come to Sabaldi archipelago and destroyed the Bloodrat pirates. Qianhe was also looking at the pirates king's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh is now much younger than when he first appeared in Sabaldi archipelago. Although he still looked a little old, Qianhe knew what kind of power was contained in this body. This was one of the top sea powers from a previous era. Advertisement. Not intending to beat around the bush with Rayleigh, Qianhe directly pointed out his identity. How long are you going to keep pretending, huh, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh? As soon as these words came out, both Khalifa beside him and Rayleigh in front of him had their pupils shrink. Rayleigh didn't expect that the young man in front of him would recognize him. Ever since Captain Roger's death, he has been keeping a low profile. His image has changed a lot in recent years and he has almost faded out of people's sight. Khalifa was even more shocked. The old man in front of him was actually Pluton Rayleigh. What level of person was he? Khalifa, who came from the world government, had certainly seen his information. The information also focused on describing Rayleigh's strength. It can be said that just through those information, Khalifa knew that Rayleigh's strength was simply beyond her imagination. Khalifa couldn't help but feel annoyed that Qianhe had directly revealed the identity of this kind of person. Since you have recognized his identity, then keep a low profile. At least let yourself be informed. Uchiha Chiga doesn't think that he and a cat can take down Pluton Rayleigh, right? Qianhe certainly knew that it was impossible for him and Medes to defeat Pluton Rayleigh with his current strength, and Khalifa's fighting ability was simply ignored by him. But he also knew that Rayleigh was too calm now and he would never make any big noise. If he fought with him, he would be defeated at most, and he would not encounter too many obstacles if he wanted to escape. At least he would not lose his life. That's right, Chiga wants to fight with Rayleigh to confirm her own ability. The Uchiha are actually a warlike clan. Moreover, Pluton Rayleigh is different from all the opponents Chiga has encountered so far. It can be said that there is a huge difference between them. Even cake is nothing in front of him. Only by competing with Rayleigh can I truly understand my current limits. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by and can be said to be something you can only encounter once in a while. Rayleigh raised her eyebrows and said with interest. Oh, young man, you know my identity and you dare to point it out. What is your purpose? Purpose? I'm a marine, you're a pirate. If marines meet pirates, do they have to sit together and drink tea instead of fighting? Hearing Qianhe's words, Rayleigh was slightly stunned and thought. This young man is actually a marine, but young people nowadays really don't know their place. Rayleigh shook his head, thinking that this time he might have to stretch his old bones a bit and let the young people suffer a little. Chapter 46 Rinnegan. Pressure and Conquerors Hockey. Qianhe followed Rayleigh until they reached a large open space. Rayleigh stopped, turned to look at Qianhe behind him, and said. Right here. Before we fight, I want to ask you how the marine knew my location. In Rayleigh's opinion, since even such a young marine knew him, it meant that his information had been widely spread in the naval headquarters. But he had obviously hidden himself very well, and he really couldn't figure out how he was exposed. Of course, no matter how hard Rayleigh tried, he could not imagine that Qianhe was a time traveler, and a time traveler who had watched Pirates King. Of course he couldn't say that he had read the script, he just said with a hint of sarcasm. You are just pirates. Don't underestimate the marines. This made Khalifa behind Qianhe break out in a cold sweat. I thought to myself, my dear ancestor, please stop flattering the marine. Intelligence work has to be done by the world government. The world government doesn't even know Rayleigh's location, let alone the Marine? And don't provoke Rayleigh anymore. If you make him angry, the two people in the cat here will probably die here. Rayleigh smiled slightly and was not annoyed. He had lived for such a long time and had seen all kinds of situations. How could he be angered by Kihonhei's meaningless words? It seems that first underestimated Marine. Since you want to fight me, then try this first. Only after you survive this will you be qualified to fight me. After saying that, Rayleigh's eyes widened. Buzz! An invisible aura burst out from his body. It was his conqueror's. As the right-hand man of the Pirates King, Rayleigh's conqueror's strength is definitely unquestionable. Khalifa was directly overwhelmed by this momentum and rolled his eyes. His body softened and he was about to fall down. Chiga reached out and embraced Khalifa, and gently opened Khalifa's eyelids with her fingers. Chiga's Rinnegan flashed suddenly, and Khalifa woke up with a startle. Khalifa was a little confused when he woke up. He turned his head and looked around, only to find that he had somehow run into Kihonhei's arms, and then he broke free from Kihonhei's arms as if by reflex. Surprisingly, Kihonhei did not stop her this time, which made her a little uncomfortable. However, it also reminded her of what happened just now. She was knocked unconscious by Rayleigh's invisible attack, and it was Kihonhei who supported her and woke her up. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Khalifa blushed and said to Qianhe shyly, "Thank you, sorry to trouble you." This sentence made Kihonhei stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his cold and arrogant secretary would actually give in. However, it felt good to make her give in. But Kihonhei still didn't look at her, he just waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. That was Rayleigh's conquerors. You can't interfere in the battle that's going to happen. Stay away from it. Khalifa is not the kind of unreasonable woman. She also knows that her strength is of no help in this kind of battle and may even drag down Kihonhei. So after hearing what Chiga said, she immediately found a relatively safe corner with her shaved head, lay on the ground, and stared at Chiga and Rayleigh in the field. Rayleigh on the other side did not stop this. He did not take Khalifa, who fainted after being hit by Conqueror's charge, seriously at all. He was interested in the young Marine in front of him. You know, the strength of the Conquerors just now was enough to stun many rear admirals of the headquarters. Even the vice admiral level would be affected, but what about this young Marine? He treated his Conquerors like a breeze. Kihonhei saw that Khalifa had reached a safe place, turned to look at Rayleigh, and said with a smile. That was Conquerors, right? As expected of Pluton Rayleigh. I almost fainted. Rayleigh smiled and responded, Liar, I don't think you can take it easy. Putting away his smile, Kihonhei's eyes became serious, and the purple light in his Rinnegan flickered. In his right eye, two black magatama slowly rotated around the pattern. So, how about this trick? The same momentum burst out from Chiga. It was Chiga's Conquerors. After being hit by Rayleigh's Conquerors just now, he also awakened his own Conquerors. Rayleigh remained calm, folding his hands in front of his chest, accepting the impact of this momentum lightly, commenting. Advertisement, yes, it seems that you also have the qualities of a king, which is quite rare in the Marines. Kihonhei's mouth corners raised. He didn't expect that his newly awakened Conquerors would be able to influence Pluton Rayleigh, who had been immersed in this for many years. He just felt uncomfortable because he didn't release it after it just awakened. And his Conquerors is not limited to this extent. The fluctuations in Chiga's Rinnegan became more and more violent. Suddenly, Chiga's aura increased several times, and even countless blade-shaped shockwaves burst out in a 360 degrees angle around her with Chiga as the center. Many of the surrounding trees that were hundreds of meters high were hit by these blade-like shockwaves and were immediately cut in half like tofu. Rayleigh was also shocked by the terrifying momentum in front of him, and had to rely on his observation haki to dodge the incoming shockwaves. While dodging, he thought to himself. Is this Conquerors too? He has actually done substantial damage. How is this possible? Isn't he the Conquerors who just awakened? But the strength just now can't be faked. Chiga's sudden surge in momentum and the shockwave that appeared were naturally not pure Conqueror's haki, but an ability in his Rinnegan. This move is called Rinnegan, pressure, and it can amplify his Conqueror's strength, not only increasing the momentum, but also unleashing a shockwave with substantial damage. The release of the ability lasted for 5 minutes. When Kihonhei stopped, everyone, cats, present was stunned. As far as the eye could see, all the 100-meter-tall trees were cut in half, and the ground was covered with countless crisscrossing gullies. The entire area that was green and lush just a moment ago became dilapidated in the blink of an eye. Medea, who had been lying quietly on Kihonhei's shoulder, looked at her master adoringly, thinking that he was worthy of being the master who created her, and he was the god in her heart. Khalifa in the distance was completely stunned. Everything in front of her was beyond her understanding. Qianhe didn't even raise his hand, but the surrounding environment was destroyed like this. Is this Qianhe's strength? Is this really just a mere Marine colonel? Rayleigh also put away his relaxed attitude. He slowly drew out his sword from under his cloak, looked at Kihonhei in the field, and said seriously. Young man, your strength has been recognized by me. Tell me your name. Qianhe raised his hand and gently lifted the loose hair that was blocking his forehead, and said. Uchiha Chiga. Chapter 47-3 Magatama Rinnegan, Single Eye. Uchiha Chiga. After saying her name, purple eyeshadow appeared at the corners of Chiga's eyes, and Hajin appeared on the backs of both her hands at the same time. Since the battle with Kaji, Chiga has been able to put both hands into the state of sublimation of armed color at the same time. There is no doubt that Chiga has entered his strongest fighting state at this time. After all, his opponent is Pluton Rayleigh. If he is not careful, even Chiga will be defeated on the spot. After making sure that he was in the best condition, Kihonhei immediately used the 12 Gods air attacks. 12 fist-shaped shockwaves wrapped in armed color instantly blocked Rayleigh's movement trajectory, leaving him with no way to escape. However, Rayleigh is Rayleigh after all. Facing this move that once could have killed Kaji instantly, he was not at all panicked. He just held the sword in one hand and swung it lightly, seemingly casually, and the air wall formed by the 12 divine airstrikes was cut in the middle. Kihonhei's attacks passed by Rayleigh on both sides and disappeared in the distance. Although it seemed that Kihonhei's attack was easily resolved by Rayleigh, in fact, only Rayleigh knew the power of that move. Suppressing the shaking sword, Rayleigh hesitated for a moment and said, "After compressing the armament haki, are there other powers added? This is becoming more and more interesting." It can be said that he is worthy of being a powerful man who has been famous on the sea for a long time. He felt the extraordinary power of the divine airstrike at the first sight. Seeing that Chiga didn't say anything, Rayleigh stopped talking and disappeared from the spot in a flash. The speed was so fast that even Chiga, who possessed the Rinnegan, felt unclear for the first time. However, the danger perception and observation haki's prediction under Sage mode still made Chiga subconsciously dodge. With the repulsive force burst and shunpo, Chiga's speed was maximized and his figure appeared directly 100 meters away. Boom! The next second, a crack with no visible edge appeared on the ground where Kihonhei was standing. The dark gap made it difficult to tell its depth. Rayleigh kept swinging the sword and smiled at Kihonhei. Chianhei in the distance looked at the crack with lingering fear. That was a close call. It would have been troublesome if I had been hit. It was clearly just a basic attack. For a warrior of Rayleigh's level, his moves have already returned to the basics. Often, just a random chop, swing, or slash of the sword in his hand can cause terrifying damage. Especially for swordsmen, those who have watched the anime can see how powerful Hawkeye's basic attack is. Haven't you seen Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams in the anime, which sounds extremely hockey, but actually looks like a swing of a mace? However, it was this mace that almost cut the head of the Pirates King Luffy. It seems that he is not yet Rayleigh's opponent in close combat. Kihonhei already has an idea in his mind that he has practiced hockey for too short a time. It is obviously a foolish approach to use his own weakness to attack the opponent's strength. Thinking of this, Kihonhei clasped his hands together with a snap, which surprised Rayleigh. Just when Rayleigh was wondering why Kihonhei suddenly made such a strange move, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Kihonhei in the distance stared at Rayleigh and shouted, "Advertisement, wood style. Unbutton your pants, the tree world arrives." Chiga is not only the Rinnegan opener, he also has Hashirama's cells in his body. Although he is still not as good as Hashirama in wood style, for example, he cannot use wooden golem jutsu and Maki Senju now, but he can still use tree world advent easily. Crack, crack. The ground under Rayleigh's feet kept breaking apart. Endless giant trees emerged from the cracked ground and rushed towards Rayleigh as if they had consciousness. The outrageous scene in front of him made Rayleigh unable to react. The vines spreading from the giant tree entangled his waist. And the moment he came into contact with the vines, Rayleigh found that his physical strength began to flow out along the vines. While Rayleigh was temporarily restrained by the vines, Kihonhei had already formed a seal. He pointed his palms at Rayleigh, with his index finger and thumb facing each other. He took a deep breath and exhaled suddenly. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. A beam of flame spurted out of Kihonhei's mouth, and when it came into contact with the air, it instantly turned into a raging sea of fire that covered the entire forest. Especially when the flames fell on the trees, the fire became even more terrifying. "I'm boiling." Kihonhei's continuous strange moves made the usually calm Rayleigh couldn't help but swear, and then he was engulfed in a sea of fire. Not only Rayleigh, but also Khalifa, who was watching the battle from a distance, had the burning forest reflected on his glasses and his pupils dilated under the glasses. It can be said that every move of Kihonhei seemed so unreasonable to her. The rapid change of the fighting style had completely shocked the poor lady and made her forget everything. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? Is that Uchiha Chiga still human? Buzz. A burst of energy erupted from the sea of fire, and the flames that were burning wildly just now were extinguished in an instant. Then there were a few more terrifying blows, and a wide passage was directly cut out of the impenetrable forest. Rayleigh appeared at the end of the passage. He no longer had the calm and relaxed look he had at the beginning. The clothes on his upper body had been burned into pieces, hanging on his body in wisps. Only a pair of shorts was still intact. It should be because he deliberately protected it. Who doesn't have some idle baggage, right? Whoosh. A large puff of black smoke blew out of his mouth, and Rayleigh looked at Chianhei coldly. It was impossible for him to be nice to Chianhei after being arranged like this. "It seems that you have a lot of secrets. Where do you come from, Marine?" Chianhei spread his hands and said, "Actually, I'm a ninja." Advertisement? Ninja? Are you from Wano Kuni? Do you know Kazuki Oden? Here we go again. When it comes to ninjas, most people here will think of Wano Kuni, but the question is, can those people also be called ninjas? If you wear some serious clothes and call yourself a ninja, you are a ninja? Then if you spit a little, will you become water style? Chianhei pouted and said with disdain, "Don't compare me to that Wano Kuni shit, *** hole. And what the hell is Oden? Trash among trash." What did you say? After all, Kazuki Oden was once a companion of Rayleigh on the same boat. Rayleigh was also enraged when he heard his companion being insulted. Rayleigh changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding it with two hands. He was really angry. His feet exploded several times faster than before. He instantly appeared above Kihonhei and chopped down Kihonhei's head with the sword in his hand. Kihonhei also saw that Rayleigh was really angry this time, but this also achieved his goal, because next he needed Rayleigh's fighting ability to test his new strength. He shouted loudly in his heart. Medes. Understood, master. As a summoning beast that was in tune with Kihonhei's thoughts, Medea naturally understood what her master meant without Kihonhei saying much. She raised her head, opened her mouth and spurted upwards. A large ball of black flames immediately surrounded Rayleigh and directly froze Rayleigh. The black flame's ice naturally couldn't trap Rayleigh for long, but it was enough for Kihonhei. A door appeared out of thin air beside Kihonhei. He reached in with one hand and pressed on the gravity fruit he had just obtained from the auction. No one could see what the hand was doing, and the Hungry Keto ability was activated, and the power of the devil fruit was absorbed into his body. As new power entered his body, Kihonhei's pupil power immediately surged, and the strong fluctuations made him subconsciously cover his right eye. With a crack, the ice that trapped Rayleigh shattered. Rayleigh flipped over and landed not far in front of Kihonhei. He looked at Kihonhei solemnly. His intuition told him that during the short period of time when he was frozen, some dangerous changes had taken place in Kihonhei's body. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Kihonhei covered his eyes and laughed wildly. Rayleigh, who didn't understand why, just felt weird and clenched the sword in his hand unconsciously. After laughing for a while, Kihonhei slowly lowered the hand that was covering his right eye. In the right Rinnegan, a black Magatama suddenly appeared. A cold voice came out of his mouth. The fun has only just begun. Pluton, Rayleigh. Chapter 48 Super Shinra Tensei and Tengai Shinsei. Looking at Chiga's strange behavior, Rayleigh didn't dare to act rashly for a moment. After all, Chiga's endless moves really left an indelible impression on him. Chiga, on the other hand, was taking the time to digest the power of the gravity fruit he had just obtained. Kihonhei discovered that after absorbing the gravity fruit this time, the most significant effect was the surge in pupil power, especially the ability of Tiandao. He is confident that with his current Tendo abilities, if he uses Universal Pull or Shinra Tensei on an opponent of Cake's level, he will suffer heavy damage in the first place even if he uses Armament Haki to protect his internal organs. And Chiga looked up at the sky. He could feel that the power of the Rinnegan could already penetrate the atmosphere and reach the universe. This meant that he could use some skill with extraordinary destructive power. Without letting Rayleigh wait too long, Kihonhei raised his hand and activated the Universal Pull once again. This time the Universal Pull was so powerful that even Rayleigh could not withstand it. He thrust his sword into the ground, using the resistance of the soil to prevent Rayleigh from being sucked in by the Universal Pull. However, the giant trees and rubble behind him did not have the same ability as him, and all of them quickly gathered in the direction of gravity. During this process, Rayleigh's back was constantly hit and shattered by various hard objects, forcing him to cover his back with a layer of armament color. After all, he is old, and he cannot withstand attacks of this frequency for a long time with his body. Countless giant tree fragments gathered in front of Kihonhei's palm, and finally compressed and condensed into a huge sphere. Kihonhei's eyes widened, Shinra Tensei erupted, and the giant sphere was instantly pushed out and smashed towards Rayleigh. Seeing this, Rayleigh did not dare to be careless. He pulled out his sword from the ground, swung it horizontally and released a stream of sword energy, which collided with the giant flying sphere. It seemed easy for Rayleigh to split the ball made of rotten wood and gravel with this blow, but was it really so? The sword energy left a deep sword mark after hitting the sphere, but the sphere was not split in half and was still flying towards Rayleigh rapidly. Damn, is this extremely dense object created through powerful compression? He figured out the reason, but the giant sphere was about to come into close contact with him. Rayleigh's face darkened, and a stream of energy flowed down his sword-holding arm and wrapped around the sword. The sword wrapped in the energy began to flash red and black lightning continuously, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Pluton-splitting void. A slash mixed with black lightning and with several times the power was launched, colliding with Kihonhei's attack again. This time, the sphere was shattered the moment it came into contact with the slash. After shattering the sphere, the slashing blow continued with unabated force and slashed towards Qianhe. This power is Conqueror's Entanglement, right? I, Uchiha Chiga, recognize you. Among the enemies I have encountered, I would like to call you. Okay. Kihonhei originally wanted to say the strongest, but thinking that there is still a long way to go, it would not make sense to say it now. Haha, let's not talk about anything else, you're really tough. If you can, take this blow and show me. Advertisement Rayleigh thought that even if Chiga had improved his strength through some means, he would not be able to withstand his slash that had been entangled by conquerors. He even shifted his gaze to Khalifa in the distance, wondering whether he should get rid of that woman as well. At this time, Rayleigh still had the hostility from his pirate's days, and after being provoked by Chiga several times, he had already developed the intention to kill. Khalifa felt a chill in her heart. She could sense Rayleigh's murderous intent. Her heart was about to stop beating as she was locked in Rayleigh's gaze. But she had an inexplicable confidence in Kihonhei, that is, nothing would happen to her today, and she didn't know where this confidence in Kihonhei came from. But whenever Kihonhei's eyes appeared in her mind, she would have a strong sense of security. Dragging her stiff body, Khalifa retreated hundreds of meters again. She knew that the only thing she could do now was not to drag Kihonhei down. If Rayleigh wanted to stop him, she could at least delay him a little and buy Chiga some time, even if it was only for a few seconds. As long as Kihonhei is alive, everything will turn around. If Kihonhei fails, she will not be able to escape the fate of death on her own. Looking at Kihonhei again, facing the oncoming attack, Kihonhei stretched out his arms in a straight line, and terrifying pupil power brewed in his eyes. Finally, when the slash was about to hit Kihonhei, an extremely strong repulsive force gushed out from Kihonhei's body. Super Shinra Tensai. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, and the terrifying repulsive force swallowed up all objects within a radius of thousands of meters around it like an ocean wave. No grass grew wherever it passed, leaving only a bare expanse of land. After a long time, the attack stopped, a pile of rubble suddenly exploded, and Rayleigh jumped out of it. As soon as he appeared, he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow. Even though he used the armament haki to protect his body in the first moment, the Super Shinra Tensai just now still caused him considerable internal injuries. But he was not in the mood to care about his injuries. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill Kihonhei. If a young Marine with this talent is allowed to grow up, he will be a more terrifying monster than the current Marine Admiral 3. Conqueror's haki rushed towards the sword in Rayleigh's hand frantically. The sword made a low hum, and the blade shook continuously. More dense black lightning covered it. Rayleigh was determined to kill Chihei with one blow. However, Kihonhei would not give him the chance to accumulate strength this time. He raised his head and glanced towards the sky, then used a few instant movements to find Khalifa, who was covered in dust and dirt, 1,000 meters away, and pulled her into his arms. This time Khalifa naturally leaned on Kihonhei's chest, feeling Kihonhei's fiery heartbeat. Khalifa whispered. "Did you win?" He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Advertisement, you think too highly of me. I am no match for him right now, but I will kill him with my own hands sooner or later. A dead Pluton is more valuable than a living Pluton." "I believe you, but will he just let us go?" He turned his head and looked behind him, and said meaningfully. "He will. I left him two important gifts." Khalifa tilted his head in a daze, a little confused, but still leaned his head on Kihonhei's body again obediently and said nothing. Chiga glanced at the ground beneath her feet. Yomi Hirasaka was activated, a black hole appeared, and Chiga sank into it while holding Khalifa. On the other side, as soon as Rayleigh saw Chiga was about to leave, he wanted to attack immediately. The power of this attack was enough. However, just as he was about to make a move, his observation haki sent an extremely dangerous signal. He looked up suddenly, and the scene he saw made him freeze in place. Above the sky, a giant meteorite with a diameter of 200 meters has broken through the clouds and is heading towards the ground. This catastrophic phenomenon was not only seen by Rayleigh, but also by people from other areas far away. "Look, what is that? Oh my god, it's a meteorite. Why is there a meteorite here? It's so scary." Compared with ordinary people, some powerful people hidden in various areas feel that things are not that simple. Meteorites never appear in Sabadi, so the occurrence of this phenomenon itself is weird. Sure enough, the next scene confirmed their guess. When the meteorite was about to fall to the ground, a terrifying slash appeared, instantly splitting the meteorite in two. The one who made the slash was Rayleigh, and that slash was originally intended for Chiga. After using the Conqueror's entanglement attack again, the elderly Rayleigh's breathing became a little rapid, but he still didn't dare to relax because the warning of his observation haki had not stopped yet. Sure enough, a roar was heard, and a meteorite twice as large as the previous one appeared and fell towards the same location. With a wry smile, Rayleigh had to prop himself up and used Conqueror's entanglement again. This time, since the meteorite was larger, he had to chop it twice in a row. As the two slashes were launched, the second meteorite also shattered and fell to the ground, making a deafening sound. Rayleigh sat on the ground with one hand supporting the sword, looked up at the place where Kihonhei disappeared, and muttered, "Captain Roger, I seem to have left behind an incredible marine monster for the younger generation." Advertisement Chapter 49. Stone Long By selling Sabadi Archipelago, Area 16, Marine Base. Buzz. A black hole suddenly appeared in Kihonhei's office, and a man and a woman walked out of it. They were Kihonhei and Khalifa. After walking out of the black hole, Kihonhei stumbled, scaring Khalifa beside him. She quickly supported Kihonhei and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Kihonhei's face was a little pale, but he still smiled and said, "It's okay, I just consumed a lot of energy. I just need to rest for a while, and with your concern as my secretary, I'm feeling much better now." Khalifa patted Kihonhei lightly and said in a scolding tone, "You still have the energy to joke around after all this. Go and take a rest." After saying that, she helped Kihonhei to her seat, turned around and poured Kihonhei a cup of hot tea, blew on it gently a few times, and felt that the temperature of the tea was slightly lower on her hand, so she carefully brought the tea to Kihonhei's lips, motioning Kihonhei to drink some hot tea. Kihonhei cooperated and took a few sips. Seeing this, Khalifa couldn't help feeling a little tender. She walked to the back of the chair and started massaging Kihonhei, wanting to help Kihonhei relax his muscles. With eyes closed, enjoying the massage from Khalifa's delicate hands, after a while, he suddenly said, "Well, you still have work to do. Word of my fight with Rayleigh will get out soon, and it won't be good for you if you're slow." Khalifa paused for a moment and spoke slowly. "I'd better take care of you first. You saved my life this time, didn't you?" Kihonhei held Khalifa's hand, turned around and said to Khalifa seriously, "I'm fine now. Go do your job. Besides, it would be a good thing for me to let the government know my current strength." But, obedient. All right, Khalifa no longer insisted and prepared to do her own work. When she reached the door, she looked back at Kihonhei. Kihonhei gave her a reassuring smile. She quickly turned her head, closed the door and left. Advertisement. After Khalifa left, Chiga closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the three Magatama in the right Rinnegan suddenly enlarged and then shrank back to their original size. Qianhe's pale face instantly turned rosy, and he looked full of energy, without any trace of weakness from before. The effect was caused by the pupil technique of Chiga's right eye during the Mangekyo period, called Ishichohime. Ishichohime, the daughter of the god Oyamazumi in Japanese mythology, is a deity that symbolizes longevity and everlasting health. Chiga's eye technique named after her can instantly clear all negative states in the body and restore it to its best state. The disadvantage is that it can only be used once a day. Don't think this shortcoming is too big. Just imagine, if Aokiji knew this trick, wouldn't he be able to use it 10 times during the 10 days and nights he fought with Akainu? Then the battle doesn't even have to last 10 days and 10 nights. After all, Akainu's physical strength is not infinite, and he will be defeated by Aokiji halfway through the battle, so this ability is simply cheating. As the saying goes, the dojutsu produced by Mangekyo is largely related to the strong mental appeal of the user when he opens his eyes. The reason why Chiga was able to awaken this dojutsu was because he was too insecure when he was in the Hokage world. That's right. As a member of Konoha's Uchiha clan, he was ostracized by Konoha's high-ranking officials, watched by that old D Danzo, and later on his entire family was exterminated by a filial son. There was no way he could escape death. Qianhe, who is familiar with the plot, is worried about her life all the time. Finally, in a small-scale war, all his comrades who had been with him day and night were killed. The strong mental stimulation prompted him to activate Mangekyo and obtain this eye technique called Ishihi Nagama. It can be said that the opening of the third Magatama was the foundation, and the key was when he returned to the office and felt the weakness of his body. The two combined awakened this eye technique again, which was just used to recover the huge consumption of this battle with Rayleigh. You know, in this battle, in addition to several ordinary Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, Chiga also used Super Shinra Tensei and 2 Tengai Shinsei which consume more eye power. The consumption is not small, after all, his physical age here is less than 18 years old. As for why he didn't use it as soon as he came back, well, it was definitely not because he wanted to enjoy Khalifa's service a little longer, absolutely not. On the other side, Khalifa returned to his room and took out the Den Mushi again, ready to report to Stussy. After a while, the Den Mushi was answered. It can be said that in Stussy's opinion, Khalifa's Den Mushi had the highest priority for answering. This is Stussy. Khalifa, do you have any more information to report on Uchiha Chiga? Yes, just now, Uchiha Chiga and Pluton Rayleigh had a battle. Nani? Pluton Rayleigh? The right arm of the Pirates King? Yes. It's incredible that such a person is hiding there. It's really hard to hide under the lamp. What's the result of the battle? Is Uchiha Chiga still alive? Advertisement Stussy is not young anymore, and she knows the horror of Pluton Rayleigh more directly than Khalifa. She even witnessed Rayleigh's battle in person during an operation. The doomsday scene of warships being destroyed and the sea being divided with a wave of his hand still lingers in her mind. Now that Uchiha Chiga has actually fought with him, in her opinion, the ending will not be good. Alas, they are still young people, too impulsive. I guess this is the end of Uchiha Chiga? Thinking of this, Stussy couldn't help but shake his head with regret. Such a talented genius actually died in Sabaody. What a twist of fate. From what Stussy said, she seemed to think Qianhe was dead. Khalifa felt uncomfortable for no reason, and even said with a stiff tone. Uchiha Chiga is fine, she just has a lot of energy consumption and is resting in the office. Also, Pluton Rayleigh didn't gain much advantage in this battle and was even injured. Without noticing Khalifa's suddenly disrespectful tone, Stussy was so shocked by the news that she was stunned. After a long while, she slowly spoke into the phone. Khalifa, do you take responsibility for what you just said? I am willing to take full responsibility. Well, you've been doing very well recently. I'll report to the higher-ups. If there's nothing else, let's end this report first. Yes. Khalifa hung up the phone and sat in silence for a while. In fact, she did not do her job well in this report. For example, she did not report to Stussy that Chiga obtained a gravity fruit, nor did she report to him the strange moves she used in the battle. She knew this, so she decided not to tell the world government too soon. If anyone wanted to know why, she thought it was just a way to repay Qianhe for saving her life. As for what else, only she knew. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Stussy tried hard to calm the emotions surging in his heart. After a while, she calmed down a little and took out another Den Mushi from a secret cabinet. She patted her chest hard a few times to make sure she was completely calm, and then Stussy dialed the Den Mushi. Gurgle, gurgle, the Den Mushi was connected, and an old and majestic voice sounded. What's the report? Stussy immediately responded respectfully. Dear Five Elders, Stussy has important information to report to you about Uchiha Chiga and Pluton Rayleigh. Chapter 50. High-level shock redline, Mariajoy. Okay, we got it, you can go down. Yes, the bald Five Elder with a birthmark on his forehead hung up the Den Mushi and turned to the other 4 Five Elders and said. Everyone has heard it, it seems that our previous assessment of Uchiha Chiga was too low. The only one who was not wearing a suit and holding a samurai sword in front of his chest, 5 Elders nodded and spoke slowly. Yes, we all know Pluton Rayleigh's strength. Uchiha Chiga was able to injure him and escape unscathed, which is enough to show that his strength should not be underestimated. 5 Elders, who was wearing a crimson suit and had blonde hair, crossed his arms and lowered his head and said. I heard that Uchiha Chiga's style is quite hawkish among the Marines. 5 Elders with long straight white hair tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers and spoke. Well, so far, none of the pirates he has wiped out have been left alive. He can't even keep the pirates' bodies intact. The last 5 elders, who wore a flat hat and had a scar on the left side of his face, paused for a moment and made a conclusion. The current Marines are basically dominated by doves headed by Sengoku. To be honest, their attitudes towards the pirates and even the world government are not to our liking. If there is another Marine with weight like a Kainu, it should be good news for us. Yes, I suggest that we should publicize his battle with Pluton Rayleigh this time to build up momentum for him. Well, according to Stussy, this Uchiha Chiga seems to like collecting devil fruit. What's his purpose? That doesn't matter. We can take out a nice fruit as the reward this time. Besides, isn't this Uchiha Chiga also very interested in the new agent named Khalifa? That Khalifa was almost an open surveillance. I think Uchiha Chiga noticed it from the beginning, but he never said anything and let Khalifa go until now, which shows that he is still a very sensible person. Let's put it this way. Khalifa is no longer of any use. Let Stussy tell him that from now on, the disposal of Khalifa is his. It's a good deal, I agree. Second, after a conversation among the 5 elders, Khalifa's fate was decided as easily as a piece of cargo. In addition, the news about Kihonhei's battle with Rayleigh spread across the sea at the signal of the 5 elders. When the news spread, the whole sea was boiling. Advertisement on board the Moby D*K. Dad, Pluton Rayleigh showed up again, and fought a Marine rookie. A man with a pineapple head, who looked like a minion, ran up to Whitebeard excitedly with a newspaper in his hand. Whitebeard, who was guzzling wine, raised his eyebrows, took the newspaper from Pineapple Head, glanced at it, and saw that it was written. Shock. Marine rookie, Uchiha Chiga fought against Pluton Rayleigh, but Rayleigh was injured and fled. There was also a photo of Chiga next to it. After reading it, he crumpled up the newspaper and laughed out loud. Koolalala, Rayleigh is still alive, that's great. As for Rayleigh running away, it's just Marine bragging, he's just a little brat. Pineapple Head said with a worried look on his face. But even if the Marine exaggerated the facts, the strength of this Marine rookie named Uchiha Chiga should not be underestimated. At least it is a fact that he is still alive. Whitebeard took another gulp of wine, wiped his mouth, and said proudly. So what? He's just a Marine brat, lousy as Whitebeard. The other 3-4 emperors had similar views on the matter as Whitebeard. Auntie. Mama, it's boring, bring me the cake. Kaido. Rayleigh? Just an old guy. Including that Marine brat, if he meets me I will let him know the horror of this ocean. Redhead. Deputy Captain Rayleigh, long time no see. I really want to meet you and tell you that I have found new hope in East Blue. An underground world. Doflamingo, the newspaper reader, held the newspaper in both hands, looking at the photo of Chiga on the newspaper, and a strange laugh kept coming out of his mouth. FFFFFFFFFFFFF. Marine really likes to flatter himself. However, you have to pay special attention to this Uchiha Chiga from now on, don't you think, Corazon? Doflamingo turned his head to look at Corazon, who was wearing a black feather coat next to him. Corazon lowered his head, a cigarette in his mouth, and did not answer, but remained silent. Of course, Corazon's heart was not at peace. At this moment, he was thinking. When did the Marine produce such a newcomer? I have to find a chance to contact Marshal Sengoku. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. Sengoku looked at the document in his hand in disbelief, confirming over and over again that his eyes were not blurry. Advertisement bang. The office door was violently kicked open, and Garp rushed in with a newspaper in his hand, followed by Tsuru and Aokiji. Garp rushed to Sengoku's desk, slammed the newspaper onto the table, and yelled at Sengoku. Look, that kid Kihonhei actually met Pluton Rayleigh and injured him. Who wrote this? It's bullshit. Sengoku ignored him and handed the document in his hand to Garp. Garp grabbed the document and glanced at it quickly. The same expression as Sengoku appeared on his face. He muttered. It's actually true, he really injured that Rayleigh? Tsuru stood behind him with his arms folded. Seeing Garp calm down, he said to Sengoku. Sengoku, Chiga's strength has reached this point. What do you think about this? Aokiji beside her also looked at Sengoku. To be honest, this incident also shocked him a lot. Sengoku thought for a while and expressed his opinion. The 5 elders specifically released this news, and they also said they wanted us Marines to publicize this matter. They seemed to be very optimistic about Chiga. Crane nodded and said, Kihonhei destroyed the pirates twice, and his methods were somewhat cruel. This should suit their taste. In addition, Kihonhei is humble and polite, which is very different from the style of most generals. At this point, Tsuru glanced at Garp and Aokiji beside him. Garp didn't pay any attention to Tsuru's look at all. As his former follower, Aokiji also followed suit and ignored it automatically. Garp slammed his huge fists against his chest and said excitedly. Good boy, I've known for a long time that he's no simple man. Next time we meet, I'll have to test his strength. Sengoku ignored Garp's sudden excitement and said to Crane. Let's hand this matter over to the propaganda department and have them focus on promoting it within the Marine Corps. This is also what the world government wants. Crane nodded and pulled Garp and Aokiji away. After Garp and his group left, Sengoku fell silent again, looking down at the picture of Chiga hanging on the newspaper that Garp left behind. In the picture, Chiga has a smile on her face, and her pair of Rinnegan are particularly eye-catching. She is facing the camera with her palms, and a black Uzumaki appears in her palms. I don't know how the picture was taken. Sengoku whispered to Chiga's photo, is it good or bad for you to be exposed to the world so quickly, Chiga? Chapter 51. Dragon Pirates Marine Training Camp. Zephyr also received the news about Chihei. He was also surprised at first, but when he calmed down, what remained was a strong sense of pride. Yes, he was proud of Chihei. Recalling the moments he had spent with Kihonhei at the training camp, Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, muttering to himself. I didn't expect you to have come this far. Keep going. The ocean of the future belongs to you, Kihonhei. In the girls' dormitory, her roommate excitedly handed a newspaper to Ain and said, Ain, look, something bad has happened to that Uchiha Chiga. Hearing this, Ain, who had always seemed to be in a bad mood, suddenly widened her eyes. Her roommate's words were obviously ambiguous, and she thought Kihonhei was in danger of his life. She snatched handfuls of newspapers from her roommates, looked at them with some trembling, and nervously read every word of the contents. Ain finally felt relieved and let out a long sigh. I'm glad Kihonhei is okay. The roommate was a little surprised by Ain's reaction, and said unwillingly. That Chiga injured Rayleigh, that Pluton Rayleigh, the Pirate's King's right wrist. Ain remained indifferent and just nodded to show that she understood. Seeing this, her roommate also lost interest and returned to his bed to rest. After her roommate left, Ain sighed softly and quietly picked up the newspaper in her hand. Kihonhei's face was reflected in her eyes. As she looked at it, Ain unconsciously raised one hand and gently stroked the photo, muttering. Are we from two different worlds after all? Can you please walk slower? It's so hard to catch up with you, so hard. On a warship, Gion also gently stroked the photo of Chiga in the newspaper, then pressed that photo tightly against his chest, thinking. The battle must have been very dangerous. I'm so sorry I couldn't be by your side. East Blue, Kikia West Village, little Nami, who had grown a little taller, hurried home with the newspaper in both hands and shouted to Noki, who was taking care of the orange tree. Sister Nojigao, there's news about brother Kihonhei. Pa, Noki was so excited when she heard Kihonhei's news that she accidentally cut off an unripe orange. Under normal circumstances, she, who loved oranges the most, would have been heartbroken, but this time she had no time to pay attention to the poor little orange. A pair of small hands quickly patted the little apron, and Nijigo eagerly took the newspaper from Nami and read it carefully word by word. Nami put her hands together in front of her chest and said with admiration. Advertisement, brother Kihonhei is really amazing. He beat that Pluton Rayleigh and made him flee. The news has even spread here. After hearing Nami's words and looking at her expression, Nijigo covered his mouth and laughed. This Nami always confronted Chiga when he was around, and always looked at him with disdain. But as soon as brother Kihonhei left, she started talking about him just as much as herself, and now she is expressing her admiration without any concealment. She gently raised her hand and stroked Nami's little head. Nami squinted her eyes and enjoyed her sister's caress for a while, then opened her mouth and said. Let's go and tell Belmere the news, she doesn't know it yet. Nojigao nodded, took Nami's hand, and prepared to go out to find Belmere. After leaving the house, the two little ones ran happily on the country road, suddenly. Bang! Ouch! Nami sat on the ground with her head covered and her eyes closed. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a shadow. Hey, why is it dark? With tearful eyes, she raised her head to see what was in front of her, but when she looked up, Nami was so frightened by the creature in front of her that she was speechless. It was a humanoid creature nearly 3 meters tall with a shark face. Standing in front of Nami was like a wall. Behind him stood a fish-faced creature similar to him. The pungent fishy smell made Nami feel a little nauseous. Najiko, who followed, was also frightened by the creature in front of her, but her identity as a sister gave her the courage to walk to Nami and help Nami up. Nami stood up and looked at the creature that was still blocking her way, and said tremblingly. You. Who are you? The creature lowered its head and looked coldly at Nami and Nokigo, causing the two to shiver. After a short stalemate, the creature opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp jagged teeth, and uttered a cold voice. People? Lousy is a noble fishman, you lowly human, go and gather the people of this village together to welcome the noble dragon pirates. Otherwise, I will kill all the humans in the village without a single one left alive. Hearing Arlong's words, Nokigao's pupils shrank. He pulled up the frightened Nami and turned around and ran towards the village. Arlong, the leader of the pirates, crossed his arms and looked at the two little ones running away with an evil smile on his face. He waved his hand. Young men, follow me into the village and teach those lowly humans a lesson. Let them know how powerful we fishmen are. Oh, advertisement. A group of fishmen followed Nami and Nijigo and walked towards the village in a mighty procession. Belmere. Oh no. A bunch of monsters are entering the village. Woohoo. Nijigo found Belmere at the village chief's house, along with the village sheriff, Kensuke. As soon as he saw Belmere, Nijigo couldn't help but burst into tears. After all, she was still a 13-year-old girl. There was no adult around her just now. As a sister, she couldn't cry. What would happen to Nami if she cried? So when she saw Belmere, she couldn't hold back any longer. Holding Nijigo in his arms and patting her back gently, Belmere turned around and asked Nami. Nami, what exactly is going on? What is the monster that Nijigo was talking about? Nami, who had been standing blankly beside him, came back to her senses. She replied tremblingly. They are all so tall and have fish faces. Oh, and they also say they're the dragon pirates. Fish face. Dragon pirates? Belmere's heart sank. She already knew where the other party came from. This was a group of pirates made up of fishmen. She also knew a little about the Murlocs. They were born with physiques that were many times stronger than humans. It was said that their arm strength was generally 10 times that of humans. The most troublesome thing was that most Murlocs hated humans. This is trouble. Belmere's face became worse and worse. After a moment of silence, she turned to Nejigo and said, Nejigo, take Nami and find a secluded place to hide, don't come out. Nokagao nodded blankly, and suddenly thought of something. She quickly shook her head vigorously, grabbed Belle Mare's collar tightly with both hands, and said anxiously, What about Belle Mere? Why don't you hide with us? Belle Mere tried to look relaxed and said in a very gentle tone, I'll come find you guys in a minute. I have to notify the other villagers first. Nejigo obviously didn't believe it, and her intuition told her that something terrible might happen next. Seeing that Nejigo refused to leave, Belle Mere became anxious. She shouted at Nejigo, Be obedient. Take Nami away quickly and don't let me down. It was the first time that Belle Mere got so angry at Nejigo. You know, Nejigo had always been obedient and sensible and had never made Belle Mere angry. This time she was obviously really anxious. Nejigo also knew that Belle Mere was worried about them, and if he and Nami stayed, they would only be a burden to Belle Mere. After wiping away her tears, Nojigao silently pulled up Nami, who was standing beside her in a daze, and ran towards her home with all her might. Behind them, Belle Mere looked at Nejigo and Nami's backs with a loving smile on her face and murmured, Nejigo, Nami, my lovely daughter, you must live. Chapter 52 Crisis. Kihonhei arrives. Nejigo, where are you going? Let's go home. Go home? But didn't Belle Mere ask us to hide first? Aren't we too conspicuous? Nejigo did not continue to answer Nami's question, but fell silent and pulled Nami to speed up. Finally, the two returned home. Nejigo rushed into her bedroom and took out the flying thunder god kunai that Kihonhei had given her from under her pillow. Nami looked at Nejigo in disbelief and said, At this time, are you still thinking about the kunai that Kihonhei gave you? Nejigo shook her head, and her mind echoed what Kihonhei said to her when he left. If anything dangerous happens to the village while I'm away, hold this and call my name in your heart. She hugged the kunai tightly to her chest. Although she didn't know what the use of doing so was, the only one who could bring hope to Nokiko was the brother Chiga in her heart. Nami was a little anxious, and she stepped forward and grabbed the corner of Nokiko's clothes, shouting, Don't waste any more time, let's find a place to hide first and don't let Belle Mere down. Hearing Nami's call, Nejigo nodded as if waking up from a dream, and the two turned around and were about to leave this house that could no longer give them a sense of security. However, at this moment, several gunshots were heard and the two were frightened to the point of standing still. After a while, Nami said tremblingly, It's gunshots, coming from the village chief's house. Belle Mere is still there. Snap. Nejigo grabbed Nami's hand again and ran madly towards the village chief's house. The village chief's house, almost all the villagers in the village have gathered here. At this moment, they are looking at the group of fishmen in front of them with devilish grins on their faces in fear. Arlong was holding a gun in his hand, pointing the muzzle at the villagers in front of him, stepping on Belle Mere's head, and laughing wildly towards the sky. There were several corpses of villagers around him. Ha ha ha, you are such a weak race. In front of the noble fishmen, you are just a group of ants. After saying that, he bent down, put the muzzle of the gun to Belle Mere's head, whose face was covered in blood, and said coldly, You damned human woman, how dare you run away with this gang, and even dare to resist the noble fishmen? What, don't you welcome the great fishmen? Belle Mere, who was being held to the head by a gun, spat out a large mouthful of blood, coughed violently a few times, and said without fear, What noble fishmen? You are just a bunch of damn pirates. Sooner or later, the marine will capture you all and lock you up in the deep-sea prison. When Arlong heard about the deep-sea prison, his face turned extremely ugly because he had just been released from there. Belle Mere's words reminded him of some horrible memories of his time in prison. It was not only the physical torture he suffered, but more importantly, the mental devastation. In there, he always felt like he was going to die. No one treated him as a living being. It can be said that his experience in the deep-sea prison has become a nightmare that will haunt him for the rest of his life. How dare this woman open up his scars again and even mention the marine he hated the most? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Arlong increased the force of his foot, and the severe pain made Belle Mere scream miserably. But she quickly held back and bit her lips so hard that blood even oozed from Belle Mere's lips. Arlong couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw that this human woman was so stubborn. In his opinion, the harder this human woman resisted, the more he felt the contempt of humans for the merfolk. Suddenly, Arlong thought of something very interesting. Didn't this woman just mention marine? It seems that her hope comes from marine? That's very interesting. With an evil smile, Arlong's shark face looked even more sinister and terrifying, and he bent his body even lower. Looking at the Belle Mere at his feet, he said in a playful tone, Human woman, it seems you have confidence in marine? Belle Mere opened his eyes with difficulty, squinted at Arlong, and said firmly, Justice will surely come, and that will be the end of you pirates. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Arlong covered his face and laughed out loud, even crying. After laughing for a while, he looked up and glanced at the villagers in front of him. He could feel that these humans were obviously more excited after hearing Belle Mere's words. With a disdainful sneer, Arlong deliberately raised his voice and said to Belle Mere at his feet, How ridiculous. Do you know that I was able to come here with the tacit approval of you marines? You must know about the rat colonel in charge here, right? With just a small box of treasure and a few threats, he happily pointed to a village for me, and that village happened to be right here. What did you say? Belle Mere opened his eyes wide, unable to accept this cruel reality. Ha ha ha, how pathetic. The marine you placed high hopes on turned out to be the culprit who betrayed you. How ugly. Humans, aren't you just a bunch of lowly races who love to betray others? Tears flowed from her eyes. The feeling of collapsed faith made Belle completely desperate. Her tense body relaxed and she no longer had the fighting spirit she had before. Seeing that Belle was completely desperate, Arlong felt relieved. Boss Tiger, did you see that? I have avenged you. I will also let these humans taste the feeling of being betrayed. For him, nothing is more satisfying than destroying human beings spiritually. Since the human woman had given up, Arlong was not going to waste time with her. He gently exerted force on his fingers and deliberately pulled the trigger slowly, wanting to torture this hateful human woman one last time. Belle also felt the coming of death, but she was not afraid of death. The only things she cared about now were Najigo and Nami. Closing his eyes, Belle said to himself, Najigo, Nami, this may be the end of me. I'm really sorry that I couldn't grow up with you. I'm not a competent mother, but I still hope that you can live well. I love you. However, the next two childish cries made Belle completely disheartened. No. Let go of Belle. This voice, is it Noki Gaoji Nami? Belle prayed madly in her heart, praying that she was dead and the voice she just heard was an illusion. However, the truth is always so cruel, and today is destined to be the most desperate day for Belle. Oh, aren't these the two little brats from before? I almost forgot about them. I didn't expect them to show up at my doorstep now. Arlong stopped what he was doing, put his finger in the trigger frame and turned the pistol, looking at Najiko and Nami who rushed in front of him with an amused look on his face. Just as he was about to speak, the Belle under his feet suddenly burst out with a huge force, broke free from under his feet, and rushed towards Najiko and Nami. Advertisement paw. Paw, two crisp slapping sounds were heard, and a bright red slap mark appeared on the face of Nokigo and Nami. Belle's face was covered in blood and tears, looking a little scary. She screamed at Najigo and Nami. Why are you so disobedient? Why did you come back? Master Noki held Kihonhei's kunai tightly in his hand, covering his slapped face without saying a word, while Nami shouted loudly. Because you are our mother. Belle was stunned and stood still. Oh, I didn't expect these two little ghosts are your daughters. That's so interesting, ha ha ha. Arlong didn't care about Belle's sudden outburst because he thought of something more interesting. He slowly walked up to the three Belle people, grabbed Nami's neck, and lifted her into the air. Let me go, Belle, save me, I'm in so much pain. Nami slapped Arlong's arms frantically, but her strength was barely enough to tickle Arlong. Ignoring Nami, Arlong looked at Belle with a wicked smile and said, Do you want me to let her go? If you do, kneel down here and yell that Marines are trash and humans are the lowest race, then commit suicide in front of me. How about that? Your life in exchange for the lives of these two brats and that group of humans should be a good deal, right? No need to thank me, I'm just that kind. No, Belle, don't promise him. When Nami heard such cruel words, she immediately stopped struggling and just eagerly asked Belle not to agree. Belle looked at Nami who was lifted into the air by Arlong, then turned to look at Nachi and the other villagers. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She slowly stood up and walked towards Arlong. No, Belle, I beg you, no, somebody come and save us, woo 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 woo. Nami was shouting frantically, while Arlong was looking excitedly at Belle who was walking towards him step by step. Najigo, who had been silent the whole time, stared at Belle's back, and he didn't know when the flying thunder god kunai in his hand was deeply stabbed into her thigh. Seeing Belle picking up the pistol and about to kneel down, she couldn't bear it any longer and pulled the kunai out of her thigh. Blood immediately spurted out of Nokigo's leg, but she didn't care at all. Najigo closed his eyes and shouted to the sky with all his strength. Brother Kihonhei, where are you? Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick blue arm flew into the air in a circle, accompanied by Arlong's shrill scream. Najigo opened his eyes tremblingly, and what came into view was the hem of a black robe fluttering in the wind. A gentle voice sounded, Long time no see, Najigo, Nami, you've grown a lot taller. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Nochigo's eyes, and she desperately threw herself into the arms of that figure. Feeling this long-lost warm embrace, she seemed to lose all her strength in an instant. Nojigao buried his head in Kihonhei's arms and whispered. Long time no see, Chihei-kun. Chapter 53. Murloc? That's it? Brother Chiga. Nami, who fell to the ground, saw Chiga appear and immediately rushed over and squeezed into Chiga's arms. Kihonhei held the two little ones in each hand and waited quietly for them to calm down. After crying for a while, Nami raised her tearful face and the first words she said were, Brother Kihonhei, why do you always call Najigo first? A drop of cold sweat ran down Kihonhei's forehead, and he thought to himself, you still notice this at this time. It seems that Nami has a lot of resentment about this matter. Nojigao also raised his head from Kihonhei's arms and looked at Kihonhei infatuatedly. Noticing Najiko's eyes, Kihonhei gave her a reassuring smile, then he gently put the two little ones on the ground. Then, Kihonhei turned and looked at the group of fishmen behind him. His Rinnegan was terrifyingly cold. Arlong covered his shoulder with his right arm missing, looking pale. When Qian turned around, he stared at him and said, Who are you? How dare you attack me? Qian ignored him and just turned to Medes on his shoulder and said, Medes, do you like fish? Meow meow, master, these fish look so disgusting, I can't eat them. Qian nodded, as if talking to himself, pity. Arlong lost some of his mind when he saw that the human in front of him had cut off his arm and was ignoring him. He opened his mouth wide and used his only remaining arm to take out the sawtooth in his mouth. The magical thing was that after the sawtooth was taken out, a new sawtooth actually grew in its original position. Holding the saw in his hand, Arlong suddenly rushed towards Kianhe, pointing the saw in his hand at Kianhe and yelled. Die, human, iron teeth kung fu. Boring. In Kianhe's eyes now, Arlong's speed was no different from that of a snail. The armament color instantly covered his right hand, and the entire right hand became extremely black, flashing a metallic luster. Kianhe raised his hand and struck out at Arlong's hand holding the sawtooth. Advertisement at once, the sound of bones breaking and flesh bursting could be heard. Arlong, who was sprinting just now, fell to the ground in the blink of an eye and fell flat on his face. Ah! Not only did he lose both of his arms, but the second one was shattered so violently that the severe pain caused Arlong to roll around on the ground like crazy. Swoosh! He appeared beside Arlong, with a black stick in his hand. He thrust it into Arlong's shoulder. Arlong screamed a few more times, but before he could finish, another black stick appeared in Kianhe's hand and stabbed into Arlong's other shoulder again. Two black sticks pierced through Arlong's shoulder blades and stuck into the ground. A strange energy came from the black sticks, constantly impacting Arlong's spirit. Chiga's pair of Rinnegan actually appeared in his mind. This strange situation made him even more frightened. Puff, puff. Two more sounds of flesh being pierced were heard, and a black stick appeared on each of Arlong's legs. Clapping his hands, Kianhe looked at Arlong, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and deliberately showed a surprised expression on his face. He walked in front of Arlong, squatted down, grabbed Arlong's head, lifted it up, and let his somewhat sluggish eyes focus on his Rinnegan. A devilish whisper came out of Kianhe's mouth. What's wrong? Is this all the noble fishman has done? Did I make you faint? After saying that, a purple light flashed in Kianhe's Rinnegan. Arlong's eyes immediately widened, as if he had seen something horrible. After he woke up and saw Kianhe's Rinnegan, he screamed in horror. Kianhe covered his ears in annoyance, then punched Arlong in the mouth. The punch was so powerful that after Kianhe retracted his fist, a handful of white debris spurted out of Arlong's mouth. Those were his shattered teeth. However, Arlong's racial talent is really good. Even if his teeth are smashed into pieces, a new row of teeth will appear in his mouth after a while. He raised his eyebrows, feeling that these teeth were indeed pointing at him. A ball of black flame appeared on his hand, and the hand burning with black flames was pressed on Arlong's mouth in front of his horrified eyes. Arlong's big mouth was sealed by a layer of solid ice after being touched by the black flame, and he couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. Satisfied, Kianhe took his hand back and continued to look at Arlong's face. After looking for a while, he felt that the long nose was really an eyesore. So, Kianhe's hands were covered with the armed color that made Arlong's heart palpitate again, and he grabbed Arlong's nose. Chiga began to exert force on his hands little by little, slowly rotating them counterclockwise as if turning the throttle of a motorcycle. This inhuman pain made Arlong's veins bulge. He wanted to faint but couldn't, wanted to scream but couldn't open his mouth. He could only express his pain through violent shaking of his body. The fishmen who had been standing there in shock for a long time finally came to their senses. It must be said that these fishmen were quite loyal. Several of them bravely picked up their weapons and approached Kianhe step by step. Advertisement Kianhe turned his back to the fishmen and continued to focus on turning the accelerator. Nami no Kiko, who was watching from the side, became a little anxious. They thought Kianhe didn't notice the danger behind him, so they hurriedly reminded him. Brother Kianhe. Behind us. Danger. Hearing the reminder from the two little ones, he didn't want to let them down, so he slowly turned his head and glanced indifferently at the fishman approaching behind him. After being glanced at by Kianhe, the group of fishmen holding weapons immediately stood still as if the pause button was pressed. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground one after another, and then they fell down one by one. The fishmen behind hurried forward to check on their companions, and they were horrified to find that their companions lying on the ground had become cold corpses. The fishman who came up to check sat down on the ground, staring blankly at his companion's body, talking to himself like a madman. The devil, he is not a human being, he is a devil. Without paying any more attention to the group of fishmen, Kianhe continued to turn the accelerator. At this moment, Arlong on the ground felt that he hated his nose as much as he did now. He hated why his nose was so strong. The pain continued, and everyone present watched this cruel scene in silence, with no one stepping forward to dissuade it. Arlong's behavior just now has completely angered everyone present. At this moment, they only have one feeling in their hearts, that is, it feels great. Kaba. Finally, with a crisp sound of bone cracking, Arlong's nose was finally twisted off by Kianhe. Arlong rolled his eyes and trembled violently. Kianhe stepped on his head and played with Arlong's nose. Nami saw this and ran to Kianhe, hugged Kianhe's thigh and said, "Brother Kianhe, can you give me this thing?" Kianhe looked down at Nami and said with some confusion, "What do you want this for? It's dirty." Nami bit her lip and glanced at Belmir, whose face was covered in blood. She seemed to have made a decision. She looked at Arlong, who was already dying, and said through gritted teeth, "I'm going to use it as a weapon and kill all the pirates in the future. I hate them." Kianhe frowned, wondering if Nami had turned evil. But on second thought, there is nothing wrong with hating the pirates. If I, as a marine, still have sympathy for the pirates, then Chiga will not tolerate this, and I am specifically mentioning Kobe here. If Kobe dared to come to her and bully her in the future, Kianhe felt that he would crush him to death without hesitation. As for Shanks's face, "Sorry, what is that?" Kihonhei touched Nami's little head and said, "This thing is too bloody and dirty. How about I ask someone to make a dagger for you later?" Nami nodded vigorously and hugged Chiga and stopped talking. Chapter 54. The destruction of the dragon pirates. After comforting Nami, Kihonhei kicked Arlong at his feet a few times and found that he was still breathing. After thinking about it, Kihonhei waved to the remaining fishman minions, signaling them to come over. The group of fishmen pointed at themselves with a confused look on their faces, not knowing who Kihonhei was going to call. Kihonhei glared at them impatiently, and the group of fishmen immediately rushed over. Bang! Chian, he threw a gun to the ground and said, "Whoever shoots your captain with this gun will be spared." The fishmen immediately looked at Chian in horror, and no one dared to move for a moment. Chian he didn't waste time talking to them and just spoke directly to himself. "I'll count to 3, 1, 2, bang." Before the second number was finished, a shorter fishman had already grabbed the gun on the ground and fired a shot at Arlong on the ground without hesitation. Arlong, who was lying on the ground, shook violently, but he was not dead yet. The physique of the fishman can be summed up in one word: great. After firing the shot, the fishman immediately looked at Kihonhei with hope. Kihonhei nodded to indicate that he could go. The fishman felt as if he had been pardoned. He bowed 3 times to Kihonhei and then ran away. He swore in his heart that he would never appear in the place where humans are again in his life. When the other Murlocs saw this scene, they immediately went crazy and scrambled for the pistol on the ground. They even started fighting. After a while, the ground was covered with Murloc corpses. Chian he watched the scene with great interest, kicked Arlong again, and said, "Hey, are you still breathing? Look at how noble the Murlocs are in your mouth, but when they fight their own people, they really beat them to death." Arlong didn't say anything. At this moment, he was even more desperate than Belmir just now. His faith collapsed more completely, and there would be no more salvation. He now only wanted to die. Kihonhei clapped his hands, and the fishmen who had been fighting just now immediately quieted down. "Okay, the one who looks like an octopus, yes, that's you, come here." Kihonhei was talking about the octopus Shahachi. During the previous fight, he had remained indifferent. He stood there with a sad face watching his own kind killing each other. When he heard Kihonhei's call, his whole body shuddered and he walked towards Kihonhei tremblingly. Kihonhei used universal pull to suck the gun that was still in the hands of a fishman, handed it to Octopus Shahachi, and said, "Advertisement, you, fire the last shot." Octopus Zauba held the pistol in his trembling hands, feeling that it was the heaviest thing he had ever held in his life. Seeing that Octopus Zauba was still standing there motionless, Kihonhei raised his hand and used Shinra Tensai at the group of fishmen behind him. After eating the gravity fruit, Chiga's Shinra Tensai has become more than twice as strong as before. Just an ordinary Shinra Tensai can directly turn that group of fishmen into a pile of parts. Seeing this horrific scene, Xiaoba completely collapsed. He pointed his pistol at Arlong on the ground and fired several shots. Arlong on the ground finally fell silent after these shots, with tears still on his face. Kihonhei nodded in satisfaction and signaled that Zauba could leave. Octopus Xiaoya turned around woodenly and was about to leave, but Kihonhei suddenly called him back. "By the way, if you return to the Fishmen Island, tell the Jinbei that I was the one who killed Arlong and the group of fishmen, and tell him to come to me if he has any problems. My name is Uchiha Kihonhei, and I am currently the colonel of the naval headquarters. Do you remember?" Octopus Zauba nodded, and Kihonhei waved his hand to let the already mentally ill Zauba leave. At this point, the dragon pirates, who had been so arrogant just now, were almost wiped out. The villagers of Kokoazi village shook their heads subconsciously to make sure they were not dreaming. Kihonhei turned around and gave the villagers a kind smile, which scared the remaining villagers and made them take a step back. Although Kihonhei has also lived here for 10 years, they still cannot connect the man who killed fishermen like butchering dogs with the fishing boy in their memory. However, Nochigao and Nami didn't care about this. The two little ones supported Belmir on each side and came in front of Kihonhei, calling him, "Brother Kihonhei," in a crisp voice. Belmir looked at the somewhat unfamiliar boy in front of him with a complicated expression. Less than a year had passed since our last farewell at the beach, and the boy in front of me had already grown to this point. In fact, she already knew the news about Kihonhei's battle with Pluton Rayleigh, so she knew that the power Kihonhei had just displayed was probably just the tip of the iceberg of his strength. What a terrible talent. Why is there such a big gap between people? Belmir smiled bitterly and shook his head. Najigo next to him asked with concern. "Belmir, what's the matter with you?" Belmir turned to look at Najigo, who was concerned, and smiled to show that she was fine. On the other side, Nami looked at Belmir, who was injured like this, and a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. She looked at Kihonhei and said, "Chiga, I want to join the Marines. I want to kill the pirates." Well, Nami is completely stuck with the pirates. Kihonhei looked at this determined little orange-haired girl with some helplessness, thinking that if he took her to join the Marine at her age, she would be despised by other Marines. Belmir grabbed Nami's ears with all his strength. "Advertisement, how old are you? Why are you a Marine? And have you forgotten what Arlong said just now?" Nami shook her head like a rattle and said stubbornly, "But Chiga Ni is also a Marine, and he saved us this time, and Chiga Ni is a high-ranking officer in the Marines now, right? Isn't it just a matter of a word from him to join the army?" Hearing Nami's words, Kihonhei smiled. Although a colonel in the headquarters was not a low rank, he was not a big official either. However, Kihonhei still noticed what Belmir had just said. He pinched Nami's face and asked, "You can join the army when you grow up. First, tell me what Arlong said just now. When this was mentioned, the hatred on Nami's face became even stronger, and she immediately exaggerated the matter of Colonel Mouse to Chiga. Najiko next to her also nodded with tears in her eyes. She knew that as long as Chiga was there, he would not let her suffer any grievances. Qianhe's face also turned cold. He stood up silently, looked in one direction, and then asked. I see. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. How is Grandma Lisa? Belmere said weakly, Granny Lisa is safe. As soon as I received the news from the pirates, I told the villagers to hide her and some of the village elders in a secret room. Nodding, Qianhe breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Belmere to express his gratitude. Belmere struggled to stand up and tried to stop Qianhe, saying, No, you saved all of us, what I did is nothing. Hearing this, the villagers who were a little frightened just now also stepped forward and said, Yes, Chiga, you are the hero of our entire village. I'm sorry, we were just scared and haven't expressed our gratitude to you yet. Ah, thank goodness I have you, Chiga. He looked at the group of simple villagers in front of him without saying a word. The anger in his heart grew stronger. His body slowly floated up. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then shot out in one direction. Below, Nami pulled Belmere's clothes with some concern and asked. Belmere, why did Qianhe leave so soon? Where did he go? Belmere stared at the direction where Qianhe disappeared, his voice full of hatred. He's going to clean up the marine scum. Chapter 55 Colonel Mouse. East Blue Marine 16th Branch Base. In the office, Colonel Mouse looked at a small box of treasure on the table with golden eyes, and his saliva had soaked the documents on the table. Pushing the soaked documents aside, he hugged the box full of treasures tightly in his arms, carefully counting the gold and jewels inside, muttering to himself. The pirates are really generous. I couldn't have saved up this much treasure even if I worked in the marine for several years. Does it look good? A voice suddenly appeared in the office, scaring Colonel Mouse so much that he shivered and the box full of treasures in his arms fell to the ground. All of a sudden, all kinds of objects were scattered all over the floor. Qianhe stood at the door of the office with his arms folded, and behind him was a group of marine soldiers holding guns. However, those soldiers did not look very happy, and their legs were shaking constantly. Just now, Chiga fell from the sky, and the surrounding marine soldiers immediately surrounded her. However, Chiga didn't move at all, but just emitted a little conqueror's hockey, and the group of marine soldiers fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back, and they haven't woken up yet. The remaining group of marine soldiers did not dare to move forward. They knew they were no match for the man in front of them, but their identity as soldiers still made them follow Qianhe all the way to Colonel Mouse's office. At this time, Colonel Mouse was lying on the ground, frantically trying to gather the treasures scattered on the ground with his hands. However, the more anxious he was, the more disobedient the treasures became. Every time he used his arms to grab them, there would always be a few disobedient gold or something sticking out from the cracks. The marine soldiers behind Qianhe looked at the officer who was lying on the ground in a miserable state, and lowered their heads in shame. To be honest, they all knew more or less the style of this rat colonel, and everyone looked down on this guy from the bottom of their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. A higher rank can crush a lower rank, after all he was the highest officer here. Seeing that using his arms was not efficient, Colonel Mouse began to pick up the gold on the ground one by one with his hands. As he was picking, his hand touched a pair of shoes. He looked up in a daze, and his hand met Chiga's lowered Rinnegan. As if he had seen something horrible, Colonel Mouse sat down on the ground, staring blankly at Qianhe, and asked tremblingly. You. Who are you? Qianhe looked at this marine scum with a deadly look and said lightly. Colonel of Naval Headquarters, Chiga Uchiha. Advertisement. Are you a marine? Hearing that the person coming was also a marine, Colonel Mouse heaved a sigh of relief. In his opinion, since the person coming was a marine, then there wouldn't be a big problem. After all, they were colleagues, right? Thinking of this, Colonel Mouse stood up calmly, patted his butt, then put his two palms together on his chest, greeted him with a flattering face, and asked with a smile. So you are Colonel Chiga from the headquarters. What instructions do you have for coming here? I have to say here that even though the officers of the naval headquarters and the officers of these branches have the same rank, their status and strength are completely on a different level, and Chiga is still so young. If he doesn't know the importance of Chiga, then all these years have been wasted. You know, he was able to get to the position of colonel in the Marine Division by relying on his ability to read people's expressions and flatter others. Otherwise, with his poor ability, he would have to slowly gain experience and eventually become a lieutenant junior grade. Moreover, in his opinion, no matter how high Qianhe's status was, he was just a young man. If he flattered him a few words, he would become arrogant and forget himself, and maybe even make his career further up the ladder. However, what responded to him was Qianhe's slap in the face. Bang! A loud slap echoed in the small office. The mouse colonel turned 10 times before he stopped. When he finally stopped, he covered his face that was swollen like a football and looked at Qianhe in disbelief. What are you doing? I'm a marine. Hearing that this guy actually dared to say that he was a marine, Qianhe was so angry that he laughed. Qianhe took out a jagged nose from the door space, with some undried blood still on it. Qianhe took the nose and waved it in front of Colonel Mouse. When Colonel Mouse saw the object in Qianhe's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. He recognized that it was Arlong's nose. At this point, even someone as smart as him understood the purpose of Qianhe's visit to him, and he fell silent for a moment. Qianhe pinched Arlong's nose, stared at him and said, Marine, why does this word make me so sick when it comes out of your mouth? Let me ask you, when you accepted bribes from the pirates, did you ever remember that you were a Marine? Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, the Marines behind Qian he also widened their eyes. They knew that Colonel Mouse had a bad style, but style was style alone, and accepting bribes, especially bribes from pirates, was a matter of principle. One could imagine the extent to which this matter impacted the justice in their hearts. A Marine soldier asked in a trembling voice, "Colonel Mouse, is what this Chief Chiga said true?" Until now, this upright Marine soldier still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, and even saved face for Colonel Mouse when he spoke. At least he did not call Qian Colonel. Colonel Mouse was no longer able to care about all that. He shouted at the group of Marine soldiers in a timid manner. "Of course it's not true. I'm the highest commander here. I now suspect that this person is not a Marine at all. You guys should arrest this guy right now." After hearing the order from their superior, the soldiers were in a dilemma. In fact, they were more inclined towards Qian at this moment, because Colonel Mouse's usual style was so bad. Qian ignored the soldiers behind him. He no longer wanted to waste time with this Marine scum. With a flash, Qian appeared in front of Colonel Mouse, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up like a chicken. The Mouse Colonel was only a little over 1.8 meters tall, and looked a little petite in front of the 2-meter-tall Chiga. Now that he was held in the air by Chiga, he could only kick his legs randomly and kept yelling. Let me go, let me go. Even if you are from our headquarters, you have no right to deal with me." "Oh, I have no right?" He looked at the scum in his hand with disdain, and took out a den mushi from his arms with his other hand and dialed it in front of everyone present. Gurgle gurgle. After a few seconds, the den mushi was answered, and the voice coming out of the den mushi stunned everyone present except Chiga. "I'm Marshal Sengoku, Chiga, right? You and Rayleigh have been in quite a mess. What do you want from me at this time?" Chapter 56. Hell. Sengoku's voice came from the den mushi. Just as Chiga was about to speak, Garp's voice came again. "Qian, you are really good. You actually injured Pluton Rayleigh. You are worthy of being the one I brought back. Haha." The laughter stopped abruptly. It was Sengoku who took back the right to use den mushi again. He glanced at Garp with contempt in his eyes. "I'm returning the person you brought back. It was obviously my good eye that recognized the talent and gave you this opportunity. Now you want to flatter yourself? What were you doing before? You can watch your grandson for 2 more days?" After despising Garp, Sengoku calmed down in front of the den mushi, waiting for Chiga's reply. In his opinion, Chiga was always calm and confident in doing things, and this time she suddenly came to him for something very important. However, Qian's next words made his expression change drastically, and even Garp behind him also looked gloomy. "Marshal Sengoku, I'm very disappointed in Marine right now." Hearing this, Sengoku actually felt as if he was falling into an ice cellar. If someone else said this to him, he would definitely scold him immediately. After all, as a Marine, how could you say that you are disappointed in Marines? What is your intention? But it would be different if these words came from Chiga's mouth. Chiga is now secretly regarded by Sengoku as his successor, and even the 5 elders are optimistic about him. For such a person to say that he is disappointed in Marine now is really a terrible thing. This is not only a blow to the overall reputation and morale of the Marines, but losing Qian is an immeasurable loss to the current Marines. Thinking of this, Sengoku asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Chihei, don't worry. Where are you now?" "I'm in the 16th Marine branch of East Blue." "East Blue? Aren't you in Sabadi? Why are you there?" "You know, it takes several days to travel from Sabadi to East Blue by warship. It hasn't been long since I received the news that Qian was fighting Pluton in Sabadi. How come Qian appeared in East Blue again?" Without explaining how he came to East Blue, he said in a cold tone. "It doesn't matter how I got here. What matters is that I saw the filth in the Marines. The rat colonel here actually accepted bribes from the pirates and allowed them to attack my village." "What did you say?" Hearing this, Sengoku was extremely angry, and golden light appeared on his body. Garp beside him clenched his fists, and a faint black light appeared on them. Trying hard to suppress his emotions, Sengoku said in an extremely suppressed tone. "I see. Where is that Mouse Colonel now? I have something to ask him." Advertisement. Before Qian could say anything, Colonel Mouse, who was being strangled by Qian, immediately shouted at Den mushi as if he had found a savior. "Marshal Sengoku, I'm here. Save me. This Uchiha Chiga attacked me without any evidence. Is this what a Marine should do? After all, I am also a Marine." Sengoku frowned when he heard Colonel Mouse's words. He never doubted Chiga's words, but he was also the supreme commander of the Marine. This identity made it even more difficult for him to make arbitrary judgments based on his personal emotions when facing some things. For example, when Akainu ordered the shelling of civilian ships, although Sengoku was as angry as Aokiji, from the perspective of the Marine and the world government, Akainu's behavior was understandable. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment. Garp beside him didn't care about all this and slammed the table with such force that the entire table broke into pieces. Sengoku stared blankly at the ruins in front of him. After a while, he came to his senses and glared at Garp. Garp was really angry at this time. He found the den mushi from the debris and shouted. "Qian, don't worry about what this B*** he says. You can do whatever you want with this scum. If anything goes wrong, it's my fault. Damn it." Sengoku looked at the emotional Garp with a complicated expression, opened his mouth to say something, but finally held back. He acquiesced to Garp's actions. However, it was impossible for Garp to be blamed for the accident. He, Marine Marshal Sengoku, had to take responsibility for this matter. He is just a branch colonel. No matter what his background is, executing him without evidence will have no impact, it doesn't matter. This time he chose to believe in Chiga unconditionally and support her. You know, Sengoku was once a passionate marine youth. Listening to the voice coming from the Den Den Mushi, Chiga's gloomy mood improved a lot. These two cute old guys actually trusted him so much, so he would not make things difficult for them. Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, I will make him tell everything. After saying that, he slowly turned his head, locked his Rinnegan on the mouse kernel in his hand, and said indifferently. You have no secrets in front of these eyes. Being locked by Chiga's Rinnegan, the mouse colonel was so scared that he began to struggle desperately again, shouting that this was against the rules and asking the marine soldiers present to come and rescue him quickly. However, no one responded to him. The only response he got was the cold words from Qianhe. Hell, the judgment of the king of hell. Colonel Mouse looked behind Qianhe in horror. In his sight, a hole emitting purple flames suddenly appeared at that location, and a terrifying big face emerged from it. That face had a pair of eyes that were the same as Qianhe's. They turned strangely for a few times and then slowly looked at Colonel Mouse. This strange sight made Colonel Mouse's crotch wet and he actually peed his pants. The marine soldiers around were looking at the frightened mouse colonel with puzzlement. In their eyes, nothing had happened, but the mouse colonel was frightened to the point of peeing his pants. Advertisement: The face of Hades summoned by Hades' judgment can only be seen by the Rinnegan user and the person being cast. No one else can see it. He looked at Colonel Mouse expressionlessly and explained to him considerately. What you see is the king of hell. If you dare to tell a lie, he will pull your tongue away and you will die. Do you understand? Colonel Mouse shook his head in horror, but even now there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. He ignored this scum and asked on his own. Let me ask you, did you accept bribes from the dragon pirates and allow them to rob the village? Colonel Mouse said nothing, but just shook his head. However, the king of hell would not tolerate such a guy. A long purple tongue stretched out from the mouse colonel's mouth uncontrollably, and then was grabbed by the tentacle-like hand that stretched out from the king of hell's mouth and slowly pulled into his mouth. Colonel Mouse widened his eyes. He had a premonition that as long as his tongue was put into the mouth of that terrifying face, his life would be over, and even his soul would not be at peace. I'll tell you, I did it all. The treasure that Arlong gave me is right there, and everything Uchiha Chiga said is true. I'm a marine scum. I deserve to die. Please let me go. It's so scary. I don't want my tongue to be eaten by this thing. After hearing Colonel Mouse's words, both the soldiers present and Sengoku Garp on the phone breathed a sigh of relief. No one wanted Chiga to have her future affected by this. Colonel Mouse finished speaking in one breath, looking at Qianhe with hope, and said flatteringly. Master Qianhe, I have said everything I need to say. Can you let me go now? Qianhe smiled and said, okay. An expression of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Colonel Mouse's face, but before he could be happy for a moment, the king of hell behind Qianhe suddenly exerted force on his hands. With a snap, Colonel Mouse's tongue broke in his desperate eyes. Crunch, crunch. The king of hell was chewing hard in front of him. Every chew seemed to be gnawing at his soul. He was in such pain that he couldn't even open his mouth to cry out. Finally, with a gulp, the king of hell swallowed Colonel Mouse's tongue. Colonel Mouse had already rolled his eyes at this time, with disgusting saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth. He was completely dead. After letting go of his hand, Colonel Mouse's body fell to the ground like garbage. He looked at the body on the ground indifferently and said lightly. I can let you go, but you have to die first. After saying that, Qianhe turned around and left the sinful office under the awestruck gazes of the Marines. Chapter 57: Human Fruit Mythical Beast Ashura Form. After clearing out the marine scum, Qianhe returned to the Kokoazi village and prepared to say goodbye. This time he came here rather suddenly, and it was even a bit like deserting his post, so he could not stay in East Blue for long. When they were leaving, Nami's eyes were red from crying, and Najiko also lowered his head and sobbed softly. Helplessly, Nami felt better only after Chiga promised her that she would let her join the marine when she turned 18. As for Nokiko, Chiga is even more troubled by this quiet little loli, because Nokiko is much more mature than Nami, but the more mature she is, the harder she is to coax. Sighing, Qianhe walked to Najiko and picked her up just like she did when they parted last time, which made Nami pout again. It must be said that people in the pirates world grow relatively fast. In just 1 year, Noji has grown to 1.6 meters tall. Of course, it is still not tall enough in front of Chiga, who is more than 2 meters tall. Najiko cried in Qianhe's arms for a while, until her tears soaked Qianhe's clothes. Then she raised her head belatedly and smiled shyly, somewhat embarrassed. Qianhe reached out and hooked Nokiko's nose and said gently. Okay, stop crying. If you also want to join the Marine Corps, you can also join the military after you turn 18. Najiko pointed at himself in surprise, hesitating. Hey, can I do this too? I'm so weak. Qianhe waved his hand to interrupt Nokiko's words. You are not weak. Weren't you brave enough to face Arlong? And don't worry, I'm here for you. Noki responded crisply, and a smile finally appeared on his face. After calming the two little ones, Qianhe gently put Nokiko down, turned around and waved to the villagers headed by Belle Mir who came to see him off, and said with a smile. Well, goodbye, everyone. After saying that, Qianhe's figure disappeared in front of everyone. Advertisement: Looking at the place where Chiga disappeared, Both Nami and Najiko secretly made up their minds in their hearts, that is, they must join the Marine when they grow up, so that there will be no more separations. Sabaody Archipelago Area 66, Marine Base Office. Swish. Jian He's figure suddenly appeared in the office, startling Khalifa who just came in to deliver documents, and the documents in his hand fell to the ground. Giving Qianhe a reproachful look, Khalifa bent down to pick it up, inadvertently showing off her charming curves. Qianhe felt a little embarrassed. When he received the Flying Thunder God signal, Khalifa was sitting on his lap and feeding him oranges. Now that he disappeared, Khalifa must have fallen to the ground. Thinking of this, Qianhe raised his hand and activated a low-power universal pull. All the documents on the ground were sucked onto the desk, and under Qianhe's precise control, they were neatly stacked together. Seeing that the documents had been delivered to the table, Khalifa stood up, pulled her black skirt, walked slowly behind Qianhe, and naturally started to massage Qianhe. Qianhe squeezed Khalifa's hand, signaling her not to do that. Turning her head to look at this diligent and responsible little secretary, Qianhe felt a little emotional. She suddenly disappeared this time, and the work in her hands was probably handled by Khalifa's help. It was indeed very hard. You must have had a hard time during this period, didn't you ask me what I did? Khalifa tilted his head and said, it doesn't matter what you do, as long as you come back safely. Khalifa relaxed after receiving the news from Stussy that he had been given to Qianhe by the five elders. Although she seemed to be treated as a bargaining chip by the five elders, she was not averse to this arrangement, because if it belonged to Qianhe, then things would be good, right? I have to say that Khalifa's words were quite powerful, and Qianhe admitted that he was deeply moved. Pulling Khalifa into his arms, Qianhe slowly lowered his head. Khalifa, sensing Qianhe's intention, naturally closed his eyes, looking forward to what was about to happen. Suddenly, bang! The door was roughly opened, and two men in black suits and black sunglasses walked in carrying a box. Advertisement. The two men in black walked to Qianhe's desk, put the box in their hands heavily on the table in front of Qianhe, and said arrogantly, "You must be Uchiha Chiga, right? This is the devil fruit bestowed upon you by the five elders. It is the Zoan, the mythical beast, the human fruit, the Ashura form." After saying that, one of the blonde-haired men in black glanced at Khalifa in Qianhe's arms with a playful expression, which made Khalifa feel extremely uncomfortable. The other one with a buzz cut was relatively honest. After handing the fruit to Qianhe, he called his companions and turned around to leave. From the moment they entered the door until now, Qianhe has been looking at the two of them with an expressionless face, looking at them as if he were dead people. Just as the two were about to leave the office, Qianhe, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "They're two good dogs. Have they been dogs for so long that they don't know their own weight?" "What did you say?" Hearing such extremely insulting words, the yellow-haired man in black immediately turned around and prepared to teach the Marine a lesson. In his opinion, Qianhe was just a guy who was forced out by Marine to create momentum. He was the bodyguard of those adults, and he dared to insult him like this. He must be tired of living. However, as soon as he turned around, what appeared in his sight was a palm that was constantly enlarging. Boom! He directly slapped the yellow-haired man in black on the face, and the whole person was pressed into the wall. The black-clothed man with a short haircut next to him stood there blankly, not yet reacting to what happened, because Qianhe's speed was too fast. Some Marine soldiers rushed over immediately after hearing the noise, pointing guns directly at the two men in black. In their hearts, Chiga, who had fought with Pluton Rayleigh, was already an idol. Now that people from other bases know that their superior is Qianhe, they will look at them with envy. After all, only such a powerful superior can make them serve willingly, and they will feel extremely safe. Without looking at the soldiers around him, Qianhe slowly withdrew his hand. At this time, the yellow-haired man in black in the wall no longer had the arrogance he had just now. It can be said that he now looked as miserable as he could be. The entire area of his face, including the nose, had collapsed, and his sunglasses had shattered. One could see that most of the fragments had pierced into his eyes. Even if he managed to survive this time, his eyes would be ruined. Seeing the miserable state of his companion, the man in black with a crew cut next to him was so frightened that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. At this time, Qianhe, who he had already identified as a devil, slowly turned his head and looked at the remaining men in black. Under Qianhe's gaze, the men in black with a crew cut immediately stopped shaking, and his knees softened and he knelt directly on the ground. Chapter 58 Khalifa. My Khalifa Qianhe walked up to the kneeling man in black with a crew cut and looked down at him condescendingly. The black-clothed man with a crew cut was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly and kept saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be disrespectful to you, please don't kill me." Seeing that this guy was so humble and had behaved quite honestly just now, Qianhe lost interest in dealing with him. He just squatted down, patted his shoulder and motioned him to look up. The man in black raised his head blankly, with a pleading look on his face. He thought Qianhe was going to take action. "Let me ask you, are you and that guy guards of the five elders?" No, we are not worthy to be the guards of those adults. We are from the Logia Palace. The five elders instructed her to take that fruit out of the collection and give it to you as a reward. So what was the matter with your performance just now? The black-clothed man with a crew cut was stunned for a moment, then realized that Qianhe was referring to their arrogant attitude just now, and he stammered. "Lord Logia feels that giving you this fruit is inappropriate, so we should be careful about our attitude." At this point, Qianhe understood what he meant, that is, this celestial dragon's named Logia Palace was dissatisfied with his collection being given as a reward to a mere marine colonel, and wanted to make these two minions disgust him. With a sneer on his face, Kihonhei stood up, signaled the marine soldiers around him to retreat, then walked past the kneeling man in black and returned to the office. Although Qianhe left, the man in black kneeling there still didn't dare to move, for fear of giving Qianhe an excuse to attack him, until Qianhe's voice came from the office. You can go now. Remember to tell your master that I am very satisfied with her devil fruit. I will visit her tomorrow night and thank her in person. Yes, I remember, Master Chiga, go away. Hearing these 2 words, the man in black with a crew cut felt as if he had been pardoned. He carried his companion, who was still breathing, on his back and crawled out of the marine base. After the man in black left, Qianhe stood in the center of the office with his arms folded, thinking about how to deal with the celestial dragons named Logia Palace next. I almost offended her to death this time. There is a high probability that she will turn against me tomorrow night. If things really get out of control, it will all depend on how much the 5 elders value me. If they favor the Logia Palace, then there is nothing to say, just get ready to carry the rice. Suddenly, Qianhe felt a soft squeeze from behind, and a pair of white arms wrapped around her waist. Turning around, Qianhe saw that the person hugging her was her secretary, Khalifa. Khalifa had never felt such warmth in her heart as she did today. Advertisement: she was sent to the world government by her father to be trained as a spy when she was young. It can be said that her childhood was cold. Everyone around her was equally cold-blooded and ruthless, and no one helped her. Growing up in such an environment, and being sent to Qianhe to monitor his every move, she almost became a machine-like existence. However, in getting along with Qianhe, she found that the ice in her heart was constantly melting. Then he was saved by Chiga again from Rayleigh. That was Pluton Rayleigh. In that kind of battle even Chiga would die on the spot if he was not careful. But he would still distract himself and take her away with him. It can be said that from then on, she became dependent on Qianhe from the bottom of her heart. Now, he was even more determined to teach that guy a lesson because of his disrespect to him, without considering that they were the guards of that group of people. Just because of such a ridiculous reason, just because of an insignificant person like myself. Khalifa buried her head behind Qianhe's back and laughed. As she laughed, tears came out of her eyes. Sensing the wetness on his back, Qianhe frowned and said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Are you not feeling relieved? Or are you worried about the revenge of Logia Palace? Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. There was a strong sense of confidence in Qianhe's tone, and this kind of Qianhe made Khalifa more and more fascinated. Raising her head from Qianhe's back, Khalifa's eyes were filled with tenderness like the sea, which made Qianhe's heart tremble. She stood on tiptoe, slowly moved her pretty face towards Qianhe, and kissed Qianhe's lips. Experiencing this scene again, Medea's eyes rolled around and she squatted on Qianhe's shoulder to watch quietly. After a long time, the lips parted. Khalifa reached out and stroked Qianhe's face. Although tears were still on her face, she was still blooming with a kind of heart-pounding beauty. She opened her red lips slightly. Boss, I'm yours from now on. Qianhe was still immersed in the feeling just now and couldn't extricate herself. She finally came back to her senses when she heard Khalifa's voice. But at this moment, his emotional intelligence seemed to have been sucked away by the kiss just now, and he asked a somewhat disappointing question. Why do you call me boss? Khalifa didn't expect that Qianhe, who was always quick to react, would suddenly become so slow. But looking at Qianhe like this, she just felt that Qianhe was so cute, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Because I was sold to you. Aren't you my boss? Oh, okay. Hello, boss. Qianhe's emotional intelligence finally came online at this moment. After he reacted, he felt that his performance just now was a bit disappointing. He could only speak vaguely to cover up the embarrassment just now. Khalifa just stared at Qianhe for a long time, as if he couldn't get enough of it. Qianhe felt a little scared and touched his face unconsciously and asked. Advertisement, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Khalifa narrowed his eyes and said seriously, nothing, I just think the boss is so handsome, I can't get enough of looking at him. Well, at this time Khalifa's fighting power was too strong. Even Chiga, who was fighting with Pluton Rayleigh, felt that she couldn't withstand it and was directly silenced. Seeing that Qianhe was silent, Khalifa stopped her attack and gently helped Qianhe brush off the dust on his clothes. She asked. Boss, what are you going to do about the meeting with that guy tomorrow night? When Chiga heard this question again, he felt that it didn't matter. What worried him more now was what to do with Gion. Thinking of Gion, Chiga felt a headache again and frowned again. Seeing Qianhe's expression, Khalifa thought he was also upset about this matter, pursed her lips, and said with some concern. What's wrong, boss? Are you worried about tomorrow night? It's all my fault. I've implicated you. Qianhe looked at Khalifa in surprise, then realized that his secretary had misunderstood and quickly explained. No, that group of people is nothing. What I'm thinking about is... Well, I'm thinking about Gion. Khalifa was stunned when she heard Qianhe's words. She didn't expect that Qianhe was still thinking about this matter at this time. This weird idea made her laugh. Qianhe looked at Khalifa in confusion and said, What are you laughing at? Khalifa smiled for a while, then stopped smiling and pointed a finger at Qianhe's chin. What are you worried about? You are my boss and I am just your secretary. Chiga fell silent. He knew that Khalifa was telling him not to worry and that she would not destroy his relationship with Gion. In other words, she put herself in a very low position. Oh, my Khalifa, Qianhe couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. I am such a scumbag. Well, this is a strange story even in the Uchiha clan. After all, Among a group of pure love warriors, there is actually a scumbag like Chiga, which is considered a glory for the family. Chapter 59 Sha Lulia. The next night, Kihonhei and Khalifa appeared in front of a luxurious palace. Tonight, Chiga was wearing his favorite black robe with the Uchiha clan seal printed on it, instead of the marine uniform, so that it would be more convenient if he really needed to run away with the rice later. Khalifa was still wearing mainly black, and she nervously held Kihonhei's hand. Kihonhei let go of her hand, patted her on the back, gave her a reassuring smile, then turned and walked into the palace. Khalifa hurriedly followed. There were two men in black standing at the gate of the palace. When they saw Kihonhei and Khalifa, they stretched out their arms to block their way. Who are you? This is the residence of Lady Sha Lulia Palace. This is not a place for untouchables. Get out of here. Qian he didn't say anything and walked inside on his own. You're looking for death, you. With a thud, the two men in black suddenly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Khalifa sighed secretly. It seemed that the boss was ready to turn against him. Who is it? As expected of the Celestial Dragon's palace, the security level is quite strict. The two men in black at the door fell silently, but the moment Kihonhei stepped in, countless men in black appeared around Kihonhei and Khalifa, looking at them with unfriendly expressions. Qian he had lost his patience with these loyal black dogs. He narrowed his eyes and burst out with a domineering aura. All the men in black present followed the footsteps of the two men in black at the door, leaving only a thin man in black standing there in a daze. Khalifa behind Kihonhei looked at the men in black lying on the ground, and couldn't help but think of how he had lost consciousness due to Pluton's attack before. It's this again, the move that Pluton really called Conquerors. I didn't expect the boss to have mastered it so well. Qian he looked at the remaining thin man in black and said indifferently. Go inform Sha Lulia that I, Uchiha Chiga, am here. The thin man in black turned around and went to inform his master without saying a word. Advertisement. After a while, the thin man in black came back. This time his face was covered with blood, as if he had been severely beaten. When he saw Qian he hurriedly said. Lady Sha Lulia asked you to go see her. I will lead the way for you. When he opened his mouth to speak, Kihonhei noticed that this guy had lost all his front teeth. It seemed that he was caused by that Sha Lulia. He was really as arrogant and domineering as the rumors said, and did not treat others as human beings. Nodding, Kihonhei followed the thin man in black to meet the so-called Sha Lulia. Entering the hall deep inside, there was a wide red carpet on the ground that led all the way to the depths of the hall. Led by the men in black, Qian he and his companions walked to the end of the red carpet, where there was a high platform. Kihonhei raised his head slightly and saw Sha Lulia sitting on the top of the platform. Beside her were two more burly men in black and a panting pug. The woman was wearing Celestial Dragon's iconic spacesuit. Her orange hair was combed to the top of her head in a slightly exaggerated way. She wore brown sunglasses on her face and a transparent purple scarf under the glasses. She looked quite pretty. At this time, Sha Lulia lowered her eyes and looked at Kihonhei and others below with the eyes of looking at ants. Seeing Sha Lulia, the thin man in black in front of Qian he showed a trace of fear on his face, but he still took a step forward and respectfully prepared to report. Lord Sha Lulia, I'll take Uchiha. Bang! Before he could finish his words, gunshots rang out. The thin man in black covered his chest with his hands and looked at Sha Lulia above in disbelief. He opened his mouth to say something, but spat out a large mouthful of blood and finally fell to the ground unwillingly. Sha Lulia held a smoking golden flintlock in her hand, glanced at the man in black lying on the ground, and said disdainfully. Useless trash. After saying that, without even glancing at the man in black who had fallen to the ground, Sha Lulia looked at Qian he and said in a cold tone. You are Uchiha Chiga. Do you know that the person you injured a few days ago was one of mine? Do you forget your identity now that you have the support of the 5 elders, huh? Kihonhei smiled disdainfully. Kaido, it's just teaching 2 dogs a lesson, what's the problem? Hearing that Chiga dared to talk back to her like that, Sha Lulia was so angry that she raised her pistol again and pointed the gun at Chiga, wanting to kill this disrespectful marine. Advertisement. However, Kihonhei didn't want to waste any more time talking to this woman. The moment Sha Lulia pointed the gun at him, he appeared beside Sha Lulia and grabbed her arm. Sha Lulia was startled, and the men in black on both sides narrowed their pupils and were frightened by Kihonhei. In their opinion, Kihonhei's behavior was a crime punishable by the extermination of all 9 generations of his clan. The 2 men in black came to their senses and did not dare to hesitate. They directly used their armed color and attacked Kihonhei one by one. Qian he didn't even bother to even look at the attacks of the 2 men. Although these 2 men were obviously more than 1 level stronger than the other men in black, they were still not enough in front of Qian he at the moment. Kihonhei's body remained motionless, and the repulsive force exploded. The fists of the 2 men in black were bounced away before they touched Kihonhei, and hit the walls on both sides of the hall hard, and then slid down like 2 pieces of rags, leaving 2 bright red bloodlines on the wall. The fate of the 2 men in black also made Sha Lulia completely panic. She had always been the center of attention since she was a child and had never experienced such a scene before. She stood there in a daze for a while and was speechless. Kihonhei's hand that was pinching her arm slid away and grabbed the golden flintlock in her hand, taking it from Sha Lulia. The gun was taken away, and Sha Lulia lost the last bit of her confidence. A look of fear finally appeared on her face. This might be the first time she felt fear in her life. Kihonhei exerted a little force on the hand holding the gun, and the priceless golden flintlock turned into a pile of fragments in his palm. He placed his hand above Sha Lulia and released it. The fragments of the gun sprinkled on her transparent bubble hood like snowflakes, coating her hood with a layer of gold powder, which sparkled and looked quite beautiful. Sha Lulia turned her head stiffly and looked at Kianhe, pretending to be calm and said, "You lowly person, do you know who I am? Aren't you afraid that the Marine Admiral will kill you and everyone related to you?" Without responding to her, he slapped her on the hood. The bubble mask didn't last even a second before it was broken by Kianhe, and then Kianhe's hand came into close contact with Sha Lulia's face. Bang! The sound of the slap echoed in the empty hall. Sha Lulia was knocked to the ground and rolled down the stairs to the feet of Khalifa. Khalifa hurriedly avoided her as if she were a plague god. Kianhe didn't actually use much strength this time. The reason why Sha Lulia reacted so strongly was because this guy's physique was really too poor. But she was still conscious. After a while, Sha Lulia, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up, covering her swollen cheek with one hand, and looked at Kianhe on the podium with fear. He looked at Sha Lulia, who no longer had the arrogance she had just now, and sneered. "Now, tell me, who are you?" Chapter 60: A Strange Ending. The hall was eerily quiet. Khalifa stood silently in a corner, his eyes constantly scanning the two people on and off the platform, thinking that the boss had really made a big fuss this time, so he should prepare to run away with the boss later. Sha Lulia stared blankly at Kianhe on the podium. She didn't know what was going on. After being slapped by Kianhe, she actually felt a sense of aftertaste. This situation made her a little at a loss, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. He had no idea what Sha Lulia was thinking. He frowned at Sha Lulia, who was still standing there motionless, then turned around and sat on the chair Sha Lulia had just sat on, and said to Sha Lulia below, "You, climb up." "What did you say?" Sha Lulia couldn't believe her ears. She really didn't expect that Uchiha Chiga could think of such a request. Is he from this world? Is he really ignorant of the power of celestial dragons? Goodness, Sha Lulia would never have thought that she had accidentally found the correct answer to the question. Seeing that Sha Lulia was still standing there motionless, Kianhe became a little impatient and raised his voice. "I told you to climb up, can't you hear me? Or do you want to die?" Sha Lulia was so frightened by Kianhe's tone that her whole body trembled. She actually fell to the ground and crawled upwards little by little. Sha Lulia, who was climbing up, was filled with humiliation and confusion. She was confused as to why she suddenly became so obedient. After hearing Kianhe's words, she actually developed a strong tendency to obey. After crawling for a while, Sha Lulia finally crawled to Kianhe's feet. She raised her head and looked at this audacious man with a face full of humiliation. Kianhe didn't expect that Sha Lulia would suddenly become so obedient. He just wanted to provoke her. In his opinion, how could the celestial dragons, who have always lived a pampered life, really do such a thing? He even planned to just take care of her if she dared to refuse, but this guy's performance made he feel a little helpless. But since she was so obedient, Kianhe temporarily put aside his killing intent. He stretched out a finger and hooked Sha Lulia's chin. Why would the high and mighty celestial dragons do such a thing? Sha Lulia did not reply, and silently let Kianhe hook her chin. She tried to look away, not daring to look at Kianhe. Seeing Sha Lulia like this, Kianhe felt a little helpless. "No, have you forgotten that you are celestial dragons? Be arrogant, you be asterisk 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 d." But things have to be resolved. Kianhe stood up and raised his hand to point at Sha Lulia, who was lying on the ground. At this time, Sha Lulia, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. "Are you going to kill me?" He paused for a moment, then nodded and said indifferently. "It doesn't make any difference whether I kill you or not. You know that what I did tonight is unforgivable to you. If I say that I don't want to pursue anything that happened tonight, will you let me go?" Advertisement. He raised his eyebrows. If what this guy said was true, then of course he could spare her life. After all, Chiga originally planned to make it to the top of the marine and then plan what to do next. If he betrays the marine now, it will have a great impact on some of his plans. But can I trust Sha Lulia? The bad character of celestial dragons is really not convincing at all. Use an illusion on her. This woman already looks a bit stupid, and she would become a complete fool after being hit by an illusion. How could the five elders not see that? Thinking of this, Kianhe shook his head, and a transparent energy began to gather in his hands. Seeing Kianhe's actions, Sha Lulia hurriedly said, "Everything I said is true. As long as you promise to protect me when I come to Sabaody in the future, I will pretend that nothing happened tonight, I swear." After saying that, Sha Lulia's face actually blushed and she secretly glanced at Kianhe. Hiss, things are really becoming more and more weird. Kianhe thinks that Sha Lulia's behavior is really the case. After thinking about it, Kianhe decided it was better to be safe. Reaching out his hand, Kianhe grabbed Sha Lulia's neck and lifted her up. Sha Lulia looked at Chianhe in horror. She didn't understand why this man treated her like this when she had acted sincere enough. How could he be so cruel? As she thought about it, tears welled up in Sha Lulia's eyes, and she actually cried out of grievance. Being a little distracted by the thing in his hand, Chianhe yelled at her impatiently. "Quiet. Look me in the eyes, oh." After being yelled at by Chianhe again, Sha Lulia stopped crying immediately, looked into Chianhe's eyes obediently, and muttered. 1, 2, 3. Chianhe looked at her suspiciously and asked. "What are you doing?" Sha Lulia hurriedly stopped counting and stammered. "Your eyes are so beautiful, I want to count the circles in your eyes." Chianhe didn't know how many times he was speechless tonight, so he activated his ability. Hell, the judgment of the king of hell. A terrifying big face emerged from the hole behind Kihonhei that was emitting purple flames. Seeing this strange sight, Sha Lulia widened her eyes and started kicking her feet randomly again. Be honest. Okay, but the monster behind you is really scary. Advertisement, don't talk nonsense. I ask you questions and you answer them. If you dare to lie, this thing will pull out your tongue and eat it. Yes, I understand. Are you serious about what you just said? Are you really going to pretend that what happened tonight never happened? Really, I swear. Sha Lulia was so excited that she almost shouted out loud. After she finished shouting, she lowered her head and thought for a while, then added weakly. But you have to agree to be my guard when I come to Sabaody. Ignoring her, he saw that the king of hell behind him didn't move, so he knew that this guy was telling the truth, so he felt relieved and dissipated his ability. In Sha Lulia's view, the terrifying face began to gradually hollow out, and then disappeared. She couldn't help but say. Your abilities are so amazing, is it the devil fruit? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Sensing Chiga's impatience, Sha Lulia finally shut up. Kihonhei jumped down from the platform with a gloomy face, came to Khalifa, said, let's go, and was about to leave. Sha Lulia on the high platform saw he was about to leave and shouted again. Are you leaving now? He said impatiently without even turning his head. I'm not leaving and I'm staying here with you. There is still this kind of good, it's not impossible. Kihonhei was completely confused by this guy's inexplicable behavior. He pulled up Khalifa and disappeared on the spot with a flying thunder god. Sha Lulia stared blankly at the place where Chiga disappeared for a long time. Then, the gurgling sound of a den mushi came from her arms. Being brought back to reality by this voice, Sha Lulia hurriedly took out a den mushi from her arms and answered the call. An old voice came out. Shalulia, has Uchiha Chiga come? What's his attitude? Hearing this voice, Sha Lulia straightened her clothes, stood up and said in a calm tone. He performed very well, I am very pleased with him. Didn't he kill your man? Did he threaten you? No, they were just a few disobedient dogs. Colonel Kihonhei not only expressed his apologies, but also promised to be my guard next time and protect my safety. Oh, that's a pretty good guy. Good, we got it. After hanging up the den mushi, Sha Lulia patted her chest. The matter was over, but why did she have such a weird feeling? Chapter 61. Commodore Sabaody Archipelago Area 66, inside the Marine Base. Swish. Kihonhei and Khalifa appeared in the office. As soon as they arrived, Kihonhei cursed and said. Is this Sha Lulia sick? Are all celestial dragons like this? Khalifa stood behind Kihonhei without saying a word, looking at him with a strange look. In fact, she saw something, but she was not sure, so she could only remain silent. Suddenly, the den mushi on the table started buzzing. Chiga answered the call and Sengoku's voice came out. Is that Chiga? What did you do tonight that even the 5 elders came to talk to me about you? They said you've been doing your job well during this time, and that your rank has been lowered? Kihonhei was also confused. I have been doing my duty during this period. Does it mean that Super Shinra Tensei and Tengai Shinsei destroyed almost an area of Sabaody, or that I slapped Sha Lulia in the face tonight? I just went to meet a celestial dragon named Sha Lulia, nothing else. What? Are you talking about Sha Lulia from the Roswald family? Yes. Sengoku was silent for a while on the other end of the den mushi. He knew about the Roswald family. They could be said to be a group of typical celestial dragons, and they had all the bad habits that celestial dragons had. As the daughter of Saint Roseward, the head of the Roseward family, Sha Lulia has always looked down on other races. But when Kihonhei went to meet this kind of person, the 5 elders informed him that they would reward Kihonhei. He didn't believe that there was no connection between the two. But the result is always good. The faster Chiga is promoted, the more blatantly he can delegate power to him. The future of Marine is destined to be the world of young people like Chiga. Okay, then you go back to the naval headquarters tomorrow. I'm going to confer the rank of Commodore on you. Please come and simply attend the ceremony. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Kihonhei looked up and found that his secretary Khalifa was looking at him with a strange look. Looking down at himself to make sure there was nothing wrong, he asked doubtfully. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Khalifa shook his head helplessly, indicating that it was nothing. Yes, my boss, you went and slapped celestial dragons in the face tonight, and then you were rewarded when you came back. This is simply a fantasy, right? Kihonhei rubbed his temple and his eyes swept to the box of Ashura fruit on the table. Then he remembered that he still had such a fruit. I was so careless to leave such a mythical devil fruit here for a day and a night. He reached out and opened the box, and the fruit inside was revealed. It was a golden mushroom-shaped fruit, but this mushroom had 3 heads and looked a little weird. Advertisement Khalifa walked up to Kihonhei, looked at the fruit curiously, and asked. Boss, do you want to eat this fruit? Kihonhei nodded. After all, this was also a mythical beast species, which completely met his requirements. This time, without avoiding Khalifa, Kihonhei stretched out his hand and patted the mushroom head in the middle of the fruit, using his hungry Kido to absorb it directly. After a while, the power was absorbed and an ordinary mushroom appeared on the table. Khalifa covered her mouth and looked at the magical scene in front of her, thinking that he was worthy of being the boss. The things that happened to him were always so strange. Kihonhei closed his eyes and felt the ability he had just gained. When he opened his eyes again, there was a 4th Magatama in his right eye. Khalifa also noticed the changes in Kihonhei's right eye and asked curiously. Boss, are the symbols in your eyes the result of absorbing the devil fruit? You are worthy of being my good secretary, you are so smart. Boss, what are you doing? Never mind. Do these 4 patterns mean that you have absorbed 4 devil fruits? You have also absorbed the gravity fruit, right? Yeah, so I need a devil fruit, but don't worry, I'll find you a suitable fruit later. Nodding, Khalifa leaned closer to Chiga and stopped talking. To be honest, it didn't matter to her whether there was a devil fruit or not. She just wanted to be a good secretary for Chiga. The next day, on Suru's warship, just like when they went to Sabaody Archipelago, Chiga rested her head on Gion's thighs and basked in the sun leisurely. Gion gently stroked Chiga's hair, with a gentle smile on her pretty face, and looked quietly at Chiga who was lying on her legs. Suddenly, Chiga opened her eyes, and her pair of Rinnegan flashed a divine light in her eyes, which made Gion stunned. With a slight smile, Kihonhei reached out and patted the spider tattoo on Gion's thigh and said, "What's wrong? Haven't you seen enough? No, I really want to keep watching like this." Smiling, he stood up and stretched, then turned around and said, "When I become admiral, I will transfer you to my ship and let you watch it every day. I want to see if you can get tired of it." Gion also stood up, walked to Chiga, helped Chiga pull the slightly wrinkled marine uniform, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll wait for the day when you become an admiral, don't make me wait too long." "Don't worry, that day is not far away." Advertisement. In the Marine Marshal's office, boom boom boom. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Chiga walked in with one hand in her pocket. Seeing Sengoku buried in the documents, she smiled and said, "Long time no see, Marshal Sengoku." As Chiga spent more and more time in the Marine, his relationship with Sengoku and others became very close, and he didn't need to be too polite when talking to them. "It's Chiga, come here are your Commodore shoulder straps and uniform." Sengoku pushed a small box and a coat with the word justice on the back to Chiga. Without looking at the box containing the epaulets, Kihonhei's eyes were attracted by the coat. I believe most people who have watched Pirates King prefer the Marine officer's coat with the word justice printed on it. Wearing it is like the 4th generation wearing the royal robe. In one word, cool. Kihonhei had been envious of the one Zephyr wore before, and now she can finally wear it. Without hesitation, he grabbed the coat's shoulders with both hands and pulled hard. Crash. Chiga put on the marine coat. After Chiga, who was over 2 meters tall and had long black hair, put on the coat, a sacred and majestic aura came over her. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and thought shamelessly, "He's quite handsome, but not as good as I was back then. He's probably 10 times more handsome than Garp." Shaking his body vigorously, Kihonhei found that the clothes were really sturdy when put on. No wonder those Marines in Summit Ward jumped up and down without even their cloaks flying away. After the experience, Kihonhei remembered that she should go and see Teacher Zephyr when she returned to the headquarters this time. He was really kind to her, and Kihonhei never doubted this. Thinking of this, he asked, "Marshal Sengoku, is Zephyr-sensei still at the training camp? I'd like to go check on him." Hearing this, Sengoku looked at Chiga with satisfaction. This was one of the reasons why he was so optimistic about Chiga. People who knew how to be grateful and respect their teachers are always liked by others. However, Chiga's good intentions might be in vain this time. Sengoku waved his hand and said, "No need. This batch of students has trained very hard. Zephyr is going to take them out to sea for drills in advance. They have already set off." What? Chapter 62. History that has not changed. Sengoku also didn't know why Chiga had such a big reaction after hearing the news that Zephyr was going out to sea. It was just a sea exercise, was it that serious? However, out of trust in he still asked, "What's wrong? Is there any problem with this voyage?" Of course there are problems, and they are huge. In the movie Z, it was mentioned that when Zephyr was taking the last batch of students out to sea on a training ship, they were attacked by Whitebeard too. In the end, only Ain and Bins were left on the ship, and Zephyr even broke an arm. Although history has changed and Zephyr has set out to sea earlier, there is no guarantee that Zephyr will still encounter Whitebeard too. It would be fine if the result is good, but what if the result is worse? Thinking of this, Chianhe's face became even worse, and he asked hurriedly, "Where is Mr. Zephyr? I don't know the exact location. I'll use Den Mushi to ask him." As he said that, Sengoku dialed Zephyr's Den Mushi, but after waiting for a long time, the Den Mushi was not answered. This abnormal situation made Sengoku's face darken. He looked up at Chiga and asked, "What's going on? Kihonhei, do you know something?" There was no time to explain further, as the southeast direction was too general. However, Chihei could not afford to think too much at this point, so he directly opened the window of Sengoku's office, activated his Heavenly Dao ability, and soared into the sky. The documents on Sengoku's desk were scattered all over the floor by the airflow generated by Chiga's departure. He had no time to care about this, so he summoned Aokiji and ordered him to lead a boat of soldiers to meet Zephyr as soon as possible. In a sea area, a huge head suddenly emerged from the calm sea surface. A snake-like sea kings with a body size of over 100 meters rushed out of the sea, biting a huge whale in its mouth. With force on its mouth, the whale's body was bitten in two and swallowed by the snake-like sea kings. After having a full meal, Sea King smacked its lips a few times in a humane manner and was about to sink into the sea. Suddenly, an expanding black dot in the distant sky attracted its attention. It squinted its huge eyes and tried to see clearly what it was. However, the black dot that was very small just now expanded in an instant, and it finally saw that the black dot was a human being. This was also its last consciousness. Advertisement, get lost. Puff. The heads of sea kings were smashed into a pile of minced meat by Kihonhei. For a moment, a bloody rain fell in the sea. Because of this delay, Kihonhei, who had been flying at high speed for a while, also stopped. His face looked terribly gloomy. This area of sea is so vast that even with the perception of the Rinnegan and the observation Uchiha Chiga still couldn't find any trace of Zephyr's ship. Damn it, are teacher Zephyr and those students destined to suffer this disaster? He hated himself for not leaving a flying thunder god for Zephyr. Was it because of Zephyr's strength that he neglected it? Kihonhei punched the sea surface fiercely, and hundreds of tons of seawater were immediately blasted into the sky and turned into a curtain of rain falling down. Qianhe's body trembled when the seawater dripped onto his face, and suddenly a technique that he had overlooked emerged in his mind, which was the Yu Hu Zi Zai technique. Rain Tiger technique, in Hokage, is a technique in which Tendo Pain uses chakra to create rain clouds, and then injects chakra into rainwater, so that he can sense everything within the range through the falling rain. It is just right for use now. Kihonhei closed his eyes, interlocked his fingers, raised his middle finger and index finger, and activated the Yu Hu Free technique. As the spell was activated, the sky over the sea within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was clear 1 second, but became covered with dark clouds and heavy rain poured down the next. After calming down and sensing for a while, a small ball of life energy appeared in one place, and one of the fluctuations was already very weak. After receiving the information, Qianhe immediately opened his eyes and activated his heavenly Tao ability again. His figure instantly disappeared above the sea. In another sea area, on a lifeboat, a group of marine soldiers in blue and white vests were gathered together. Among them were many familiar faces, including Bridge, Glover, and Binns. At this time, their bodies were all covered in blood to varying degrees, obviously having just experienced a fierce battle. However, none of them cared about their own injuries. They just looked sadly at a blonde female marine hugging another navy-haired female marine and crying. The two female marines are Aine and her roommate, whose name is Alice. Advertisement Aine, who was held in Alice's arms, was in a very bad condition. She half closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes kept trembling because of the pain in her body. There was a horrible wound across her lower abdomen, and blood was constantly gushing out. No, Aine, don't sleep. We will be back to the headquarters soon. Damn it, why is it raining suddenly? Alice kept yelling at Aine, with rain and tears mixing on her face. She tried desperately to stop the bleeding with one hand, but the wound was too big. No matter how hard Alice tried, blood kept seeping out from between her fingers. Some of the other students couldn't bear to watch any longer, and some even turned their heads away and cried silently. It can be said that Aine deserves a lot of credit for the fact that the remaining students were able to hold on until now. It was just a sea exercise, and with former Marine Admiral Zephyr leading the team, no one expected something like this to happen. When they were sailing to a sea area, they met Whitebeard II Edward Weeble and Miss Barkin. When Weeble saw the ship full of recruits, he took action under Miss Bacon's instructions, but was stopped by Zephyr. However, Zephyr is old and in poor health after all, and he also has to protect the students behind him. He was careless for a moment and was injured by Weevil. It was Aine who used the power of the fruit to temporarily stop Zephyr's injuries and also made Zephyr's age regress 8 years, further developed. It was Aine's move that made Miss Bacon notice her, and she made Weevil willing to take a punch from Zephyr to get rid of this female marine with special abilities. It was under such circumstances that Aine was hit in the waist by Weevil, and was seriously injured and unconscious on the spot. Due to her coma, Zephyr's abilities were also ineffective, and he was once again at a disadvantage in the battle with Weevil. But Aine woke up and forced himself to use his ability to help Zephyr go back 8 years, and then he maintained his consciousness and was brought here by the remaining marines. Hearing Alice's call, Aine opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Alice immediately cried even harder. Aine reached out her trembling hand and touched a package beside her, took the package and handed it to Alice. Alice wiped her tears, took the package and asked, "What is this? When you left the warship just now, you asked Bridge to hook it for you. Is it something important?" Seeing Alice take the package, Aine breathed a sigh of relief and said weakly, "This is the devil fruit I got in the assessment. When you go back, you can give it to Kihonhei. It was originally meant for him. Why don't you give it to me yourself?" A voice was heard and a figure landed on the boat. It was Qianhe who had rushed over. With Kihonhei's arrival, the dark clouds that had just covered the sky dissipated in an instant, and the sunlight shone through the clouds onto everyone's face. Chapter 63 Whitebeard E. It's Uchiha Chiga, Boss Kihonhei. Everyone on the boat was stunned for a moment when they saw Chiga suddenly appear. Then, when they came to their senses and recognized Chiga, the students and roommates rushed up one after another. Seeing Kihonhei at this time was like seeing a savior to them, but Kihonhei still waved his hand, pushed everyone away, and came to Aine. Holding Aine's already cold hand, Kihonhei said gently, "I'm sorry I'm late." Aine forced a smile, her eyes full of congratulations. "It's not your fault. I'm still too weak and will never be able to catch up with you." Shaking his head, Kihonhei carefully took Aine from Alice's arms and let her lean against him. Aine moved her head slightly, her consciousness became increasingly blurred. She took a few deep breaths, raised her trembling hand and stroked Shang Kihonhei's face, using her remaining strength to make a sound, for she was afraid that it would be too late if she didn't say some words. "I think I've stopped here, Kihonhei. In fact, I have always had a yearning for you. Stop talking, I know what you mean, now you just need to look me in the eyes." Even though she was about to lose consciousness, Aine still subconsciously obeyed Kihonhei's words and tried to open her eyes wide and look at Kihonhei. The 4 Magatama in Chiga's right Rinnegan suddenly shrank, and Ishichobime was activated. 4 Magatama briefly appeared in Ain's eyes, and she felt a cool breath instantly filling her whole body. The others on the boat stared in amazement at Ain in Kihonhe's arms. In their sight, the horrific wound on Ain's lower abdomen was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her pale face turned rosy. In their eyes, this situation could be called a miracle. As the person involved, Ain suddenly sat up from Kihonhe's arms and looked down at her lower abdomen in disbelief. Although the blood was still there, she could still see that the skin there was intact. Okay, if you have anything to say, just wait until you get back to Naval Headquarters and tell me in person, got it? Ain looked at Kihonhe blankly and nodded subconsciously. Just when she was about to say something, a loud noise attracted the attention of everyone on the boat. Advertisement Chian. He turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. Ain beside him said worriedly. It's Mr. Zephyr. He's still fighting with the pirates. The pirates are very powerful. I wonder how Mr. Zephyr is doing. Hearing this, Chian he turned around, patted Yin's shoulder, and said with a smile. The battle may spread here, so leave her quickly. After hearing Chian he's words, before Yin could speak, the others on the boat hurriedly spoke up. Boss Kihonhe, that pirates is really powerful. Even Teacher Zephyr has a hard time dealing with it. Let's go find reinforcements together. Yes Chiga, you are Mr. Zephyr's favorite student, he wouldn't want you to face such danger. Since everyone else said so, Ain didn't say anything else. She just looked at Kihonhe with a pleading look in her eyes. Having witnessed the battle between Weevil and Zephyr, she had a certain understanding of Weevil's strength and was the last person Chiga wanted to face such an opponent. But Kihonhe certainly couldn't do as they wished. Helping Zephyr to survive this disaster was the goal he set from the beginning. How could he give up just because the enemy was so strong? For the Uchiha clan, who place the greatest emphasis on emotions, this is absolutely impossible. Kihonhe turned his back to everyone and raised a hand to signal them to stop talking. The marine coat on him fluttered in the sea breeze, and the two big words, justice, were particularly eye-catching. I'm leaving. After leaving behind these 3 simple words, Chiani rushed directly into the sky and flew towards the direction where the voice came from. On the other side, there was another loud bang, and a deep crack appeared on the sea surface. 2 figures fell from the sky and stood on the deck of a badly damaged warship. Zephyr panted heavily, looking solemnly at the seemingly tireless monster in front of him, and was worried about Ain and his group who had just left under his cover. Opposite Zephyr, Whitebeard too, Edward Weeble, shouted with an idiotic look on his face. Mom, this guy is so strong, it's hard to deal with him. Advertisement on a small boat beside the warship, Miss Bacon, who was short and wearing a leopard print coat, laughed disdainfully and shouted to Weeble on the warship. My dear son, he is the former Marine Admiral after all, but don't worry, he is definitely no match for you. You are the son of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Yes, I'm Whitebeard's son, I will definitely kill this guy. After hearing what Miss Bacon said, Weeble suddenly became energized. He hit his chest hard with one arm, and his 2 legs, which were extremely small compared to his body, exerted force suddenly, and the whole person disappeared on the spot. Seeing that Weevil was attacking again, Zephyr quickly cheered up and used his observation hockey to the maximum, trying to predict Weevil's next attack. However, after a long battle, Zephyr was injured while protecting the students. Although he had the power of Ain's fruit, he was still a little overwhelmed in the battle with Weevil. Poof! Zephyr didn't predict Weevil's move and was hit hard on the back. Zephyr didn't hesitate and used the razor blade to quickly leave the battlefield. Standing in the corner of the deck, Zephyr staggered and almost fell to the ground. The injury just now was really serious and had seriously affected his combat effectiveness. Miss Bacon below was overjoyed when she saw this, and shouted at Weevil to rush up and finish off Zephyr while he was injured. Weevil roared excitedly again and slashed at Zephyr with his knife. Zephyr had no choice but to drag his injured body to narrowly avoid the attack. However, this time, Weevil seemed to have suddenly become smart. He did not use much force in the previous attack, so there was basically no after swing. He knew that with Zephyr's current physical condition, it was already a stretch for him to dodge once, and it was basically impossible for him to dodge twice in a row. He launched a second attack very smoothly, aiming the long knife at Zephyr's right arm and about to chop it off. Zephyr's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself that this attack was not going to be avoided. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and regret in his heart. He felt relieved because he could finally go see his wife and children. It was a pity that he was not able to witness his proudest student, Chiga, ascend to the throne of Marine Marshal. Just as Weeble's knife was about to hit Zephyr's arm, a laser came from a distance and hit the blade. Weeble's attack deviated from its trajectory under the laser and hit the fence next to it, creating another huge crack on the side of the already damaged warship. Miss Bacon below narrowed her eyes and thought, Laser? Is Kizaru here? We need to find a way to retreat. Although Weevil was strong, he could never withstand the combined efforts of Zephyr and Kizaru. She was well aware of the strength of her idiot son. Chapter 64. Shira Fruit. Law of Heaven and Earth. Not long after the laser appeared, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Kihonhe appeared above the deck. Chiga. Why are you here? Zephyr was not surprised when he saw Chiga appear, but was horrified. I just risked my life to save some students and now I am covered in wounds. Can I still save Kihonhe in my current state? In his opinion, although Kihonhe had injured Rayleigh, that was obviously an exaggeration of some of the battle conditions, and it was just an injury. The monster in front of him was definitely not as strong as Rayleigh, but that monster's physique that was tireless and insensitive to pain was, in a sense, more troublesome than Rayleigh. Miss Bacon was relieved when she saw that it was a young Marine who came. She said to Qianhe in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, so you're a Marine kid? You're young but your rank is high. You seem to be a Marine genius. You should stay here with Zephyr today. With Zephyr accompanying you, you will become famous in the sea." Qianhe glanced coldly at Miss Bacon on the boat and was disgusted by her face and dress. Raising his hand, universal pull was activated, and Miss Bacon was immediately sucked up, shouting in fear. "Damn it, is he a person with special abilities? Come save me, son." Mother. This Weevil is indeed a filial son. When he saw Miss Bacon was in danger, he ignored Zephyr and appeared in the air in a flash, stretching out a fat hand to catch Bacon. After confirming that the bacon in his hand was fine, an angry expression appeared on his fat face for the first time. He turned his head and shouted at Qianhe. "How dare you hurt my mother? I will break all your arms and legs." Ignoring Weevil's threat, Chiga looked at the two people in front of him and found that this combination really looked like Majin Buu and Babidi in Dragon Ball. The difference was that this Weevil was stupider and really obeyed Babidi's orders. Weevil couldn't fly and his airborne time was limited, so he fell down after he made his threats. Chiga also fell down, and the injured Zephyr was still on the deck. As soon as he landed, Qianhe used Shinra Tensei to send Weevil flying without any martial ethics, then helped Zephyr up and asked with concern. "Advertisement, Mr. Zephyr, are you okay?" "It's okay, but my combat power is limited. I was stabbed in the back just now due to carelessness." Hearing this, Qianhe glanced at the wound on Zephyr's back. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. Fortunately, the pirates' people are strong enough. If it were most of the squishy mages in the Hokage, it would be unknown whether they could survive, let alone remain conscious. Qianhe had already activated his own stone chopstick once, but that was to save Ain, who was on the verge of death, and he had no choice. For this, Qianhe did not regret it. After thinking about it, Qianhe opened the door space and let Zephyr go in and rest first. Zephyr would definitely not agree. How could he let his favorite student face such a monster alone while he went to rest? Qianhe shook his head, smiled, and said confidently. "Trust me, Mr. Zephyr. If I can't even deal with an enemy of this level, how can I live up to your expectations? You should go in and rest first. You can see the situation outside from inside. If the situation is not right, you can come out later, right?" Zephyr stared at Qianhe steadily. The student in front of him suddenly became a little strange. It was not emotionally strange, but he felt that the former Marine student seemed to have truly grown into a qualified Marine general. "Okay, I believe you. If the situation is not right, you must run away quickly. With your ability, it should be easy to run away, right?" Qianhe nodded. Zephyr patted Qianhe's shoulder, turned and walked into the door space. "Damn Marine, how dare you sneak attack me?" As soon as Zephyr left, Weibel rushed back, holding Miss Bacon, who had rolled her eyes, in her arms. Just now, he was careless and was directly blasted away for several miles by Qianhe's Shinra Tensei. However, this guy has a really strong physique and thick skin, so he was just blasted away, which is not a big deal in essence. Weevil is nearly 7 meters tall, and with his fat body, he looks like a mountain of flesh. Even when Chiga stands in front of him, she can only reach his waist, and that's because Weevil's legs are too short. With nothing to worry about now, Qianhe didn't waste time talking to Weibel. He activated Sage Mode and weapon upgrade at the same time and punched Weibel. Weibel reacted quickly enough, protecting Bacon with one hand and punching towards Qianhe's fist with the other. Buzz. The moment their fists collided, a strong shockwave spread out, and the warship under their feet could no longer bear the weight, breaking into pieces of iron plates floating on the sea. Advertisement. After a stalemate, the two separated at the same time. Qianhe fell directly on the water and shook the arm that had just punched him. He felt a tingling sensation in that arm. No wonder Kizaru mentioned in the anime that this guy has the power of Whitebeard when he was young. He is truly a monster. It seems that Kizaru was not talking nonsense. Chiga, who had experienced it personally, said that what Kizaru said this time was true. On the other side, Weibel carefully placed the Bajan in his hand on an iron plate, turned around and shouted. "You're really strong, little thing, but if that's all, you'd better prepare to die." Little things? He raised his eyebrows. At his age, his height of over 2 meters was not considered short. It was just that this guy looked too deformed. However, this name still made Chiga feel a little disgusted. The fourth Magatama in the right Rinnegan began to tremble continuously, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from Chiga's body, enveloping him. Weevil's eyes, which were flashing with golden light, felt a little uncomfortable, and he subconsciously raised a fat arm to cover his eyes. When he took his arm away, the person who appeared in front of him made his eyes widen. At this time, Qianhe's height has exceeded 20 meters. The Justice cloak and pants have grown larger as his body size has increased, and the two big black words, Justice, on the cloak have also been coated with a layer of gold. The clothes on the upper body were torn by the 4 newly grown arms, revealing the golden inscriptions on the body. The 4 arms were covered with sublimated armament color, but they also turned into gold. Exhaling, Qianhe opened his eyes, and his Rinnegan was bright and dark, giving a feeling of light and shadow interweaving. His current state is the ability he gained after absorbing the Ashura fruit. He calls it the law of heaven and earth, and this is his first time using it. The Ashura fruit has the same ability to grow in size as Sengoku's Buddha fruit, and his body size of over 20 meters was deliberately achieved by him. This fruit greatly increases strength, but there is still a limit. The current size is most suitable for fighting with Weibo. A lot of saliva flowed out of Weibo's mouth, and he pointed a finger at his chin and asked stupidly. Who are you, and where is that guy just now? No one responded to him, and what greeted him was a huge fist shadow that fell from the sky. Boom! This punch created a bottomless hole on the sea surface, and the surrounding seawater poured in. Miss Bacon turned into a handful of debris while she fainted, and Weeble's figure also disappeared into the hole. Chapter 65. Planetary Devastation and Shira's Attack. Chiga in Ashura form floated in the air, quietly looking at the bottomless black hole below. He was not naive enough to think that he could defeat Weevil, who was said to have the strength of Whitebeard when he was young, with just one punch. Sure enough, after a while, two black shadows, one big and one small, rushed out of the black hole. The black hole was gradually filled with seawater around it, returning to its original appearance. Weevil's knife was nowhere to be found. He held a huge sea king with its eyes rolled back in his hand. As soon as he emerged from the water, he threw the sea king out and used it as a stepping stone. Standing on it, Weevil looked around anxiously. Where's my mom? Good guy, he is really a filial son. Qian, he kindly reminded him. Your mother may have been sucked into your stomach. What? Bah. Weevil's IQ was still not enough. When he heard Qian's words, he immediately opened his mouth and spit, trying to spit out Miss Bacon. Seeing this scene, Qian he was also a little speechless and said it more clearly. Don't vomit, your mother is gone. Weevil paused, then suddenly looked up at Qianhe and said through gritted teeth. It's you who killed my mother, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, Weevil's body actually began to swell, and the muscles hidden under the fat protruded one by one. In a short while, he turned from a mountain of flesh into a muscular monster, and his height had grown to the level of Chiga's chest. As his appearance changed, Weevil's intelligence seemed to have increased, and his voice sounded deeper. Die. With his legs slightly bent and then suddenly exerting force, Weevil rushed towards Chihei in the air like a cannonball, and a huge bloody hole was trampled on the sea kings under his feet by this kick. Boom. Facing the angry Weevil, Qianhe did not dare to be arrogant. He used all 6 arms to block Weevil's angry attack. The power transmitted from the palm made Chiga in Ashura form feel a sense of exhaustion. No wonder this guy could beat Zephyr to that extent. Although Zephyr's strength cannot be compared with the 3 admirals now, he was once an admiral after all. However, Weevil has no ability to fly, so his strength will quickly dissipate in this situation. No matter how strong he is, without a point of force, Chihei will be at his wit's end in the air. However, the next scene made Qianhe's face change. He saw Weevil's short legs suddenly kicking quickly in the air, and a puffing sound was heard. It was moonwalk. Weevil smiled strangely, looked at Qianhe and said, Advertisement, are you surprised? That guy named Zephyr just used this trick. Unfortunately, I have already learned it. After saying that, taking advantage of the momentum of moonwalk, Weevil shouted loudly, tensed the muscles in his arms, and suddenly exerted force, and Qianhe was blasted directly from the air into the sea, stirring up huge waves. Looking at Chiga being blasted into the sea, Weevil grinned and dived directly into the sea. Qianhe used the Shinra Tensai to prop up a spherical space in the sea. Weevil, who rushed into the sea, punched the vacuum boundary. The spherical space continued to tremble. Qianhe quickly formed several seals with his hands. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. The seawater around Qianhe immediately formed 2 water dragons, crossing and rushing towards Weevil. What the hell? Faced with 2 sturdy water dragon bombs, Weevil had to free his hands and punch one of the water dragons. The first water dragon that rushed up was immediately defeated. But another water dragon hit him immediately and rolled him in the seawater. Seizing the opportunity, the sublimated weapons on Qianhe's 6 arms lit up with golden light, and they all blasted towards the rolling Weevil. Ashura's fury. The 6 arms concentrated on one point and struck frantically. Intensive water explosions were heard. All the seawater in the entire space evaporated under this move, and a large vacuum area briefly appeared in the surrounding environment. The attack stopped, and white smoke continued to emerge from Qianhe's 6 fists, and the golden-armed light on them also dimmed. Blood continued to flow from Weevil's body, which had almost no scars until now, and dyed the seawater around his body red. From Qianhe's perspective, it looked like a blood-red sphere. After floating for a while, Weevil, who seemed to have lost consciousness, trembled all over, then straightened his body and seemed to have recovered a lot. Seeing this, Qianhe's face darkened. This guy's recovery ability is also very perverted. Is he a cyborg? The reason why Qianhe thought so was because there was a series of stitches on Weevil's neck and wrists, especially the one on Weevil's neck, which looked like it had been cut off by someone. Weevil shook his head and looked at Qianhe and said, You were very strong. I was almost beaten to death by you just now. Qianhe said nothing and rushed forward again to fight with Weevil. The calm sea surface suddenly exploded and 2 giants flew out. Advertisement. The 2 giants were Chia and Weevil. Both of them were injured at this time, and even Weevil was gasping for breath. The fight between the 2 was almost explosive, and by now the physical strength of both sides had declined. Kyunga landed on the sea and adjusted his breathing. His Rinnegan flashed purple light. He put his 6 hands together in pairs, and from above it looked like 3 diamonds spliced together. Seeing Qianhe's strange posture, Weevil tilted his head. He didn't understand what Qianhe was going to do. He could only shake off the water on his body and prepare to attack again. At this moment, Qianhe's technique was ready. His 3 pairs of palms that were pressed together slowly separated, and 3 black balls appeared between each of his palms. The 4 arms behind him stretched out to Kihonhei's chest and merged the 2 black balls with the black balls produced by Kihonhei's original 2 hands. A sphere that was even darker than Ultimate and larger in size was held up by Kihonhei with 1 hand. As soon as she loosened her hand, the black sphere left Kihonhei's palm and floated into the sky. Weibo stared blankly at the black sphere rising higher and higher, and felt a breath coming from it that made his heart palpitate. Without hesitation, he covered his right hand with armament hockey and took the moonwalk to smash the black ball that made him uneasy. However, with a snap, he put his hands together again and shouted. A few cutting antennas, planetary devastation. Buzz. An ultimate gravitational force erupted from the black sphere floating in the air. Weibo tried to stop in a panic, but his body flew towards the sphere completely out of control. More and more warship fragments were sucked out of the seawater and stuck directly to Weibo's body, forming an iron ball. Immediately afterwards, the seawater that covered the sky all surged into the sky, constantly compressing and converging, and finally formed a huge water ball with a diameter of 1 kilometer in the sky, and the sky suddenly darkened. Through the water ball, you can see some huge sea kings floating in it with their shriveled bodies squeezed out. The sea water beneath Kihonhei has completely sunken, and some soil can even be seen in the center, just like an offshore basin. The surrounding environment has become like doomsday under this planetary devastation. Narrowing his eyes, Kihonhei felt that the center of the water ball was trembling slightly, but very weakly. It seems that Weevil is still alive. Thinking of this, Kihonhei's body was shining with golden light, and his body size increased again, rising to 50 meters. The 4 arms behind him turned into 4 cannon barrels with a mechanical clicking sound, which was the ability of Shirato. Aiming at the water ball in the sky, the 4 gun muzzles emitted dazzling light, and terrifying energy continued to gather, eventually condensing into 4 sky blue energy balls. Ashura's attack. 4 energy rays were fired directly, converging into a thick beam in midair which directly blasted the water ball in the sky through the center. There was a deafening explosion, and the huge water ball produced by the planetary devastation began to collapse. Seawater fell from the sky, like a waterfall rushing down from the sky and merging into the sea below. A fat figure also fell rapidly from the air. It was Weeble. There was no healthy spot on his body at this moment. His entire body was stained with blood. He was completely lifeless. 3 Mr. Chapter 66 The first pain on the other side, the lifeboat that Ain and others were on also met Aokiji, who came to support on the way back to the headquarters. As soon as they got on the ship, Ain hurried to find Aokiji and told him everything about Chiga's trip to support Zephyr and fight against Whitebeard too. Hearing this news, Aokiji, who looked lazy, also became serious. He had also heard of Whitebeard too, a brutal and ruthless man whose bounty alone amounted to 400 million, and his strength might be even more than 400 million. Nodding, Aokiji asked Ain for the general direction and then called his men to order the warship to proceed at full speed. After his men left, Aokiji thought about it again and felt that the speed of the warship was still too slow, so he walked to the deck and jumped into the air. A stream of cold air came out of his hand and reached the sea surface. Aokiji also turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture and melted into it, and soon disappeared from the sight of everyone on the boat. Whether it is his teacher Zephyr or the marine rookie Chiga, they are both people that Aokiji cannot afford to lose. Some people commented that Aokiji has the warmest heart but ate the coldest fruit, which can be said to be very correct. Zephyr walked out of the portal space and was dazed when he saw Weeble's body floating on the sea. He had witnessed the entire battle of Kihonhei in the portal space and he was still a little dazed. He knew that Kihonhei was very strong, but he didn't expect that his student was so strong. Judging from the combat power that Kihonhei just demonstrated, it was enough to list him as an admiral candidate. Chiga also released her Ashura form, and her body returned to normal size, but her shirt had been torn by the 4 arms just now, so she had to be shirtless for the time being. He let out a breath, and to be honest, this was definitely the toughest battle Kihonhei had ever fought. The opponents I met before were either too weak and were killed instantly, or they were too strong to be defeated. This time, I was really fighting for my life with a strong opponent, so the battle was still very dangerous. With a flash, Kihonhei stood on the water next to Weible's body. Black flames rose from his right hand and he slapped Weible on the chest. Zephyr looked at Kihonhei's actions with some surprise, wondering if Kihonhei also had the habit of whipping corpses. However, the next scene scared Zephyr so much that he covered his wrists below with armament color again and entered combat mode. What made Zephyr so nervous was that Weevil, who was already dead, actually opened his eyes and twisted his neck stiffly to look at Kihonhei. Advertisement: Chiga is in danger. Zephyr didn't care about his injuries anymore and rushed towards Weevil, who was still floating on the water. His fist covered in armed colors was about to hit Weevil's fat face. Bang! Kihonhei crossed her arms to block Zephyr's attack. Kihonhei, who blocked the attack, couldn't help but smile bitterly as he felt the pain coming from his forearm. He was still a little weak after just fighting with Weible, and this attack was taken in vain. Teacher Zephyr, you misunderstood. Weevil is completely dead. What is he doing? He sighed, rubbed the red skin on his forearm, and said helplessly. This is one of my abilities, controlling corpses. Control the corpse. Hearing this, Zephyr was once again speechless at the strength of Chiga's 8 gate. What was this ability to control the dead? As far as he knew, the one who had this ability was Mariah from the Shichibukai. You killed Mariah? No, Chiga had no choice but to explain that this ability was obtained from the Nekomata fruit obtained in the assessment, and there was no need to hide it from Zephyr. Zephyr nodded as if he understood. This ability sounded a bit evil, but if it was in Kihonhei's hands, he would think it was very reasonable and just. If anyone dares to say anything about this in the future, Zephyr will be the first to punch him in the face. While the two were talking, the joints of Weeble on the water surface moved more and more naturally. Seeing this, Kihonhei nodded with satisfaction, opened the door space, and threw Weeble's huge body in. Zephyr asked, "What are you going to do with him?" "Put it aside for now. A corpse controlled in this way only has 50% of its original combat power. I will have to transform it after I return." Advertisement. Does this mean that Weeble will be your humanoid weapon from now on? You could say that when I have more power, I will place him in an organization affiliated with the Marine. Oh, Kihonhei looked at the old Zephyr in front of him and was touched. He patted Zephyr on the shoulder and said, "Teacher Zephyr, don't you think the existence of Shichibukai is a bit redundant?" Hearing Chiga's words, Zephyr was stunned for a moment. After all, as a person who had served as an admiral, he quickly understood what Chiga meant. Chiga wanted to establish a powerful armed department that would be absolutely loyal to him and the Marine. Zephyr couldn't help but get excited when he thought about this. He had long disliked the Shichibukai system, but even as a former admiral, he had no right to interfere with this system. Now that Kihonhei proposed to replace this system, how could he not be excited? As for whether Kihonhei's idea could succeed, he would never doubt it. This idea would definitely succeed because it was Kihonhei who proposed it. It has to be said that Zephyr is now definitely Chiga's most staunch supporter among the Marine executives. "Ah, the battle is over, it seems I'm late." A lazy voice sounded, and then a path formed by ice spread to Kihonhei and Zephyr. A human-shaped ice sculpture rose on it, slowly solidified, and finally turned into Aokiji. Aokiji finally arrived at the battlefield after rushing all the way. However, when he arrived at his destination, he did not see fierce fighting, but Chiga and Zephyr who seemed to be chatting leisurely. Seeing that the person coming was Aokiji, Chiga and Zephyr completely relaxed, and Zephyr even teased Aokiji. "Kuzan, are you being lazy again? You're not here until the battle is over." "Don't say that, Mr. Zephyr. I'm already moving at full speed. Look, I didn't even take the warship. I used my abilities all the way here." Aokiji's voice sounded a little aggrieved. After all, Zephyr had been his teacher, and students were always bound to be a little weak in front of their teachers. Since Aokiji said so, Zephyr stopped teasing him and reached out to pat Aokiji on the shoulder. Of course, he could see that Aokiji had come here at full speed, but he was in a good mood and couldn't help but make a joke. This is because the one who came was Aokiji, one of the three admirals. If it was Kizaru who came, do you think Zephyr would be nice to him? But then again, if it were Kizaru, the most he could do was step on the cannonballs. Chapter 67. The Girl Next Door, Ian, Sweet Chapter, skip if you don't like it. After a few words, Aokiji suggested returning to the warship. Now that the battle was over, his laziness came back. He didn't want to stay for a moment and just wanted to go back to the deck of the warship to bask in the sun. Chiga and Zephyr, who knew Aokiji's character well, were also somewhat helpless. Zephyr even sighed. He knew that Aokiji was not like this at first. When Aokiji first joined the Marine, he actually pursued a passionate, burning justice, but after experiencing the Ohara incident, he became confused about the justice of the Marine and gradually developed this lazy justice. Zephyr, as a teacher, also wanted to persuade him, but his justice of not killing was not correct. In fact, after thinking about it, he could only place his hope on Chiga. Seeing that Aokiji was so eager to go home, Kihonhei agreed to his wish. However, because Zephyr still had an injury on his back, on the way back, Kihonhei used the ability of Tiandao to lift Zephyr up and slowed down his speed slightly. Chiga's behavior made Aokiji look sideways slightly and nodded secretly. Aokiji admired Chiga's behavior very much, but as he also had a rather introverted personality, he would definitely not show it. As soon as they returned to Aokiji's warship, a soft body threw itself into Kihonhei's arms. It was Ain. God knows how worried she was during this period of time. When she saw Kihonhei return safely, she could no longer hold back the surging emotions in her heart. Gently patting Ain's back, Kihonhei said nothing. At this moment, he knew it would be better to let Ain calm down first. After hugging for a while, Ain slowly pushed Kihonhei away, took out a package from behind and handed it to her. This was the unknown devil fruit she got from the assessment. Kihonhei did not refuse. He took the package from Ain's hand, opened the door and put it in. When Ain saw Kihonhei accept the fruit, a faint smile appeared on her lips, just like a girl next door, so natural and beautiful. She quietly looked at Kihonhei who was standing in front of her. When she saw Kihonhei's upper body, Ain's small eyebrows couldn't help but frown. At this time, some shallow scars could still be seen on Kihonhei's body. After all, Weevil's hockey is not a joke. When hockey is cultivated to a certain level, attacks will cause some hidden injuries. They may not look serious at first, but in fact the body has already suffered considerable damage. Chiga's recovery speed is already extremely fast. In the Summit War, Marco was hit by Garp's punch and was wrapped in bandages for several episodes. This was when he had the Phoenix fruit. Ian wanted to reach out and touch the scars, but she hesitated and could only ask. "Don't you have a quick recovery ability? Why don't you use it?" Advertisement. Kihonhei smiled and shook his head, then put his face close to Ain's ear and whispered. "Idiot, how can you use that ability continuously? But it's okay if I give it to you." Hearing this, Ain froze in place. Yes, this heaven-defying ability must have its limitations, but Kihonhei actually used this precious opportunity on himself. Is he worth it? As she thought about it, Tears welled up in Ain's eyes, but she didn't want Kihonhei to see her so vulnerable, so she turned around and wiped the tears from her face vigorously. Well, most girls are easily moved. What seems like nothing to Kihonhei may be as destructive as a nuclear weapon to Ain. Rubbing his temples, Kihonhei patted Ain's shoulders with both hands, exerted a little force, and forced Ain to turn back. He reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. Okay, relax. I guess we should attend the graduation ceremony when we return this time. Based on your contribution this time, you will at least be a colonel. What do you think, Colonel Ain? When Ain heard the word, Colonel Ain, from Kihonhei's mouth, she somehow wanted to laugh and couldn't help but raise her little fist and gently hit Kihonhei's chest. He immediately made an injured expression, as if Ai Yin had hit him hard, and although his acting skills were not very good, he really fooled Ai Yin. Ain quickly came up to check the place where she had just hammered, and blew gently at that place with her little mouth. She looked very cute. Seeing Ayan like this, Kihonhei couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Ayan on her white forehead. After being attacked by Kihonhei, Ain was so scared that she jumped up from the ground like a little rabbit and looked at Kihonhei in disbelief. His face turned red when she was looked at, but her expression did not change. She looked calm, as if she knew nothing about what had just happened. Seeing Kihonhei being a bit of a rogue like this, Ain puffed up her cheeks in anger, making her look even cuter. No, if this goes on, Kihonhei feels that he won't be able to hold it anymore. Haki threw away his righteous coat, and Chiga left without looking back, leaving only one sentence. Come to me after graduation, I want you, advertisement. Ayan wanted to say, if you want it, I'll take it. But she kept the words in her mouth for a long time and finally said. Then you must keep your word. After returning to the headquarters, Zephyr was immediately surrounded by the stretcher team that had been waiting for a long time. Zephyr felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was a former Marine Admiral. Where would he put his face if he was put on a stretcher like this? But the people who came up to pull him were a few young nurses, and he didn't dare to use force, and just got on the stretcher half-heartedly. The several strong men waiting beside the stretcher suddenly stood up with the stretcher and ran away. Zephyr was dealt with, and the remaining stretcher bearers all turned their heads and stared at Kihonhei. Kihonhei pouted and flew into the air, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Chiga left and went to Sengoku's office. As soon as she entered the door, Sengoku asked anxiously. What's going on? Are Zephyr and the students okay? Teacher Zephyr was injured, and the casualties among the students were about 1/3. The attacker this time was Whitebeard too, Edward Weeble. Bang! Sengoku stood up angrily and slammed his fist on the table. Veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth and said. Damn pirates! Kihonhei also fell silent. Although his intervention in this incident had minimized casualties, it was still not perfect. This also reminded him that because of his arrival, the timing of some events was no longer so accurate. Sengoku pressed the table and took a few deep breaths. His anger finally eased a little. He sat back in his chair and pushed a document on the table to Chiga. He didn't answer it, but just asked in confusion. This is your appointment letter as Vice Admiral. No one can ignore your contribution this time. It can be said that you have saved the future of Marine. The graduation ceremony of the training camp will be held tomorrow. I will hold an award ceremony for you at that time. Go and get ready. Wow, Chiga was promoted to Vice Admiral less than a day after being promoted to Commodore. In an era when Marines had not yet experienced the world conscription, this speed of promotion was unheard of. Chapter 68. Everyone is paying attention. Kihonhei Vice Admiral. End of Volume 1. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The central square was particularly lively today. All the generals and colonels of the headquarters were present. The area around the venue was crowded with people, and a video denmushi was pointed at the high platform in the center. The graduation ceremony of this training camp can be said to be the most grand one in history, because there is a student like Chiga whose combat power is completely beyond that of ordinary students, and after the Whitebeard 2 incident, there are not many students left in this class compared to previous years. So in order to completely push Chiga to the attention of the world and encourage and comfort the remaining trainees, Marine decided to make this year's training camp graduation ceremony a live broadcast to the world. Sengoku appeared at the top of the stage wearing a coat of justice, glanced at the crowd below, cleared his throat through the microphone, and said quiet. The crowd below suddenly quieted down. Those who came here were all soldiers, and obeying orders was ingrained in their bones. After the situation was under control, Sengoku spoke a few words briefly and then retreated, leaving the task of conferring titles to Zephyr. After all, they were all his students, and this class of students had actually experienced life and death with Zephyr, so it was most appropriate for him to be the one to confer titles. Afterwards, students led by Ai Yin came on stage to receive their titles. Bridge, Greffus, and Binz were promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, while Ain was awarded the rank of Colonel on the recommendation of Zephyr because of his outstanding performance in the battle with Weeble. Most of the other trainees in the training camp were captains or majors. When the last trainee received his rank, everyone present showed puzzled expressions. What they are wondering about is Uchiha Chiga. Everyone knows that the real protagonist of today's ceremony is Uchiha Chiga. Look at his achievements, injuring Pluton Rayleigh and killing Weeble. It's not too much to award him a Rear Admiral for these two achievements, right? Since Chiga was a Commodore for only less than a day, many people still don't know that she is already a Commodore. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't find it strange, because no one would regard Chiga as a Marine trainee anymore. At this time, Chiga, the protagonist in everyone's mind, was being groped by Gion in the backstage. Kihonhei helplessly looked at Zoan smoothing his clothes over and over again, and said, Okay, stop it. You're going to wear your clothes out. Gion rolled his eyes at Chiga and patted the uniform on Chiga. Do you know how many people are watching you today? It can be said that your image represents the image of Marine, so you can't be careless at all. Okay, I get it. I should get out now. Marshal Sengoku will be so worried if I don't. After saying that, Chiga disappeared in a flash. Zoan could only sigh helplessly. She still wanted to straighten Chiga's collar. Advertisement swoosh. Kihonhei's figure suddenly appeared beside Zephyr, startling everyone present. Zephyr came to his senses and lowered his voice. Where have you been? You don't know how important today's ceremony is. Sorry Mr. Zephyr, I'll be more careful next time. Seeing that Kihonhei's attitude was quite sincere, Zephyr didn't say anything else. He took a new marine justice coat from the soldier next to him and put it on Kihonhei. This coat of justice is a special one. Most vice admirals' coats of justice have a circle of crimson on the cuffs and the epaulettes are of similar style. Only a few vice admirals or admirals of higher ranks wear coats that are specially made. For example, the cuffs of Chiga's shirt are mainly purple, the color of his iconic Rinnegan, and the epaulettes are also long strips with a purple edge and gold tassels. Everyone who saw the style of the coat through the video Denmushi were shocked. As Marines of the headquarters, they all realized the specialness of this coat. Only generals above the rank of vice admiral were qualified to wear it, and they could not be ordinary vice admirals. They already had a guess in their minds, but no one could believe that it was true because it was too outrageous. However, what Zephyr said next completely stupefied them. In view of the strength and achievements of Uchiha Chiga, the headquarters has decided to award him the rank of vice admiral. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Not only the audience below, but also the three admirals Akainu and others who came here together were all confused. Even they did not know this news. At this time, Sengoku stood up again. Silence, Uchiha Chiga's military rank has been approved by the world government and is completely compliant. Even Marine Marshal Sengoku said so, and everyone could only suppress their curiosity and applaud. No matter what, the appearance of a combat force like Chiga in the Marine was a good thing. The Marine executives also quickly acquiesced to this matter, if for no other reason than that Chiga saved Zephyr this time. You know, almost all the vice admirals and admirals present were once Zephyr's students, and no one wants anything to happen to their teacher. So even if some people don't know much about Kihonhei, at least they won't have any bad feelings towards her. Seeing that no one came out to raise objections, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Chiga's promotion speed was indeed too fast, and he was worried that someone would feel uncomfortable, but he didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Just like that, witnessed by all the headquarters Marines, Chiga turned around wearing this special coat of justice and faced everyone present as a vice admiral of the headquarters. This scene was also transmitted to all parts of the world at the same time through the video Denmushi. Advertisement at this time, people around the world who were watching the live broadcast also saw the Marine Vice Admiral named Uchiha Chiga on video for the first time. On the Moby D*K, Whitebeard squinted his eyes and looked at Chiga in the picture. At this moment, he really took this Marine newcomer seriously. The other 3-4 emperors have different opinions. Ant. What strange eyes. This Marine kid must be from some strange race. Mamama, you can have a baby with him. Redhead. Is this the new Marine who fought with Vice Captain Rayleigh? His growth rate is amazing. Kaido smashed the video Denmushi in front of him with a stick and said disdainfully. Boring. Najiko and Nami, Chiga-kun is so handsome. In the holy land of Mariajoy, Sha Lulia looked at Kihonhei in the picture, her feet restlessly rolling on the ground. Charlos beside her asked in confusion. Sister, what's wrong with you? I'm fine brother, this Marine named Uchiha Chiga looks pretty good right? Huh? Isn't he just a Marine? Hearing Charlos' disdainful tone, Sha Lulia felt a little uncomfortable. She stood up angrily and left, leaving Charlos sitting there confused. When the dust settled, Kihonhei flew to a warship and looked at the warship in front of him. The warship overall looks larger than Suru's, and its sails are printed with its own unique logo, just like Suru's. Suru's ship has her handwriting printed on it, while Chiga's ship is naturally printed with the Uchiha family's emblem, which is a ping-pong racket. This is the exclusive warship that the headquarters arranged for Chiga after he became the Vice Admiral. It is named Six Paths Samsara. There is no other way, because if it is called Uchiha, it would seem to be out of place. He looked at it for a moment and thought it was a good idea. This way, he wouldn't have to fly there himself for everything in the future. More than 1,000 soldiers had lined up neatly at the boarding area on the shore. Ian stood at the front of the line. When they saw Kihonhei coming, all the soldiers shouted loudly. Chiga, Vice Admiral, Chapter 69, Op Fruit appears. 1 year later, on the deck of the Six Paths, Chiga was lying on a bench basking in the sun wearing a pair of black sunglasses. Since she had her own warship, Chiga liked this way of relaxation more and more. No wonder Aokiji always liked to lie like this, it was really comfortable. Ain was wearing a small-sized coat of justice, a dark blue short-sleeved top, denim shorts with black socks, and a pair of black high heels. She was standing beside Kihonhei with a serious face, looking like a qualified little guard. Her current situation with Chiga is somewhat similar to Smoker and Toshigi in the anime, but Ain doesn't have the innocent attribute of Toshigi. Ain's personality is more capable. He opened his eyes and looked at Ain next to him. Seeing her serious expression, he couldn't help but smile slightly and patted the empty seat next to him. You've worked hard, you should take a rest as well. Ain shook her head. It was not that she didn't want to, but there were still many soldiers standing guard on the deck, and she would definitely be embarrassed to do so. Kihonhei didn't force it and closed her eyes to continue enjoying the sunbathe. Suddenly, there was the sound of high heels, and Khalifa came to Chiga with a den mushi. Glancing at Ain beside Qianhe, Khalifa's expression remained unchanged. He just leaned over and whispered to Qianhe. Boss, Marshal Sengoku wants to see you. Chiga raised his eyebrows. Ever since he had his warship he often went out to sea to carry out missions. Usually they were some cruise missions issued by the headquarters or missions to eliminate some pirate groups. This was the first time that Sengoku found him directly. It seems something big has happened. Chiga nodded and took the den mushi from Khalifa. As soon as the call was connected, Sengoku's anxious voice sounded. Is that Chiga? Come back to headquarters immediately. There's a major incident that needs your attention. I'm Chiga. What's wrong, Marshal Sengoku? Advertisement. The op fruit appears. This fruit is very important. I'll tell you the rest when you come back. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the den mushi, Chiga stood up. Khalifa immediately took Chiga's coat of justice hanging next to him and put it on him. Ain couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw this scene. Kihonhei smiled at Khalifa, then his face became serious and with a wave of his hand, he ordered the warship to return immediately. Naval Headquarters, high-level meeting room. The three admirals were not present at today's meeting as they were all away from the headquarters for some other matters. However, in Chiga's opinion, Akainu's words were not serious. Aokiji might have gone to scare the little girl again, and Kizaru was probably just slacking off. Gion didn't come either. Suru handed the warship to her and asked her to lead a group of female marines to go out to sea for training. Gion's wish to go on Chiga's ship had to be temporarily shelved, and Chiga coaxed her for a long time. Sengoku sat at the head of the conference table with a serious expression. Seeing that most of the other generals had arrived, he spoke. I think you already know why I called you here today. The op fruit is very special. The world government has issued a special order for it. The marine must get this fruit. It is now in the hands of the Barreras pirates. Crane nodded and asked, so what are you going to do? Send troops to destroy this pirates group directly? I think this is a bit risky. Maybe we can take a more gentle approach. Sengoku agreed with Suru's suggestion, and it can be said that he thought the same way. Yes, the leader of this pirates group, Barreras, was once a marine. He has contacted this place through an underground intermediary. He wants to sell this devil fruit. Okay, this is the safest way. How much are you willing to offer? 5 billion Baileys. What? Advertisement. Hearing the number coming out of Sengoku's mouth, many generals present could not hold back. That was 5 billion berries. It might not be possible for everyone present to save enough by the time they retire, right? If Kizaru were here, he would probably jump up and down. Why would he still work when he has this fruit? Wouldn't it be better if he just retired and opened a kindergarten and danced PPAP with the kids? Okay, I'm going off topic. Even Garp, who had not been listening carefully, widened his eyes. What, 5 billion Baileys? How many packs of senbei would that cost? The only people who are still relatively calm on the field are he and Kihonhei. Chiga knew the value of this fruit. Not to mention that a doctor could immediately become a world-class doctor after eating it. The abilities of the op fruit also made it an excellent fruit when used in battle. What's more, there's the rumored anti-aging surgery. 5 billion belly is still too little in Kihonhei's opinion. In other words, the value of this fruit cannot be measured by money. The world government is still stingy. Kihonhei sat on the chair and shook his head slightly. He pondered for a while and then said, this price is not beyond my expectations. I think it is acceptable. Garp turned his head and stared at Crane in disbelief. His mind was now filled with thoughts on how many senbei he could buy with 5 billion berries. To him, Crane's words were like giving away 5 billion berries of senbei as cabbage. After Tsurugi said this, Sengoku confirmed his idea and decided on the plan. The next step was to send people to ensure the safety of the transaction. When it came to the candidate for this mission, Sengoku's eyes scanned the scene and finally stopped on Chiga. In Sengoku's opinion, among all the people present, Chiga is the only one who meets both the conditions of being powerful and having a reliable character. Even though there are only these two conditions, there are very few people who can meet both of them. Just like being handsome and rich often cannot be concentrated in the same person, in reality, the only people who can achieve this are most of the readers of a certain egg in the author who starts with a certain north. Don't hit me. Chiga also noticed Sengoku's gaze, and stood up and raised one arm consciously, indicating that he had taken on this mission. Seeing that Chiga was so worry-free, Sengoku couldn't help but smile like an old father. Look, this is the person I'm most optimistic about. What species is this guy next to him with a stupid face, Garp? Chiga sat back and began to think about the details of this incident. He was originally planning to participate in this event because he wanted to save Corazon and get the op fruit. He didn't want to be the one to take the blame in the end. Chapter 70. Gather the team, target. Kayan Island. This time the meeting finally decided that Kihonhei would lead the team, together with Crane, Flying Squirrel, Fire Mountain and Spider Demon. When walking out of the meeting room, he called out to Kihonhei. Chiga was a little confused, thinking that Gion had told Suru about his secretary and guards, but she kept her expression unchanged and asked. What's up, Vice Admiral Crane? He looked around and confirmed that everyone had left before walking up to Kihonhei and whispered. I heard from Gion that you were very interested in devil fruit. Do you have any ideas for this op fruit? After hearing what he said, Qianhe was a little confused. What did this mean? Was he testing her, or did he have other ideas? Seeing that Kihonhei didn't say a word, he guessed what he was thinking, took out a small projection den mushi from his arms, and said to Kihonhei. I know what you're thinking. Everything I say next will be recorded by this Den Mushi, don't worry. As expected of the Marine Chief of Staff, he saw through Chiga's thoughts at a glance and even prepared a backup plan. Chiga could only nod, wanting to hear what Suru had to say. Chiga, do you know why the celestial dragons want this op fruit so much? Kihonhei shook his head. Of course he knew, but it was better not to speak at this time. Firstly, he didn't know the secret reason, and secondly, the Den Mushi was still recording. Seeing Kihonhei's reaction, he secretly gave him affirmation in her heart. She did not dislike Kihonhei's cautious behavior, and it was right to be cautious. Crane said in a very serious tone, it is said that after the op fruit is developed to a very advanced level, it can perform an anti-aging operation on others, but the price is the life of the operator. Kihonhei already knew this, but under the current circumstances he still showed a surprised expression on his face. Advertisement anticipating Chiga's reaction, Suru continued. I guess the rumor is very likely true, because even I don't know how long the current 5 elders have lived. If these people continue to exist like this, including the celestial dragons, they will only become an increasingly heavy burden on the world. This time he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Oh my god, what did I hear? Is it okay to say such a thing? And it came from Crane's mouth? After saying this, he turned off the video Den Mushi and handed it to Chiga. Kihonhei accepted it silently, then looked at Crane, wanting to know what Crane wanted to do. When Suru saw Chiga taking the Den Mushi, his expression relaxed and he said, okay, I just want to say that this fruit is very special, you have to protect it well. When saying the word, protect, he deliberately emphasized the tone, and the meaning was self-evident. After saying that, she walked around Kihonhei and left. Kihonhei stood there, sorting out the information he had just obtained in his mind. To be honest, this matter was beyond his expectations. Finally, we came to the conclusion that there are many Marines who are rebellious against celestial dragons. Garp is one of them in the open, and now the ones in secret have also come out. On the other side, Sengoku returned to his office, and the Den Mushi on the table suddenly rang. Sengoku answered the Den Mushi and heard a voice coming. Big Senbei, I am Shao Mi Guo. Hearing this voice, Sengoku's expression softened. This was the secret code for him to contact his adopted son Corazon. Next, Corazon told Sengoku that Doflamingo already knew about the op fruit and was preparing to seize the op fruit. Sengoku also told Corazon the transaction location. But before ending the call, Sengoku reminded Corazon. The person in charge of connecting with the Barreras pirates this time is Vice Admiral Chiga. You can trust Chiga completely and do not act on your own. Chiga, Vice Admiral. Hearing this name, Corazon immediately thought of the World Live broadcast a year ago. Chiga with a pair of Rinnegan left a deep impression on him. Advertisement. What's more, Kihonhei has the horrific record of injuring Rayleigh and killing Wable. But this did not make Corazon feel at ease, because he needed this fruit to treat Luo's op disease. It seemed that he had to act in advance, at least to get the op fruit long before the transaction between the two parties. At this time, Kihonhei did not know that history had changed again because of his existence. He was mobilizing troops and preparing to go to the transaction location in advance. Arriving at the warship berthing area, Kihonhei glanced at the warships docked there. There were a total of 5 warships participating in this mission, and Kihonhei's warship was parked in the middle. To be honest, this configuration is almost as good as Buster Call. Since Suru's warship was temporarily given to Gion, she was assigned another warship. Flying Squirrel, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider were already waiting here. When they saw Kihonhei, they came forward and greeted him. After saying hello, they each walked towards their own warships. Kihonhei narrowed his eyes and looked at the backs of the 3 vice admirals, analyzing them based on the information he got from the anime. The Flying Squirrel is a good person and cares a lot about the lives of his subordinates. In the anime, he went to summon the Empress, but all his subordinates were wiped out. He protected his subordinates for several days alone, and in the end he did not forget to ask the Empress to release them from petrification. In Z, when he saw Zephyr die, he shed tears. It is not difficult to see that he is a passionate soldier with feelings and righteousness. As for Hua Xiaoshan, he always has a smiling expression on his face, giving people a feeling that he is very easy to get along with. The comics describe him as having a strong sense of justice, but being rather lustful. Later on, when they were besieging the Empress, he was actually petrified. This can be said to be a black spot that he cannot wash off. In short, the Flying Squirrel and Hua Xiaoshan are relatively easy to get along with and will not cause too much hindrance to Kihonhei's actions. The one that really needs to be paid attention to is the Demon Spider. This person has a very extreme personality and will even hurt his own subordinates in battle. He can be said to be a die-hard supporter of Akainu. This kind of person's thinking cannot be analyzed using common sense. If he notices that something is fishy, it will be very troublesome. Fortunately, among the other 4 people in this operation, the only one who needs to be paid attention to is Ghost Spider. If he really becomes an obstacle to his work, then Kihonhei can only take some unconventional measures. Of course not to kill him, after all, Spider-Man is also a Marine, but it would be reasonable to let him get injured inexplicably in the battle, or let him faint, right? After all, fists have no eyes in a fight, so it is unknown who you are fighting with and why you are fighting. Chapter 71. Saving Marine Corps Zone North Blue, aboard the 6 paths. Qian he stood at the bow with his arms folded, frowning as if thinking about something. Seeing this, Khalifa asked softly. What's wrong, boss? Are you worried about this? Well, I still feel like things are not stable enough. Well, I'll go ahead. Uchiha informed Vice Admiral He and the others. With the Zephyr incident as a precedent, Chiga felt that she could not rely too much on the information in the anime. Her arrival had greatly affected the trajectory of this storyline. After saying that, Kihonhei rushed directly into the sky and flew towards Kyan Island. On a nearby warship, he squinted his eyes and watched He gradually disappear into the sky and said silently, "I hope you can succeed, Chica. Kyan Island." Zoan handed a heart-shaped fruit to Luo with an excited look on his face. It can be seen that Zoan was in good condition at this time and things were going exceptionally smoothly. At least he was not injured while stealing the fruit. "Luo. This is the op fruit. The marine is coming soon. Eat it quickly. You can cure your lead disease by eating it." Trafalgar Law, the super rookie who will be offered a reward of 3 billion berries in the future and will beat Kaido and Blackbeard, is now just a short boy less than 12 years old with white Madara patches all over his face. Looking at Zoan, who was happier than himself, it was impossible for Luo not to be moved. But with his current personality, he couldn't express anything. He just silently stretched out his hands, ready to take the op fruit, which was the fruit of life for him. Just as Luo's hand was about to touch the op fruit, an invisible attack passed through the gap in the middle and hit a rock behind, directly splitting the rock in half, with the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. The sudden attack startled Zoan and Luo. Zoan, who had reacted, immediately turned his head in fear and looked to the side. Luo also looked over stiffly. A tall figure in a pink feather coat was walking towards them step by step with his hands in his pockets. It was Zoan's brother, Doflamingo. Now his steps are still within the scope of normal people's understanding, and he has not yet gotten over the feeling of not recognizing his relatives. Behind him, there are 9 cadres of the Don Quixote family. The current 9 cadres are Baby 5 and others in their childhood. At this moment, the blood vessels on Doflamingo's forehead were beating violently. He usually liked to laugh strangely, but now his face was terribly gloomy. It could be said that he had not been so angry for a long time. Zoan just mentioned that the marine was about to arrive. How did he know that the marine had left early? Advertisement. It was only because of the existence of Virgo, the undercover agent, that he knew that the marine had set off early, so Zoan's undercover identity had been revealed. That's right, one thing Chiga neglected was that he forgot the existence of Virgo in marine. After all, it had been a long time since he last watched anime, so there would always be omissions. This time, Virgo has not yet arrived at Kyan Island, but he has already told Ming the news of Marine's early arrival. Doflamingo could ignore Zoan giving the op fruit to Law. If Law really ate the op fruit, the most he would do is punish Zoan and then brainwash Law into his puppet. However, if Zoan was Marine's man, the nature of the matter would be completely different. It would be a complete betrayal. Thinking of this, Doflamingo clenched his hands tightly in his pockets. "Luo, eat this fruit quickly." Zoan hurriedly grabbed the op fruit and was about to stuff it into Luo's mouth, but the next second Doflamingo suddenly appeared and stepped on the ground, and the op fruit was also held in his hand. "Mr. Zoan." Seeing Zoan fall to the ground, Luo ran forward angrily and punched with all his strength, hitting Doflamingo's calf again and again. "Don't disturb the young master, Luo." A ball of mucus appeared under Luo's feet, wrapped him up, and spread to Luo's mouth, causing him to fall to the ground. It was Torble who used the ability of his sticky fruit to control Luo. Without paying any attention to Luo, Doflamingo looked at his brother who was being stepped on by him and said coldly, "You really are an undercover agent sent by the Marine, my stupid brother. Do you know what will happen if you betray me?" Facing such a Doflamingo, Zoan was not afraid at all. "You have completely lost your humanity. There will be no good outcome if I follow you." Hearing this, Doflamingo's face became colder and colder. Instead of letting his men torture his younger brother like in the anime, Ming Jie took out a pistol and pointed it at Zoan's head. He just wanted his younger brother to disappear as soon as possible. Seeing this scene, Luo anxiously wanted to go up and stop it, but he was covered in mucus and could do nothing but roll on the ground. Zoan looked at Law with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, because he had not let Law eat the op fruit yet. He could only pray that after his death, Mingo would let Law eat it. But after a long time, there was no movement. Zoan saw Luo Zheng staring blankly above him and couldn't help but look up. What came into Zoan's sight was a marine wearing a coat of justice, standing behind Doflamingo with her hand on his back. It was Chiga who had arrived. Looking at the guy in front of him who was dressed like a flamingo, Qian, he said lightly, "Advertisement, you'd better not move." Doflamingo also sensed the person standing behind him and said without turning his head, "Marine?" Chiga didn't respond. Doflamingo sneered and was about to pull the trigger. Buzz. A strong repulsive force suddenly erupted from his back, and Doflamingo was directly bounced out and disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only an op fruit in Qian's hand. Qian, he looked at the fruit in his hand and said to himself, "I told you not to move. Controlling your power is very troublesome." The Don Quixote family cadres nearby were still in a daze, not knowing where their young master had suddenly gone. Tolibel, who was standing closest, reacted and pointed at Qianhei and shouted anxiously, You are the Marine Vice Admiral Chiga." Qianhei turned his head and gave a cold look at the disgusting snot monster. He flashed and appeared above Toribel and punched him hard on the head from top to bottom. After being hit by this punch, Toluibel didn't even have time to utter a scream. His entire body was shrunk to 1/10 of its original size and turned into an object shaped like a trash can. "It's so noisy." After landing, Qianhei looked at Toribel, who was no longer in human form, with disgust. He kicked the Toriball brand trash can and it disappeared along with Doflamingo. In a very short time, another member of the Don Quixote family disappeared. The remaining cadres could no longer hold back and rushed towards Chiga. Even Baby 5, who was still a child, turned his arm into a gun and attacked Chiga. Facing the oncoming attack of the Goka 8 gate, Kihonhei remained motionless and burst out with a domineering aura. All the family members who were still rushing forward rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. In fact, with Kihonhei's current eye power, he can easily shock these people to death with just one Shinra Tensei. But the fruits of some of these guys are quite good. Even if they don't suck them themselves, they can leave them for the people around them. There are always piles of fruits in his door space. Corazon and Luo on the ground were stunned, especially Corazon. This was also his first time to get in close contact with the newly appointed Marine Vice Admiral. He had only known about Chiga from newspaper images before and did not have an intuitive understanding of Chiga's abilities. But now, as soon as Kihonhei appeared, Doflamingo was sent flying and no one knew where he was. Toluable was also killed instantly. This kind of strength was simply beyond his understanding. After dealing with all the enemies, Kihonhei walked to Corazon, squatted down and checked Corazon's injuries. He found that he was not seriously injured, so he felt relieved. Extending a hand, Kihonhei said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, Commander Corazon." Chapter 72 Kaido appears. Actually you can call me Rosinante. Chiga was stunned for a moment before he remembered that Corazon was his codename in the Don Quixote family, and his real name was indeed Rosinante. This is indeed my oversight, haha. No, I just want to be called this name if I want to resume my marine identity. Please don't take it to heart. Corazon lay on the ground and waved his hands in panic. Kihonhei was his and Luo's savior, and his behavior just now was really rude. In fact, Corazon is sometimes a straightforward idiot. I still use Corazon when writing, which is easier to accept. After saying that, Corazon took Chiga's hand and stood up. Looking at the op fruit in Chiga's hand, Corazon's eyes were full of desire, because that was the key to saving Law. Noticing Corazon's look, Kihonhei smiled, put the op fruit into the door space, and said, "Don't look at it anymore. This fruit is a key item requested by the higher-ups. Don't make it difficult for me." Hearing this, Corazon hung his head in dejection. It seemed that he had no choice but to seek other solutions. But did Luo really have time to wait? Kihonhei reached out and patted Corazon, then walked over to Law and cleaned off the slime on his body, then turned around and gave Corazon a reassuring smile. "Don't lose heart. I have a way to cure Luo's illness. You don't have to worry about op fruit anymore." "What?" Corazon looked at Chiga in surprise. Chiga, the Vice Admiral, could even handle such a thing. However, Sengoku's words suddenly rang in his ears. "You can totally trust Chiga. Yes, now I can only leave everything to Vice Admiral Chiga, as Marshal Sengoku said." Vice Admiral Chiga seems to be a reassuring person. Seeing that Corazon had calmed down, Chiga smiled knowingly and prepared to take Corazon and Luo away from here. At this moment, an angry shout was heard from afar. "Damn it, Marine! What have you done?" Advertisement. Corazon and Law were both shocked. To them, this was simply the voice of a devil. It was Doflamingo. After a while, Doflamingo rushed back. However, when Corazon and Luo saw Doflamingo, the fear in their hearts immediately subsided a lot. The reason is that Doflamingo's situation doesn't look so good right now. The most obvious thing was the pink feather coat on the back of him. There was a round hole on it, exposing the skin on his back, with a large bruise visible. One side of the glasses on his face was broken, and there was a bloodline at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he landed, Doflamingo kept breathing heavily and looked at Kihonhei with fear. Just now, he was blasted thousands of meters away by Kihonhei's Shinra Tensei, and his internal organs were almost broken by the impact. If he hadn't used the power of his fruit to sew up from the inside, he would probably be dead now. But op fruit and some of his important subordinates were still there, so he had to wait until his injuries stabilized before rushing back. But when he came back, he saw his subordinates lying on the ground and op fruit had disappeared. Everything that happened almost drove Doflamingo crazy. He stared at Kihonhei and said with gritted teeth, "You must be the youngest Vice Admiral of the headquarters, Uchiha Chiga. I didn't expect you to come so early." He didn't reply, he just raised his hand and did a universal pull. "Damn it, this again, is it in the opposite direction this time?" Doflamingo was pulled by gravity and flew towards Chiga at an extremely fast speed. When he was about to fly in front of Chiga, another Shinra Tensei hit Doflamingo. Doflamingo's body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, spurting out several large mouthfuls of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs. This time his injuries were more than twice as serious as last time. He couldn't stand up. After all, he was not Luffy and couldn't do sit-ups. Swish. Kihonhei appeared in front of Doflamingo, looking down at the dying Doflamingo, and said lightly, "I just controlled the power to protect the op fruit. How dare you come back? How can I say hello to you?" Doflamingo remained firm, staring at Kihonhei with a fierce look, and murmured weakly, "Do you know who I am? You won't end up well if you kill me?" Hearing this, Chiga laughed disdainfully. He knew what Doflamingo meant. Now that he hadn't joined the Shichibukai, he was trying to say that he was of the Celestial Dragon's bloodline. Advertisement, "I don't care who you are, I just know you are a criminal." After saying that, Kihonhei stopped talking nonsense with him, covered his hands with armed color and was about to smash down towards Ming below. "Wait a minute, Vice Admiral Kihonhei. His identity is special, so it's better not to execute him on the spot. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who came. Corazon behind him suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, because he knew the person who came. It was Don Quixote family first generation. Corazon. Virgo. Virgo. Why are you here? You even joined the marine? Virgo, who was rushing over here at a very fast speed, was also stunned. When he found Corazon behind Chiga, he secretly said that something was wrong. Then he tore his clothes and covered his upper body with a layer of dark armed color, ready for battle. He saw Chiga leaving the warship, so he also secretly ran out of the warship. He used pure physical skills, so his swimming speed was faster than the warship. Seeing Virgo's appearance, Kihonhei finally remembered where he had neglected to go. He had forgotten about this undercover agent in the marine, Virgo. However, Kihonhei didn't take Virgo seriously at all. He activated the sublimated weapon in his fist and directly faced Virgo. Their fists collided, and Virgo didn't even last a second and hurriedly withdrew from the battle. Virgo covered the arm that had just punched and looked at Chihei in front of him with fear. The arm was hanging there, obviously disabled. I almost forgot about you, the rat. You should stay too. Qianhe's indifferent voice sounded, followed by a muffled sound. Virgo was kicked in the stomach by Qianhe and fainted instantly. After dealing with Virgo, Chiga returned to Doflamingo and said, "The guy who was in the way is gone, and now it's your turn." At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entire land, and Corazon and Luo in the back fainted directly. This is... Qianhe stopped what he was doing and looked up at the sky. The sky had turned completely dark, and a huge figure was looming in it, looking like a snake-like creature. Qianhe's expression became serious and he whispered, "Four Emperors, Kaido of Beasts. Chapter 73 Susanoo kills the dragon." The clouds in the sky rolled over, and a huge green dragon head appeared. "Marine, you are a little too arrogant. Hey, you're just a pirate, how dare you say that to a marine?" Kaido frowned on his huge dragon face. He had a hot temper. After being provoked by Chiga, he didn't waste any words and just opened his mouth and spit out a dragon breath from the sky, deliberately avoiding Mingo on the ground and covering Chiga and Corazon behind him. Virgo was not considered by Kaido and was burned to charcoal. Qianhe's pupils shrank. Of course he could dodge this kind of attack, but it would be too much for him to take away the unconscious Corazon and the other two in such a short time. "There's nothing I can do." Chiga sighed softly, and appeared next to Corazon in law in a flash, staring directly at the oncoming dragon breath with his Rinnegan. Boom! There was an explosion and a huge flame broke out on the ground, engulfing Chiga, Corazon and others. "Humph, you are overestimating yourself." Two streams of hot air spurted out of Kaido's nostrils, and Doflamingo was lying in one of his paws. His huge body twisted and was about to leave. "Sudden, it's a bit inappropriate to just leave like this, isn't it?" Kaido looked towards the ground in surprise, only to see a sea of fire suddenly extinguished by a single slash. When the flames dissipated, a 60-meter-tall, dark purple half-giant wearing armor appeared in the open space in the sea of fire. "What is this?" The purple giant that appeared before him was something Kaido had never heard of even though he had been on the sea for so many years, and he couldn't help but ask. At this time, Chiga was standing inside the purple giant, with Corazon and Law next to him. Both of them had woken up from the impact just now and were looking at the purple environment around them curiously. This ability is exactly the third form of Chiga Susanoo, which is the one that was activated at the end of the battle between Itachi and Sasuke. The color is purple like Sasuke, but the purple is darker. Advertisement: in the year since being named Marine Vice Admiral, Chiga has once again awakened the Uchiha clan's guardian deity, and this time is the first time Susanoo has appeared in the pirate's world. I didn't expect that the first time I used Susanoo here would be against Kaido, but this opponent is completely worthy of it. Without responding to Kaido's curiosity, Qianhe's face darkened. He raised one hand to his chest, with his index and middle fingers raised. He let out a low roar, and the purple giant suddenly began to expand continuously. Corazon and Law inside the giant were completely stunned. They could only watch their bodies moving farther and farther away from the ground, and they hugged each other in a funny way out of fear. Finally, Susanoo grew legs and her size was fixed at around 200 meters, similar in height to that of Uchiha Madara. A pair of huge wings grew out from its back and folded together. She had a long string of prayer beads hanging around her neck, a scabbarded long sword at her waist, and an ancient-style armor that completely wrapped Susanoo. Call. Slightly relieved, Qianhe stood in the diamond-shaped space of Susanoo's head, feeling very satisfied with Susanoo's current body shape. I can't compare it to Susanoo from Sage of Six Paths, who is almost as tall as 10 tails, but the size is definitely not much different from the one from Madara. What is that? At this moment, everyone on the warship that was about to dock saw the giant dragon above Kaien Island and the purple giant standing on the ground, and shouted in fear. Even the usually calm He's expression changed drastically. Of course she recognized that the giant dragon in the sky was Kaido, but who was the giant that suddenly appeared? After thinking about it, only one name appeared in her mind, that was Chiga. Looking at the purple giant that gave people a strong sense of oppression even from such a distance, he murmured. Chiga, what kind of existence is the Uchiha clan you are talking about? He then ordered the entire army to speed up and land on Kaien Island in the shortest possible time even if the warships had to be scrapped. Kaido looked at Susanoo, whose body had expanded again, and he became serious. He looked at Chiga, who was standing on Susanoo's head. Because he hadn't really read the newspapers or the live broadcast, he just thought he looked familiar, so he couldn't help but ask. Little ghost, I think I have seen you somewhere before, what's your name? Kihonhei crossed his arms and looked at Kaido, saying calmly. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Uchiha Chiga, so it's the new Marine who made so much noise before. Very good, with your skills, you are qualified to be my opponent. Come on, let me see what you can do. Advertisement. After saying that, Kaido's dragon body flew higher into the sky again. Kihonhei below sneered. Susanoo spread the wings behind her, squatted slightly, flapped her wings, and flew up into the sky with Kaido. Ah! Zoan and Luo were already tightly pressed together, their faces covered with snot and tears. Chiga, who was standing in front of them, was helpless. There was nothing he could do, he still had to protect these two funny guys. I have to say that the dragon Kaido transformed into was much larger than Susanoo. When Chiga's Susanoo flew in front of his head, it only looked twice as big as his dragon head. However, size isn't everything. Kaido looked coldly at Susanoo in front of him. Normally, he should have transformed into a half-dragon form that was most suitable for fighting, but just like Chiga wanted to protect Corazonro, he was still holding Doflamingo in his hand. He was extremely dismissive of Doflamingo, but this guy still had something interesting to offer him, so he couldn't let him die at the hands of this Marine just yet. Thinking of this, Kaido took the lead and the entire dragon body began to spin on the spot, bringing up a violent storm. The clouds around Susanoo were directly blown away, but Susanoo still stood steadily in the air. Seeing that this move didn't work, Kaido was not in a hurry. He twisted his body again, and this time he released a wind blade with powerful cutting ability. Faced with this move, Susanoo crossed her arms, protecting the diamond-shaped space on her forehead, and managed to withstand this wave of intensive wind blade attacks again. Kaido's interest grew stronger and he said, "Oh, your defense is pretty good, how about your attack power?" Hearing this, Susanoo slowly lowered her arms, stretched her right arm to her left waist, and pulled out a 100-meter-long sword emitting a dazzling halo. Holding the long sword tightly in her hand, Kihonhei stared at Kaido and said word by word. "Today, I will use this sword to kill you, the dragon." Buzz. Susanoo gripped the long sword tightly and drew an arc diagonally upwards. In an instant, everything around him seemed to stop, and a sword light slashed across the sky. Wherever it went, the sky was torn apart, and the sword light slashed Kaido's body fiercely, leaving a scar deep enough to see the bone. The remaining blows fell into the sea behind, and the sea surface was also cut open. A warship was right on the edge of the crack and was about to slide into the seabed. 3 figures appeared on one side of the warship. They were none other than the 3 vice admirals, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain. Their faces turned red with suffocation. They stepped on Moonwalk and exerted their strength together, and finally managed to stabilize the warship. He on another warship also breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked nervously towards the sky above Kain Island. She guessed that the horrifying slash just now was made by Chiga, so she was very worried about Chiga's current condition. You know, in her heart, Chiga is not only Marine's hope, but also the possibility of becoming her Uchiha brother-in-law. Feeling increasingly uneasy, he called over the other 3 vice admirals and, without waiting for the warship to land, used Moonwalk to charge at full speed towards Kain Island. Chapter 74 Mission completed, return home over Kain Island. Kaido's dragon body hovering in the sky twisted violently a few times. Susanoo's previous attack left a horrible-looking wound on his body. A large amount of blood flowed out from it and spilled onto the ground, causing a bloody rain in the area. But even though he was hurt so much, Kaido didn't care too much. What he cared about was Kihonhei's ability. Glancing at the wound on his body, Kaido opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Uchiha Chiga, those eyes, you are not an ordinary human, right? The reason Kaido asked this is because he himself comes from a special race called the Oni clan. Judging from Kaido's situation, this race is also a strong one, otherwise Big Mom wouldn't have been so concerned about him when he was on Rock's ship. I just don't know if they have children, maybe Yamato? In the diamond-shaped space above Susanoo's head, Corazon and Law, who had calmed down, were also looking at Chiga's back curiously. It was obvious that they had the same questions as Kaido. He also felt the gazes of the 2 curious babies behind him and rolled his purple eyes implicitly, but still explained his confusion to these people. You wouldn't have heard it even if I told you. I'm from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan. Kaido kept searching his mind for the memories of the Uchiha clan on the sea, but the final result was that this was indeed a race he had never heard of. Forget it, maybe it's a race with a small population and they don't like to go out. However, I have to say that judging from the abilities that Chiga just demonstrated, the Uchiha clan is indeed a powerful race. Kaido is a person who values talent very much, so when faced with a young and strong person like Kihonhei, he couldn't help but speak. You are quite good. How about joining my team? Believe me, your status here will be even higher than in the Marines. Hearing this, he sneered disdainfully. Don't be ridiculous. Even if I were to take your position, it would be worse than being a soldier in the Marine. Well said. A loud female voice was heard, and Kaido, Chiga and others in the air looked in the direction of the voice. The person who came was the crane that came on Moonwalk, and behind her were the flying squirrel and others that followed her. It must be said that the crane was very powerful, as you can tell from its speed. Advertisement, snort. Seeing he and others also coming here, Kaido snorted coldly and had the idea of retreating. This is certainly not because he is afraid of these people. In his opinion, with his strength, he would not be afraid even if there were 2 more admirals. But as I said, the right time and place don't matter now. The most uncomfortable thing is the discord between people. Yes, this person is referring to Doflamingo, who is still lying in Kaido's dragon claws, breathing out more than breathing in. Since there was no need to continue the battle, Kaido was not going to waste any more time here. He opened his mouth and blew out a breath of dragon, leaving behind a cruel word. Uchiha Chiga, I'll remember you. Next time I meet you I'd better be stronger than I am now. After saying this, the huge dragon body tumbled and disappeared into the clouds. Facing the attack left by Kaido, he and the other 3 vice admirals looked solemn. It was impossible to avoid such a large-scale attack in the air, so they could only take it. The calmest ones were Chiga in the diamond-shaped space and Zoan and Law behind him. Chiga did not take the dragon's breath seriously at all, while Zoan and Law were completely conquered by Chiga's strength. Especially Zoan, he now regards Sengoku's words, "You can completely trust Chiga," as a golden rule. Next, the purple giant, who looked extremely oppressive to Crane, Flying Squirrel and the others, once again held the sword in one hand and chopped fiercely at the oncoming dragon's breath. Kaido's dragon breath dispersed directly under this sword, split into 2 beams and disappeared in 2 directions. The crisis disappeared, he and others stared at the purple giant standing in the sky, and the shock in their hearts could not dissipate for a long time. Especially he, although she had guessed that it was Chiga who summoned the purple giant, when she actually arrived here and saw Chiga standing on Susanoo's head, she still had an incredible feeling. At this time, Kihonhei said, "Alright everyone, mission accomplished, follow me down." After saying that, Susanoo was the first to land on the ground. Crane, Flying Squirrel and others also suppressed their surging emotions and followed her back to the ground. After landing, Kihonhei released his ability, and Susanoo turned into a shadow and eventually disappeared without a trace. Kihonhei held Zoan in one hand, and Zoan held Law in his arms, and slowly descended to the ground. Advertisement he walked forward, glanced at Zoan and Luo in his arms, then looked at Kihonhei, and said with some emotion, "I didn't expect that the purple giant was actually summoned by you, it's really shocking." Ghost Spider, who had been keeping a dead face behind, couldn't help but nodded. It could be said that in his heart, Chiga's Susanoo was already on the same level as the natural disaster caused by Akainu's lava fruit ability. He did not forget the warship that he, Flying Squirrel and others had fought hard to save at sea. The most terrifying thing is that judging from the sword that Susanoo used to block the dragon's breath just now, the situation was caused by just the aftermath of Susanoo's attack. Chian he smiled and said casually, "That's Susanoo. You could say it's an out-and-out god of destruction, but for us Uchiha, it's our guardian deity. Does this mean that everyone in your family can use this power?" "No, even among the Uchiha clan, there are only a few who can activate Susanoo and achieve the level that we just achieved." "I see. Then I'll let go." No," Kihonhei looked at Vice Admiral he speechlessly, thinking it was too late, "I already knew what you meant." Crane laughed awkwardly, which made the 3 flying squirrels behind him stunned. It must be said that it was extremely rare to see such an expression on Crane's face. Crane was a little embarrassed. He turned his head and glared at the flying squirrel and the others, then turned back to look at Zoan and Luo. "This is the Rosinante commander that Sengoku mentioned, right? Who is this child?" Being called by the Crane, Zoan hurriedly stepped forward to Kaido. "Yes, Vice Admiral Suru, I'm Rosinante. I've been carrying out undercover missions for the Don Quixote family under the instruction of Marshal Sengoku. This is Luo, the only survivor of the Perkins disease in the town of Flinbirth." He looked at Luo in Zoan's arms with a trace of pity in her eyes. She had also heard what Zoan said. It could only be said that it was another tragedy. Noticing the white Madara patches on Luo's face, he couldn't help but sigh. Well, seeing this, Kihonhei did not mention that he could cure amber lead disease. He had already asked Zoan and Luo to keep this matter to themselves. If it was leaked, don't blame Kihonhei for being ruthless. Chapter 75. The Scapegoat. Kaidwo Kihonhei pointed at a human-shaped charcoal and said to he. "That's Virgo. His real identity is an undercover agent placed in the marine by Doflamingo. He was killed by Kaido in the battle just now." Zoan hurried out to confirm that what Chiga said was true. In fact, even without Zoan's proof, Crane, Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain would not doubt the truthfulness of Chiga's words, but they could not resist the fact that there was an unsociable ghost spider behind them. It's not that he is suspicious, it's mainly because he is too picky, so it's better to explain it clearly. After introducing Virgo, Chiga pointed to the Don Quixote family cadres who were lying in one area. Chiga had just specially protected them. They more or less woke up in a cloud of fire created by Kaido's dragon breath, but were knocked unconscious again by Susanoo, who was half of him at the time. And saving them is not because Chiga is too kind-hearted. Let's not talk about whether Chiga has such things or not. Even if she does, she would not save these people. They are just some good devil fruits to Chiga. Those people are officers of the Don Quixote family. We will take them to the ship after the other soldiers land. He didn't ask why Kihonhei, who never liked to leave anyone alive, chose the merciful route this time, but just nodded. Seeing that he had no questions, he did not say anything else and tried to walk away, but he seemed to be exhausted and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, he hurried forward to support Kihonhei and let him lean his head on his shoulder. The others also hurriedly followed and came to Kihonhei's side. Seeing Kihonhei's pale face, he asked with concern. "Are you okay? Were you injured during the fight with Kaido?" He shook his head and said weakly, "No, I just used up a lot of energy. Oh, this is the target of this mission, the op fruit. I'm not in a good condition to protect it now, so I'll leave it to you for safekeeping for now." As he spoke, Chiga took out the box of op fruit from the door space and handed it out. At this time, Demon Spider suddenly stood up and said that he could be responsible for keeping the fruit. Advertisement. In his opinion, this was an important task assigned by his superiors. Since Kihane, the strongest fighter, was not in good condition, it would be better for him to keep it personally. He frowned. She still didn't want the celestial dragons to get this fruit, and she felt that Chiga must have her own ideas. If she gave it to Onigumo, would it affect Chiga? Thinking of this, he opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Chianhe, who was supported by her, suddenly spoke. That's the best. I believe that Ghost Spider Vice Admiral will protect this fruit. The words seemed to be full of confidence in Ghost Spider. Upon hearing this, Ghost Spider couldn't help but shake the marine cloak on his body and thought, see, in the end I have to do it. He glanced at Kihane next to her and felt that there was something else behind his words, but since Kihane said so, she didn't say anything more. After a while, a large group of marine soldiers arrived, controlled the Don Quixote family members on the ground, and returned to the warship under the leadership of Crane. He helped Kihane into a room, carefully laid him on the bed, then sat aside and looked at Kihane and asked, are you feeling better? I'm still a little tired, but it doesn't matter. I'll probably be fine after a good night's sleep. I might sleep very deeply this time, so I hope nothing happens during this period of time. Well, you can just take a nap here. I'm leaving, so you must have a good rest. After saying that, he took a deep look at the weak Kihane lying on the bed, then stood up and left. After a while, Kihane sensed that there was no movement nearby. It should be that he deliberately transferred the soldiers here. With a somersault, Kihane sat up from the bed. Judging from this action, who would have thought that Chiga was still in the state of a weak kidney just now? So when Chiga said that he consumed too much energy on the island, he was just lying with his eyes open. He is not Sasuke in the Boruto legend, and his blue is like it has never been full. Standing up from the bed, Kihane clasped his hands together. Wood-style wood clone. A wooden man with Chiga's face slowly emerged from behind him, and then was painted, eventually turning into a person exactly like Chiga. After taking a look at the wood clone in front of him, Kihane nodded with satisfaction. Advertisement. In the pirate's world, he rarely uses the clone technique, because the strength of the clone is often not as good as the original body. It seemed a bit useless when used in the previous battle. After all, his strength was still relatively average at that time. But it is just right to use it at this time, as it is still wood clone, and has more power than the original, so it looks more realistic, and it is not easily dissipated when attacked. Kihane opened the door space and let wood clone walk in, then controlled wood clone to use the Shira fruit's ability to control the heaven and earth. The wood clone in the gate dimension began to grow in size, but no arms grew. Then wood clone made a seal, and with a bang, a cloud of smoke appeared and enveloped wood clone. After a while, the smoke dissipated and Kaido appeared where wood clone was just now. That's right, Kaido is the scapegoat chosen by Chiga this time. Originally, I wanted Doflamingo to take the blame, but that guy is too cunning and will definitely not suffer such a loss in silence. Moreover, his strength is still not enough compared to the top combat forces, and he will be easily exposed once he is found. Kaido is different. It's not that he's stupid, but as a strong man with a hot temper, he gets carried away easily. Even if he said he didn't take it, someone would still come to him. Given his personality, he would definitely not bother to explain and would just do it. Moreover, his strength is absolutely unquestionable, and with the beast's pirates behind him, if the op fruit really falls into his hands, even the world government will have to swallow this loss for a while. Everything was ready, the door space was closed, and Kaido, transformed by wood clone Chiga, used the power of the door fruit to open a door leading to the sky above the warship and walked out. He walked out of the air and chose one of the two warships where the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain were as the landing site. If he directly chose Ghost Spider's warship, it would seem too coincidental. Kaido, transformed by wood clone, did not use any ability to stay in the air and just fell straight onto the deck of the Flying Squirrel warship. With a loud bang, a big hole suddenly appeared on the deck of the Flying Squirrel warship. The Flying Squirrel and a group of marine soldiers hurried forward to check the situation. Suddenly, a domineering aura emanated from the cave. The soldiers beside the Flying Squirrel rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Feeling this aura, the Flying Squirrel's pupils shrank. This is Conquerors. Could it be that? Before he could finish, a huge figure jumped out of the cave and roared to the sky. Hand over the op fruit to Lousy. Chapter 76, Hitting My Teammates. What happened? Whoosh, 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 3 figures came to the Flying Squirrel's warship together. They were the other 3 vice admirals who participated in this mission. When Huashaoshan and Ghost Spider saw Kaido jumping out of the cave, their pupils shrank and they thought to themselves that they were in trouble. Only he had a thoughtful expression, always feeling that something was fishy. She had just come out of Chiga's room not long ago. Chiga said he was going to sleep for a while, and Kaido happened to appear at this time? At this time, Kaido, who was transformed by wood clone, didn't waste any time. He covered his fist with armed color and hit the Flying Squirrel closest to him. Facing the attack from Kaido, the Flying Squirrel did not dare to be careless. He directly drew the samurai sword from his waist and held it across his body, trying to block the attack. However, the power of the Shira fruit was obviously not something he could resist. His samurai sword could not hold up the moment it touched Kaido's fist, and the Flying Squirrel was knocked directly into the fence of the warship. Seeing their colleague being beaten like this in the first encounter, Huashaoshan and Kagumo looked at each other, used their shaving skills and rushed towards Kaido, together. Kaido laughed, his right arm muscles bulged, and he slammed it to the side. With a bang, the fire mountain that appeared on the side of Kaido followed the footsteps of the Flying Squirrel. Ghost Spider, who appeared in another direction, seized the opportunity, grabbed 6 knives with his hair in the life-returning state plus the 2 in his own hands, and chopped down hard on the back of Kaido. Clang. A metallic sound rang out, and Ghost Spider looked at the 8 knives on Kaido's back in a cold sweat. This time the attack did not cause any damage to the monster. In fact, it was not as easy for Kaido, who turned into wood clone, to defend against Spider Demon as it seemed. After all, he only had half the strength of the original body. The reason why he could easily block this move was the result of the combined effect of his strong physique under the ability of the Shira fruit and the temporary mechanization of the Shira path. Kaido narrowed his eyes, grabbed the hand holding the sword of Ghost Spider and pulled Ghost Spider over as if he was holding a chicken. Ghost Spider's eyes widened in horror, and the next second, Kaido grabbed his arm and pulled his hand and slammed him to the ground. With a loud bang, a human-shaped hole with 8 arms appeared on the deck of the Flying Squirrel warship again. Kaido picked up the Ghost Spider that was stuck in the floor, put it in front of him and looked at it. At this moment, Ghost Spider looked really miserable. His nose was smashed like a rotten sour pear, and blood was flowing from his head. The arm that was just pulled by Kaido also looked soft, probably broken, but the person still seemed to be conscious. Advertisement. Oh my god, did I go too far? The corner of Kaido, transformed by wood clone, twitched and a drop of sweat flowed down his forehead. Although this guy's style was not very good, he was a Marine Vice Admiral after all. It was really unreasonable for him to be beaten like this. However, while Onigumo was still conscious, Kaido put his big hand on his head and used his human ability to read his memory and obtain the location of the op fruit. On the other side, the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain rushed up again after a short rest. Even Crane crossed her hands in front of her chest, and it seemed that she was ready to activate the ability of her washing fruit. After all, looking at the situation, if Ghost Spider doesn't make an effort, he'll be dead. Kaido didn't want to go on like this. Even if he only had half of his original strength, it would be easy to cause too much damage to Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain. It is unclear how strong he is, but no matter how strong she is, Kihonhei must not attack her. Thinking of this, Kaido yelled, "Too weak, get out of here." After saying that, he swung his arm at the warship aimed at Demon Spider, and Demon Spider was thrown directly up, and Kaido also jumped over. Flying Squirrel and Burning Mountain trembled when they saw Kaido's actions. They knew that the op fruit was still on Ghost Spider's warship. But judging from the current situation, our combat capability is really limited, and it is too difficult to intercept Kaido. The only option now is to go to the west, no, to Vice Admiral Chiga's warship to wake him up. Thinking of this, the Flying Squirrel quickly told the Crane about this idea, and Huashaoshan nodded seriously beside him. He frowned. To be honest, she became more and more convinced that this, Kaido, was most likely the work of Chiga. Although I don't know what method he used to create such a realistic Kaido, but with his 8-gate ability, it's not surprising that he could create a transformation. Moreover, does this, Kaido, have a grudge against Ghost Spider? Good fellow, although the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain were attacked to varying degrees, don't you see that they are in good condition now? And myself, this, Kaido, never wanted to do anything to me. How come? When did Kaido learn to respect the elderly and love the young, or be a gentleman and no longer want to do anything to women? However, if this Kaido is Chiga's transformation, it means that Chiga is no longer on his warship. Wouldn't it be exposed if he leaves? Suru Vice Admiral, what's wrong with you? We don't have time to think about it. We know that Chiga Vice Admiral is not in a good state, but he is the only one who can stop this monster Kaido now. But I'm fine. Let me do it. Advertisement. Just when he was about to say something, a shout was heard. He, Flying Squirrel and Huashaoshan all turned their heads to look in the direction of Kihonhei's warship. Chiga's warship was just to the left of the Flying Squirrel's warship, not far away. When seeing Kihonhei's current condition, Flying Squirrel and Huashaoshan couldn't help but feel ashamed, because Kihonhei looked as weak as possible. On the bow of Kihonhei's warship, Khalifa and Ain were supporting Kihonhei on the left and right. Kihonhei's complexion looked even worse. The Flying Squirrel was probably responsible for the shout he made just now. Ain's expression was a little subtle, as if she wanted to laugh. She was so scared when she saw Kihonhei's weak appearance just now that she even forgot that Kihonhei had the ability to recover instantly. With purple flames rising from her hands, she was about to press on Kihonhei. He was so scared that he hurried to stop him. He was really afraid that Ain's emotions would fluctuate drastically and she would awaken or something, and suddenly turn him back to the baby state. Then he earnestly told Ain that he was pretending, which calmed her down. So after knowing that Kihonhei was fine, Ain couldn't help but laugh while watching Kihonhei acting. Kihonhei glared at Ain implicitly, and Ain pouted and behaved herself. Alas, Khalifa is still relief. Kihonhei glanced at Khalifa on the other side with relief. Khalifa had a blank expression on her face. Didn't she know what kind of person her boss was? Not to mention that she knew the truth. Even if she didn't know, she knew that Kihonhei was a bit chauvinistic. In other words, she would never act so pretentious. He didn't say anything, but just squinted his eyes and scanned Khalifa and Ain, and finally fixed his gaze on Kihonhei's face with a somewhat unfriendly expression. Sensing his gaze, he was a little confused. What's wrong? Am I not pretending well enough? Is he not satisfied with his acting skills? No way, isn't my acting better than Kizaru's? No matter how Ren Kihonhei thought about it, she would never have thought that he was standing up for her sister. The direction was wrong from the beginning. But now that we've come out, we still have to perform the full play. Kihonhei took his hands off Khalifa and Ain's shoulders, activated his heavenly Dao ability, and flew, wobblingly, towards Crane's warship. Seeing this situation, Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain both wanted to use Moonwalk to go up and continue clicking, fearing that Chihei would fall into the sea in the next second. Seeing Kihonhei in this state, the Flying Squirrel covered his face and said helplessly, "How about we just hand over the op fruit? After all, even Kaido is involved. This is far beyond the difficulty of the mission." Chapter 77. The Kayan Island incident ends, 4 devil fruits. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Kaido descended on Ghost Spider's warship again. The Ghost Spider had been thrown into the cabin by him and was probably unconscious now. The soldiers on the Ghost Spider ship surrounded Kaido with their weapons, but Kaido didn't even look at them. A conquerors went over and filled the entire ship with them. Looking around, Kaido was looking for the location of Spider Demon's room. From Spider Demon's memory, he had learned that the op fruit was placed in a cabinet in his office. At this moment, Chiga, he and others also arrived on Demon Spider's ship. Kaido raised his eyebrows and looked at Kihonhei and said, "It's you again. You are quite strong, but your current condition doesn't seem to be that good. Why, do you still want to fight with me?" Kihonhei took a step forward, without any further ado, activated the sublimated weapon in his hand, and rushed towards Kaido. Kaido snorted coldly, and his hand was also covered with armed color, and collided with Kihonhei's fist. Buzz! A strong shock wave spread from the fists of the two men, and a spider web-like crack suddenly appeared on the deck of Ghost Spider's warship. Flying Squirrel and Fire Yamamoto behind him wanted to help, but they were shaken by the shockwave and retreated back. They could only look at Chiga, who was confronting Kaido with emotion. Flying Squirrel couldn't help but say, "Is this the strength of Vice Admiral Chiga? His body is still very weak." Hua Xiaoshan nodded in agreement and sighed, "Based on his current ability, I think he won't be able to stay in the position of Vice Admiral soon." Hearing this, the Flying Squirrel fell silent. What is above Vice Admiral? It is Admiral, representing the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, the backbone of the Marine. There are not many Vice Admirals in this department, but compared with the Admirals, there are far more. After all, there have only been a few Admirals, and which one of them is not a well-known figure? With their own and Hua Xiaoshan's talents, even though they are still young, it is impossible for them to reach the position of Admiral. They are very clear about this. Thinking of Qian's age, the two could only sigh, "God, how can you be so biased?" Advertisement Suru stood beside the two of them, crossed his arms and watched Chiga fighting with Kaido, and suddenly spoke up. "Kihonhei, take care of yourself." Kihonhei, who was having a great time fighting, paused for a moment. "You know what, the feeling of hitting yourself is quite interesting." Qian he became more and more excited as the fight went on. If this continued, the clone, which had only half the strength of the original body, would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Kihonhei secretly gave he a thumbs up, and then revealed a flaw, was knocked back by a punch from Kaido, and retreated back to he and the others. Before he could take any action, Flying Squirrel and Hua Xiaoshan rushed forward to support Kihonhei. In their opinion, Vice Admiral Kihonhei's behavior of risking his exhausted body to protect the target of the mission was very admirable. Looking at the Flying Squirrel and the Flaming Mountain with concerned expressions, Kihonhei's face couldn't help but blush. "I can only console myself by saying, op fruit should be given to no one but those guys at Mariajoy. I'm sorry for burning the mountain, but let's just consider it for justice." Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel thought that Qian had caused his blood to surge and he had internal injuries, so he quickly asked, "Vice Admiral Chiga, are you okay?" "Ahem, it's okay. It looks like we're in real trouble this time." After saying that, Kihonhei looked at Kaido on the field with a serious expression. Kaido laughed arrogantly, and appeared at the place where Ghost Spider had just fallen. He did not look at the unconscious Ghost Spider, but just glanced around him. Sure enough, a cracked cabinet appeared in his sight, and the box containing op fruit was exposed. Seeing the op fruit, Kaido was relieved. He had just deliberately thrown the Ghost Spider towards his office, but the specific location was still not clear enough. He thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly things went quite smoothly. If they really can't find it, Kaido can only threaten the lives of the people on the boat and force Chiga and others to hand over the op fruit. However, this will easily make everyone present bear certain responsibilities afterwards. It can be said that the goal this time has been successfully achieved. Kaido nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at the ugly faces of Kihonhei and others behind him, and said arrogantly, "I took the op fruit. If you want it back, come find me in the Ghost Island country." After saying that, he secretly activated his heavenly Dao ability, and with the help of this ability, he leapt straight into the clouds and disappeared. Advertisement Kihonhei and the others watched Kaido disappear from sight in silence. After a while, he spoke. "Things have changed this time. I didn't expect Kaido to also know about the op fruit. Doflamingo must have told him. I'll explain the situation here to Sengoku when we return to headquarters." Kihonhei and others also nodded in agreement. At this moment, a marine soldier ran up from the inside of the ship and said in panic, "Sirs, 5 of the Don Quixote family's officers have lost their vital signs." "What?" The Flying Squirrel and the Flaming Mountain looked at the marines running over in disbelief. What was going on? He was relatively calm and said nonchalantly, "Forget it. They're just a bunch of criminals after all. They must have been injured internally by Vice Admiral Kihonhei's previous attack, so they are dead. Who is still alive? It's the little girl named Baby 5 and Senor Peak." Okay, I understand. Go and take care of the remaining 2 people. Yes. After the Marine left, he glanced at Kihonhei and thought that this was probably done by Kihonhei again. There is no doubt that his guess is correct. If she can open Chiga's door space, she will see 4 devil fruits lying quietly inside, namely Tunya, Shishi, Bakugo and Art Fruit. The owners of these 4 fruits had obviously passed away. Chiga looked down on Diamante's floating fruit, so he just dealt with it and left it alone. Baby 5 is still just a poor little girl who was abandoned by her mother and sold to the Don Quixote family. Her crime is not punishable by death, so Chiga did not do anything to her. As for Pete, the user of the water fruit, not to mention that his fruit is not very good, although it is called the water fruit, it should be called the swimming fruit. It can swim anywhere except in water, which is also weird. Also, this guy is a pure love war god. Kihonhei had some feelings for this character when watching the anime, so she let him go. But he is a criminal after all. He can escape the death penalty, but he cannot escape the punishment of life imprisonment. It is better to send him to the deep sea prison. Maybe he will be released one day in the future. Chapter 78 Explosive Fruit. Back at headquarters, Suru reports the mission to Sengoku. Hearing that Kaido was also involved in this incident, Sengoku couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He was well aware of Kaido's strength. Encountering Kaido twice in one day, it is already a very celebratory thing for the Marine who went there to come back alive. Fortunately, Chiga was with them on this mission, otherwise something terrible would have happened. You know, Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain are both among the strongest in the Vice Admiral, and the loss of these 2 people is undoubtedly a huge loss for the Marine. Crane is also a banner of Marine. If something happens to Crane during this mission, Sengoku doesn't know if he can remain calm, and whether Garp will rush to Onigashima alone to seek revenge. I just hope they can all come back safely. Op fruit seems insignificant compared to these people's lives. Thinking of this, Sengoku felt that it was okay to fail the mission, as Chiga had fought to exhaustion. However, he still had to say a few words to the 5 elders. Instead, he asked with some concern, "What do you say in Mariajoy?" "Don't worry, I will explain to them why this mission failed. You and Kihonhei just need to rest now." "Okay, I'll go down then. I'll leave the negotiation with those guys to you, Sengoku." With that, Suru left Sengoku's office, and Sengoku contacted the 5 elders. The 5 elders were of course furious when they heard that the mission had failed, but this matter really could not be blamed on Sengoku and Marine. First of all, a very difficult character appeared in this mission, that is Kaido, and the information about Op fruit should have been revealed to Kaido by Doflamingo. Doflamingo must have told Kaido the secret of how the Op fruit can perform the immortality surgery, otherwise Kaido would not have taken action personally. The reason why Doflamingo knew such secret information was inseparable from his former identity as Celestial Dragons, so in the final analysis, the reason was still due to this person? However, it was impossible to get them to admit their mistakes. They just didn't blame them too much for the failure of the mission and just let it go. Advertisement. As for Chiga, Sengoku has given him a week's vacation. Everyone knows that it was Chiga who stopped Kaido this time. Flying Squirrel and others even hope to give Chiga more vacation so that he can have a good rest. In response, Kihonhei said that it was really not necessary. Taking Khalifa and Ain back to his office, Kihonhei took out 4 devil fruits from the door space and placed them on the table. The simultaneous appearance of 4 devil fruits stunned Khalifa and Ain, and they actually felt like they were looking at cabbages. In fact, there is still the fruit that Ain gave him in Kihonhei's door space. He has not had time to figure out which fruit it is. He will know when he finds a pirate's minion to test it later. Kihonhei pointed at the fruits on the table and introduced their names and abilities to the 2 girls, then looked at Khalifa and asked her if she liked any. Ain has eaten the devil fruit before, and the main reason for calling her here this time is that we don't want her to feel out of touch. Khalifa hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. To be honest, she didn't like these fruits very much. Although these 4 fruits can significantly increase combat power, she no longer wants this kind of combat-oriented fruit. Instead, she wants a fruit with special auxiliary abilities. After all, with her boss around, she felt like she was the safest person in the world. Seeing that Khalifa had no interest in these fruits, Kihonhei did not say much. There would be many opportunities to obtain devil fruit in the future, and there was no need to rush. However, among these 4 fruits, there is one fruit that Kihonhei likes, which is the exploding fruit on the side. The bomb fruit, as the name suggests, has the ability to explode. It is very simple and crude. Not to mention the ability to self-destruct, the main thing is that it can detonate inorganic matter. Whether it is destructive power or lethality, the damage is very considerable. It is different from the explosion fruit of Mr. 5, Crocodile's subordinate, who uses booger bombs. The difference between the two is that the explosion fruit is a superpower, while the explosion fruit is a superhuman body. But when it comes to the booger bomb, Chiga thought of Garp with a sense of humor. That guy likes to pick his nose, and he likes to do it in Sengoku's office the most, if he eats this fruit. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. The scene was too beautiful to look at. Chiga's increasingly divergent thoughts were contained and his gaze was fixed on the bomb fruit. The appearance of the explosive fruit is a round black watermelon with a vine like a fuse growing on it, made up. Advertisement. Chiga slapped his hand on it, closed his eyes, and used the ability of Hungry Keto. After a few seconds, an ordinary watermelon appeared on the table. Khalifa took out a knife from somewhere, cut the watermelon directly, and pushed half to Kihonhei. Then he took out a piece of the remaining watermelon and handed it to Ain, and took another piece and started eating it by himself. Khalifa and Ain stood in the office, each holding a watermelon, staring at Chiga who had absorbed the power of the Baku fruit. After absorbing the power, Kihonhei slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his sight were the two spectators. Kihonhei blinked, not knowing what to say for a moment. Khalifa suddenly walked up to Kihonhei and leaned forward with her pretty face. Qian he was stunned by this situation. What was going on? What was he doing? Yin was still beside him. Khalifa stared at Kihonhei's right eye, then nodded thoughtfully and said, "Sure enough, there is one more Magatama, it's amazing." That's it?" Qian he looked at his secretary speechlessly, feeling a little disappointed. "Oh, otherwise, boss, what are you thinking about?" Khalifa tilted her head and looked at Kihonhei with a puzzled look, as if she didn't understand what Kihonhei meant at all. Ain laughed secretly beside her. "Damn, this secretary is getting more and more arrogant," Qian he complained in his heart, and then calmed down to feel the ability he had just acquired. After a while, Kihonhei suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at a cup. The cup suddenly expanded and then exploded into a pile of debris, which scared Khalifa Ain. Glancing at Khalifa and Ain, Kihonhei's mouth corners unconsciously rose. "You two little brats, you two are becoming more and more disrespectful." Then he looked at the broken pieces of the cup on the table and nodded with satisfaction. Whether it was the control of his abilities or the power of the explosion, he was already far superior to that Gladius. "I can easily compress the range of the explosion and increase its power, otherwise it would not be just a cup that would be blown up, and what would be left after the explosion would be fragments instead of debris." Chapter 79. Op fruit enters the body, single I6 Magatama. After absorbing the power of the Baku fruit, Kihonhei put the remaining 3 fruits on the table back into the Menman space, and then took out a box separately. The box opened and the heart-shaped op fruit was revealed. Seeing this fruit, Khalifa and Ain stopped eating the melon and came over to take a closer look at this op fruit that was priced at 5 billion belly. I have to say, the shape of the op fruit is quite pretty, a delicate red heart. Even the usually calm Khalifa couldn't help but take a second look and asked, "Boss, is this the fruit you mentioned that can make people immortal?" Chiga nodded, took the op fruit out of the box, and examined it carefully, recalling the information about the fruit from the anime in her mind. First of all, using the ability of the op fruit consumes a lot of physical strength. When it reaches a certain level, it will even deplete one's own vitality. This is not a big problem for Chiga. Chiga has Hashirama cells in her body, so her recovery and vitality are very strong. In addition, her right eye's Mangekyo technique has an unstoppable recovery ability, so she has no problem opening a room for a whole day. There is also the so-called fact that doctors are the most suitable to eat op fruit, but it is not that doctors cannot perform anti-aging surgery. For this, we have to mention the story that Chiga has to tell with Orochimaru in Hokage Ninja. When outside Konoha, Chiga lived in Orochimaru's laboratory and participated in some of Orochimaru's experiments, such as the treatment of bloodline diseases, and saw countless dissection scenes. At that time, in order to transplant Hashirama cells, Chiga also learned a lot from Orochimaru, and he also knew some surgical operations. In the original novel, Law is a surgeon after all, which means he is inclined towards Western medicine. This is a bit opposite to Chopper. Chopper's way of treating diseases is more inclined towards traditional Chinese medicine. In any case, the identity of a doctor is not a problem for Chiga. With Orochimaru, the Vegapunk of the ninja world, as his mentor, his medical skills will definitely not be bad. Chiga is confident that he can eventually crack the secret of the immortality surgery, and as he possesses the Rinnegan, he is not afraid of sacrificing his life. Rinnegan is the eye that controls life and death, so how can it be in vain? However, after absorbing the op fruit, it is better to use this ability in a subtle way. It doesn't matter if Chiga uses other abilities, because others are also aware of his ability, 8 Gate. However, once the power of the op fruit is used, it is still very easy to be discovered by the world government's spies. This is related to the fundamental interests of the celestial dragons, and it is really possible that the 5 elders will tear their enemies apart to get it. In fact, it is not that difficult. As long as it is not a skirmish, you can just open a large room in advance when you arrive at the battlefield. Advertisement: the room space fluctuates a little bit only when it is expanded. After expansion, as long as the room space is large enough, it is difficult for people inside to notice the room. Finally, let's talk about the combat ability of op fruit. It can be said that this ability is extremely powerful when used in combat. Whether it is the range or the weirdness of the ability, it is first class. Op fruit can also be understood as a space fruit. In the created room space, everything is controlled by the ability user, and it is even possible to redistribute the bodies and minds of several people, which is extremely pervert. Thinking of this, Qian he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This is really a top-grade fruit. Without further hesitation, Chiga used Kido once again to absorb the power of the op fruit. After a few seconds, the 6th Magatama appeared in Kihonhei's right eye. The moment the 6th Magatama appeared, a substantial pressure burst out from Kihonhei's right eye. The walls and floor of the office began to crack. Khalifa and Ain groaned and knelt on one leg on the ground. Some high-ranking Marines at the headquarters also sensed this unusual pressure. Sengoku suddenly stood up from his chair, looked in the direction of Chiga's office, frowned and said, "Is this pressure from the Conquerors?" After saying that, he shook his head again. As a Conqueror's Awakener, he could still confirm that this was not Conquerors, but he couldn't tell what it was. In the end, he could only sigh. Kihonhei's strength has increased again. Returning to Kihonhei, seeing that Khalifa and Ain were already unable to hold on, Kianhei quickly closed his right eye, and the terrifying pressure that permeated the entire naval headquarters gradually dissipated. Khalifa and Ain got up from the ground, looking unhappy. Ain also looked at Kianhei with resentment, which made Kianhei feel a little embarrassed. After all, it was indeed her own fault this time as she failed to control the power of Rinnegan well. But absorbing 2 fruits at once allowed his right eye to reach the full 6 Magatama state. The massive increase in pupil power brought about by this made even Chiga feel as if the power was about to get out of control. After pretending to cough twice, Kianhei slowly opened his right eye. Seeing Kianhei's actions, Ain and Khalifa took a step back at the same time, avoiding Kianhei as if they were avoiding the plague god. Advertisement Kianhei looked at the 2 girls speechlessly, saying that he could control the power of his right eye this time. His right eye opened again, and 6 Magatama appeared in the same arrangement as Sasuke's Rinnegan, shining with a strange luster. After a pause, he snapped his fingers. Room. Buzz. A small cyclone appeared at the place where Kianhei snapped his fingers. After spinning for a while, it suddenly expanded, forming a semicircular transparent space that covered Kianhei, Khalifa and Ain. Ain and Khalifa looked around furiously. Ain even poked the border of the room with her hand. Of course, her finger went straight through the border of the room without any hindrance. Ain retracted her finger, stretched it in front of her eyes and looked at it. Finding that there was no change, she asked Kianhei. Chiga, what is the use of this ability? Kianhei smiled slightly, stretched out his palm towards Ain and Khalifa, and slowly slid it to the right in the air. I don't know what's going on. Looking at Kianhei's actions, Ain and Khalifa suddenly felt very awkward. Ain couldn't help but ask again. Kianhei, what are you doing? I feel uncomfortable. Khalifa also nodded with a puzzled look on his face. He spread his hands and said, you asked me what abilities the op fruit has. I just used an ability to scan your body's condition. After my diagnosis, there is nothing wrong with your body. You are very healthy. Hearing He's words, Khalifa and Ain blushed, and Khalifa opened her mouth and wanted to say. Boss, what are you doing? Stop. Kianhei quickly made a stop gesture. He swears to God, he just used the room scan technique, just like going to the hospital to take an x-ray, it couldn't be more serious. Chapter 80. True Heavenly Hand Power and Yearly Divine Power. Kianhei used the power of the op fruit to perform x-rays on Khalifa and Ain, then locked his eyes on the 2 girls and whispered. Displacement. Swish. Khalifa and Ain swapped positions. The 2 girls looked at each other in confusion, not realizing what had happened. Since Chiga's op fruit ability is activated through the Rinnegan, there is no need to make any gestures. She just needs to lock the target with her eyes, which is extremely convenient. The action when using room scan just now was purely because I had just obtained the ability and wanted to play with it and tease Khalifa and Ain. Well, as his strength grows, Kianhei's dark nature becomes increasingly difficult to hide. After admiring the dazed expressions of the 2 girls, Kianhei activated the op fruit ability again. He was sitting on the chair just now, but suddenly appeared next to Khalifa the next second. Khalifa reacted and looked at Kianhei helplessly and said. Boss, have you had enough fun? The power of the op fruit is really weird. Ain and I have experienced it ourselves. Please don't use us as experiments anymore. Kianhei glanced at Ain on the other side and spread his hands to show that he was innocent. It was Ain who wanted to be a curious baby just now, so what did it have to do with him? Ain noticed Kianhei's slightly teasing look, rolled her eyes, and pulled Khalifa out of Kianhei's office. After the 2 women left, Kianhei used teleportation and replacement several times in a row in the room. Kianhei's figure in the office was like a ghost, appearing in one place from time to time. Finally, after swapping the positions of all the furnishings in the office, Chiga appeared in her office chair. Looking at the scene in the office, He couldn't help laughing. His laughter became louder and louder. Even Khalifa and Ain, who were next to him, heard He's laughter. The 2 women looked at each other, and Ain said. Being a secretary for Chiga must be hard, right? Advertisement. That's not the case. I heard from the boss that this is the tradition of their Uchiha clan. The stronger they are, the more they like to laugh like this. Is there still such a tradition? Ain nodded thoughtfully. In this way, the reason why Kianhei got sick, no, the reason why he laughed wildly was found. In their clan, this is the proof of being strong. Back to Kianhei, he had calmed down, tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers, and seemed to be in a very good mood. The op fruit's ability to manipulate objects in the room and teleport instantly reminded Chiga of Sasuke Rinnegan's exclusive eye technique, the Sky Hand power. The function of Sky Hand force is to force objects or people within the line of sight to exchange positions, but judging from the battle with Madara, this move has a distance limit and a CD. The exact length of the CD is unclear, but it does exist. However, in the room space created by op fruit, these shortcomings of Tenshuli no longer exist. First of all, in terms of distance, as long as the room space is large enough, Kianhei can appear at any position in it, or exchange the positions of all objects in the space. However, judging from the battle in the anime Onigashima, if the replaced creature Haki is strong enough, it can resist the forced replacement of the op fruit. There is also the issue of CD. As long as Kianhei has enough physical strength, he can do whatever he wants in the room. He is very arrogant. Therefore, after having the op fruit, Chiga almost got an optimized Tianshin hand power for free, which can be said to be a real Tianshin hand power. How can she not be excited? And when it comes to Rinnegan's exclusive eye technique, Chiga is even more satisfied. Kianhei fixed his eyes on a pot of plants in the office. A gray vortex suddenly enveloped the entire pot of plants, and the vortex continued to rotate clockwise. As the vortex turned, the green leaves of the plant began to turn yellow and fall off, and eventually the entire plant withered completely and weathered into a pile of debris. The gray vortex disappeared. Kihonhei walked to the pot of plants, squatted down, picked up a little residue with his fingers and looked at it. The plant that was green and lush just now has now turned into lifeless residue in his hand. Kihonhei blew lightly, and the residue dissipated into the air. Advertisement. That's right, this strange ability is the exclusive eye technique activated by Kihonhei's right eye after collecting 6 Magatama. Because it is a kind of time ability, it is called the power of years. The manifestation is to create a clockwise rotating time Uzumaki at the line of sight, accelerating the flow of time of objects or creatures inside the Uzumaki. The speed is related to Chiga's eye power and the strength of the person being cast. As for Kihonhei's current pupil power, taking Ming as an example, as long as he is locked by Nien's divine power and urged with all his strength, Kihonhei can completely destroy his life within 5 seconds. In fact, Chiga's Nien divine power is awakened just like Mangekyo's Dujutsu Shichobime. In other words, the Nien divine power was conceived the moment Chiga's Rinnegan was activated. Kihonhei guessed that the reason why his body regressed to the state of a 6-year-old when he came to the pirate's world was because he frantically activated the power of the Rinnegan during the crisis at that time, triggering the power of the year. However, the current power of the year god can only speed up the passage of time but not reverse it. This is probably because the pupil power of the left eye has not been completely filled. The Rinnegan, like the Mangekyo, can only exert its greatest power when both eyes are focused together, such as Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. With one Rinnegan, Madara could only create one shadow, but when he retrieved the second Rinnegan, the number of shadows grew to 4, which was quite a large increase. So judging from Madara's situation, when Chiga's left eye power is filled, the power of the year will be further strengthened. As for whether a second Rinnegan's exclusive eye technique can be born, it is unknown. However, judging from the current situation, Kihonhei is already very satisfied, and this trip to Kain Island can be said to be very rewarding. After absorbing the Baku fruit and the Op fruit at the same time, the Rinnegan on the right reached the 6 Magatama state in an instant, and also opened up its own exclusive eye technique. What else is there to say about this kind of harvest? Feeling the ocean-like power in his right eye, Kihonhei clenched his fists. With his current strength, if he meets Kaido again, he can definitely have a real fight with him. He even has a chance to take down Kaido directly with his endless abilities. This is only the state of 6 Magatama in one eye. Kihonhei wondered if he could directly activate the 6 paths mode and use the truth-seeking ball to overcome everything if his left eye also collected 6 Magatama. However, we still cannot be too careless. After all, King of Pirates has not yet ended, and no one knows what secrets are in Mariajoy, and what level of strength I am is at. So next, Chiga's goal is to collect powerful devil fruits, open the 6 Magatama in his left eye, and then create 6 paths puppets to expand his power. These are the foundation at all times. Chapter 81. Kihonhei is here. No surprises. Happy New Year, everyone. In the marshal's office, Sengoku looked at Corazon standing in front of him with a kind face and said softly, "Welcome back to the Marine, Rosinante." Corazon was also touched. This time he could be said to have escaped death. Since his father was shot and killed by his brother, he became an orphan. It was Sengoku who adopted him and became his foster father. In Corazon's heart, Sengoku has become like his biological father. He taught him how to behave, told him what justice is, and even allowed him to join the Marine, giving him combat abilities that surpass ordinary people. It can be said that it was Sengoku that made him find the meaning of existence again. Thinking of this, Corazon opened his mouth with some difficulty and said tremblingly, "Long time no see, Marshal Sengoku, I'm back." In fact, he really wanted to call Sengoku father, but this title was too heavy for him. Whenever he mentioned this word, the scene of his father's death would always appear in Corazon's mind, making him feel miserable. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. This time it's all thanks to Chian-hee. He is your benefactor, and also my benefactor. Marshal Sengoku." Corazon couldn't hold back any longer, and her tears kept flowing out. After a while, Corazon's face was covered with tears. Sengoku was also overwhelmed with emotions and couldn't help but wet his eyes. At this moment, click, "Sengoku, some senbei, huh?" Garp pushed open the office door and poked his head out. When he saw the scene in the office, he froze for a moment and kept poking his head out. "Vice Admiral Garp, hello, long time no see, hee." Corazon quickly raised his hand to wipe his face, and greeted Garp as if nothing had happened, but he looked a little embarrassed. A big tic-tac-toe appeared on Sengoku's forehead, veins popped on his fists, and he flashed and appeared next to Garp's head. "You are such a disrespectful guy, there is no senbei, and how many times have I told you to knock before entering my office?" After saying that, he punched Garp on the forehead, making a dull sound. "I'm boiling." It can be seen that Sengoku has been holding a grudge against Garp for a long time. This punch can be said to be his most powerful punch without using the power of the fruit and the armament color. Advertisement. I just wonder how powerful it is compared to the punch he will use to hit Luffy on the top later. Garp, who was hit on the head by Sengoku, squatted on the ground with his head covered. His facial features were squeezed together. Everyone who saw him said it hurt. Sengoku stood in front of Garp, looking down at Garp who was beaten into such a state. He felt so happy in his heart. He felt full of strength and instantly became 10 years younger. "So before fighting in the future, should we punch Garp first to strengthen ourselves?" Sengoku held the fist he had just used to punch Garp in front of him, with a thoughtful expression. Sengoku, You dare to hit me. This is the first time you hit me so hard in all these years. Very good, I remember it. Garp suddenly stood up from the ground and looked at Sengoku with a sad and angry face. His eyes contained 3 parts of grievance, 2 parts of anger, and 5 parts of disbelief. It was obviously an old fan-shaped picture. HMPH, I'll teach you lesson. Sengoku snorted disdainfully and returned to his seat. When he looked up, he saw Corazon looking at him with a strange look. Oh no, I was so mad at Garp just now that I lost control, furious and frustrated. This is totally not how a Marine Marshal should behave. My majestic image for all these years. B***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************aughty Seriously. Anyway, you must remember Vice Admiral Kianhe's life-saving grace this time. He not only saved you, but also saved the child who is very important to you. This kind of favor is something you will never be able to repay in your lifetime. Hearing this, Corazon responded very seriously, I know, Marshal Sengoku. Although my strength is low, from now on, as long as Vice Admiral Chiga needs me, I will do it even at the cost of my life. You don't have to sacrifice your life. If Kianhe can't do it, it will be useless even if you really sacrifice your life. Forehead, Corazon was a little embarrassed. He knew Sengoku cared about him, but it just sounded a little weird. Well, your undercover mission has ended. You can say that you have performed your duties very diligently. After this, I will promote you to the rank of colonel. Go and have a rest. Yes. After saluting, Corazon turned and walked out of the office. Before leaving, he secretly glanced at Garp who was still holding his head and doubting his life. After Corazon left, Garp couldn't help but speak up. What did Kianhe do this time? Tell me. Advertisement. I didn't do anything. I didn't drink tea and eat senbei in the office anyway. Oh, I'm out of senbei. Can you give me some of yours? Get lost. I've already told you that there's not even any packaging left of the senbei. The next day, in a wasteland, Corazon crossed his 10 fingers together and nervously looked at Chiga's back not far away. In front of Kianhe, Xiao Luo was standing there awkwardly, not daring to look up at Kianhe. On Cayenne Island, Luo could be said to have witnessed the entire scene where Doflamingo and members of the Don Quixote family were easily dealt with by Chiga. Virgo, who came later, didn't even last a single move and was essentially giving away his life. Although he was knocked unconscious by Kaido's conquerors, Luo woke up later and witnessed the spectacle that would shock him for the rest of his life. The purple giant standing in the sky and the blue dragon hovering in the sky. Everything that Kianhe showed was a scene that Luo could never have dreamed of. It could be said that in Luo's heart, Kianhe was no different from a god. Now facing the god in his heart alone, it is impossible for Luo to not be nervous. Kianhe looked down at Luo, who had been standing there uncomfortably since a while ago, and couldn't help laughing. Was he so scary that he could scare a child like this? Shaking his head, Kianhe bent down and reached out to touch Luo's head. Luo was so scared that his whole body trembled. He was helpless and could only speak in the most gentle voice he felt. Don't be afraid. Believe me, the treatment process won't be painful at all. It will be over in a moment. Yes, yes. Room. Buzz. A small semicircular space covered Kianhe and Luo together. Corazon in the distance was also looking at this side with some curiosity. He did not associate this ability with the op-op fruit at all. He only knew that the op-op fruit could cure diseases, but he had never seen or understood how to use it specifically or what its abilities were. After scanning Luo's body, Kianhe found that Luo's small body had already become a human-shaped pattern in his eyes, except that there were some irregular white blocks in this pattern. It seems that these white blocks are the source of amber lead disease. Having found the source, Kianhe did not hesitate any longer. With his eyes wide open, the white blocks in Luo's body were directly peeled out. Kianhe took out a test tube, and the peeled white block was transferred into the test tube, forming a small white paste. This disease is still very scary, so it is better to be careful. After all, good health is a person's most precious wealth. In the new year, I wish you all good health. Chapter 82. East Blue Trip. After the treatment, Kianhe released the room space and waved to Corazon in the distance, indicating that he could come over. Corazon, who was far away, saw Kianhe's gesture and hurriedly trotted over to Luo, lifted Luo up and placed him in front of him, looking at him carefully over and over again. Seeing that the white Madara on Luo's face had disappeared, Corazon was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He shouted to Luo, who was held in the air by him. Luo, your illness is cured, your destiny has changed. Luo was still in a daze at this moment. What he saw from beginning to end was that Kian summoned a mysterious space to cover him, glared at him, and then Corazon ran over and told him excitedly that his illness was cured. Without looking at Corazon, Luo turned his head stiffly to look at Kian, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Kian smiled and nodded. Luo's expression gradually became exaggerated, even distorted, and he was a little unconscious due to this huge surprise. Corazon hugged Luo tightly in his arms, and the two of them knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Chiga looked at the two of them in silence. When he was watching the anime, he was deeply touched by the story of Corazon and Law. Both characters were portrayed very well and left a very deep impression on people. This time, he could say that he had completely changed their fate. Corazon survived, and Luo would definitely join the Marine under Corazon's guidance, and perhaps become a military doctor with good combat capabilities. On the way to the top, why not make up for the regrets in pirates? Without disturbing the two people who were in a heated discussion, he disappeared from the spot in a flash. Swish. Kian appeared in her office. Khalifa just glanced at him this time and continued to work. She was used to her boss's elusiveness. He stared at Khalifa for a while and asked curiously. Khalifa, are you happy following me? Hearing He's question, Khalifa was stunned for a moment, thinking that He was a little strange today, but still answered very seriously. Happy. Advertisement. Where is the happiness? Because you are here. Forehead. Well, Khalifa's fighting power against Kion is still strong, and Kion, who was about to say something, just shut up. There was silence for a while, and then the Den Dan Mushi on the table rang. The moment the Den Dan Mushi made a sound, Chiga answered it directly. Before Chiga could say anything, a rough voice sounded. Moshi, is this Chiga? I'm Garp, are you free lately? When Chihei heard that it was Garp, he was stunned. Garp usually shared an office with Sengoku, and he always knew a lot of information first. Could it be something important this time? Thinking of this, He's tone became serious. I'm Chiga, nothing for now. What's up, Vice Admiral Garp? Well, can you go to East Blue? East Blue. Did some powerful pirates appear? The first name that came to Chinhei's mind was Shanks, but now Shanks has become 4 emperors, which means he has been to East Blue. Could it be that history has changed again, and Shanks has made a comeback? No, I want you to go to the windmill village in East Blue and help me educate my grandson. His name is Luffy. Oh, no, come on, Chihei, I heard from Sengoku that you have your own unique understanding of educating children. That autistic kid is as obedient as a little lamb in front of you. Autistic kid, is he referring to Law? Kion said that he let Law experience the thrill of being in the cockpit of a Gundam. Does Garp have a Gundam? After hearing what Garp said, he was speechless and was about to hang up the phone. Garp on the Den Dan Mushi side saw that Chiga hadn't made any movement for a long time, guessed that Chiga was going to hang up the Den Dan Mushi, and hurriedly shouted. Hold on. I don't know what Shanks has been telling Luffy. He keeps yelling about wanting to be the king of pirates. I've tried to teach him a lesson but it's useless. Can you just treat it as a vacation in East Blue? Advertisement. Garp's tone was so sincere that it sounded like he was about to kowtow to Chiga. At this time, another voice came out. Chiga, I'm Sengoku. There's news that Golden Lion has recently appeared in East Blue. If you can, you should go to East Blue. Golden Lion cut off his legs in order to escape from the deep sea prison. His strength should be much weaker than before. If you can kill him or capture him, it will be very helpful to you in the future. Sengoku's meaning is actually very clear, which is to give the Golden Lion to Chiga and make it a heavyweight achievement on Chiga's road to promotion to Admiral. As for the question of whether Chiga can defeat Golden Lion, Sengoku said he has not thought about it. Judging from Chiga's several battle records and the pressure she showed a few days ago, Sengoku fully believes that Chiga has the ability to defeat the current Golden Lion. Of course, it is unknown whether Sengoku persuaded Chiga to go to East Blue because he wanted to help his old friend Garp. After all, Sengoku was still very arrogant when he was a Marine Marshal. Sengoku's words also made Chiga start to seriously consider this trip to East Blue. He knew that his promotion speed in the Marine was indeed fast enough, but it was still difficult to be promoted again in a short period of time. The biggest problem is Chiga's age. He is really too young. After all, this is not the world conscription period after the Summit War. At that time, if you are strong enough, joining the Marine can indeed lead to a sudden success. But even Fujitora and Green Bull, who became admirals directly, are not young anymore. Fujitora is over 50 years old, and Green Bull looks younger, but not much younger. Moreover, Golden Lion is not just an achievement for Kion, he himself is also a top-grade material. Let's first talk about Golden Lion's lion fruit. This fruit can allow the user to gain the ability to fly and can also make objects float. Judging from the performance in the movie, Golden Lion can control the floating objects at will and can use them very flexibly. However, Chiga thinks that the reason why lion fruit's expressiveness seems so strong is because it appeared in the movie version. The other reason is that its owner is strong enough. Golden Lion has definitely developed the ability of lion fruit to the awakened state. In terms of ability alone, his gravity fruit plus the ability of heaven will only be stronger than the lion fruit. Therefore, Kion does not plan to absorb this fruit, but it will not be wasted. The Golden Lion with the ability of lion fruit is a perfect material for the Heavenly Dao puppet. If he is really killed, it would be better to leave the fruit in the Golden Lion's body and then project the power of the Heavenly Dao onto the Golden Lion. The Heavenly Dao puppet made in this way might reach or even surpass the strength of Golden Lion during his lifetime. That would be a solid 4 Emperors level combat power. Don't just watch Golden Lion being crushed by Gear 3's Luffy. You should know that it was in the movie. In the movie, even if Luffy is resurrected by Roger, he will be slapped twice and then lie back in the coffin. Chapter 83 Strange Island. East Blue, aboard the 6 Paths. Kion finally decided to go to East Blue to get the materials for his own Tiandao puppet and educate Luffy at the same time. Of course, Chiga doesn't think she can win Luffy back. The most suitable person for this task should be Naruto, who is also the protagonist of another anime. Do you understand the value of talking? Unfortunately, it is impossible to bring Naruto here. When Chiga traveled through time, Naruto was only a few years old, and now no one knows how far the Hokage world has progressed. Speaking of Naruto, a figure with the same golden hedgehog head appeared in Chiga's mind. He was the golden flash of Konoha, Namikaze Minato. Chiga's existence had very limited impact on the development of the Hokage world, and Minato still died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Recalling his past in the Hokage world, Chiga's expression couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. He changed the fate of many people in the pirates' world, but failed to change the fate of his good friend. Although Chiga knew what would happen in the future of the Hokage world, he couldn't tell Minato all of it. Not to mention whether Minato could believe it or not, given his personality, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't let the third generation and others know. You have to know that Minato at that time had great respect for the third generation. And the third generation already knows about it, so how long will it take for Danzo to know about it? Danzo, who already wanted to completely exterminate the Uchiha clan, would definitely seize this opportunity immediately and arrest Chiga on the grounds that she had ulterior motives. In the Hokage world, Chiga has no systems or cheats, and can only rely on future information. How can he help Minato when he can't even protect himself? All he could do was to remind Minato implicitly in some aspects, but it was still a drop in the bucket. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Chiga already possessed Mangekyo, but was too afraid to reveal it. When he rushed to Minato, Minato and his wife were already dead. Even Chiga, who possessed Ishichoheim, was unable to revolving heaven. Chiga will never forget the night when she stood helplessly beside the bodies of Minato and his wife, with only Naruto's crying echoing in her ears. It was also from that moment that he completely decided to leave Konoha. If only I could have the ability to travel through the world and return to the Hokage world again. Thinking of this, Kion sighed. Khalifa and Ain, who were standing on both sides of Kion, heard Shinhei's sigh and turned to look at Kion at the same time. They froze when they noticed the sadness on Chiga's face. Advertisement. This was the first time they had seen Chiga like this. In their opinion, Chiga possessed countless abilities and there was almost nothing he could not do. What on earth could have made him become like this? Khalifa and Ain hurriedly approached Kion and each held one of Shinhei's hands. Feeling the warmth coming from her palms, Kion glanced at Khalifa and Ain, and saw the concern and worry in their eyes. Putting away his sad mood, Kion gave the two girls a reassuring smile and said, "What's wrong? You're concerned about me now. Boss, are you thinking of something sad? Because of your family?" All Khalifa could think about was Chiga's family. She learned from Chiga that he was the last member of the Uchiha clan in this world. She didn't know what had led to the fact that such a powerful family had only Kion left, and could only speculate on the reasons for Shinhei's sadness. Waving his hands, Qian he said with some emotion. "I'm fine, just thinking of a friend. He is gone. Well, but there may be a chance to see each other again. Can we meet again the person who is gone?" Khalifa didn't understand what Kion meant, but thinking of Shinhei's ability of the Eight Gate, he nodded thoughtfully. Ain, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stretched out a finger, pointed in a direction and shouted. "Kion, look, there's an island over there." Kion and Khalifa looked at Ain at the same time, as if they were looking at a little fool. From the headquarters to now, we have passed countless small islands. What Ain said is like saying on the road, "Look, there is a car here." Noticing the gazes of Kion and Khalifa, Ain's face couldn't help but blush. She also realized that her behavior was a bit stupid, but she actually wanted to divert Shinhei's attention. She wasn't like Khalifa who could always know what Chiga meant, and she felt really stupid in that regard. So I could only help Kion relieve her sadness in my own way, but I didn't expect to make a fool of myself. Ayan just stood there blankly, and couldn't help but whispered. "I just want to distract you." Hearing Ain's little beep, Kion and Khalifa couldn't help laughing. Khalifa hugged Ain and said in a tone like a mother talking to her daughter. Advertisement. Ain, you are so cute. Hey. Kion stood aside, looking at the loving scene in front of her, and felt the haze in her heart swept away. I already have many things in the pirate's world that I never dared to hope for before. My previous regrets are not irreparable with my pair of Rinnegan, so I should cherish the people in front of me first. At this time, the navigator on the warship suddenly ran over, pointed at the small island that Ain had just mentioned, and said in a panic. Vice Admiral Kion, there are many strange currents near that island. The warship has been sucked in and there is a risk of being sucked in at any time. Hearing the navigator's words, Kion frowned. He only discovered the ocean current when he reached the edge. Isn't it a little too late to discover it? In fact, the navigator cannot be blamed. The personnel on the Chiga warship were all selected by Sengoku based on the merit criteria, and their professional level is definitely not bad. The danger this time was because the currents appeared so suddenly. However, having said that, Kion still had the idea of becoming a top navigator, so that at least he could be more comfortable and have less trouble when sailing on the sea. Qian he did not embarrass the navigator and said calmly. I see. Go ahead and don't worry. I'll have the warship parked nearby and I'll go see if there's anything strange on that island. Yes. After the navigator left, Kion carefully looked at the island that Ain had pointed out just now, and found that there was indeed something unusual about the island. As the warship was pulled towards the island by the ocean current, a large number of giant birds could be seen hovering above the island. And now there are more and more ocean currents around the island, and these sudden ocean currents are constantly pulling Shinhei's warships. Snort. Feeling the warship beneath his feet shaking more and more violently, Kion snorted lightly, floated up, flew to the side of the warship, and put one hand on the warship. Shinra Tensai. Buzz. A repulsive force gushed out from Qianhe's palm, enveloping the warship and directly pushing it out of the range of the ocean current. Shinhei's control over the Shinra Tensei has now become meticulous, and this Shinra Tensei did not cause any damage to the hull of the warship. After sending the warship out of danger, Heian turned around in the air, burst out with repulsive force, and flew towards the small island not far away. He wanted to see what was hidden on this island. Chapter 84 Mara Fruit, even dogs won't eat it. After landing safely on this strange island, Heian looked around. There are shipwrecks everywhere, which should be merchant ships or pirate ships that were swept in by the ocean currents around the island. Ocean currents, giant birds, and shipwrecks, all these things concentrated on this small island made Heian feel as if he had heard of this place, but he could not remember it at all. Shaking his head, Heian walked around the island a few times, but in the end he still got nothing. Back at the shore, Heian was a little disappointed. He thought he had encountered some hidden copy, but it turned out to be just an ordinary island that was a little dangerous. But now that he was here, Heian still had some hope. Since there were so many ship wreckages here, there must be a lot of treasures on board. In a sense, I am not that rich, so I might as well go and search and take everything away. Thinking of this, he snapped his fingers. Room. Buzz, the room space expanded, covering the entire island. Scanning. After a while, the appearance of all objects in the ship appeared in Shinhei's mind. It must be said that the amount of treasure was somewhat unexpected. He stretched out his hand to open a door in the air. Qianhe's mind moved, and all the treasures on the ship were transferred into the door in an instant. All of a sudden, the space inside the door became golden and gorgeous. Qianhe took a satisfied look at the mountains of treasures in the Menman space, and thought that if there were no hidden rich people in the marine, then he would become the richest man in the marine, right? I wonder what Kizaru's family background is like. When I become a marshal, I can try to give him a higher salary to verify whether the saying, if the salary is in place, the 4 emperors will be ruined, is true or not. After collecting the treasure, Heian did not leave, but used rune replacement again. When he was scanning the ships just now, he saw a life form in the warehouse of a ship. It looked like a giant bird. Swish. Sure enough, a giant bird appeared in front of Heian. The size of this giant bird was almost as big as a ship. No one knew how it got into the warehouse of the ship. Advertisement. The giant bird stood there blankly. It had just eaten a lot of rotten food in the warehouse of the ship, and swallowed some treasures. Suddenly, everything in the warehouse disappeared, and it just stood there in a daze. Then after a while it appeared here again inexplicably, and all these changes were beyond the scope of its brain, which was completely disproportionate to its size. The giant bird shook its huge head vigorously and looked around, and finally noticed Chihei standing at its feet. Huh, newly delivered small pieces of meat. That's right, the giant bird knows about humans. To it, the ships on the shore are like takeout. Every time a new ship appears, a lot of little pieces of meat, like Chiga, will appear on it. Grumble. The giant bird cried out excitedly. It really liked the taste of the little pieces of meat. Moreover, it hadn't had this kind of little pieces of meat for a long time, and it was already a little impatient. Qianhe looked at the stupid bird speechlessly, released the room space, and punched the giant bird in the belly with a simple punch, with the same force as a normal person hitting a mosquito. Bang! Chi-chi-chi. The giant bird's stomach was hit so hard that it shed tears in pain. It opened its beak and spit out a lot of things, including a small box with beautifully decorated items. After vomiting, the giant bird looked at the little piece of meat under it with fear. Most of the little chunks of meat it had encountered before were already half dead, and it ate them one bite at a time like eating at a buffet. This was the first time it had encountered a little chunk of meat, as fierce as Kion. Forget it, if you can't afford to provoke me, then you can just hide away. The giant bird spread its wings and ran away. Realizing that the giant bird was trying to escape, Chiga looked up and glared at it. The giant bird was locked by Chiga's Rinnegan, and a layer of fine sweat beads immediately appeared on the giant bird's huge head. It silently folded its wings, shrunk its body into an egg shape, and looked at Kion with its pair of bird eyes ingratiatingly. Ignoring the stupid bird, Qianhe turned his gaze to the small box that had just been spit out from the bird's mouth, muttering to himself. Is this a burst of equipment? I raised my hand and sucked the box to my side, then washed it with a water style. After all, it was spit out from a bird's mouth. Picking up the box, Heian did not use room to scan it first. He was not afraid of explosions or gas attacks. He did this mainly to enjoy the fun of opening the box. Advertisement. With a little excitement, he slowly opened the lid, and a fiery red fruit appeared in the box. When seeing this fruit, a hint of disappointment flashed in Shinhei's eyes. Because he recognized this fruit, it looked like a dragon fruit with flame-shaped peels. It can be said that the characteristics were very obvious. This was the Mara fruit that was said to be eaten by even dogs. No wonder he had a familiar feeling as soon as he landed on the island. Isn't this the ant nest Hell mentioned in the Ace spin-off novel? Ace ate the Mara fruit here, and because he was too hungry, he shared the fruit with another person, half each. Ace swallowed it first, so he gained the ability. It is indeed a simple dungeon, and the level of the monsters is not very high, so we can't expect too much from the drops. Thinking of this, Heian couldn't help but glare at the giant bird huddled aside. The giant bird shrank its head in fear, almost tucking its head into its stomach. After threatening the giant bird and venting her anger, Heian turned around and looked at the Mara fruit in her hand speechlessly. I have to say that Chiga is really a bit like a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. After all, the Paramecia fruit is a Logia devil fruit, and it is a Logia that comes with high damage. Although it has the reputation of, even dogs won't eat it, that is only for high-end games. Later, Doflamingo used it as a competition prize and attracted many strong players, which is enough to illustrate the value of Paramecia fruit. But for Chiga now, the Paramecia fruit is indeed too useless, and he will definitely not waste space to absorb this fruit. Not to mention that this fruit is also restrained by a Kainu. Although there is some controversy about magma restraining fire, since Oda has said so, we can only confirm it. After all, the final right of interpretation is still in his hands. Heian thought about it and realized that there was no one close to her who was suitable for this fruit, but since she had obtained this fruit, she would not give it to Ace. He has nothing to do with Ace. If Ace becomes a pirate in the future and encounters him, there will be no need for Blackbeard to take action. Suddenly, an evil smile appeared on Shinhei's face, and a very evil idea appeared in Shinhei's mind. He put his hands on the ground and growled. Summoning. Bang! A dog with 3 heads, slightly larger than the giant bird, appeared. It was the strongest summoning beast in the animal path except for Medea, the split dog. Heian threw the Paramecia fruit in her hand into the mouth of the dog head in the middle of the split dog, and the fruit slid directly into the stomach of the split dog. After a while, the 3 heads of the split dog caught fire and turned into 3 balls of fire in the shape of dog heads. Heian looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. The split dog that ate the Paramecia fruit had become a veritable 3-headed hellhound. Who said that dogs wouldn't eat Paramecia fruit? Chapter 85 Abnormal Makino. After taking the split dog back to the summoning space of the animal realm, Heian glanced at the giant bird trembling beside him, wondering how to deal with it. There is also a bird called Summoning Beast in the animal realm, but it is not as big as this bird. And judging from the attack it launched on Chiga, this bird is quite powerful. I don't know if it is because it ate those pirates. The giant bird seemed to realize that its fate depended on Shinhei's thoughts. A flattering smile appeared on the bird's face. It stretched its neck and put its head on the ground, as if to express submission. Seeing that the giant bird was unexpectedly understanding, He found it quite interesting and stroked his chin. Well, I'll let you become my summoning beast. Walking to the giant bird's head, He looked at the bird and said to it. You are so stupid. From now on, I will call you a rookie. The rookie barked twice, indicating that it had no objection to its name. Chiga looked into Rookie's eyes and activated the ability of the animal path. Rookie's huge eyes also turned into the Rinnegan. From now on, it has become Chiga's summoning beast. Patting the rookie's head, Heian ordered it to fly high into the sky first, and he stayed where he was. Looking back at the island, Heian leaned over and put his hands on the ground. It's better for such a place not to continue to exist. As soon as the words fell, the entire island shook violently, and then the ground of the entire island began to crack, and dazzling white light emanated from the cracks. After a loud bang, the island exploded like a balloon and completely disappeared in the sea. After destroying the island, Shinhei's figure floated upwards and sat on the rookie that was hovering in the air. The rookie let out a scream and flew in the direction of the 6-path Samsara. The marine soldiers on the deck saw a giant bird flying towards them and quickly reported it to Khalifa and Ain. In Shinhei's absence, the 2 women were the highest officers on the warship. When Khalifa and Ain rushed to the deck, the giant bird was already very close. Ain took a step forward and was about to use moonwalk to kill the bird. Khalifa grabbed Ain and shook her head at her. She had a hunch that this bird was related to the boss again. Sure enough, the giant bird turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared when it flew over the warship. Chiga fell from the smoke and appeared on the deck. Seeing Kion, Khalifa and Ain breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around tacitly and went about their own business. I didn't ask Kion where he got such a strange bird. Anyway, as long as it is related to Kion, it can't be blamed for anything. In a bar in Windmill Village. Advertisement. Makino was standing behind the counter, absent-mindedly wiping the wine glass in his hand. Not long ago, Sabo's boat was destroyed by celestial dragons when he was out to sea, and his whereabouts have been unknown since then. Luffy and Ace were greatly shocked and have been in a low mood these days. Makino is very worried about these 2 little guys. After wiping for a while, Makino stopped what he was doing, lowered his head and sighed, thinking. Poor Sabo, I wonder if Luffy and Ace are in better spirits now. They should still be training in the forest right now, right? Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Boss, give me a glass of orange juice. Oh, sorry I got distracted, I'll get it right away. Coming back to his senses, Makino quickly put away his thoughts and looked up at the person who came. However, when she saw the person in front of her, she was stunned again. The reason why she was stunned was the eyes of the person in front of her. Those were a pair of purple eyes with circles of black lines in each of them, and there were 6 mysterious patterns in the right eye. Just by looking into those eyes, Makino felt as if his consciousness was about to be drawn into them. The person who came was Qian He. He stopped the warship at the shore, changed his clothes, and came to the windmill village alone. Seeing that Makino was still looking at him motionlessly, Kion gave a polite smile and asked. What's wrong? Do I look scary? Brought back to reality by Chiga's words, Makino realized that his behavior just now was really rude, and shook his head vigorously. I'm sorry, it's just that your eyes are really special, so I couldn't help but look at you a few more times. I'm sorry again, I'll give you the orange juice for free this time. Haha, it's okay, you don't need to pay for it. Just go ahead and do it. Okay. Makino turned around and started to prepare. After a while, Makino placed a large glass of orange juice in front of Chiga. Looking at the cup in front of him that was almost as big as a bucket, he smiled and said thank you, picked up the cup and took a few sips, and found that the taste was unexpectedly good, and couldn't help but praise it. Your craftsmanship is really good. Makino was wiping the counter. When he heard the customer's compliment, a smile appeared on his face. His slight fear of Chiga disappeared, and his voice became natural. Thank you for your compliment. You look a little unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Well, I was asked by someone to come here to take care of his grandson. Advertisement. Oh, can I ask who it is? I know almost all the kids here. Sure, his name is Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy. Hearing Luffy's name, Makino stopped what he was doing and asked in surprise. So you know Mr. Garp, are you a Marine? Yes. Can you tell me your name? Of course, Uchiha Chiga. Uchiha Chiga. Hearing Chiga's name, Makino subconsciously covered his mouth. She had heard of this name before. It can be said that there are few people on the sea who don't know this name nowadays. This is the youngest vice admiral of the naval headquarters. He possesses terrifying strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It is said that it is only a matter of time before he becomes an admiral. After hearing the name, the other guests in the bar all looked in Shinhei's direction, wanting to see this big shot. Chiga didn't expect Makino to react so strongly after hearing his name. Logically, she already knew Shanks, who had become 4 emperors, but she was still just a marine vice admiral. Thinking of this, he asked tentatively. Do you know Shanks? Has he been here? However, after hearing Shanks' name, Makino's reaction once again surprised him. Makino showed a disgusted expression on his face and said angrily. Of course I know. Luffy was influenced by that red-haired guy and insisted on becoming the king of pirates. Huh. Heian remembered that Makino had a very good relationship with Shanks in the anime, and even had his child. What was going on now? History had changed again. It's bad. It seems that my advantage in knowing the future is getting weaker and weaker. He raised his hand to support his forehead and said with a headache. Okay, then please tell me where Luffy is now. I want to go see him. Yeah, Luffy should still be in the forest in the east. He's been very sad recently. I hope you, Mr. Chiga, can help him out. It would be best if you can educate him so that he doesn't want to be the king of pirates anymore. I'll try my best. Chapter 86. Complete Chaos. Before leaving, Heian still asked Makino with some hope. Shanks and Luffy have been here. Yeah, a group of bandits came that day and beat up Luffy. That's right. What's right? What happened to that group of bandits in the end? Of course he was captured by Mr. Garp. Garp? No, isn't that the time for him to show up? He just felt so confused and continued. Why did Vice Admiral Garp come back that day? I heard him say that he was coming back to pick up a new recruit to join the headquarters, so he came back here to check on Luffy first, At this point, Makino tapped his palm with his fist and suddenly realized. That new guy must be Mr. Chiga. What a coincidence. Luffy and I both have to thank Mr. Chiga. Without you, it would be hard for Mr. Garp to come back. It really has something to do with me. Heian is really annoyed this time. Doesn't Garp usually go wherever he wants? In the original story, Sengoku didn't give him leave that time. He held his forehead with his hand and said weakly. And then, Vice Admiral Garp can't just do nothing when he sees Shanks, right? Mr. Garp and Shanks got into a fight and broke a lot of my stuff. Did they just break something? It seems that the two of them were quite restrained. Otherwise, it is hard to say whether this village can still exist. What happened in the end? Shanks still ran away. Yes, but Vice Admiral Garp said he was going to pick you up, so he left in a hurry. Not long after he left, Shanks came back and spent some time with Luffy. After Shanks left, Luffy kept yelling about wanting to be the pirate's king. Oh, and Luffy's body also became very strange, like plasticine. After hearing what happened, Heian nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he also felt that it was a little early for the Shanks here to become 4 emperors. It seemed that this was caused by a series of chain reactions triggered by his arrival. Thinking of this, Heian raised his head, smiled at Makino, and said. Okay, I get it. I'll go check on Luffy now. Yeah, when you're done, remember to come back for a drink. I'll give you all the money you spend here for free. Haha, then I'm welcome. Goodbye. Advertisement. After saying that, Heian drank the orange juice in one gulp, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the room space expanded. After sensing the general direction of the forest in the east, He's figure disappeared from the seat with a thought. Makino stared blankly at the place where Chiga had just sat, not understanding why the person who had just sat there suddenly disappeared. When Makino recovered, he looked down and saw Bailey left on the counter. He frowned, grabbed Bailey and rushed out of the store, shouting at the door. Mr. Chiga, I told you not to pay. After shouting, Makino put his hands on his waist and stood at the door angrily. After a while, he burst into laughter and shook his head slightly. What a weirdo. In a forest east of Windmill Village. Little Ace was looking at little Luffy lying on the ground with a mocking look on his face. Is that all? Luffy, you should just stay in the village. Provoked by Ace's words, Luffy shouted angrily. I will definitely become stronger. With Sabo's share, I will become the king of pirates. Hearing Sabo's name, Ace fell silent. Sabo's death had become an indelible nightmare in his and Luffy's hearts. He had been sparring like crazy these past few days, just wanting to vent his feelings through fists, but he didn't expect that he would inevitably be mentioned. Luffy, that idiot. Thinking of this, Ace clenched his fists and was about to say something when he was interrupted by another voice. Kid, what kind of king did you say you wanted to be? Ace's eyes suddenly widened, and he realized that he had been shrouded in a shadow without knowing when. Ace was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around stiffly and saw Shinhei's face when he looked up. Chiga's face was shrouded in shadow, with only her Rinnegan glowing purple. A strong sense of oppression came over him. Ace froze in place. He opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Luffy again. I said I want to be the king of pirates. Oh no. Ace sensed the danger immediately and raised his hand to attack, but at the moment when his fist was about to touch Shinhei's body, an invisible force burst out. Bang! Ace was thrown out, his back hit hard against a tree, then he slowly slid down and collapsed on the ground. But he still shouted at Luffy with all his might. Advertisement. I can't move, Luffy, run. Glancing at Ace who still had the strength to shout, Kion was a little surprised. Although the Shinra Tensei he just used was extremely weak, even an adult would have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month if hit by it. She didn't faint. That's right, she is Roger's blood after all. No matter what he thought in his heart, Qianhe's face still showed no emotion, he just said lightly. If you dare to attack me again next time, you won't have a chance to speak again. Damn it, who are you? A Marine. Upon hearing that Chiga was actually a Marine, Ace didn't know what to say for a moment. As everyone knows, pirates and Marines are born enemies, so it is understandable that this Marine would react like this. Luffy also got up at this time. Seeing Ace unable to move, an angry expression appeared on his face. He swung his arms into a circle and muttered. Rubber. Realizing Luffy's intention and remembering what Chiga had just said, Ace no longer cared about his own situation and shouted again. Stop it, Luffy. You'll die if you do this. But Ace, you. Luffy looked at Ace in confusion, but his hands did not stop moving. Seeing that Luffy was still going to attack, Ace was extremely anxious. He felt an inexplicable force surge out of his body. He shouted. I told you to stop. Did you hear me? Buzz. As Ace's emotions fluctuated violently, a domineering aura burst out from his small body, causing the hem of Shinhei's black robe to rustle in the wind. Luffy's rubber face was also blown up to be abstract, and looks a bit funny. The impact of this momentum lasted for a while and then dissipated. Ace fainted directly, and Luffy's face returned to normal, looking around blankly. Ah, something extraordinary seems to have happened just now. What was it? Only Kion stood there with his arms folded, the corners of his mouth twitching. Of course he knew what had just happened, it was nothing more than Ace accidentally releasing Conqueror's Haki. But among the people present, not to mention Chiga herself, Luffy also has this qualification, and Conquerors will not have any effect on the two, so it seems as if nothing has happened. I wonder if this is the first awakening of Ace Conquerors. If so, then what is this like for me? Master Teacher Chiga. But according to the normal script, shouldn't Ace attack Luffy himself, and then unleash Conquerors? How come it became that Ace got too excited when scolding Luffy and led to Conquerors? All I can say is that everything is completely messed up. Chapter 87 Ace and Luffy. Where am I, Luffy? An unknown amount of time had passed before it was dark. Ace opened his eyes blearily and Luffy's face appeared in his sight. When he saw the scene clearly, he felt the blood rushing up in an instant and his whole body began to tremble violently. At this time, Luffy only had his head hanging in front, his eyes closed, his hands, feet and body tied together and placed next to Ace. Luffy. Ace was furious and struggled to get up and approach. Suddenly, Luffy, who was only his head, opened his eyes when he heard Ace's voice and shouted in surprise. Ace, are you awake? What? Ace stopped in fear, looked at Luffy's head in disbelief, and pointed a trembling finger at Luffy's head. Luffy, you, calm down, that guy is fine. It was the Marine's voice. Ace turned his head sharply and saw Chiga sitting by the fire roasting a large piece of meat. Seeing that Ace had woken up, Kion stood up, clapped his hands, and looked at Ace. That guy is really dishonest, so, Kion made a chopping motion with his hands, then removed the piece of meat from the fire, took a bite, and commented that it tasted good. Ace swallowed and spoke stiffly. Then can Luffy be restored to his original form? Who knows, maybe after I finish eating. Hearing Qianhe's words, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to be able to recover. However, before he could relax for a while, Qianhe added. It's possible that he will never recover. Who says he has ADHD? Luffy yelled in dissatisfaction. Damn it, when I recover, I will definitely let you see my. With a dull thud, Ace punched Luffy in the face, and Luffy's head deflated like a ball. Pop. Ace put away his fist, and Luffy's face bounced back, his head returned to its original shape. He looked at Ace with a wronged look and muttered. Ace, why did you hit me? You idiot. Do you want to live like this for the rest of your life? Do you still want to go out to sea? Advertisement. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes suddenly widened. Yes, it was bad enough that he became a landlubber after eating the devil fruit. If his body became like this, he would never be able to get out of the sea. I have to say that Luffy's train of thought is often in a state of confusion, let alone the little Luffy now. Luffy suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath, then closed his mouth tightly, making his head into a round ball. Ace covered his face and looked at the idiot in front of him, and asked helplessly. What are you doing? Say. Huh. Exhaling the air in his mouth, Luffy looked at Ace with a puzzled look and said. Ace, are you stupid? I'm not talking or moving around, am I? Who is the fool after all? Ace resisted the urge to punch Luffy again, walked over to Chiga, stood there silently, and watched Chiga eat the barbecue bite by bite. Ace hadn't eaten for a day. Looking at Kion eating barbecue, his stomach made a rumbling sound. Glancing at Ace, who was standing next to her and was not as tall as she was sitting, Kion tore off a large piece of meat from the barbecue and handed it to Ace, then continued eating the barbecue in her hand. Ace took the piece of meat, said thank you, and started to eat it voraciously. Luffy, whose head was still hanging there, swallowed hard and couldn't help but yelled. I'm so hungry, can you give me something to eat? Hearing Luffy's voice, Ace paused and looked at Chiga. Before he could speak, he waved his hand and said indifferently. If you want to give him some, go ahead. Thanks. Ace felt as if he had been pardoned. He was now truly afraid of this mysterious marine, fearing that Chiga would ignore Luffy if he was unhappy. Ace trotted over to Luffy and tore off most of the barbecue in his hand and stuffed it into Luffy's mouth. The properties of rubber allowed Luffy to open his mouth very wide. After all, he was the one who invented the rubber swallowing method. Delicious, delicious. That guy with the circle eyes is such a good person. Hearing Luffy's call for Chiga, Ace felt a chill on his back. He didn't dare to look at Chiga behind him, and didn't care about the greasy mouth of Luffy. He just reached out and covered Luffy's mouth tightly. However, Shinhei's voice came from behind Ace like a devil. Don't cover it, I've heard it. Advertisement. Ace turned around suddenly and bowed 90 degrees. I'm really sorry, Luffy is just an idiot, please don't take it to heart. Chiga walked past Ace and came to Luffy's head, looking into Luffy's eyes. Luffy was stared at by Chiga's Rinnegan at such a close distance that he, who was usually fearless, actually felt a creepy feeling. You know, he had never had this feeling even when facing Garp. This does not mean that Chiga's strength has far surpassed Garp. It is mainly because Garp is Luffy's grandfather after all. Because of the blood relationship, his fear of Garp is always limited. Room. Buzz. The room expanded. Ace thought Chiga was going to attack Luffy, and shouted in panic. Don't want. Splicing. Luffy blinked, shook his arms vigorously, and jumped a few times on the spot. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he hugged Ace. Ace. I'm fine. I'm recovered. Ace was still in a daze even though he was hugged. The marine didn't move at all, but Luffy's body recovered. This was really weird. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but ask He. Have you ever eaten devil fruit? No, don't ask so many questions, just follow me. After Chiga said that, Ace shut up, and Luffy behind him didn't dare to make a fool of himself anymore. He followed Ace and Chiga back to the campfire strangely. Kion sat on the ground, turned his head and saw Ace and Luffy still standing beside him stupidly. He couldn't help but smile, stretched out his hand and patted them, and said. What's wrong? Aren't you quite energetic during the day? Sit down. Good. Ace and Luffy hurriedly sat down next to Chiga and breathed a long sigh of relief. They had been tormented by Chiga for the entire day and were now physically and mentally exhausted. It would be great if they could sit down and take a rest. Especially Ace. He was actually hit by Shinra Tensei, which was only because he had strong talent, otherwise it would be questionable whether he could regain consciousness now. Not to mention that he was scared out of his wits by Luffy at night. If possible, he just wanted to lie on the bed and have a good sleep. Thinking of this, Ace felt his eyelids getting heavier and he became more sleepy. However, Shinhei's next words once again stretched his nerves to the limit, and he no longer felt sleepy at all. Do you know who Roger is to you? Chapter 88. Dream Killing Instructor Kion. I don't know what he is to me. I just know he's a B*****************. D. When Ace heard Roger's name, he reacted like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Kion didn't react to Ace's performance. She just nodded in agreement and said casually. He's a real B**************. D. He's the reason for the age of exploration. Everyone wants to be a pirate. Just imagine how many people's homes have been destroyed by this garbage at sea. Shinhei's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Ace's heart. He already felt disgusted with the Roger blood in his body, and now he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in his heart. Although Luffy was a little off the mark, he was still kind-hearted. He was silent for a while after hearing what Chiga said. But not long after, he started to mutter again. But pirates are the freest people on this ocean. I still want to be a pirate. I will definitely be the pirate king. However, just as he finished speaking, Luffy felt his body being pulled by an uncontrollable force and flying towards Chiga. When he flew in front of Kion, Kion reached out and grabbed Luffy's neck, and Luffy's face suddenly turned red. Let me go. Ace rushed forward to rescue Luffy, but was glared at by Chiga and his outstretched hand froze. He knew that it was completely impossible for him to interfere with Chiga's actions with his own strength. Kion looked at Luffy in front of him with cold eyes, with a hint of murderous intent. Mention the Pirates King to me again, and you will stay here forever. Luffy was also frightened. From the look in Chiga's eyes, he knew that what Chiga said was true, so he rarely calmed down. Without looking at Luffy again, Chiga said to Ace. What about you? You clearly hate Roger, but you still want to follow his path and become a pirate. Ace was a little hesitant. To be honest, one of the reasons why he wanted to be a pirate was because he was influenced by Luffy Sabo. He believed that pirates were free and he yearned for freedom. The other is that he wants to prove himself by becoming the king of pirates. He doesn't want to exist under Roger's influence forever. He wants to replace him and surpass him. Advertisement. But now, after being taught a lesson by Qianhe and listening to Qianhe's words, he admitted that he was a little shaken. Ace knew why many people resented his father. Over the years, he had learned from the news and discussions among people around him that most pirates committed murder, arson and looting, committing all kinds of evil. Just hearing about the crimes they committed made him angry. Seeing Ace standing there hesitantly, Qian nodded slightly, thinking that there was hope. Ace and Luffy have very different personalities. Because of Roger, Ace lacked a sense of identity and belonging since childhood, which can be seen from his later joining the Whitebeard Pirates. It cannot be said that Ace is not firm in his determination to become the king of pirates, but it is not as strong as Luffy's. If it were Luffy, he would never agree to join the Whitebeard Pirates even if he died. Maybe I can really get Ace over. Qianhe thought about it and continued. If you want to prove that you are better than your father and want to completely replace everything he has, then become a pirate. I can only say that you are really childish and boring. This was a bit harsh, and Ace's face turned ugly. Qian didn't care about his emotions and continued to talk. You're really dissatisfied, aren't you? Haha, for such a boring idea, you have to turn yourself into the person you once hated the most. Don't you think you're really stupid? Ace was stabbed in the heart by Qianhe's words again and again, and he actually shed tears and couldn't help shouting. So what do you think I should do? I want a free life. I don't want to live under that person's shadow. What else can I do except become a pirate? Quote. Luffy stared blankly at the emotional Ace. His intuition told him that some kind of change was going to happen to his brother, but he couldn't tell what the change would be. Qian, on the other hand, looked calm, as if he was not the one who provoked Ace like this. Very good, this is exactly your reaction. Qianhe was already smiling in his heart, adding fuel to the fire with his hands and continuing to add fuel to Ace's heart with his mouth. When did freedom become associated with pirates? Freedom without laws will only bring you emptiness in the end. Then what should I do? Should I join the Marines? Qian just shook his head and thought, forget it, Ace joining Marine was the worst choice, which was no different from walking into a trap. Advertisement. With Ace's talent, he would definitely not be unknown in the Marines. Once he stood out, he would definitely attract some official investigation. Moreover, he is almost another grandson of Garp. When he joins Marine, given Garp's personality, he will definitely not pretend not to know him, and in this way, Ace will be more eye-catching. If Ace really joins Marine, he himself will become a time bomb. Once it explodes, not only will he be implicated, but also Garp and Chiga who led him into Marine will also be affected. Therefore, joining the Marine is absolutely not an option for Ace. It is too idealistic, but it is not impossible. We will have to wait until Qian destroys Mariajoy. Seeing Qianhe's reaction, Ace's eyes dimmed again. Could it be that this ocean really couldn't accommodate him? Was he destined to live in Roger's shadow for the rest of his life? Just when Ace was feeling extremely depressed, Qian asked another seemingly irrelevant question. Do you have a younger brother named Sabo? When Ace mentioned Sabo, he felt even more upset. He clenched his fist and said fiercely. He's dead. He died at the hands of the celestial dragons. Really? Have you seen his body? No, his ship was blown up and he disappeared into the sea. Oh, then do you think there is a possibility that he is still alive? Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Hearing this, Ace and Luffy both widened their eyes. Ace also forgot about how scary Qian was and rushed to Qian, grabbed Qianhe's sleeve, and shouted excitedly. Why do you say that? Do you know any news about Sabo? You are such a strong person, you would never make such a joke, right? Please tell me. As long as you tell me any news about him, I can promise that I will never have any thoughts of becoming a pirate again. You can even let me stay in Windmill Village forever. Please. Luffy also ran over and looked at Qian with pleading eyes. On one side was his dream, and on the other was his brother. He didn't know what to do. Qian did not answer Ace's question, but just shook his arm to signal Ace to let go. There was already a slight tearing sound coming from the sleeves, and if he didn't let go, it would turn into a sleeveless vest, but it also showed how excited Ace was. Ace quickly let go of her hand, apologized several times, then stood with Luffy, looking at Chiga with hope on their faces. Qianhe didn't say much, just one sentence. Maybe you can go and see the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 89 Ace. I'm going to find a dragon. Revolutionary Army. Ace looked at Qian with confusion. He hadn't known much about this organization and didn't know what the significance of Qian bringing this up was. Without explaining to Ace what kind of organization this was, Chiga glanced at Luffy and said. Sabo has been rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His name is Monkey D. Dragon, and he is this guy's father. Luffy's father. Ace turned his head and looked at Luffy in surprise, only to find that Luffy was also confused, because he didn't know who his father was. In the original book, he only found out after he met Garp when he went out to sea and was told by Garp. I have to say that Luffy's train of thought is really bizarre. It's also weird that he has never been curious about who his father is until now. Ace didn't have time to figure out who Luffy's father was. He only knew that he got the most important news from Chiga's words, which was that Sabo was still alive. He did not doubt whether Chiga's words were true or false, because in his opinion, why would a strong man like Chiga lie to two little kids, himself and Luffy? Ace turned around and hugged Luffy, tears streaming down his face, crying. Luffy, did you hear that? Sabo is still alive. He is not dead. He was saved by your father. Luffy was still in a daze, but Ace's hug brought him back to his senses. In an instant, snot and tears started flowing, and he hugged Ace and they both cried loudly. Woo woo woo, my father is really a good guy. Quote. The two little guys hugged each other and cried for a while. When their emotions calmed down a little, Ace wiped his tears, let go of Luffy and walked in front of Kion, saying with a strong sense of gratitude in his tone. Thank you. Sabo is really important to us. Nothing makes us happier than knowing that he is still alive. Don't worry, I will never think about becoming a pirate again. I will stay in Windmill Village and live out my life. Kion waved his hand. No need. Your life is not that cheap. You can follow what I just said and go to the Revolutionary Army to have a look. Maybe you can find the value of your existence. But don't say that I asked you to go. Do you understand? Ace nodded quickly to show that he remembered it. Chiga naturally had her own considerations in guiding Ace to join the Revolutionary Army. In the world of pirates, the Revolutionary Army could be said to be the #1 enemy of the world government, and it was clear that it wanted to go against the world government. Therefore, this organization does not conflict with Chiga, and will even attract the attention of the world government during Chiga's development period. Moreover, if Ace joins the Revolutionary Army, with his strength and Sabo's cooperation, it will be difficult for the tragedy in the original work to happen again if they take care of each other. Being with that group of idealists, I believe Ace will easily find the sense of belonging and existence that he needs most. Hyunga breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the problem child of Ace had been solved, and the only one left was Luffy. He stared at Luffy until Luffy started to tremble, then Chiga withdrew his gaze. Hyunga shook her head. Given Luffy's personality, it would be better to just forget it unless she gave him a distinguished heavenly gods. Advertisement. I scared him pretty badly that day, even using the cut into pieces method, but this kid was still able to fall asleep in that state. Who can change his mind? It would be better to let him go his own way and cause more trouble for Mariajoy and his gang. Besides, Chiga still has to make the key event of Summit War happen, as it is a perfect opportunity to harvest powerful devil fruit. As for the impel down jailbreak, haha, it would be reasonable to kill a few heavyweight prisoners in the process of quelling the riot, right? After stretching, Kion actually felt a little tired. It seems that educating a naughty child is a time-consuming and laborious task for everyone. Ace stood aside and looked at the tall Chiga, and suddenly remembered that he didn't know the name of this mysterious marine. In less than a day, Kion had left an indelible mark on his young mind. How could he not know the name of such an important person? Thinking of this, Ace quickly asked. I don't know your name yet, can you tell me? Uchiha Chiga. After leaving her name, Chiga disappeared in front of Luffy and Ace, as if she had never appeared. The surrounding environment became quiet, with only the fire on the ground still making crackling sounds. Luffy didn't know the meaning of this name. He walked to Ace, pulled the corner of Ace's clothes, and asked. Ace, do you know this guy? Ace didn't answer, but just stared at the place where Kion disappeared just now. He knew the name. Uchiha Chiga, Marine Vice Admiral, possesses monstrous strength. In Ace's mind, these two labels are linked to Garp. And Kion didn't look much older than him, so even the arrogant Ace felt it was unreal. An outrageous idea suddenly appeared in Ace's mind. If he could follow him to join the Marine, maybe it would be a good choice. This thought didn't last long before Ace shook his head. Forget it. Since he had already told me to go to the Revolutionary Army, he must have his reasons. I should just listen to him. Isn't Sabo there too? Luffy, who was standing by, saw that Ace didn't respond for a long time, so he pulled on his shirt again. Ace, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? After being pulled by Luffy, Ace came back to his senses, turned his head and gave Luffy a gentle smile, which made Luffy feel a little uncomfortable. I'm fine, but I'll leave the matter of being the pirate's king to you, Luffy. I'm going to find my own way. Where are you going? Go find your father. I want to see what his organization is like. The next morning, Chiga appeared in Makino's bar again. When Makino saw Chiga, a sweet smile appeared on his face, which stunned the other guests who came to drink. Advertisement. Makino jogged to Chinhei's side, stopped, put his hands behind his back, and said crisply. You are here, come and sit down, what would you like to drink today? Seeing Makino like this, Chiga was in a good mood and smiled and said. Orange juice, please. Okay, wait a minute. After a while, Makino brought another large glass of orange juice in front of Chiga, then leaned on the counter with one hand on his chin, and watched Chiga drink the orange juice sip by sip. After watching for a while, Makino thought of Luffy and Ace, and asked. How are Luffy and Ace? They've moved on from that, and Ace has made a big transition. Really, you're amazing. I admire you more and more, even though you're so young. You are amazing too. This orange juice is really delicious. Hehe, then you must come here often in the future. Yes, I didn't bring any money this time, so here you go. If you encounter any danger, don't hesitate, just call my name. Kion took out a Flying Thunder God kunai from his arms and handed it to Makino. He had a good impression of this gentle bar owner and wanted to give it to her as an insurance. Makino definitely doesn't want it. She didn't want to take Chiga's money in the first place, so how could she want Chiga's things now? Finally, after Chinhei's repeated emphasis, she accepted the flying thunder god kunai and put it in her arms. Seeing Makino accept the kunai, Chiga was relieved. With this, his last task in Windmill Village was done, and it was time to get down to business. Makino stood up from his seat and saw Chiga's actions and couldn't help asking. Are you leaving? Well, I've wasted quite a bit of time here, and I have something important to do. Important. Is it dangerous? It's okay. It's just catching an old guy. Maybe it will be mentioned in the newspapers in the next few days. Oh, then I have to pay more attention to the newspapers in the next few days. After drinking the orange juice, Kion turned and walked out of the bar. He looked up at the clear sky, then turned back and said something to Makino who was still looking at his back. It will rain in the next few days, remember to bring an umbrella when you go out. After saying that, he disappeared at the door of the bar. Chapter 90. The rain is falling so seriously. Some guests in the bar laughed out loud when they heard Kion say it would rain in the next few days. You must be kidding. It only rains a few days a year in Windmill Village. How can he be so sure it will rain? Yeah, it rains when he says it will. Who does he think he is? Young people just like to brag. Makino felt very uncomfortable listening to these people's discussions. In her opinion, Chiga was young and promising but not frivolous. She would even take care of Luffy and Ace personally. It could be said that the impression of Chiga in her mind was extremely good. So the usually gentle Makino got angry today. She shouted at the people in the bar. He's not bragging. He's Marine Vice Admiral Uchiha Chiga. After saying that, Makino turned and went into the back room, took out an umbrella and placed it next to the counter to show his trust in Chiga. The guests in the bar looked at each other in bewilderment. It was the first time they saw Makino get angry, and from Makino's words they learned the identity of the young man. The youngest vice admiral in the Marine, Uchiha Chiga, is rumored to be most terrifying for his bizarre abilities, which allow him to do many incredible things and turn decay into magic. Thinking of this, the guests who had just been laughing at Kion drank up the drinks on the table, then walked to the counter to pay the bill, and some even expressed their apologies. After they returned to their homes, they all told their families the same thing. It will rain in the next few days, remember to bring an umbrella when you go out. After returning to the warship, Kion rested for a day. After resting, he took the time to explain his educational results to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, I have tried my best to do what you said. I can't correct Luffy, but Ace probably won't be a pirate anymore. Really, Chiga, you've done a great job. I owe you a big favor, and this result is beyond my expectations. Haha, that's good, Kion, you really helped me a lot. Garp looked excited on the Den Den Mushi side. He also knew his grandson's character. Once he made up his mind about something, it was almost impossible to get him to give up. Letting Chiga to educate Luffy is also done with the mentality of giving it a try. If it succeeds, that would be the best, but if it doesn't, that's to be expected. Advertisement. Ace's situation was even more special. Garp had no intention of letting Chiga educate him, and he didn't mention Ace at the beginning. But Garp never expected that Kion could actually convince Ace. This was really a pleasant surprise. But if he knew that Ace stopped being a pirate and joined the Revolutionary Army instead, I wonder how he would feel. Would he give Ace a mark of armed-colored slippers on his face? After hanging up the phone, Kion called Ain and Khalifa and told them. Inform the soldiers standing guard on the deck today to bring raincoats. After hearing Chinhei's words, Khalifa didn't ask the reason, but turned around and left the office to inform everyone below. Ayan asked curiously, Kionga, when did you become a navigator? Are you dissatisfied with your current navigator because of what happened last time? If that's the case, I can learn. You have more important things to do. Kion smiled, stood up and pulled Ain to the deck. Under Ayan's puzzled gaze, Kion made a few seals with one hand and whispered. Yuhu's technique. As soon as Kion finished speaking, Ain found that the sky suddenly darkened, and she looked up at the sky. I saw that the originally clear sky was now completely covered by dark clouds, and soon fine raindrops began to fall. With Chinhei's current chakra level, he could perform the Rain Tiger technique with a range that could almost cover the entire East Blue. The Golden Lion's strength was outstanding in East Blue. Kion closed his eyes and sensed for a while before getting his position. Ain stretched out her hand to catch the falling raindrops, and thought of the time when she was seriously injured in the Weeble incident. The sky suddenly changed from sunny to cloudy and it started to rain. For this, her roommate Alice even cursed a few times. Thinking of this, Ain looked at Kion. Not long after the rain stopped, Kion appeared on the lifeboat and rescued her when she was on the verge of death. It seemed that this was another ability of Kion. She was really reliable. After getting the exact location of the Golden Lion, Kion opened his eyes, looked in one direction and said. Found you, Shiki. After saying that, Kion made another seal, trying to cancel Yuhu's technique. Suddenly, Ayan held Chinhei's hand that was not in the seal. Kion paused, stopped what he was doing, turned around and looked at Ayan in confusion. Advertisement. Ayan smiled, held Chinhei's hand and said. I like rain. Can you please stop the rain for now, Chihei? Ayan's voice was extremely gentle. Kion was stunned for a moment. He felt that there was something wrong with the way Ayan looked at him. Was there something wrong with the rain he made? But since Ain likes it, let the rain continue to fall and give more subsidies to the soldiers on guard these days. Anyway, she has just obtained a lot of treasures from that island. Seeing that Kion actually agreed to her somewhat willful request, Ayin was even more moved. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and kiss Kion on the face. After doing this, Ain felt a little shy. Without waiting for Kion to speak, she turned around and ran to the other side of the deck to enjoy the rain. Kion, who stayed where he was, touched the place on his face that was attacked by Ain just now, but he still didn't understand what was going on. After thinking about it, he could only sigh that women are really complicated creatures. Somewhere in the East Blue Sea, an island was hidden in the dark clouds. Damn it, it was sunny just now, why is it raining all of a sudden? Golden Lion Shiki looked at the raindrops falling outside the window, took a sip of wine, and said with an unhappy look on his face. The little minions beside him responded. Yes, Captain, the weather on the sea is always so unpredictable. Hearing the minions' words, Golden Lion's face suddenly turned cold. The wine in the glass floated into the air and turned into the shape of a small lion's head, which was facing the minion who had just spoken. What happened to the weather at sea? Changeable. Puff. The little minion's eyes widened, and he looked down at his chest in disbelief. There was a blood hole the size of a human fist, and through the hole he could see the scene behind. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, the minion fell backwards to the ground, making the surrounding pirates tremble in fear. Huh, do you really need to say that? Golden Lion looked at the corpse of the minion on the ground with indifference, but the battle with Roger pirates more than 20 years ago emerged in his mind. He was about to win the battle, but a sudden storm changed the situation, causing most of his flying pirates to be damaged, and a ship's rudder was permanently stuck in his head, limiting his entire strength. Damn the rain, damn the weather, it seems I need to find a reliable navigator. Chapter 91 Lion Fruit vs. Rinnegan. Chapter 91. Golden Lion glanced at the corpses of the minions on the ground and waved his hand to have someone clean them up. After cleaning up, Golden Lion sat back in his seat and looked out the window, where some hideous beasts were wandering. Seeing those ferocious beasts, Golden Lion felt a little better. These animals were the result of his hard work over the years, and he planned to release these violent animals to East Blue when the time was right. The more damage they caused, the better. Ever since his dream of ruling the world was shattered, his heart has become crazier than these animals. He wants revenge on the world government. Suddenly, Golden Lion felt the ground beneath his feet shaking violently, and a strong sense of weightlessness emerged. The name of this island is Vilheu. Golden Lion used the power of lion fruit to make it float into the sky. Now his power has not failed, but the island has begun to sink. Golden Lion touched the rudder stuck on his head, wondering if his strength had declined to such an extent. Boom. There was another loud noise, and the entire island began to tilt. The speed of its descent also increased suddenly. The pirates on the island lost their balance and fell to the ground. The pirates standing on the edge of the island even slid off the island and disappeared after screaming. Golden Lion couldn't sit still anymore, so he pressed his hands to the ground and used all his strength to activate the lion fruit ability, trying to return the island to its original position. However, his efforts only slowed down the island's descent slightly. The island was still falling at a very fast speed and was about to fall into the sea below. Damn it, there must be someone else with special abilities appearing. Golden Lion looked grim as his body floated up and rushed outside. He flew into the air outside the island and looked down. A marine warship with a strange pattern on its sails appeared in Golden Lion's sight. He narrowed his eyes and locked onto the marine who was standing at the bow and looking at him. Advertisement. Golden Lion sensed the aura of a strong man from the marine. Judging from the leading marine, it seemed that the marine came specifically to find him. When was his position exposed? The marine standing at the bow of the warship was naturally Chiga. At this moment, he also saw the Golden Lion rushing out from the island. With a slight smile, Chiga stretched out an arm and aimed at the Golden Lion in the sky and the island next to him. A black vortex appeared in the palm of his hand and gradually expanded. The edge of the vortex broke through the palm of his hand and finally expanded to the size of a washbasin. Universal pull. Buzz. Golden Lion and the island beside him fell rapidly towards the sea. Golden Lion frantically activated his fruit ability in the air, but he was horrified to find that his fruit ability seemed so powerless in the face of this gravity. Trying his best, he could only move himself left or right. Just as he was about to fall into the sea, Golden Lion roared and moved above the island. Then he could no longer hold on and was thrown down, with his whole body pressed tightly to the ground in a spread eagle position. Finally, the island sank into the sea after a loud bang. Qian he folded his arms and looked at the sea. After a while, he suddenly said to the sea. Come out, is this the extent of your strength? There was no movement on the sea, and Qian seemed to be talking to himself just now. Shaking his head, Qian made a gesture of spreading his hands towards the sea surface, and the sea surface in front of him suddenly split in the middle, revealing a soil ball, as big as a house. The soil in the middle of the soil ball began to fall off, revealing the Golden Lion inside, staring at Qian with a sullen face. Just now, at the moment of falling into the sea, Golden Lion used his ability to float up the surrounding soil and wrap himself up to prevent himself from losing the ability to move after falling into the sea. After falling into the sea, he did not immediately control the soil ball to float to the surface. In his opinion, Chiga must also be a demon fruit power. Although he did not want to admit it, Chiga's ability was indeed above his. After escaping from the deep-sea prison, his strength was damaged, and as he grew older, the rudder on his head had an increasingly greater impact on him. Advertisement. He was no longer sure he could get rid of Kion, so he wanted to wait in the sea until Kion left before going out. Unexpectedly, Kion saw through his actions and did not give him this opportunity. The earth ball wrapped around the golden lion began to slowly crumble, and 3 lion heads formed around him, striking out at Kion fiercely. Facing the 3 flying lion heads, Qianhe's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, the room space expanded. The 3 lion heads shrouded in the room space suddenly disappeared into the air when they were about to reach Qianhe's warship, and reappeared in front of the golden lion the next second. Golden Lion's pupils shrank, and he quickly raised his legs to send out several slash waves, destroying the lion head he had created. The crisis was over, but he didn't dare to relax. He hadn't figured out what Qianhe's strange ability was just now. But Golden Lion is, after all, a great pirate who has dominated the sea for decades, and he knows that panicking in battle is a taboo. He quickly calmed down. The sea water under his feet surged and formed several lion head-shaped water bodies, each of which was almost as big as a warship. Looking at the huge lion heads in front of him, Qianhe's mouth twitched a few times. He was not frightened by the attack of Golden Lion, but these lion heads reminded him of a famous 50-50 player in Hokage, Kakashi. That guy is obviously starving of mana, but he likes to hold up Raikiri and chat. The most outrageous thing is that every time he uses Earth Flow Wall, he likes to carve a few dog heads on it. It is said that it is because he borrowed the chakra of his summoning beast. Golden Lion had no idea that Kion could think about so many things while fighting him, so he made a hand gesture and huge lion heads made of seawater rushed towards Qianhe's warship. In his opinion, no matter how strange Qianhe's abilities were, as long as she was swept into the sea, she would have no ability to resist at all. Kion looked very young, how could she be so skilled in using her abilities? However, the result was bound to disappoint him. The Golden Lion's seemingly shocking attack was once again transformed by an invisible repulsive force into water droplets falling from the sky. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Qianhe's forehead. He almost capsized just now. He was not afraid of the sea water, but everyone on this boat was in trouble. It was all Kakashi's fault. Chapter 92. Battle damaged Golden Lion. Just a toy. Damn it, what kind of ability are you? The attack was ineffective again, and Golden Lion finally couldn't hold it anymore. It would be fine if you said that the person he met was the one with the ability of his higher level fruit, but what about the ability of this 5-flowered 8-gate? Facing Golden Lion's question, Qianhe pretended to be thoughtful and said seriously. I ate the devil fruit family portrait. Devil fruit family portrait. What the hell is that? Golden Lion was confused and hadn't realized that he was being tricked by Chiga. Kion smiled mysteriously, locked the Golden Lion with both Rinnegan, and said softly. That's what I mean. After saying that, the clothes on Golden Lion suddenly burst open, and the exposed skin was covered with blood. The Golden Lion, who had not had time to protect his body with armament haki, was obviously injured in the sudden explosion. Any ability absorbed by Chiga's Rinnegan can be activated through visual contact. This was the ability he gained after absorbing the Baku fruit, which can detonate any inorganic object within his line of sight. Golden Lion, whose body was attacked inexplicably, hurriedly used the armed color to protect his lower body. If his pants exploded like his shirt, it would be extremely embarrassing. How would the old guys of his generation view him? Chiga said that Golden Lion's behavior was unnecessary. The reason why he didn't detonate Golden Lion's lower body clothes was not because he cared about the elderly, but because he didn't want to see a too shocking scene. Khalifa Ayan was still watching the fight from behind. It's not over yet. Room replacement. The Golden Lion's figure faltered for a moment like a shadow, and then returned to its original state, but he remained in the same place with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Damn, what was that? It seemed like an invisible force wanted to transfer me to a certain location. Kion looked at the Golden Lion who was still standing there and nodded thoughtfully. Kion just tried to use replacement to transfer Golden Lion directly into the sea water, but failed. As expected, for an opponent who is strong enough in hockey, a stronger eye power is needed to successfully replace him. Although the Golden Lion is not as strong as before, it was once a 4 Emperors level fighter, so its foundation is still there. I just don't know where all the hockey was used when he was fighting Luffy, but was the rudder stuck in his head so powerful? Advertisement. Golden Lion saw that Kion did not continue to use those strange abilities, but seemed to be thinking about something, and a nameless anger surged in his heart. When did he actually get looked down upon by such a marine? In his opinion, Qianhe's behavior was simply a naked humiliation to him. Golden Lion suddenly flew towards Kion and raised his leg to chop at Kion. Kion looked up at Golden Lion and pointed a pistol at Golden Lion's heart. Room shoot. What? The Golden Lion's observation haki sent a dangerous signal, and he stopped halfway through his charge. His body subconsciously moved to the side, and his left arm shook. Golden Lion groaned in pain and covered his left arm tightly in the air. Golden Lion's left arm looked without any wounds from the outside, but only Golden Lion knew that the muscles, nerves and bones inside had all been shattered. In the following battle, this left arm would be useless. Room shoot is an application of the op fruit ability, which uses the power of the room space to destroy the internal body of the enemy. In the original work, Law used this move to hit Doflamingo's lower abdomen. Logically speaking, the damage of this move is not so exaggerated. The reason why even Golden Lion paid the price of losing an arm is because Chiga improved on this move and added the ability of the bomb fruit. If the damage caused by the previous room shoot was similar to that of armor-piercing bullets, then Chiga's was a combination of armor-piercing bullets and explosive bullets. This move can actually be avoided, but Golden Lion's observation haki has degraded severely, and the warning is slow, so he was directly hit by this skill which almost deals real damage. He waved his hands without even looking at Golden Lion, and said casually. It's extremely rude to interrupt someone while they're thinking, Shiki. Golden Lion covered his left arm with a gnashing expression. You monster, what do you think fighting is? Are you using lousy as a test subject? Yes. He turned around and looked at Golden Lion with a smile on his face. He ignored his constipated expression and continued to speak. Old-time rubbish like you, please stop polluting the ocean. Are you planning to release the animals on that island to East Blue? People like you are being honored by using you as a test subject. Advertisement. What do you know, little brat? Lousy is the Golden Lion. Haven't you heard of Lousy's name? Kion spread his hands, indicating that he had never heard of any Golden Lion. Ah, B******************** D. Die for Lousy. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. The Golden Lion was already somewhat hysterical, dancing its legs wildly in the air and emitting terrifying golden slashes. Kion looked relaxed and used teleportation to appear in front of the warship. A circle of deep purple energy emerged around his body. The shadow of a purple giant enveloped Shinhei's body and finally solidified. As soon as the purple giant appeared, he spread out the pair of wings behind him that covered the sky and blocked the sun, blocking the warship. Golden Lion, including Khalifa and others in the warship behind Kion, were all looking at the purple giant in front of them with shock, and they opened their mouths but could not speak. The purple giant is none other than Chiga's complete form of Susanoo. With the improvement of her pupil power, Susanoo's size has reached 300 meters. At this moment, he stood in the diamond-shaped space above Susanoo's head, looking at the oncoming slashes with a contemptuous smile. Haha, I almost forgot you're also a swordsman. How about taking a look at this? Susanoo held the hilt of the sword with one hand in the air, then drew the purple energy sword out of its sheath, and slashed with the sword, creating an astonishing purple slash wave that swept towards the Golden Lion. The golden slash wave emitted by Golden Lion and the purple slash wave emitted by Susanoo collided in midair. A dazzling white light emanated from the intersection of the two slash waves, forcing Khalifa and others on the warship to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the scene before them made them stand there in a daze. The sea surface at the intersection of the two slash waves has cracked, forming a landscape like two waterfalls, which have been unable to converge and have become a natural barrier. The most terrifying thing is that this situation was caused by the aftermath of a fight between two humans. Ha, ha, you are such a monster. Golden Lion was breathing heavily and looking at Kion with a miserable smile on his face. At this moment, his whole body was covered with blood and he had become a bloody man. Obviously, he lost in the fight just now. Kion crossed his arms and looked down with cold eyes at the miserable-looking Golden Lion below. He had no sympathy for such a person who took revenge on society by harming ordinary people. Moreover, Chiga's current strength has almost squeezed into the level of 4 emperors, and the damaged version of Golden Lion is really not good enough. Simply put, it's just a toy. Chapter 93 Heading to Sky Island. I didn't expect that East Blue would become my grave. At this moment, Golden Lion had the same idea as Brand had back then. He smiled faintly without commenting. Many people think that East Blue is the weakest sea, but have they forgotten that Roger's hometown is also in East Blue? Aren't Garp and Long also from East Blue? There is a big gap between the upper and lower limits of strength for people from East Blue. The lower limit is extremely low, but the upper limit has almost reached the peak. The strength of those who have gone overseas in recent years is indeed generally weaker. Maybe it's because Garp likes to go home more often. Susanoo turned into a blurry shadow and gradually disappeared into the air, while Kion landed on the water below. Reaching out his hand, Chiga used universal pull on Golden Lion again. Now the Golden Lion was having a hard time using the power of his fruit to float in the air. Pulled by gravity, his body flew rapidly towards Chiga. Snap. Golden Lion's neck was grabbed by Qianhe. He stared at Qianhe with his eyes wide open. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but because Qianhe locked his throat, he couldn't make any sound. Qianhe did not give him a chance to speak. He applied a little force with his hands, and the Golden Lion's head tilted to the side with a crisp clicking sound. Then he stopped breathing, his eyes still remained wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. The great hero Golden Lion died so hastily at Qianhe's hands without even being able to say a single last word. As soon as Golden Lion died, Kion placed his hands on Golden Lion and used his authentic human abilities to pull out his soul before it could leave his body. A ball of black energy can be seen struggling on the Golden Lion's soul, about to break free. When the user of the ability dies, the ability of the fruit will be lost. Kion has been prepared for this in advance. If the lion fruit is really separated from the Golden Lion, the effectiveness of the Tiandao puppet made with his body will be greatly reduced. Others may not be able to deal with the invisible black energy of devil fruit, but Chiga is different. Coming from the Hokage world, he has learned a lot of sealing techniques from Minato. Qianhe used his Heavenly Dao ability to float Golden Lion's body in front of him, then he quickly formed a few seals with one hand and pressed them on Golden Lion's soul body, and shouted. Four symbols seal. A vortex-shaped pattern with a circle of inscriptions around it appeared above the devil fruit energy. As soon as the pattern appeared, the black energy suddenly calmed down. The four symbols seal was used by Minato in Hokage to seal half of the 9 tails in Naruto's body. It is a sealing technique used by the Uzumaki clan to block evil forces. Using it on a group of devil fruit abilities can be said to be a precise attack. Advertisement. After sealing the ability of Lion Fruit, Kion shot a ball of black flame into the heart of Golden Lion. The body of Golden Lion began to move, and gradually it was able to float in the air independently. Chiga glared at the Golden Lion again, and the Golden Lion's eyes turned into the same Rinnegan pattern as Chiga. Chiga had projected the power of Heaven's Path onto the Golden Lion, but it did not affect his own use of Heaven's Path. Kion looked at the masterpiece in front of him with satisfaction for a while, then opened a door. The Golden Lion flew in woodenly, came to the side of a burly figure inside, and floated there quietly waiting for Shinhei's order. After closing the door space, Kion returned to his warship. Khalifa took Shinhei's coat of justice and put it on him, and asked softly. Have you dealt with the Golden Lion? Kion smiled and nodded, looking relaxed. Khalifa and others who got the confirmation were extremely shocked. That was Golden Lion, a great pirate from the same era as Roger. How could he be solved so easily by Kion? Khalifa couldn't help but ask again. Then is the boss now strong enough to defeat 4 emperors? If it's one-on-one, we should have a chance, but if we add the pirates behind them, it's a bit of a stretch. That's pretty impressive too. Everyone present was looking at Kion in awe. The person in front of them already had the combat power of 4 emperors. When had they ever come into such close contact with a being of this level? Looking at everyone's reactions, He waved his hands helplessly. No need to do this, it's like I've suddenly turned into a monster. Khalifa and Ain looked at Kion seriously, with expressions on their faces as if saying, isn't that you? Rubbing his forehead, he did not continue to dwell on this matter, but issued a few orders. Advertisement. Go inform Marshal Sengoku and tell him that the mission to capture Golden Lion has been accomplished. I have already killed Golden Lion on the spot. Yes. Kion handed Khalifa another Flying Thunder God Kunai and continued. Leave the warship and return directly. If you encounter any danger that cannot be solved, hold this thing and call my name. I will rush to your side immediately. What about you, boss? Aren't you going back? Well, I have to go somewhere, and it's a bit troublesome to take this warship with me. Go up. Yeah, have you heard of Sky Island? Sky Island. Hearing this name, Khalifa nodded thoughtfully. She had seen this place in the world government's information before, but she was not sure about its exact location. She only knew that it was in the sky. But now after seeing the Golden Lion use his ability to make the island float, Khalifa no longer has any concerns about the island floating in the sky. If the boss wants to go there must be a reason. Maybe there is a devil fruit that the boss has his eyes on. Khalifa is worthy of being the smart secretary of Kion. She has already guessed Shinhei's intention of going to Sky Island. That's right, the reason why Chiga wanted to go to Sky Island was because of the Thunder Fruit on Enel. Thunder Fruit is a devil fruit in Logia and one of the top ones among many disaster-level Logias. Many people even think it is the strongest one in Logia. It has a lightning attack with great destructive power. Although the hundreds of millions of volts of electricity looked fake when it hit Luffy, it does not mean that its destructive power is poor. After all, Luffy's rubber is of Nika brand. Of course, the lethality of Thunder Fruit is not what Kyonga cares about most. Compared with the lethality, it can also enhance the range of attack and observation haki, and can also use lightning to strengthen the body. Of course Chiga would take notice of such a comprehensive fruit. After instructing Khalifa on the remaining matters, Chiga flew directly into the sky to look for the so-called Sky Island. Chapter 94 Canis. Sky Island, Angel Beach. The girl Canis knelt on the beach and played the harp. The melodious sound of the harp echoed on the beach, but there seemed to be a hint of worry in the sound. After playing for a while, Canis stopped playing, placed the harp gently on her thighs, and sighed. You play well, why don't you continue? A gentle male voice sounded, startling Canis. Usually not many people came here, and she usually played the piano here by herself to relax. Canis got up from the ground in a panic and turned to look at the person who came. The man was wearing a white suit and a clean white coat draped over his body, fluttering softly behind him. It was He who had just arrived. Seeing Canis standing there awkwardly, Kion walked up to her and said softly. Did I scare you? I'm so sorry, I just heard your piano playing when I got here. You play really well. Oh, thank you. Canis felt a little excited when she heard someone praising her performance, and the panic of meeting a stranger also dissipated a little. She raised her head and looked at Kion, and suddenly exclaimed when she saw Shinhei's back under her cloak. Why don't you have wings? You're not from Sky Island. Well, I came up from below. Are you from Shanghai? Did you come up here by yourself? Yes. But how did you get up here? Faced with Canis's rapid-fire series of questions, Kion felt helpless and said nothing. His body floated in the air under Canis's incredulous gaze. Cornes looked up and confirmed that there were indeed no wings on Shinhei's back. He couldn't help but say. Can you people from Shanghai fly like this? No, only very few people can. Advertisement. There aren't many people in Pirates King who can fly, and Moonwalk has great limitations in the air. Others who want to fly freely in the air have to use some special devil fruits, most of which are branches of Zoan bird fruits. After floating in the air for a while, Chiga returned to the ground. Kanes was still looking at Chiga with surprise. In her opinion, Chiga's flying ability was really amazing. Kion changed the subject. Why did you suddenly stop playing just now? I heard you sigh. Is something bad bothering you? Speaking of this, Kanes's eyes dimmed, and she thought of the current ruler of Sky Island, Enel. Since the previous god Gon Full was defeated by Enel, Enel has become the new god of Sky Island. With his ability to control thunder and lightning, no one can resist him. He could even hear the voices of everyone on Sky Island while he was in the palace. If anyone said something disrespectful to him, they would be immediately destroyed by lightning from the sky, and everyone was in constant fear. He also charged 11 crimes, the lowest level of which was illegal entry into the country. Thinking of this crime, Kanes hurriedly grabbed Shinhei's sleeve. Oh no, it seems you have violated the 11 sins set by God. If you can fly, leave now and return to your Qinghai. God, you mean Enel. Hearing the word, Enel, Kanes's body shook unconsciously. This title could be said to be extremely disrespectful. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a large thundercloud suddenly appeared above the two of them, and blue arcs of electricity could be seen entwined on it. Kanes noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky and her pretty face turned pale. She knew that Enel already knew what happened here, and this was the divine punishment he brought down. She didn't expect that she would die here today with a man from Qinghai whom she just met. Kanes dropped her arms somewhat resignedly, rested her head on Shinhei's belly and closed her eyes. She was going to die anyway, and the Qinghai man in front of her left a good impression on her, so she might as well let him be her companion on the way to heaven. Kion lowered his head and looked at Kanes's little head in silence, then covered her ears with his hands considerately, without paying any attention to the increasingly frightening thunderclouds in the sky. Finally, a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, making a loud explosion and stirring up a cloud of smoke, in which the figures of Kion and Kanes were submerged. Am I dead? Advertisement. After an unknown amount of time, Kanes cautiously opened his eyes and looked around curiously. She found herself in a deep purple space, and the Qinghai man was there too. He looked around again and saw a charred land outside the dark purple space. For a moment, Kanes didn't recognize that this was the same place as before. Kanes looked up at Kion and saw the helpless expression on Shinhei's face. Then he remembered that he was still leaning in Shinhei's arms. Two blushes appeared on Kanes's face, and she quickly moved her head away from Shinhei's arms. Just as she was about to look up to explain, she found that there was a huge purple skull above Kion looking at her. Just now, in order to protect Kanes, Chiga directly activated Susanoo, but this level of thunder may not be as good as Sasuke's Kirin. The first form of Susanoo is more than enough. Ah! Kanes screamed out of fear and rushed back to Shinhei's arms. This time, she stretched out her arms and hugged Kion tightly, crying. Wow, am I in hell? I haven't done anything bad. Kion felt that the clothes on her abdomen were getting soaked, so she patted Kanes's back a few times to calm her down, then put her hands on her shoulders and pushed her away from her arms. Extending a finger to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of Kanes's eyes, Kion briefly explained to Kanes that the purple skeleton giant was caused by his own ability, and that he and she were not dead, but were still alive and well. Is that so? Kanes stared at Kion blankly. The Qinghai man in front of her was really special. It was the first time she saw someone who could block Enel's attack. In a palace, Enel, who was still a young man at this time, sat on a gorgeous chair, yawning, picking his ears with one hand, and talking to himself. This Qinghai guy is quite interesting. He actually blocked the divine punishment. The four priests under the chair heard Enel's words and hurried forward, saying in a flattering manner. It's just good luck. We are willing to serve God and let this Qinghai man know the consequences of offending God. Enel didn't even look at the four priests below him, and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, you guys go ahead. Oh, by the way, there's a local girl following that Qinghai guy, let's take care of her as well. Yes. Chapter 95 Give Your Heart. Kanes didn't know that she had been targeted by the four priests. She escaped from Enel's divine punishment and happily brought Chiga to the former god of Sky Island, Ganfer. Ganfer, with a gray beard and wearing armor, looked at Kanes lovingly, then looked at Kion who was standing next to Kanes. At just one glance, Ganfer felt a strong sense of oppression from Chiga, especially after seeing Chiga's pair of Rinnegan. He, the former god of Sky Island, actually felt like worshipping her. He had never felt this kind of feeling from Enel, but there was someone in his memory who had the same aura, and that was Roger. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Ganfer suppressed the discomfort in his heart and spoke cautiously. Hello, my name is Ganfer, may I ask your name? He nodded slightly and responded with a smile. Uchiha Chiga. Uchiha, what a strange last name. Ganfer thought about it and found that he had never heard of a strong man with this last name. That's right, since he was driven off the throne by Enel, he has not been exposed to the information below for a long time. It should be a new strong man who appeared in Qinghai. After thinking for a while, Ganfer continued to ask. Were you carried here by the upwelling current? I came here on my own. When this was mentioned, Kanes jumped out excitedly. Grandpa Ganful, brother Kion flew up here by himself. Isn't it amazing? He has no wings but can fly freely in the air. Kanes and Chiga have not known each other for long, but because Chiga gave her a good first impression and Chiga saved her life, she automatically became Chiga's brother after knowing Chiga's name. Kion also had a good impression of the girl with a pair of small wings on her back. The call of, "Brother Kion," reminded him of two little birds in Kokoyashi village. Reaching out and touching Kanis's little head, Kion said to Ganfer. Okay, I already know the situation here. Don't worry, I will take care of that Enel. After hearing Shinhei's words, Ganfer did not feel much happy. He did not question what Kion said, but he also knew that there is no free lunch in the world. Even if Chiga really defeats Enel, what will he do? Will he become the new god of Sky Island? Ganfer was not greedy for the so-called throne of God. During the years since he was driven off the throne by Enel, he and the Shandians, another ethnic group on Sky Island, had a common enemy and some grudges were let go. Advertisement. The Shandians and Sky Islanders finally had the possibility of reconciliation through some cooperation. He also thought that if he could really defeat Enel, he would make concessions and give the land to the Shandians. Kion is neither from Sky Island nor from Shandia, so there is no need for him to care about the grudges between the two groups. If he defeats Enel and becomes the new god, how will he treat the people of the two tribes? Is there still a possibility of reconciliation between the Shandians and the Sky Islanders? Kanis didn't know Ganfer's inner thoughts. Seeing Ganfer's worried look, she thought Ganfer was worried that Enel would hear what they said and punish them, so she walked up to Ganfer and said. Grandpa Ganfer, don't worry about the divine punishment. Brother Kion just summoned a giant skeleton to block the divine punishment and saved me. That's not what I meant. You Qinghai people who broke into Sky Island, come out here, God says you are guilty. An extremely arrogant voice sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Ganfer and Kanis's faces changed. This was the voice of the four priests. Kion glanced towards the door, activated the universal pull, and four figures flew indirectly and lay down at Shinhei's feet. He looked down at the four priests lying on the ground like dead dogs with an expressionless face and said coldly. Who did you say was guilty just now? Was it me? The strongest of the four priests, got up from the ground, looked at Kion angrily, and said loudly. How dare you attack our four priests? Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive? Oh, I really want to hear it. You spoke disrespectfully to God, and now you're attacking us. Before God gets completely angry, you and the woman behind you should just commit suicide. Is it that simple? Of course it's not that simple. Pay the fine for your illegal entry before you die. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud. These guys were really stupid on Sky Island, they already thought they were invincible with the so-called god behind them. Seeing that the Qinghai man was still laughing, became even more angry. He took out a white sword and pointed it at Kion. The blade could even extend automatically and stabbed at Kion. Go to hell, Qinghai people. Advertisement. Looked at Kion ferociously. In his opinion, this arrogant man from Qinghai was about to be pierced through the heart by the iron cloud in his hand. However, Kion just raised his hand and waved it, and the extendable sword was broken into a pile of fragments that scattered at Shinhei's feet. What? Looked at the fragments on the ground in disbelief. He could understand it if Kion had dodged the attack, but how could he just smash Tian into pieces with his hands like swatting a fly? Are the hands of people from Qinghai made of iron? Kion shook his hands lightly a few times, as if he had really slapped a fly to death. For an attack of this level, he didn't even need to use his armament color, he could just rely on his physical strength. The three priests behind subconsciously took a step back. Attacks were solved so easily, so their attacks would not be much better. You have to know that is the strongest among the four of them. Things have developed to this point, and no matter how arrogant they are, they should face up to one reality, that is, the people of Qinghai before them possess far more terrifying strength than they imagined. Okay, I've had enough of you annoying flies, give me your heart. Kion glanced at them, and the four priests suddenly showed pain on their faces and covered their hearts. Puff puff puff. A series of blood-bursting sounds were heard, and four hearts, covered with blood, flew out of the chests of the four priests and floated in the air. Kion did not use the room space. This attack was just his application of the gravity fruit. For enemies of average strength, he can lock onto their chests with his eyes and directly suck out their hearts. It is relatively simple and crude, and has a great visual impact. My heart, give it back to me. The four gods looked at the heart floating in the air with a dazed look and stretched out his hand as if he wanted to put the heart back into the body, but he fell to the ground halfway through his hand, twitched a few times and then died completely. He looked at the four bodies on the ground expressionlessly and asked without even turning his head. Room. A huge room space unfolded, covering the entire Sky Island. Kion did not sense anything, but just asked Ganfer, who had been standing there for a long time, about the location of Enel, and then used replacement to send the four corpses on the ground back. Great. Brother Kion is awesome, these people deserve to die. Kanis was not frightened by Shinhei's bloody method. Instead, he stared at the place where the bodies of the four priests disappeared and praised Kion excitedly. Kion didn't say anything else, just turned around and gave Kanis a smile, then disappeared directly in front of Kanis. 4 Mr. Chapter 96 I am serious about playing with thunder. In the palace, Enel looked at the 4 extra corpses on the ground without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. He raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning, and 4 charred pieces appeared on the ground. A burnt stench filled the hall. The technique is good, but the smell is not very good. A teasing voice sounded in the hall. Enel looked towards the entrance of the hall and saw Kihonhei standing at the door with his hands in his pockets. Qinghai people, I have to admit that you have some skills, but if these alone give you the illusion that you can challenge God, then I can only say that your end will not be good. Hearing Enel still calling himself a god, Qian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. When he looked at Enel again, his eyes became indifferent and he said lightly, "No one can call himself a god in front of these eyes." Qian's gaze made Enel feel extremely uncomfortable, because he actually had a feeling in his heart that this was the way God should look at all living beings. Those eyes truly made him feel something called divinity, which was something he absolutely could not tolerate. "Go to hell, you blasphemer, Inazuma." Enel's arm turned into thunder and shot towards the sky. Qian didn't move, a deep purple energy rose around his body, and a rib wrapped him inside. The lightning struck Qian with a crackling sound, but other than charring the ground around where Qian was standing, it did not cause any harm to Qian at all. Enel was not in a hurry. He looked at the skeleton wrapped around Chiga and commented seriously, "This is your move to block the divine punishment, it looks good." "Perhaps." Qian dispersed Susanoo, raised one arm, and said with a smile, "You're good at playing with thunder, right?" Enel raised his eyebrows. He considered himself the god who controlled thunder and lightning, so Qian's words were simply a provocation to him. He struck the bass drum behind him hard, and there was a crackling sound from the bass drum, and a huge thunderbird flew out of it. 30 million volt thunderbird. Enel looked at Chiga with pride. This attack through the big drum was very different from the Inazuma move just now. He was confident that he could use this move to electrocute the arrogant man from Qinghai into a pile of charcoal. Advertisement, however, the next scene made Enel's eyes widen, and even a string of snot flowed from his nostrils. Chiga's raised arm was also lit up with lightning after a burst of shrill bird calls. As a user of the thunder fruit, Enel could naturally sense how strong the lightning wrapped around Chiga's arm was. "But I am obviously the one who has the ability of thunder fruit, so why can this Qinghai man also use the power of thunder and lightning?" Enel really has a small head and big doubts at this moment. Qian looked at his arm with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, he was the first one in the Hokage world to create Chidori based on Blue Star's memory, thus stealing the show from Kakashi. With this move he killed powerful enemies one after another, but since coming to the pirate's world, he has never used it again. Putting her 5 fingers together, Qian placed her palm towards Enel and said with a smile, "Come on, let's see which is better, your Thunderbird or my Chidori. Don't be so arrogant, I am the real god of thunder." Enel shouted angrily and swung his arms vigorously. The Thunderbird behind him let out a sharp cry and dived towards Qian at an incredible speed. However, with Chiga's current eye power, no matter how fast the Thunderbird is, it cannot escape his Rinnegan. He raised Chidori's hand and shot at the flying Thunderbird. The Chidori and the Thunderbird collided with each other, and a violent crackling sound echoed throughout the hall. The sound did not last for a moment, and a mournful cry was heard. Enel's Thunderbird turned into a ball of lightning and dissipated into the air. The only sound in the hall was the even more shrill cry of the Chidori, as if declaring victory. Enel looked at the Chidori in Qian's hand, which was shining even brighter, with a very bad expression, and felt a burning pain on his face. It would be fine if Qian used other moves to defeat Thunderbird, but he happened to use the thunder that he is best at. How could this not make him embarrassed? Qian waved his hand to disperse the Chidori, and asked with a curious expression, "What's wrong? Why does our thunder god seem to be worse than me in using thunder?" He's just a mortal. Electric light surged on Enel's body, and disappeared after a crackling sound. The next second, he appeared in the center of the hall again. He spread his arms and shouted, "Discharge!" Ziz! Dazzling lightning spread out from Enel's body, and in an instant the entire hall was filled with raging lightning. He also spread his arms and said softly, "Advertisement. Chidori flow." The shrill sound of birds chirping sounded again, and dense electric currents appeared around Qian's body, colliding with Enel's electric current. Enel's electric current was completely devoured when it came into contact with the Chidori flow, and in the blink of an eye, the Chidori flow spread to Enel. Enel sneered. Even though it seemed that he had lost again in this battle between thunder and lightning, how could he, who was thunder and lightning himself, be hurt by it? However, sizzle, the moment Enel's body was wrapped by the Chidori flow, he began to shake violently and scream. His whole body flickered between light and dark, and he enjoyed the electrotherapy for a long time. After a while, Enel, whose body was covered in black and white, rolled his eyes, a wisp of black smoke came out of his open mouth, and fell from the air, landing on the ground with a thud. Qian lowered his arms and walked towards Enel step by step, with small electric currents surging from his body from time to time. When he was halfway there, Enel's body on the ground flashed with lightning again, his mouth moving. Electrotherapy, thump, thump. Enel's heart, which had almost stopped beating, started to beat again under the stimulation of thunder and lightning, and his face turned red again. Enel slowly stood up from the ground, stared at Chiga who was walking towards him, and said word by word, "Why was I hurt by lightning? I am the god of thunder." Maybe you ate a fake thunder fruit? Fake thunder fruit? Enel was stunned. If someone told him that he was eating a fake thunder fruit, he would have been struck by lightning. But after experiencing the sour and refreshing electric shock just now, he really began to doubt the authenticity of his fruit. Seeing Enel's reaction, Chiga couldn't help but laugh. The one that Enel ate was of course real. The reason why he, as a Thunderbolt, could be hurt by his own Chidori Ryu is because the Thunderbolt of Chidori Ryu was created by chakra and came with special energy attacks. Just like hockey can hurt Logia users, chakra can do the same if it's strong enough. Of course, people in the Pirates King world don't know about chakra, so it's really fun to use it to scare Enel. Chapter 97 The Only True God. Susanoo looking at Chiga approaching him step by step, Enel finally felt an emotion called fear in his heart. He stretched out his hand, and a golden stick flew out from behind the chair he had just sat on and was grabbed by him. Thunder metallurgy. Lightning wrapped around the golden stick in Enel's hand. The stick melted under the high temperature of lightning and formed a golden trident. Enel held the trident and smashed it heavily to the ground, as if this would give him confidence. Kihonhei looked at Enel's appearance with a strange expression, and suddenly a sentence popped up in his mind. F***K. Yuan Hua. Enel had no idea what Kihonhei was thinking. He swung the golden trident in his hand and stabbed towards Kihonhei fiercely. Bang! A black stick appeared in Kihonhei's hand at some point, and the tip of the trident was stuck on the black stick and could not move any further. Chiga's eye power is no longer comparable to that of his marine period. Back then, Kate could break Chiga's black rod with his armament color, but now, attacks of the same intensity will not damage the black rod at all. Kihonhei used the black stick in his hand to knock the golden trident aside, then turned his wrist and stabbed the black stick fiercely into Enel's abdomen. Phew! The black stick pierced Enel's abdomen directly. Enel held the black stick tightly with both hands, staggered back a few steps, and looked up at Kihonhei in disbelief. Once again, he, the god, was hurt, and this time it was just an ordinary physical attack. How long had it been since he had been hurt by a physical attack since he ate the thunder fruit and gained the ability to transform into elements? Kihonhei saw Enel's expression and knew what he was thinking, and said with a hint of sarcasm. Do you still think you are God? Ahem. B**************************** D. I won't allow a mortal like you to mock God. Hearing Kihonhei's mocking tone, Enel's heart went completely crazy. He suppressed the interference from the black stick, held the black stick tightly with both hands, and pulled the black stick out of his abdomen little by little. Finally, Enel pulled out the black stick stained with blood and threw it on the ground. He stared at Kihonhei, and his body turned into lightning and flew out of the palace. Advertisement. Kihonhei was not afraid that Enel would run away. The room space had been covering the entire Sky Island. He had already sensed that Enel appeared in the air outside the hall and was accumulating energy. With a flash, Kihonhei appeared opposite Enel in the air, quietly looking at the ferocious-looking Enel, with a trace of pity in her eyes, which was pity for the weak. Lightning continued to emerge from Enel's body, wrapping him up layer by layer. He roared at Qianhe. These eyes, this look, I will make them disappear forever. I am the god of thunder. Thunder and lightning surged, and Enel's original appearance had been completely changed. He became a figure several dozen meters tall with a big belly. Only the face made of thunder and lightning could barely reveal Enel's original appearance. Kihonhei crossed his arms and looked at the guy in front of him who called himself Thunder God, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. When Enel saw Kihonhei floating there without saying a word, he thought that Kihonhei was scared silly, and he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. As expected, I am the real god. It was just that I was not serious for too long and was fooled by this Kinghai man. An arrogant smile appeared on the huge face formed by lightning, and Enel said to the tiny Chiga. Are you frightened by God's appearance? Don't worry, I will set you free in no time. Hearing Enel's arrogant words, Kihonhei dropped his arms that were folded in front of his chest. He glanced at Enel indifferently, and purple energy surged around him again. Enel just curled his lips in disdain when he saw the purple energy. He had seen Susanoo in skeleton form, and in his opinion, she was far inferior to his own Thor form in terms of size and power. However, the purple energy did not stop growing after forming a skeleton. Under Kihonhei's deliberate control, muscles began to grow on the skeleton and were covered with skin. The size of Susanoo was also constantly growing. Gradually, Susanoo's body was covered with armor and she grew legs. Finally, the 300-meter-tall Susanoo appeared in the sky, with a pair of wings behind her that covered the sky. Kihonhei stood in the diamond-shaped space above Susanoo's head, looking coldly at the thunder god below, whose height was not even up to Susanoo's knees, and spoke indifferently. Why? God's power is so small. Enel did not respond. He was completely dumbfounded, looking up at the deep purple giant in front of him. It was so majestic that the aura emanating from it made Enel feel like he was suffocating. Not only Enel, but the people on Sky Island also saw the giant standing above the sky. Ganfor looked up at Susanoo in the sky with a dull look and murmured. What is that? Advertisement Konus on the side was also shocked, but she felt a familiar feeling from the giant. Suddenly, she excitedly shouted to Ganfor. Grandpa Ganfor, that's brother Kihonhei. He once summoned a giant skeleton of the same color, it must be him. Is that Uchiha Chiga? Ganfor nodded numbly. In the face of such ability, Enel should not be able to match it, right? Ah, how could this happen? This is a joke. Enel's heart had completely collapsed. He rushed to Susanoo and slapped Susanoo's calves frantically with his hands made of lightning. It shouldn't be like this. I am God. I am God. However, his attack on Susanoo's calf had no effect other than creating circles of purple energy ripples, and it even looked like he was massaging Susanoo. Susanoo just raised her leg and kicked lightly, and Enel's body immediately flew backwards, turning into a bolt of lightning and smashing into the palace below. The luxurious palace was directly turned into ruins. Enel was lying in the ruins, his eyes still fixed on Susanoo in the sky, repeating over and over again. I am God. I am God. Chiga released Susanoo, fell down, and her body floated in front of Enel. Looking at Enel, whose spirit had collapsed, Chiga didn't say much. She just reached out and grabbed his neck, used the Rinnegan to absorb the power of the thunder fruit into her body, and the first Magatama appeared in her left eye. Enel lost his power and his consciousness completely dissipated, and he fell to the west with his head tilted. Taking a final look at Enel, who had turned into a corpse, Kihonhei sighed softly. To be honest, Enel's strength is not weak. The reason he lost to Luffy in the anime was because he appeared too early, and there was also the so-called fruit restraint reason. If he joins the Marine, with his top-level Logia Thunder Fruit that is not inferior to the 3 admirals and his powerful observation haki, he will immediately become the focus of Marine's training. After he systematically learns the fighting methods and armament color, Enel will definitely have the potential to become an admiral. If he became a pirate, he would start as a mid-level Shichibukai, at least much better than the Fat Mariah. Unfortunately, it is impossible for this guy to be a Marine with his bad character. He also looks down on pirates, which is right. After all, this guy's dream is to explore the stars and the sea. Chapter 98. Chiga is from Sky Island. Using Earth style to build a grave for Enel, the aspiring young man whose heart was filled with the stars and the sea, Kihonhei's left eye suddenly flashed with flickering lightning. The sky above Sky Island was covered by countless thunderclouds, and the sound of thunder continued to be heard from above. Seeing this scene, Ganfor and Konis were a little overwhelmed. Could it be that Chiga was defeated by Enel after all? Is Enel really that scary? Boom! Thick blue lightning fell from the sky, and Ganfor and Konis closed their eyes subconsciously. The thunder continued for a long time before it gradually stopped. Ganfor and Konis opened their eyes and looked at each other, and found that both of them were safe and sound. What's going on? Aren't these thunderbolts targeting this place? Ganfor called his mount Pierre, a sky-spotted bird, that had eaten the horse fruit. Let's call it Pegasus. Ganford took a step forward, and Konis followed and sat behind Ganford. The two of them flew up into the air on Pegasus and headed for Enel's palace. Anyway, both of them are inseparable from Kihonhei. If Kihonhei really loses, they can't escape Enel's sanctions. It's better to confirm the final result of the battle. When Ganfor and Konis arrived at Enel's palace, they were also shocked by the scene before them. What caught their eyes was a pile of building ruins, surrounded by charred land struck by thunder. Kihonhei was sitting beside a pile of earth, looking at the two of them with a smile. Brother Chiga. Seeing that Chiga was fine, Konis felt relieved, jumped off the Pegasus happily, and ran towards Chiga, who was sitting on the ground. This time she was no longer shy and went straight into Kihonhei's arms. Konis raised her head, tears welled up in her big eyes, and she sobbed. Brother Kihonhei, I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you lost to Enel with the thunder just now. Kihonhei patted Konis's back gently and said softly. It's okay. Enel is dead and buried in the dirt next to me. I was the one who released the thunder just now. You let it out. Advertisement. Kihonhei's eyes flashed with dazzling lightning again, and a bolt of lightning struck not far from the two of them, causing Konis to exclaim in surprise. Looking at the land where a deep pit was blasted out by the thunder just now, Konis looked up at Kihonhei in disbelief. Brother Kihonhei, why are you so excited? Haha, Enel isn't the only one that can discharge electricity. There are many creatures in the sea that can discharge electricity. Really? That's amazing, but they're definitely not as good as you, Chigani. Maybe. I wonder how it compares to that Auntie's Zeus. Who is Auntie? A pirate. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm a Marine. Marine? I know a little bit. For justice, hee hee. Helplessly looking at Konis, who was acting weird in his arms, Kihonhei picked her up and put her aside, then stood up and brushed the dirt off his body. Konis grabbed Kihonhei's clothes and asked excitedly. Brother Chiga, you are also from Sky Island, right? A big question mark popped up over Kihonga's head. She didn't understand why Konis asked this. When did she get involved with the people from Sky Island? Seeing Chian standing there without saying anything, Konis thought that what he said was right, and immediately raised his head and said proudly. I saw the purple giant you summoned. He had a pair of really big wings, much bigger than ours. So you must be from Sky Island too, but your ability is so strong that you can hide your wings, right? Kihonhei gave Konis a slap on the head and said, stop thinking about it, idiot. Konis covered her little head and looked at Kihonhei aggrievedly, thinking that Kihonhei must be angry and embarrassed because she guessed his secret. Chian reluctantly explained to her, I'm really not from Sky Island. I'm from the Uchiha clan. That purple giant is the guardian of our clan, not my real self. Oh, is that so? Seeing the two people, one big and one small, chatting as if they were just family, Ganfur, who was standing by, couldn't help but walk over, stood beside Chian a little stiffly, and said. Advertisement, Master Kihonhei, may I ask what the lightning attack just now was? Oh, I dealt with some people from Enel to save them from unnecessary trouble. I see, Ganfor nodded, but a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. This kind of ability was what he feared most about Enel, and now it appeared in the Qinghai man in front of him. He was extremely aware of the terrifying nature of this ability. In the face of this ability, the enemy had nowhere to hide and there was simply no solution. Suppressing his inner shock, Ganfor looked at Kihonhei anxiously, wondering how this person would treat the people of Sky Island after defeating Enel. At this time, another sound of footsteps was heard, and a group of guys dressed like primitive people and some Sky Island people appeared here. Among them are the war ghosts Waipa and Lackey who appeared in the anime. At this time, Waipa and Lackey had just reached adulthood, and Aisha was still a child, held in Lackey's arms. Although Waipa was still very young, he had already become the leader of the Shandia people with his unrivaled strength in the tribe. When he saw Ganfor, he walked up to him and asked about the situation. Ganfor carefully glanced at Chiga next to him, and told Waipa that Chiga had defeated Enel. Upon hearing that Enel was defeated by this man who looked younger than himself, Waipa widened his eyes in disbelief, and the others who came behind him had the same expression. Lackey, who was holding Aisha, also looked at Kihonhei in shock. In her opinion, Waipa was already the strongest warrior in the tribe, and Enel was beyond the scope of human beings. Now there is another person whose strength far exceeds that of the two of them. Kihonhei, who had been standing aside without moving, suddenly took a step forward, and this step scared the people who had rushed over and made them all take a step back. Konos couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "What are you doing? You're making Chiga-san look like a monster." Ganfor secretly rolled his eyes at Konos, thinking that you were too careless. Your brother Kihonhei killed Enel's people. Do you understand what this means? Waipa still couldn't believe this fact. In his opinion, Enel, who was almost invincible, died in this man's hands. He couldn't help but say, "I'm so sorry, can you let me see your strength? I really don't mean anything else, but Enel actually died like this, I'm really confused." Kihonhei glanced at Waipa, and the hairs all over his body stood up at this glance. He regretted it, because this kind of power was not something he could question. However, Kihonhei did not make things difficult for him. This guy's performance in the anime can be described as a tough guy, so she just satisfied his curiosity. There was a flash of lightning in his eyes, and a cylindrical bolt of lightning fell from the sky in front of Waipa's dull gaze, striking the ruins behind him and completely turning the ruins into a pile of black debris. Chapter 99. Susanoo's Power, Golden Bell. After Kihonhei briefly demonstrated the power of thunder, no one dared to question Kihonhei's strength. Even the usually unruly Waipa stood obediently aside, looking at Kihonhei anxiously, not knowing what the fate of Sky Island would be next. Konos also realized this problem, but she was not overly worried. She felt that even if Chiga became the next god of Sky Island, he would still be stronger than that cruel guy Enel. Besides, isn't Chiga a righteous marine? Chianhe glanced at everyone present, and Gonfool and others immediately lowered their heads and dared not look directly into Chianhe's eyes. Seeing everyone's reactions, Kihonhei felt helpless. Was he that terrible? After thinking for a while, a door opened in the air next to Chiga, and the golden lion floated out, then floated next to Chiga with a pair of lifeless Rinnegan open. Everyone was surprised to see the golden lion suddenly appear, and noticed that the golden lion had the same eyes as Kihonhei, guessing that this might be a member of Kihonhei's tribe. They wondered what Kihonhei wanted to do by calling out a member of his tribe. Konos looked at the golden lion that appeared and asked Kihonhei curiously, "Brother Kihonhei, who is this? Why do his eyes look like yours? Is he one of your people?" Chianhe did not answer. The golden lion beside him suddenly opened his mouth and said in the same tone as Chianhe, "No, this is one of my incarnations. He was me when I was away. Let him stay here and become the new god of Sky Island." Konos nodded, not quite understanding. Seeing this, Chianhe added, "Have you heard of Den Den Mushi? Just think of him as a Den Den Mushi." "I've learned a little bit. So, are you leaving, Kihonhei? Can you take me with you? I want to join the marine too." "Huh?" Chianhe looked at Konos speechlessly. This little girl really looks like Nami, but she is not that old. It is better to forget about joining the marine. "No, you're not old yet. Wait a few more years. If you want to join the marine, just tell me through this guy." "All right." Seeing that Kihonhei disagreed, Konos didn't insist any further. She is a good little angel. However, Konos still felt a little disappointed. Seeing this, Kihonhei stepped forward, took Konos's hand, and said with a smile, "Well, it won't take a few years. I'll take you to see something good." Good stuff. Can you tell me what it is, Chiga-kun?" "Advertisement. Well, have you heard of the Golden Bell? How about I take you to ring it?" "Really? Does the Golden Bell really exist? I want to see it." "Sure. Let's go." Seeing Kihonhei and Konos about to leave, Waipa and Ganfor could not hold back any longer and hurried forward. It didn't matter who was the god, the main thing was that the feud between the two tribes had not yet ended. "God, please forgive our disrespect, but how are our two tribes going to survive in the future?" Kihonhei turned around and looked at Waipa and Ganfor, and recalled the grievances between the people of Sky Island and the people of Shandia. Originally, this land was called Gaia Island, the hometown of the Shandia people, but they were driven out 400 years ago. The two tribes have been fighting for the ownership of this land until now. Ganfor is quite kind nowadays, and during the years of Enel's rule, the two tribes have gradually put aside their past differences. Perhaps the opportunity for the two tribes to live in peace is today. After thinking for a while, Chianhe waved his hand. "It's up to you guys to decide how you want to get along. I just want to emphasize one thing. Don't cause any trouble, do you understand?" After saying this, Chianhe's eyes flashed with lightning, which made Gonfool and Waipa tremble in their hearts, and they nodded quickly to show that they understood. Moreover, Kihonhei's meaning is very clear, which is to let the two tribes live in peace on this land and live their own lives well in the future. Ganfor and Waipa looked at each other, then breathed a sigh of relief together. When they looked at Kihonhei again, their eyes were full of awe. Kihonhei's actions won their real respect. After settling the feud between the Shandians and the Sky Islanders, Kihonhei smiled at Konos and said, "Konos, do you still want to see the purple giant?" "I want to see it, that giant is so majestic and handsome." "Haha, really? Then let's go, you guys spread out." Waipa was so busy hurrying on his way that he had no time to look at the situation in the sky. He didn't know what the giant Konos was referring to, so he just stood there stupidly without moving. Ganfor's face changed. The purple giant standing in the sky was still lingering in his mind. If the giant appeared here with his size, he and others would be in danger of being crushed. Without hesitation, he shouted to everyone present. Everyone disperse, the god is about to show his power. Advertisement divine power? Is it going to discharge electricity again? Waipa and the others were confused, but since Ganfor said so, they all obeyed and quickly dispersed around. Ganfor retreated a few hundred meters away, then looked in the direction of Kihonhei and Konos with anticipation. Susanoo, who was in the sky just now, was too far from the ground and could only look from afar. How could he not want to see the majestic purple giant? After all, no matter which world it is, how many men don't like Gundam? Kyunga did not let everyone wait too long. Her pair of Rinnegan shone purplely, and a 300-meter tall phantom of Susanoo appeared directly, and was instantly seen as its complete form. Looking at Susanoo, who appeared out of nowhere, Waipa, Lackey and others were all stunned on the spot, muttering. What is this? Is this the true power of God? Ganfor looked at Susanoo with wings and burst into tears. This is the power of God. Those wings are so majestic. I will use them as a totem for the people of Sky Island. Konos stood in the diamond-shaped space above Susanoo's head, holding Kihonhei's hand tightly. She looked at the people on the ground who had become the size of ants, and her little face flushed with excitement. Chiga smiled knowingly as she looked at Konos, who was so excited. You see, even girls would still be fascinated by the Gundam, wouldn't they? Patting Konos' little head to prevent her from getting dizzy from being too excited, Kihonhei controlled Susanoo to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Amazing! Kihonhei, we are flying so high, high in the sky. Susanoo continued to break through the clouds, and Konos jumped excitedly in the diamond-shaped space, her big eyes constantly looking at the scenery in the sky. Finally, a huge bell made entirely of gold appeared in the clouds. Brother Kihonhei, is that the golden bell? It's so beautiful. Kihonhei did not speak, but controlled Susanoo to stretch his hand in front of the golden bell and snap his fingers. This time, let me ring the golden bell. After saying that, Susanoo flicked her finger at the golden bell. Clang! The loud bell sounded throughout the sky. Not only the people of Sky Island and Shandia below, but even the people on the sea witnessed the ringing of the golden bell at this moment. On this day, everyone remembered the purple giant and the golden bell that appeared and disappeared in the sky. Chapter 100. A certain scientific railgun. The golden bell was broken. Even though Chiga had reduced Susanoo's power to the lowest level, the golden bell still couldn't withstand Susanoo's finger-snapping force. Kihonhei collected the gold fragments into Menman's space. Although Kihonhei is no longer short of money, no one would complain about having too much money, right? After returning to the ground with Konos, the people around him immediately rushed up, knelt on one knee under the leadership of Ganfor, and shouted in unison. Greetings to God Sama. Chian, he raised his eyebrows. He just went to ring the golden bell once, but ended up breaking it. What were these people trying to do now? Ganfor raised his head and looked at Kihonhei fanatically. Ever since he was ousted by Enel, he gradually began to sneer at the title of God and once believed that there was no such thing as God in the world. But everything that Kihonhei showed today, those eyes full of divinity, made him believe in the existence of God again. God, please allow us to use the purple giant you just summoned as our totem. Oh, you mean Susanoo? Sure, you can do whatever you want. Chian, he waved his hand and told them to do whatever they wanted. With the heavenly Tao puppet in charge anyway, nothing would go wrong. With spiritual beliefs, they would be more honest, right? Konos looked at Kihonhei reluctantly. She knew that Kihonhei would not stay here for long, otherwise she would not have left a puppet here. Although they have not known each other for long, everything that happened during this time is deeply engraved in her mind. She really wants to follow Chiga to Marine, but she is not old enough and can only stay here for the time being. Chian, he also saw Konos' reluctance. He squatted down and pinched Konos' cheek and said softly. Well, you can always communicate with me even here. When you grow up, I will take you to join the Marine. You play the piano really well, and my ship is still short of a musician. Yeah, I will definitely go to Marine. Seeing that this little angel was quite determined, Kihonhei couldn't help but stretch out a finger and scratch her little nose. Konos did not stop Kihonhei's actions, but just muttered there. HMPH, just wait, I will definitely grow up quickly. Advertisement. After playing with Konos for a while, Kihonhei stood up, and her coat with the word, Justice, on the back fluttered in the wind. He glanced at everyone present, and finally touched Konos' little head, with a flash of lightning in his eyes. Thunder roared, and Chian-he's figure disappeared in front of everyone, leaving only a few arcs of electricity remaining in the air. After a while, Kihonhei, who turned into a flash of lightning, was approaching the front half of the Grand Line. With her strong body and the spiritual blessing of the Rinnegan, Chiga can maximize the speed of lightning. Moreover, the stimulation of lightning on the body makes Kihonhei's nerve reaction speed faster, and it is even more convenient for movement than teleporting within the room space. After all, you don't need to expand the room space in advance to use the power of Thunderfruit, so you can use it more unscrupulously. Instead of using Flying Thunder God to return directly to the headquarters, Kihonhei wanted to familiarize herself with the newly acquired Thunder Fruit ability on the way. Thunder Fruit is the first Logia Devil Fruit absorbed by Chiga. Chiga has a special feeling for this fruit. When he was watching the pirates on Blue Star, lightning was one of the abilities he wanted most. Closing his eyes, Kihonhei's observation hockey spread out with the help of electric current. He could sense sounds within a radius of thousands of kilometers. His brain also became unusually clear under the stimulation of electric current, and he would not feel uncomfortable due to receiving too much information in a short period of time. This kind of observation haki is the ability called HeartNet on Sky Island. It becomes even more powerful in Chiga, so it is not an exaggeration to call it Skynet. However, it is not a good thing to have such chaotic sounds entering the brain. Kihonhei narrowed the range of Skynet. It is better to have some peace and quiet. And through Skynet's perception just now, Kihonhei accidentally discovered that there was a pirate's ship on the sea dozens of miles away. Through the information transmitted, he also learned that the name of the pirates group was the Black Bear Pirates, a group of guys who wanted to enter the Grand Line. Unfortunately, their luck was really bad. They were noticed by Kihonhei even though they were dozens of miles away. Their journey was about to end here. Kihonhei thought about it and took out a coin with a face value of 1 Bailey from his trouser pocket. In fact, the distance of dozens of nautical miles is not far for Kihonhei now. He can directly summon thunderclouds from the sky above the Black Bear Pirates to kill them with a bolt of lightning. However, there is one move that Chiga has been thinking about for a long time, and that is Misaka Makoto's railgun. How can I not use this trick after getting the power of Thunderfruit? Kihonhei was also a middle school boy when he was on Blue Star. Kihonhei held a 1 Bailey coin between his thumbs and pointed it in one direction. Electric arcs began to flicker around his arm. Advertisement with a flick of his finger, the coin shot towards the distance with a string of dazzling electric light. On the other side, the members of the Black Bear Pirates were sitting together drinking beer, excitedly discussing what they would do after entering the Grand Line. Sitting in the middle of the pirates is a burly man with a pair of black bear ears on his head. He is Pierre from North Blue, with a bounty of 80 million belly on his head, and he is the user of the Zoan bear fruit. He slammed his beer glass onto the table and shouted with a flushed face. Hey guys, once we enter the Grand Line we must loot as much as we can. There are a lot of rare treasures there, we are going to get rich, ha 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 ha. Oh, get ready to meet the great Black Bear Pirates. Suddenly, the bear ears on Pierre's head moved and all the hair on his body stood up. This is why he likes to remain half animal, so he can take advantage of the animal's instinct to sense danger. Hiss, this doesn't feel right. What's wrong, Captain? I also. Boom. Before Pierre could finish his words, a thick bolt of lightning hit the pirates' ship they were on. The pirates on the ship were even drinking beer. They were still excited when, under the flash of lightning, the pirates' ship turned into a ball of black ash floating in the air. All that was left was a 1 Bailey coin floating on the sea, which was surprisingly well preserved after being wrapped in lightning. The Black Bear Pirates have completely dissipated with the sea breeze. Sometimes a dream ends before it even begins. Heian used Skynet to get the news of the destruction of the Black Bear Pirates. He nodded with satisfaction and did not think about keeping any corpses in exchange for merit. The merit generated by enemies of this level could be completely ignored. But for Chiga, this pirates group is still quite special, because it is the first opponent that Chiga has to spend money to solve, spending a whole belly. Chapter 101 Thunder Fruit Awakening, Purple Thunder Hell. After casually destroying a group of daydreaming pirates, Heian glanced at the surrounding environment. Pirates like the Black Bear Pirates who want to enter the Grand Line, if they do not have special skills to pass through the calm belt, have to choose to pass through the Upside Down Mountain. The Upside Down Mountain is not far ahead of the sea area where Chiga is now. The strength of the pirates who came here varied greatly. A few powerful pirates still had some humanity and would not easily attack civilians. However, the weaker they were, the more they liked to attack civilians, and basically did not care about human rights. After all, pirates do not produce anything, have no strength, and have a lawless character. Looting civilians is the best way they can choose to survive. After all, the threshold to enter the Grand Line is still a bit too low. Heian lowered his head and pondered for a while, thinking that since he was already here, he might as well do something. After all, he was now an Uchiha who had joined the Marine. Every powerful Uchiha seems to have an obsession, which is to create a peaceful and beautiful world. Heian doesn't have such a deep obsession, but it's okay for her to do something within her ability. Thinking of this, the 6 Magatama in Shinhei's right eye began to tremble violently, and the terrifying pupil power spread. The only Magatama in the left eye spun wildly, and the color turned into dark purple, flashing with electric light. Thunder Fruit Awaken. This is the ability that Heian gained after opening the first Magatama in his left eye. He gathered the existing pupil power and directly catalyzed the absorbed fruit ability to the awakened state. Moreover, the ability after awakening is not an ordinary awakening. Since it is catalyzed by the power of the Rinnegan, the ability is also mixed with a weak power of 6 paths and has Chiga's will. The awakening states of Devil Fruit of Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia are different. The awakening of Logia is often accompanied by more terrifying natural disasters and more powerful attack power. The blue lightning that erupted from Shinhei's body has turned into a darker purple, and the aura of destruction permeates the entire sea. The patterns and Magatama in Chiga's Rinnegan could no longer be seen, leaving only 2 dazzling purple electric lights. Advertisement. Not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate the sky above the sea that stretched for thousands of miles, and dark clouds wrapped in purple lightning covered the entire sky. 100-meter-tall sea kings poked its head out and looked at the environment on the sea surface curiously, but a purple lightning fell from the sky and directly turned it into a large ball of ashes. The destructive power of purple lightning is no longer comparable to that of Enel's lightning. If you don't have extremely strong defensive means or physique, once you are struck, you will be reduced to ashes. The sea area within thousands of miles has completely turned into a purple thunder hell. This is the awakening of Logia, which completely changes the climate of an environment. And because the formed thundercloud contains Shinhei's will, unless Kion deliberately controls it, it will only attack the pirates that enter here, and the marine and normal merchant ships will not be affected. Not long after the thunderclouds formed, there were constant rumblings of thunder. They were probably from some unlucky pirate groups still sailing in this sea area. Every loud bang indicates that a pile of garbage has completely disappeared from this world. Looking at the endless thunderclouds in the sky, the lightning in Shinhei's eyes gradually went out, revealing the true appearance of the Rinnegan. If you look closely, you can still see some tiny purple arcs jumping on it. This purple thunder hell is the best greeting gift for the pirates who come here. If you are not strong enough, don't go to the Grand Line to embarrass yourself. It is best to give up some unrealistic dreams as soon as possible. After taking one last look at his own territory, Kion smiled slightly, and his body once again turned into thunder and dissipated into the air. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the conference room, Sengoku and a group of marine executives sat around a conference table. All the people present today were quite complete. Gion stood behind Suru. Almost all the vice admirals were present, and even among the 3 admirals, only Kizaru was absent. Speaking of Kizaru, he who usually likes to slack off has been having a hard time lately. Vegapunk has a new batch of weapons that need his help, so he has to stay there all the time. Aokiji and Akainu sat opposite each other, folding their arms and not looking at each other. Akainu's eyes were covered by the brim of his hat, so his expression could not be seen. Aokiji looked like he was asleep. Advertisement. The atmosphere in the conference room was silent for a while. Suddenly, Garp pushed open the door and walked in with a big bag of senbei in his arms. In his opinion, Sengoku's meetings were always boring and long, and he really couldn't stay without bringing some senbei. When he saw Garp, the blood vessels on Sengoku's forehead jumped. This guy was the last one to arrive. What do you think everyone here was doing just now? They were all waiting for this good for nothing. Suppress the anger in your heart. What we are going to talk about today is a happy event after all, and we cannot let any outsiders ruin the atmosphere. Sengoku coughed and called the meeting to order. Everyone in the audience focused their attention on Sengoku, who was sitting at the head end. Sengoku took out a newspaper and threw it in the middle of the table. On the entire page was a few large black characters and a photo. Vice Admiral Kion created another miracle, and the Golden Lion died on the spot. Below the font is the scene where Kion is strangling Golden Lion's throat. You can see the indifferent look on Shinhei's face and the tilted head of Golden Lion, which obviously shows that its neck has been broken. I have to say that the media organizations in the pirates' world are really powerful. They can be said to be everywhere. I don't know how Chiga took the photo of Rayleigh last time. The professional level is unparalleled. Everyone present saw the information in the newspaper and their pupils shrank. Chiga, it was Chiga again. Was Golden Lion going to die in his hands this time? In comparison, Suru, Garp, Gion and Onagumo, who participated in the Kayan Island incident last time, looked relatively calm. They had some understanding of Chiga's strength, and dealing with a Golden Lion whose strength had declined was still within their understanding. Of course, it doesn't mean that they were not surprised at all. After all, that was Golden Lion, a person of the same era as Roger. It would be a lie to say that they were not surprised at all when such a person died at the hands of Chiga. Gion gripped the hilt of Conpila's sword, thinking about improving her own strength. She didn't want to hold Chiga back in future battles. Sengoku glanced at everyone present and nodded secretly. This was exactly the reaction he wanted from you. The record of killing the Golden Lion was indeed dazzling. Unless one of the current 4 emperors was killed, there would be almost no other impact that could compare to this. It's almost time. The biggest foreshadowing is about to begin. Sengoku put his hands on the table and said something shocking. After this battle, I think there is no need to doubt Shinhei's ability as a vice admiral. Combined with his previous achievements, I have decided to designate him as an admiral candidate. Chapter 102 Admiral Candidate, codename Zilin. After Sengoku announced that Chiga would be the admiral candidate, the meeting room fell silent again. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that they should say something, but didn't know what to say. Zephyr, Suru and Gion almost immediately raised their hands to express that they had no objection to this resolution, and it can be said that they firmly supported Chiga to become the admiral candidate. The spider demon who had just returned from recuperation and some of the people sitting next to him turned their gazes to Akainu, who was sitting there without saying a word. Mole and the others looked at Aokiji. Garp, Sengoku and Suru have been retreating to the second line due to their age. Akainu and Aokiji can be said to be the leaders of the 2 largest factions in Marine. Akainu was no longer silent. He had to make a statement at this time. After a moment's silence, he slowly spoke. I agree to designate Uchiha Chiga as the admiral candidate. Both his strength and his justice have won my approval. After saying that, he fell silent again. Seeing that Akainu agreed, Ghost Spider and the others thought there was no need for them to express any extra opinions on the matter, and they also expressed their agreement with the proposal. Aokiji looked at Akainu in surprise. He didn't expect that Akainu, who was always cold and ruthless, would be so optimistic about Chiga. In fact, Akainu has a good impression of Chiga. The first thing that a person that Akainu likes must have is strength. How can there be absolute justice without strength? Chiga's strength is already obvious to all, and he is fully qualified to enter Akainu's sight. Akainu has been paying attention to Chiga since the year-end assessment of the training camp. What amazed Akainu more than Chiga's strength was his growth rate. Although Chiga's defeat of Cake at that time was a proof of his strength, there was still a gap compared to the real top combat power. But now, Chiga can already kill Golden Lion head-on. With this growth rate, even Akainu has to sigh that Chiga's potential far exceeds the current 3 Marine Admirals. Besides, Chiga's attitude towards the pirates is what Akainu cares about the most. If one only has power but is overly kind to the pirates, then what is the meaning of the power? The scene in the photo where Chiga breaks the Golden Lion's neck is the biggest plus point in Akainu's opinion. This is what a Marine general should do. There is no need to send these extremely evil pirates to the deep-sea prison. The best way to deal with them is to execute them on the spot. As for the seniority issues that might arise from Chiga's age, Akainu scoffed at them. Dignity and status are supposed to be earned through one's own strength. If one does not have that strength, one should not even dream of getting a status that does not belong to him. The fewer useless people there are in the Marine Corps who just sit there doing nothing, the better. Advertisement. Of course, Akainu doesn't hate Kizaru. He has a good relationship with Kizaru. After all, they are classmates and he recognizes Kizaru's strength. In the anime, after he became a marshal, Kizaru would volunteer whenever he encountered any major event. Akainu is not a heartless person, but his cold style overshadows it. After Akainu expressed his opinion, Aokiji did not raise any different opinions, and his impression of Chiga became even better. Apart from anything else, Chiga left him a good impression during the incident of supporting Zephyr. Although Chiga's style seems quite similar to Akainu's absolute justice, Aokiji knows that there is a fundamental difference between the two. Because Chiga has never attacked civilians, and even said that he would pay attention to the safety of civilians during battle, and most of the pirates he killed were hopeless scum. For some pirates whose crimes do not deserve death, Chiga will still spare their lives, and the thing that Aokiji likes most about Chiga is that he treats his own people really well. Whenever someone around Chiga is in crisis, he will always go to great lengths to save them, the most obvious example being Marshal Sengoku's adopted son Zoan. Even though he had nothing to do with Chiga, he still took the trouble to bring him and the child back safely. There must be some favoritism from Marshal Sengoku involved. Who wouldn't want to associate with someone like Chiga? However, Aokiji was surprised that Akainu agreed so readily. He even planned to wait for Akainu to raise objections before refuting him. By then, this conference room will inevitably stage another drama of ice and fire. Sengoku glanced at Aokiji and Akainu with some surprise, thinking that Chiga was quite popular, which was the best, as it saved him the trouble of controlling the situation. There is no need to consider Kizaru's words. This guy is a typical two-faced person. Now both sides mean the same thing. What else can he say? Gion on the side asked curiously. What's Shinhei's code name? The position of admiral candidate has already destined Chiga to become an admiral, and marine admirals all have code names, usually in the format of a color plus an animal, which has become a tradition in the marine. Gion was not the only one who wanted to know this question. Akainu and Aokiji also looked up at Sengoku. A code name is a symbol for an admiral and cannot be chosen randomly. Sengoku nodded and said solemnly. As for Shinhei's title, let's wait until he returns to the headquarters to decide. For now. Advertisement. Just call me Zilin. Crack. A burst of electric sound rang out in the conference room, and Chiga appeared in the conference room. She looked around at everyone, and finally Chiga's gaze fixed on Gion's face and she smiled. Chiga, Vice Admiral. Everyone present exclaimed, shocked by Shinhei's appearance. Akainu and the others stared blankly at Chiga, who appeared on the field with electric arcs on his body. The same thought came into their minds. Thunder. Was that elementalization just now? Did he get the thunder fruit? If it really is the thunder fruit. Akainu and Aokiji's expressions turned serious. As top-level Logia demon fruit powers, they certainly knew how terrifying this fruit was. Lei can be said to have taken into account the speed of sparkling fruit, the destructive power of lava fruit and the control of frozen fruit. It can be said to be a top-quality Logia fruit. With this fruit, even if one's own strength is very weak, it is enough to dominate an area of the sea, not to mention Kion, who has strong strength. Sengoku and Gion directly confirmed that Chiga had obtained the ability of the thunder fruit. They knew the special features of Chiga's ability. Marine actually got this top-quality Logia. Sengoku felt even better when he thought about it. He even thought Garp, who was eating senbei beside him, was cute. Sengoku was in a good mood and asked Chiga why she chose this code name. Kion responded with a smile. The color of my eyes is purple. Qilin is an auspicious animal in my hometown. It can bring good luck to the people around it. I like it very much, so I will call it Zilin. Shinhei's hometown here refers to the blue planet, and he doesn't know whether there are Qilin in the pirate's world. After hearing Qianhe's words, everyone present nodded subconsciously. It sounded really good. They would also be lucky. Maybe one day they would have an epiphany and become an admiral. Gion walked up to Chiga, reached out his hand and gently stroked Chiga's hair, and said with a smile. Then congratulations in advance on becoming an admiral, Admiral Zilin. Chapter 103. Shichibukai summoned in advance. After Gion, other people came forward to congratulate, even Akainu nodded to Chiga, and Chiga of course responded to Akainu with a smile. There are really not many people in the marine camp that Chiga dislikes. If I have to say, Kobe is one of them. That guy is not a bad person by nature, he can be said to be very kind, but he is too kind, a bit like a saint. His performance in Summit War was really not good. That was a war. It would be fine if you just stood there and watched the battle at the beginning, but why did you shout at the end? Did the Marines who died in that war become clowns? I can only say that Kobe is really not suitable to be a Marine, especially in such a war-torn sea. Maybe in peacetime he could become a good local general. Sengoku was pleased to see the communication between everyone and Chiga. He saw a bright future for Marine. As long as Marine could truly unite as one, Marine's fighting power would not be afraid of the scattered pirates. You know, the Marine is the strongest armed force in this ocean. It seems that Chiga's becoming an admiral candidate is a foregone conclusion, and the world government has also agreed. Thinking of world government, Sengoku couldn't help but frown. He couldn't figure out why the five elders were so optimistic about Chiga. The five elders' behavior seems to have started when Chiga was in Sabayati. What exactly did Chiga do there? Moreover, the five elders also suggested that Chihei should go to Mariajoy to meet them after this matter is settled. It is not clear whether this is a happy or sad thing. The crane next to him asked in a low voice. What's wrong, Sengoku? Is there any obstacle from the world government? No, they are quite supportive of this. What I'm worried about is. Never mind, maybe I'm overthinking it. Since Sengoku said so, he didn't ask any further questions. She turned to look at Chiga with admiration in her eyes. This young man really brought her one miracle after another. I remember that op fruit incident, where Spider Ghost was beaten really badly. He couldn't help but glance at Ghost Spider with a weird look on his face, which made Ghost Spider feel very uncomfortable. He didn't know what he had done to make Vice Admiral he look at him like that. Sengoku gathered his thoughts and waited for everyone to return to their seats before speaking again. It has been decided that Chiga will be the admiral candidate. There is one more thing. Doflamingo somehow became the king of Dressrosa and reached an agreement with the world government to become Shichibukai. Now the candidates for Shichibukai have been gathered. They will be summoned to the headquarters for a meeting in the next few days. After Sengoku finished speaking, everyone present had a flash of disgust in their eyes, and Akainu didn't even try to hide it. He snorted coldly, and billowing black smoke came out of his body. It can be said that few Marines like the Shichibukai system. Pirates are pirates, how can it be legal? Now they have to call them to the headquarters for a meeting, which is simply ridiculous. Advertisement. Chiga was thoughtful. Is this all Shichibukai? It seems that Doflamingo was very anxious after being taught a lesson by me. Is he afraid that he will be defeated next time he meets me? Sengoku also doesn't like the Shichibukai system, but there is nothing he can do. This system is insisted by the world government, and as a Marine Marshal he has no way to refute it. Moreover, the existence of Shichibukai will indeed help Marine share some of the pressure to a certain extent. Those who can become Shichibukai are not good people, especially Hawkeye, who has always been a loner, extremely powerful and very difficult to control. This time, the 7 of them were called to the naval headquarters, and the security work must be done well. Thinking of this, Sengoku's gaze fell on Chiga again. Chiga noticed Sengoku's gaze and understood what he meant. He was going to step forward again. Well, let these people know in advance how terrifying the future Marine Admiral will be. Before Sengoku could speak, Chiga took the initiative to speak. These people have bad personalities. It's hard to guarantee that they won't cause trouble when they come to our headquarters. Let me go and meet them. I will make them behave themselves. As he spoke, a heart-pounding purple light flashed in Shinhei's eyes, which made the others tremble in their hearts. Akainu showed appreciation on his face. This is the attitude you should have when dealing with pirates. This is what a qualified Marine should do. Sengoku was even more relieved. Look, this is the person I like. It really makes me feel relieved. By now, everything that needed to be said in the meeting had been said. Sengoku made a summary and finally announced the disbanding of the meeting amid Garp's yawn. Everyone stood up and left. It is worth mentioning that when Akainu passed by Kion, he whispered. You're great. Chiga responded in a way that suited Akainu's taste. For justice. Hearing these 4 words, Akainu's body trembled, he looked at Kion deeply, turned and left. After Gion and others left, he took Chiga's arm and dragged him to have a big meal while Chiga looked at Sengoku helplessly. In a bar in Windmill Village. Makino was holding a newspaper and reading Chiga's deeds to Ace and Luffy who were sitting in front of her. Ace was listening seriously, while Luffy was eating a piece of barbecue, and it was unclear whether he was listening to Makino or not. Advertisement. After reading it, Makino patted his chest excitedly and said. As expected of Mr. Kion, he said that day that he was going to catch an old guy, and I didn't expect it to be the Golden Lion, the legendary big pirates. Mr. Garp even mentioned him. After hearing this, Ace felt respect for Chiga in his heart. When would he be able to eliminate enemies of this level while chatting and laughing like Chiga? It seems that I must train more and go out to sea as soon as possible to find Luffy's father that Kion mentioned. My strength should be greatly improved from him, right? Luffy continued to chew the barbecue in his hand, mumbling. Delicious, Chiga. Looks familiar. Is that the big brother with the circle eyes? An underground exchange. Doflamingo had a gloomy face and looked silently at the newspaper in his hand. After reading it, he crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it aside. Naomi Doflamingo, who was standing by, looked a little strange, so she walked up and asked softly. What's wrong, young master? Does this Marine named Kion have any grudge against you? Doflamingo was silent for a while before he slowly spoke. He was the one who killed the family's former cadres. Even Virgo died at his hands. Monet's expression changed, she knew about the incident. After returning from Cayenne Island, Doflamingo was eager to accumulate strength, and even reached some kind of tacit understanding with the government through some unknown means to become Shichibukai. The source of all this is actually the unusually young-looking marine in the newspaper. This Uchiha Chiga can be said to be the biggest enemy of the entire family. But his strength was indeed too terrifying, even the legendary pirate's golden lion died miserably at his hands. Monet's heart sank when he thought of Chiga's strength. Doflamingo turned his gaze to a little girl beside Monet. That was his biggest trump card. It was through the ability of this little girl that he could control the entire Dressrosa so easily. If only she could use her power on Chiga once. Doflamingo couldn't help but burst into a strange laugh. FFFFFFFFFFF. Chapter 104 Brother Ming is making trouble again. A few days after Chiga was named Admiral Candidate, Khalifa, Ain and others also led the fleet back to the naval headquarters. As soon as Khalifa and Ain arrived at naval headquarters, they went to Chinhei's office. They had already learned that Kion had returned earlier than them. As a result, when they arrived at Chinhei's office, they found that the furnishings in the office had been moved out, as if the office was idle. The two women were of course confused. After confirming again and again that they were not in the wrong place, they ran into a soldier who came to clean up. Through him, I learned that Chiga had moved to a new office not far from Sengoku's because she was named an Admiral Candidate. When the two girls heard the news, they were first happy for Chinhei's achievement, and then they were speechless. Needless to say, Kion must have deliberately concealed this from them, just to make them come back and hit a wall. Knowing Chinhei's intention, Ayin pouted and said sullenly. Qian, he is becoming more and more sinister. Khalifa pushed her glasses and said nothing. She was already used to her boss's bad taste. Led by the soldiers, the two women found Chiga's new office. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Chiga looking at them with a smile on her face. Ignoring Kion, the two girls looked around the new office curiously. The new office is definitely larger than the old one, and the furnishings inside are more exquisite. The most eye-catching thing is a large calligraphy hanging on the wall behind Chinhei's chair. Justice in defense of peace. This was specially made at Chiga's request. How can you become an admiral without your own clear sense of justice? However, this peace can also be transformed into nuclear peace at some point. After touring the office, Khalifa walked to Chinhei's desk and said with a smile. Congratulations, boss. Ayin also congratulated Kion, and Kion responded with a smile. I'm just an admiral candidate. I'll celebrate once I become an admiral. Khalifa and Ain looked at Kion in silence. Just an admiral candidate. If you were not so young, you would have been promoted directly to admiral, right? Moreover, among the current Marines, there is only one admiral candidate, Chiga. Needless to say, this is very valuable, right? But it must be said that looking at Chinhei's overly young face, the two girls were filled with admiration in their hearts. This is the true child of destiny. Advertisement. After Qian he finished his Versailles performance, he stood up and stretched, and said lazily. In the next few days, all the Shichibukai will gather at the headquarters for their first meeting. When the time comes, you two will follow me to take a look. There are some very strange-looking people among these people. You can just treat it as a visit to a zoo. Ayin was not very interested in their appearance, but was more interested in the strength of these pirates, so she said. I heard that these pirates are very powerful, especially Hawkeye, who is known as the world's greatest swordsman. Khalifa shook his head and glanced at Kion. No matter how strong you are, you will never be the boss's opponent. Hawkeye likes to challenge strong people. Although the boss doesn't like to use a sword, he may still find you. I hope he won't cause too much trouble by then. That's true, Chiga, will you fight with that Hawkeye? Qian he spread his hands, with an indifferent attitude. If you want to fight, I'm free to do that. He doesn't like using swords very much, but Susano has a sword that is hundreds of meters long. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door and the flying squirrel walked in. Khalifa and Ain saw the flying squirrel bow slightly and then stood on both sides of Kion without saying anything. The flying squirrel also nodded to the two girls. He knew that the relationship between these two girls and Kion was not ordinary, so it would be better for him to express it on his face. Now Chinhei's status is above those veteran vice admirals. Moreover, Flying Squirrel is inclined to Aokiji's side. Aokiji has a good relationship with Chiga, and Flying Squirrel himself has even carried out a mission with Chiga, so Flying Squirrel's impression of Chiga can be said to be the best among the vice admirals. The Flying Squirrel looked at Kion and said, Vice Admiral Zilin, all the Shichibukai have arrived and are currently gathering at the port, causing some commotion. I hope you can go and take a look. Since Chiga already has a code name, all the marine generals now call Chiga by her code name. This also highlights the special identity of Chiga. After all, Chiga is an admiral candidate. Oh, so soon. Well, please, Vice Admiral, I'll go right away. Kion called Khalifa and Ain and walked towards the port, and the Flying Squirrel followed. Port Department. Doflamingo was holding a major by the collar and bringing him in front of him, saying with strange emphasis. Advertisement. Why, someone of your rank is the one who is here to greet us. Where's the Admiral? Where's Sengoku? Next to Doflamingo stood the other 6 Shichibukai. Empress, Boa Hancock looked at Doflamingo with disdain and said. A vulgar man. Hawkeye stood there quietly with his arms folded. He was not interested in this farce at all. If there was one person in Marine who interested him the most at the moment, it would be that young strong man. The young warrior was naturally Qian, he who had just defeated Golden Lion. Golden Lion was also a great swordsman, and he heard that Golden Lion seemed to have been defeated in the sword fight in the end. Such a person was defeated by Chiga. Hawkeye, as the world's greatest swordsman, must want to see Chiga's strength. This is also the most important reason why he came to naval headquarters. Jinbei also has the same idea as Hawkeye. Octopus Hachi has already told him about Arlong. Jinbei was of course very sad about Arlong's death, but considering what Arlong had done, he really deserved this fate. He didn't want to stand up for Arlong. In his opinion, it was extremely rare for Qian to save Xiaoya's life. This time I just wanted to get close to him and see what kind of person this Marine is and what his attitude is towards Murlocs. The remaining Moria, Bear and Crocodile just thought they were here for sightseeing and were each thinking about their own things. The Marine Major who was being strangled by Doflamingo was quite tough. Even though his face turned purple due to lack of oxygen, he still glared at Doflamingo and said angrily. You're just a pirate. This is the naval headquarters, and we won't tolerate people like you being so arrogant here. Major Marine's words drew the attention of other Shichibukai. Hawkeye and Jinbei looked at him with a hint of appreciation. They were not angry because they were also affected, they just had different stances. Doflamingo frowned, then laughed strangely. FFFFFFFFFFF, you're still a tough guy. I like people like you. As he spoke, Doflamingo suddenly raised his other hand. A closer look revealed that there were 5 coldly glowing threads connected to his fingers, and it was obvious that he was about to take action. Hawkeye and Jinbei frowned. A drop of water appeared in the right hand of Jinbei, who was known as the Sea Knight, and he wanted to stop it. This is still the Marine base, and he wants to save this upright Marine Major for both moral and logical reasons. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind Doflamingo. Do you want me to tell you not to move this time? Chapter 105 Terrifying Strength, Honest Shichibukai. Hancock and others looked at Chiga who appeared behind Doflamingo in shock. A drop of cold sweat ran down Hawkeye's forehead. Even he couldn't see clearly when Chiga appeared there. Doflamingo just froze there. Although he didn't look back, he definitely recognized Shinhei's voice. This situation was so familiar. He had experienced it deeply once on Kayan Island. It was because of that experience that he knew better than anyone how terrifying Qian was. He had no doubt that if he dared to attack this Marine Major, Qian would make him disappear in the next second. He also didn't expect Chiga to care about the Shichibukai system. He already knew from Kaido that Chiga had conquerors and was quite strong. How could such a person be bound by a so-called Shichibukai system? But now, in front of everyone, if he really gives in, will he still have the face to speak? Qian didn't care about his face. Seeing Doflamingo still standing there motionless, he snorted coldly. A domineering aura burst out, and the ground beneath Shinhei's feet cracked inch by inch. It was his conqueror's haki. Doflamingo is also the owner of Conqueror's Haki. Sensing Chiga's Conqueror's Haki, he quickly released his own conquerors. As a result, his conqueror's strength was like paper in front of Chiga and was directly suppressed. With a muffled groan, Doflamingo suffered the conqueror's backlash for the first time. He loosened his hands that were strangling the Marine Major, and fell to the ground with his knees weakened, his knees sinking directly into the ground. Under Shinhei's control, the Marine Major was not affected much. When he saw Qian standing behind Doflamingo, he shouted excitedly. Vice Admiral Zilin. Zilin. The Shichibukai were stunned when they heard this name. Isn't this the code name of Admiral? At this time, the Flying Squirrel and others behind arrived here. Seeing the situation in front of them, the Flying Squirrel hurried forward to understand the situation. The Marine Major also reported what had just happened to the Flying Squirrel truthfully. After listening to the report of the Marine Major, the Flying Squirrel nodded and looked at Doflamingo who was kneeling on the ground with a satisfied look on his face. It was ridiculous that pirates dared to show off their power in the naval headquarters. Fortunately, the one who showed up this time was Vice Admiral Zilin. Only his terrifying power could make someone like Doflamingo powerless to resist. If it were him, it would be hard to say whether he could defeat Doflamingo. Advertisement. But after all, Doflamingo has now become Shichibukai, so he can't be too drastic. Thinking of this, the Flying Squirrel straightened his clothes, walked up to Doflamingo like a peacemaker, and said. This is the new Admiral candidate, Vice Admiral Zilin. I think he is high enough to be here to support you, right? Admiral candidate. What does that mean? How old does this Uchiha Chiga look like, and she's already going to be an admiral? Hancock and others looked at Qian who was standing there with an indifferent expression, and they didn't know what to say. This was really unbelievable. Doflamingo moved his lips a few times, wanting to say something, but Chiga's aura locked him firmly in place, and he really couldn't make a sound. This feeling made him feel extremely humiliated. But the Flying Squirrel asked with a strange look on his face. Doflamingo, why are you still on the ground? Hurry up and get up, we have to go to the hall for a meeting together. Doflamingo rolled his eyes and looked at the Flying Squirrel coldly. He would remember this guy and never let him meet him alone in the future. The situation was at a stalemate. At this time, Zoan heard the news and rushed over. He looked at Doflamingo kneeling on the ground with a trace of pity in his eyes. So he walked in front of Qian and said weakly. Vice Admiral Zilin, he has already been punished, can you let him go for now? Hearing Zoan's voice, Doflamingo felt even more upset. Since when did he need this weak brother to protect him? Chiga was too lazy to continue the stalemate with Doflamingo, so she did Corazon a favor and retracted her momentum. Doflamingo also slowly stood up from the ground. Thank you, Vice Admiral Zilin. I am so sorry for the rudeness. Corazon was so moved that his eyes filled with tears. He didn't expect that Chiga would actually give him such a favor. He excitedly gave Chiga a 90-degree bow. It's okay. I don't want to delay the next meeting. You can come with me. Chiga hurriedly asked Corazon to stand up. Ever since Corazon returned to the Marine, she no longer concealed her kindness. He is always cheerful with everyone and is very popular among the Marines. Chiga has a good impression of such people. Doflamingo looked at his younger brother with a complicated expression. He didn't go up to speak to him. He just walked silently among the others and behaved completely obediently. Advertisement. Even though this farce was over, every Shichibukai present remembered this new admiral candidate. They knew a little about Doflamingo's strength, and he was definitely not weak in the Shichibukai, but it was so difficult for him to even move in Chiga's hands. If some of them had taken his place, the outcome would not have been much different. Ask them to unite and fight together. If they had this awareness, they would have formed a new organization long ago. Why did they still need Marine to integrate them? Hancock, who was always arrogant, looked at Qianhe's profile with fear and gave his evaluation in his heart. What a horrible man. Jinbei immediately suppressed the urge to discuss the Arlong incident with Qian. It would be better not to go up and cause bad luck at this time. Crocodile clenched his fists, thinking that Marine's power had grown stronger again, and his plan must have been accelerated. Moria was already standing there motionless, and the bear remained silent. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that it was such a person who was worthy of his effort, and that it was right for him to come to the naval headquarters this time. Qianhe didn't care what these people were thinking. Seeing that they had behaved well, he waved his hand casually and said, "Okay, let me emphasize again, this is naval headquarters, I don't want to see that kind of thing happen again, if someone doesn't obey." As he spoke, dazzling purple lightning began to flash around Shinhei's body, and an aura of destruction filled the entire port. The pupils of everyone who sensed this breath shrank. Purple lightning. Is that the origin of the purple in his code name? This power is truly terrifying. Of course they all guessed wrong. Purple was because of Chiga's pair of Rinnegan, which had little to do with Shiden. In the crowd, Crocodile's body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, and he stared at Qian. Yes, that must have been the legendary strongest Logia, the ability of Thunder Fruit. As a fellow Logia, he was extremely sure of it. Moreover, Raiden in that state must have reached a higher level of development of the fruit, far surpassing ordinary Logia. With that terrifying aura and this extremely powerful ability, is this Zilin a monster? Chapter 106. I have finished speaking. The purpose of deterrence has been achieved, and Qian didn't want to continue talking to these people here. He called Khalifa and Ain and walked towards the headquarters hall on his own. The people behind him looked at each other, and finally Hawkeye was the first to follow. The others did not hesitate and left the port one after another. When they arrived at the conference hall, Chiga sat directly at the head of the conference table, crossed her legs and waited for Shichibukai to take a seat. Khalifa and Ain stood on either side of him. Chiga didn't like this very much today, he was a little uncomfortable with the Shichibukai sitting down while they were standing. So Qian directly asked the two of them to sit on one chair with him. Anyway, the chair at the front end was very spacious and more than enough for 3 people. Khalifa and Ain felt a little embarrassed, but at Shinhei's insistence, they had no choice but to sit on Shinhei's side. When the Shichibukai who came in later saw Chiga, Kakuzu's mouth twitched subconsciously a few times, but Doflamingo thought it was normal because he usually liked to sit like this. The flying squirrel pretended not to see it. As an admiral, every admiral has some hobbies. After everyone was seated, Qian tapped the table with his fingers, and the people below sat there waiting obediently. Since Qian didn't say anything, they thought it was better not to be the first to speak. After a long time, Qianhe's deep voice sounded. From the day you joined the Shichibukai, you should have understood your responsibilities. You can't get the status of a legal pirate for nothing, right? The Shichibukai all nodded silently, but their disapproval could still be seen on their faces. Of course they knew what Qian said, but knowing is one thing and doing it or not is another. Even when they were really asked to give their best in the Summit War, they all performed poorly and did not give their best. Chiga glanced at these people and understood what they were thinking. For them, joining Shichibukai was just a title, and they should continue to do their normal business as usual. Apart from Jinbei, Hawkeye and a few other honest people, some people have done even bigger things, and each of them wants to serve the country. Chiga is definitely planning to abolish the Shichibukai system, but that requires an opportunity. Before that, it still has to exist. But Qianhe would not allow these people to live so comfortably anymore. He wanted to teach them a lesson and let them know that they had to do their job after receiving benefits. Thinking of this, Qian said, starting from this month, each of you must hunt down at least 4 pirates groups per month, and one of them must be a pirate captain with a bounty of no less than 80 million Baileys. If you fail to do so, you will quit Shichibukai. Don't underestimate the 80 million Baileys today. This is not the era of inflated bounties that will come later, when bounties will easily reach hundreds of millions. You have to know that before Crocodile joined Shichibukai, the bounty was only 81 million berries. Of course, this certainly underestimated his strength. Advertisement. But it also shows that pirates worth more than 80 million Baileys are not cabbages at this time. The Shichibukai frowned when they heard Chiga's request. There was no such requirement when they first entered the Shichibukai. Moreover, it is relatively simple to eliminate a few pirate groups, but doing so will further intensify their conflicts with other pirates. Their ties with the Marine will become deeper and deeper, and once they lose their Shichibukai status, they will immediately become the target of public criticism. But with Doflamingo's foresight, no one dared to speak first for a while, and the atmosphere on the scene became depressing. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the flying squirrel's forehead. Marshal Sengoku had not mentioned this request before. Chiga was going to add fuel to the fire of this powder keg. He still sat in his seat as if nothing had happened, as if it was not him who made the request just now. Seeing that the Shichibukai below didn't respond for a long time, Kion became impatient and said coldly. Okay, I've finished speaking. Who's in favor, and who's against? This time Moria couldn't help it. He usually stayed in his gloomy lair to study zombies. Few people went there, and he didn't like going out, so he said. Vice Admiral Zilin, this doesn't seem to be in line with the previous agreement. Buzz. A terrifying gravitational force pulled Moria directly from the chair towards Kion. When he flew to the center of the table, he was bounced out by repulsive force and his whole body crashed into the wall. The whole process happened so fast that before the rest of the Shichibukai, except Hawkeye, could react, Moria had already disappeared from his seat. Doflamingo's face turned pale. No one present was more familiar with this move than him. He had been defeated by this move on Kain Island without any resistance, and he felt a dull pain in his body when he saw it again. Doflamingo has many sources of information, and he already knows that the ability is the power of Chiga's eyes. He couldn't help but look at Chiga's Rinnegan, but was noticed by Chiga. Kion just gave Doflamingo a cold glance, and Doflamingo was suddenly struck by lightning. He quickly lowered his head and dared not move anymore. He was really scared by Kion. At this time, Moria crawled out from the bricks that were pressing on him. He looked at Kion in fear, unable to understand what kind of power that was that he could not resist at all. Shinhei's figure flashed, and the next second he stood in front of Moria, looking down at the embarrassed Moria coldly. Do you have any other comments? Moria was frightened and trembled, shaking his big head violently, indicating that he had no opinion. Advertisement. Moria was obedient, but Hancock couldn't stand it anymore. From the moment she arrived at the headquarters until now, she felt that she was always under threat from Kion. Even though Shinhei's strength is indeed terrifying, how can she, who has always been proud and arrogant, accept being threatened to this extent by man? Hancock stood up suddenly and shouted angrily. Am I here just to listen to your unreasonable request? In response to Hancock's question, he said without turning his head. What else? Damn it. Perfume femur. Hancock couldn't bear it any longer because of Shinhei's attitude. He jumped into the air and kicked Kion, who had her back to him. Snap. Hancock's ankle was directly grasped by Shinhei's hand. Hancock's face changed and he said in disbelief. How come you? Why aren't my hands petrified? He slowly turned his head and looked at Hancock indifferently. Hancock's movements at this time were a bit awkward. Since his ankle was caught by Chiga, he could only maintain the posture of raising his legs high facing Chiga. Some scenes could be seen clearly by Chiga. However, since she was wearing a long cheongsam today, only Kion could see her. Being watched by Hancock's pretty face turned red and she shouted anxiously. Let me go. He didn't want to stay there with her like that. The two girls, Khalifa and Ain, behind him, were looking at him with something strange in their eyes. Kion let go of her hand, and Hancock immediately retracted his long legs, quickly retreated to a safe distance, and looked at Kion with embarrassment and anger. Facing Hancock's gaze, he didn't blush or feel his heart beating, his lips moved slightly but no sound came out. Seeing He's actions, Hancock's face turned even redder. She understood what he meant. You're still wearing it. Chapter 107 Hancock, you don't want to. Hancock was completely enraged by Chiga's behavior. He put his hands on his chest and made a heart shape towards Chiga. Marrow mellow. Heart-shaped ripples spread out from her hands, passing through Kion in circles. Hancock looked proudly at Chiga, who was hit by marrow mellow. In her opinion, Chiga was definitely not a person without any lustful intentions since she could say such words. Anyone who is attracted by her beauty will be petrified. She is very confident in the ability of her sweet fruit. However, marrow mellow continued to blow on Chiga for a while, but there was still no change in Chiga. Hancock looked at Kion in disbelief, and increased the output of his abilities in defiance of evil, and the number of pink heart ripples continued to increase. But no matter how hard she tried, in the end it just made Kion look a little more pink. After stopping the use of her ability, no matter how confident Hancock was, she had to accept the fact that her ability had no effect on Chiga. The previous perfume femur could petrify even non-living things, but that had no effect on Chiga, so it was necessary to try other attacks. The crowd of onlookers behind were also full of confusion, especially Khalifa and Ain. The two of them already knew something about Hancock's fruit ability, so they knew how lethal this ability would be to men when used on Hancock. It was impossible to say that Chiga had no feelings for Hancock at all, and they were both absolutely sure of that. Hancock's appearance and figure are both top-notch, and they don't believe that Kion has no ideas at all. But why does Hancock's ability fail on Chiga? Hawkeye's expression was serious. He noticed the black lines on Shinhei's neck and the back of his hands. Although there are some differences in the form of armament haki, he, whose armament haki strength is also not low, can naturally conclude that it is also armament haki. That state should be the same as Chiga's fruit ability, and it has been cultivated to a higher level. Thinking of this, Hawkeye's heart sank. Conquerors, armament haki, fruit ability, and the swordsmanship that has not been shown, doesn't this man have any shortcomings? Seeing Hancock standing there motionless, he spoke up. Have you had enough of the fuss? Advertisement. Hancock trembled when she heard He's voice. She knew that she was no match for the man in front of her, but she still asked without giving up. I admit that your strength is indeed far superior to mine, but can you tell me why you can block the power of the sweet fruit? Heian pulled his collar, and two black lines appeared vertically at his throat. Don't you know that when the strength of armament haki reaches a certain level, you can be immune to attacks from some special fruits? Hancock's pupils shrank. She knew that armament haki could make one immune to fruit abilities, but ever since she obtained the sweet fruit, she had never met anyone whose armament haki was strong enough to be immune to her abilities. She almost forgot about this statement, and of course she wouldn't take it to heart even if she thought of it. After all, she could be said to be one of the people who best suited the ability of the sweet fruit. How strong would one's armament haki need to be immune to her ability? But what happened today gave her a big blow. It turned out that there really were people in this world whose armament haki was so strong. The most terrifying thing was that armament haki was only a part of his strength. Hancock looked at Chiga with dull eyes. Why would the person who possessed such power be Marine? With people like this around, the position of the world government will become increasingly unshakable, and the celestial dragons will become increasingly unscrupulous. Am I going to live under the shadow of celestial dragons forever? Hancock's mood could be said to be at its lowest point at this moment. He stood there with a deathly pale face and said nothing. Seeing Hancock in this state, Heian temporarily gave up the idea of attacking her, but some punishment still had to be done. With a flash, Heian appeared beside Hancock. Hancock remained motionless, and it seemed that he was ready to be dealt with by Heian. He glanced at Hancock and whispered. Enough of the trouble, just be quiet. You don't want others to know the secret behind you, do you? What? Hancock turned his head sharply and looked at Heian, his face horrified. This could be said to be a secret that she would never want anyone else to know, so how did this person know it? Looking at Chiga's mysterious Rinnegan, she seemed to know something and said tremblingly. It's your eyes. It must be the power of your eyes. How many other powers do you have? Advertisement. Chiga was stunned. Did Hancock think he could see through things? How come he didn't know that the Rinnegan could see through things? But let her think what she wants, Hancock's strength is still good in Shichibukai. Moreover, she is the owner of Conquerors and has great potential. After the Shichibukai is abolished, she can be brought under his command. It is actually very simple to make her obedient. As long as you dare to go against celestial dragons, you can all be good friends. Heian looked into Hancock's eyes and said, give up your resistance, I'll tell you something that will surely interest you. Hancock stood there helplessly, without any reaction. How else could she resist this man? Whether it is her strength or the secret behind it, she has been completely controlled by Heian. A purple light flashed in Shinhei's Rinnegan, and Hancock's eyes froze. Shinhei's voice rang in her mind. Be good and listen, I will help with the celestial dragons. This sentence exploded in Hancock's mind like thunder. What did she hear? This terrifying Marine was going to attack the celestial dragons. Wasn't Marine in the same group as them? Hancock came back to her senses and looked at Heian in disbelief. Her heart had really been hit by wave after wave of shocks from this man today. Heian didn't speak to Hancock anymore. With a mysterious smile, powerful conquerors mixed with purple-black lightning burst out from Shinhei's body. Everyone present was considered a strong man on the sea, but under this conqueror's power their whole bodies suddenly sank and they all groaned. Khalifa Ain and Zoan looked at the others in confusion, as if they had been hit by a hammer, wondering why they suddenly fell ill at the same time. This was of course the reason why Chiga's conquerors avoided the three of them, otherwise the three of them would have fainted in their chairs. Hancock was closest to Heian and suffered the strongest impact. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead at this time, but she understood what Heian meant. That's right, how could someone with such a conqueror's ability be inferior to others? Heian was telling himself that his ambition was definitely not limited to being a Marine. Thinking of Shinhei's strength and his age, Hancock's face flushed. If it's him, maybe he can really do it. Chapter 108 Jinbei's Gratitude. Having said everything that needed to be said, Heian walked to her seat and passed by Hancock. Hancock turned around and looked at Justice on Shinhei's back for a while, then silently followed Heian up, looking a lot more honest. Moria struggled to get up from the ruins and looked at the two of them with tears in his eyes, thinking, that's it. I just said one sentence and I didn't even finish my words when I was beaten like this. That Boa Hancock even attacked me, and in the end I just got scolded a few words and that was it. Why is there such a difference in treatment? Is it because I am ugly? Moria looked down at his own fat body. Okay, maybe that was true. Moria looked at Heian with fear, hung his head, and returned to his seat without saying a word. After witnessing the successive defeats of Moria and Hancock, the remaining Shichibukai became completely obedient. There was nothing they could do. The bigger the fist, the more powerful it was. Heian returned to her seat, and Khalifa immediately and considerately began to massage Shinhei's shoulders. Her strength was just right, and under her massage, Kion squinted his eyes comfortably. Ayan looked at the people below with a wary look on her face. In her opinion, none of these people were easy to deal with. Kion was enjoying herself now and should not be disturbed by them. I have to say that Chiga's secretary and young guard are very dedicated and responsible. Hancock felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the two women sitting next to Qian He. He took a look and then lowered his head to stare at the table, as if he had the feeling of, out of sight, out of mind. Qian He then looked at Hancock and said, I really don't like your behavior just now. As punishment, the number of pirates you have to destroy this month will be doubled. Hancock's body trembled. She didn't feel anything about the punishment. Instead, hearing the word, dislike, made her feel uncomfortable. However, she still nodded silently, indicating that she accepted the punishment given to her by Kion. Moria also nodded. In his opinion, this punishment was worse than giving him another beating. He was a real fat otaku. Qian He looked around and saw that no one was talking, so he waved his hand and said, Okay, is there anything else you want to say? If you don't have anything else, just go back. We are running short of food recently, so we won't entertain you. After Kion finished speaking, Khalifa took out an orange from somewhere, peeled it, picked up a slice and handed it to Chinhei's mouth. Advertisement. A drop of cold sweat ran down the foreheads of Flying Squirrel and Corazon. Vice Admiral Zilin's reason was really amazing. He was just short of saying that he didn't like this group of people. The Shichibukai were already used to Chiga's attitude, and their expressions remained unchanged when they heard what Chiga said. Crocodile, Moria, Doflamingo and the bear slowly stood up and tried to leave. If they continued to stay here, they were really afraid that Zilin would suddenly attack and leave them all here. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to their deaths? Hancock just sat there quietly, as if he didn't hear what Kion said. Hawkeye lowered his arms from his chest and looked at Kion. He opened his mouth to say something, but Jinbei suddenly spoke. Vice Admiral Zilin, I want to talk to you about something. Hawkeye paused and temporarily stopped thinking about speaking. Qian He looked at the serious blue fat man and said calmly. You mean the fishman Arlong? He's dead. Why, do you want to ask for an explanation? After saying that, a terrifying aura enveloped Jinbei, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on Jinbei's head. He waved his hands and said. No, you misunderstood. Arlong deserved it. You were merciful enough to spare Xiaoba's life. Well, you are quite sensible. What do you want to say? The terrifying aura that enveloped Jinbei dissipated, and Jinbei suddenly felt his body lighten. Wiping the sweat off his head and taking a long breath, Jinbei said respectfully. I would like to ask what is your attitude towards the fishmen and merpeople? Ask yourself what your attitude is towards these two races. Qian He thought for a moment and said. The mermaids are fine, but you fishmen don't seem to have a very good attitude towards humans. You should be aware of this. That's true, but that's because the number of people kidnapped and robbed on the Fishman Island has increased over the years, so some fishmen have developed hatred for humans, but there are still many fishmen who want to live in peace with humans. Then you should ask Roger how this so-called Great Pirates era began. Also, isn't the Fishman Island under Whitebeard's protection now? What do you mean by asking Marine's opinion? Advertisement. Jinbei lowered his head, feeling uneasy. The Fishman Island was protected by Whitebeard because King Neptune had a good relationship with Whitebeard. Whitebeard is indeed very reliable, but Whitebeard is still a pirate after all. What the fishmen and mermen really need is the recognition of an official authority like the Marine, and this is what Princess Otahime wants to achieve even at the cost of her life. She wants the residents of the Fishman Island to be able to live on land and live in peace with humans. If the residents of the Fishman Island could really put aside their prejudices against humans, what a wonderful scene it would be. Jinbei also yearns for it. After arriving at the headquarters and witnessing Chiga's strength and potential, he knew very well that Chiga was destined to be the commander of the Marine in the future. How such a person would treat the Fishman Island was crucial. Even the future survival of the Fishman Island depends on Qian He's thoughts. Thinking of this, Jinbei said carefully under pressure. I'm really ashamed. The ability of the Fishman Island is limited. We can only rely on external forces for protection. But please believe that the residents of the Fishman Island still hope to be recognized by the world government and go to land to live with humans. Okay, I understand what you mean. I have some understanding of the situation on the Fishman Island. I will go to the Fishman Island in person in the future. Remember, I will treat everyone equally in all areas under my marine command, but if I see some unpleasant people, don't blame me for being too harsh. Hearing Chinhei's words, Jinbei was overjoyed. Although Kion did not show much friendliness towards the Fishman Island, he said that he would go to the Fishman Island in person in the future. Jinbei had heard of Qian He's deeds. This man could not tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. For those who committed heinous crimes, he would directly take action to completely eliminate them. But unlike Akainu, he treats ordinary people very well and tries to avoid people when taking action. He is a person with a bottom line. Most of the residents on the Fishman Island are kind-hearted fish. If the Zilin Vice Admiral could go there, he would definitely not have any bad feelings, and it would also greatly deter those scums who do evil things on the Fishman Island. He also knew that the hateful people that Kion mentioned did not only refer to those scumbags, but also some fishmen like Arlong who were extremely hostile to humans. However, compared with Chinhei's attitude, these were nothing. Even if Kion dealt with all those fishmen with extreme personalities, Jinbei would not say anything. If Princess Otohime's dream could really come true, what would all this matter? It can be said that Shinhei's words, which can't even be considered a promise, are the biggest gain for Jinbei from this visit to the naval headquarters. Jinbei could no longer suppress his excitement, he stood up from his chair, and bowed to Kion with his huge body. Thank you so much, Vice Admiral Zilin. Chapter 109 Hancock's Self-Attack Strategy. Kion looked at Jinbei, who was full of gratitude and sighed in his heart. This is the field brought by strength and status. People in high positions and with great power can easily change the lives of many people just by saying a few simple words. I will go to see the Fishmen Island, but I have to wait until I become admiral. I still have to watch Ancient Weapon, which is highly praised in Pirates King. If the trip to the Fishmen Island gives me a good impression, then I will do them a favor. Isn't it just to let the fishmen and mermaids live on land? It's just a small matter, there's no need to ask the Sea Kings to pull the island, Kion can do it alone. With his current eye power, let alone making the Fishmen Island float to the surface of the sea, wouldn't it be easy for Kion to even make it connect with the land? By then, the only thing that needs to be resolved is the grudge between the residents of the Fishmen Island and humans, such as the slave trade. Once I destroy Mariajoy, such grudges will only be a matter of a few prohibitions. He waved his hand, telling Jinbei not to stand there any longer. The blue fat guy was a nice and honest man, otherwise he wouldn't be known as the Sea Knight, so there was no need to embarrass him. Jinbei expressed his gratitude again, then returned to his seat and stared at Kion seriously, giving people the feeling of a student who was listening attentively to the class. Seeing this situation, Doflamingo and others who had originally wanted to leave sat back down. This Zilin is not so unkind, right? If we sit for a while, maybe we can ease the relationship with him, and then the monthly target may be reduced a little. Shang didn't have so many thoughts. He just felt that he saw another side of Chiga. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he also wanted to have more contact with this young Marine general. Of course, Doflamingo and the others were just overthinking it. What happened just now was simply that Kion thought the blue fat guy Jinbei was a little cute. Hancock was somewhat moved. Zilin had always given her the impression of a cold-faced god. She didn't expect that he would actually care about the residents of the Fishmen Island. She deeply detested the slave trade in the Fishmen Island. Celestial dragons must be involved in this. After all, where there is demand there is a market, and the rare mermaids and murlocs must be very much in line with the tastes of those people in selecting slaves. She knew better than anyone how difficult it would be to interfere with the slave trade on the Fishmen Island with the involvement of the celestial dragons. But this man actually said that in front of so many people. It seems that he really disdains celestial dragons, and what he said to himself is also true. Thinking of this, Shinhei's image gradually changed in Hancock's eyes. Shinhei's body seemed to begin to shine, like a little sun. There was less resistance in Hancock's eyes when he looked at Kion, and more appreciation and something else, and two blushes appeared on his cheeks. Shinhei didn't know that Hancock was working on himself. Noticing Hancock's change, she couldn't help but ask. Advertisement. Hancock, what's wrong with you? When asked this by Kion, Hancock's face turned even redder. She stammered and it was unclear what she was saying. In fact, she said, Hancock. He called my name, and his tone was so gentle. Well, Hancock's self-guided game is almost complete. In the world of pirates, Hancock can be said to be the easiest and most difficult heroine to conquer. Challenging celestial dragons sounds simple, but for the people in the pirates' world, except for the stubborn Luffy and a few others, how many people really dare to do it? Those who dare to challenge celestial dragons are either too old, have no interest in women at all, or look bad for the audience. There is a saying that goes, if you are saved by a handsome man, you will pledge your life to him, but if you are ugly, you will repay him by working like a slave in the next life. Chiga's strategy speed is much faster than Luffy in the original anime. After all, he conquered Hancock first with his strength, and then expressed his attitude towards celestial dragons. Most of the time, the prerequisite for convincing the enemy is to defeat her first. Without strength, how can you convince others when you don't even have the chance to speak? Kion asked but got no response, so he ignored Hancock, who suddenly acted strangely, and stood up to leave with Khalifa and Aang. But someone obviously didn't want Kion to leave like this. Hawkeye waited for a while after Jinbei finished speaking, and confirmed that no one else had anything else to say, then he spoke. Vice Admiral Zilin, I heard that you defeated the Golden Lion with swordsmanship. Can you let me see your swordsmanship? All the Shichibukai were shocked. Was Hawkeye, who was known as the world's greatest swordsman, actually going to take action, and was challenging Shailan, who was as strong as a monster? There's something interesting to watch. Khalifa's expression remained unchanged. She turned her head and glanced at Kion, thinking that she was right as expected. This Hawkeye really wanted to challenge the boss. He didn't have any other feelings. If he had to say anything, he could only feel helpless. What was going on? Weren't these people afraid of him? Could this meeting ever be over? Honestly speaking, Chiga really didn't want to fight with Hawkeye today. The reason Hawkeye wanted to fight him was obviously because he thought Chiga was also a great swordsman, so he wanted to compete with him in this. But he knew clearly that although he knew some swordsmanship, he was far from reaching the level of a great swordsman. Advertisement. Do I really have to drive my Susanoo and take out my 100-meter long sword to have a swordfight with Hawkeye? However, before Kion could speak, Hancock could not help but scold. Mahawk, you are so rude. Hancock's angry rebuke shocked everyone present. What was going on? Why did it feel like this empress was in cahoots with Marine? Even Chiga gave her a strange look. He knew that Hancock had a good attitude towards those who dared to go against celestial dragons. But he is not so narcissistic as to let Hancock fall in love with him. He is not Luffy, who has the aura of a protagonist. Facing Shinhei's gaze, Hancock shyly avoided it. In her opinion, Kion was already very tired from being busy, receiving them, and she didn't have the courage to ask to stay with Kion for a while longer. But how dare this Hawkeye ask Kion to fight him? How could he be so ignorant? Hawkeye turned a deaf ear to Hancock's rebuke. His goal was now similar to Hancock's, and he only had eyes for Chihei. Seeing that Hawkeye was still staring at Kion, Hancock became angry, jumped into the air and kicked Hawkeye. Hawkeye frowned, stretched his right hand behind him, covered the handle of Black Knife Knight and was about to pull it out, suddenly. Snap! Hancock's ankle was grabbed by Kion again while he was in midair. This time, Kion grabbed her ankle and pulled gently, then held Hancock in her arms like a princess. Using his ability, he slowly fell from the air. He looked helplessly at Hancock in his arms and said, "The person he's looking for is me, why are you so excited?" Hancock, who was held in Shinhei's arms, stared at Shinhei's face and said with a trembling voice. "Purple." As soon as he said a word, Hancock's face suddenly turned red, his head tilted and he fainted. He was stunned. When he came to his senses, he quickly shook Hancock in his arms and shouted. "Hello, Hancock. Hancock, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 110. Someone wants to demolish the house. After Kion called for a while, Hancock slowly woke up and found himself still in Shinhei's arms. He immediately pursed his lips and stopped talking. Seeing that Hancock had woken up but still looked a little weak, Kion called Ain and Khalifa to help support her. Because Hancock is already 1.9 meters tall, the two women look a little petite in front of her. Hancock suddenly stood up from Shinhei's arms, bowed slightly, and said softly. "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Admiral Zilin. I can do it." Kion looked at Hancock carefully, confirmed that she was indeed fine, and then ignored her. Turning around, Kion found that everyone was looking at him and Hancock with strange eyes. Chiga rolled her purple eyes and glared at everyone with her Rinnegan, and everyone below immediately became quiet again. Things have developed to this point, combined with Hancock's personality, Kion has already understood that Hancock has succeeded in self-conquering again. Well, my speed is really fast enough, but it's never a bad thing to have such a beautiful woman with both strength and beauty like me. And once Hancock falls in love with someone, her loyalty will be absolutely maximum. She is a typical love-brained person. After dealing with Hancock's problem, Kion turned to look at Hawkeye. Hawkeye, who just wanted to fight Kion, said hesitantly. "Did I delay you? How about you continue?" As soon as these words were spoken, Hancock's face turned red. He secretly glanced at Kion, then quickly lowered his head and stopped talking. Kion looked at Hawkeye helplessly and thought to himself that he couldn't believe Hawkeye understood this. Isn't his favorite black knife Yi? He even has a mini version hanging around his neck. There's no need to waste time. If you want to fight, then go to the open space in front of Marineford. Chiga is referring to the battlefield during the Summit War. Marineford looks like a fat crescent moon when viewed from above. The missing piece was filled with seawater and became an inner bay, where the battle took place. After determining the battle location, Chiga went out first, followed by all the Shichibukai. Oh my goodness, it seems that it is right to wait a little longer. The battle between Hawkeye and Zilin is a rare big news, and they actually became witnesses of the scene. The flying squirrel and Zoan did not follow. They looked at each other, then got up and went to find Sengoku. Hawkeye is going to have a battle with Vice Admiral Shuren here, so it would be better to inform Marshal Sengoku about this. Sengoku was still sipping tea leisurely in the office. There's no way. Ever since Chiga came into being, Sengoku has entrusted some things to Chiga. This way, Sengoku will have the rare free time to do things that his peers like to do. Advertisement. The marine executives in the pirates' world are quite cute compared to a certain group in Konoha village, with less intrigue. Even when Akainu wanted to compete for the position of marshal, he had a fair fight with Aokiji. As Sengoku's marshal, he did not cling to the position of marshal after taking the position. If there is someone more suitable to be the marshal than him, he will not try to trip him up. Now that Chiga exists and has grown up, Sengoku is happy to delegate power to her. Once his power was released, Sengoku had some rare free time, so he found some elegant things to do. Drinking tea is a beautiful thing for him, and Sengoku is already looking forward to a wonderful life after retirement. The tea in the cup was already a little warm, so Sengoku didn't even bother to taste it, but just picked it up and drank it all. Before he could swallow it, the office door was suddenly pushed open roughly, and Flying Squirrel and Zoan rushed in anxiously. Marshal Sengoku. Hawkeye is going to fight Vice Admiral Shuren. Puff. Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku was so shocked that he spat out half of the tea in his mouth. He stared at the Flying Squirrel and Zoan with a purple face, and said word by word. What did you say? Why are the two of them fighting? Hawkeye heard that Vice Admiral Zilin defeated Golden Lion in swordsmanship, so he challenged Vice Admiral Zilin. Sengoku was stunned. Considering Hawkeye's personality, this reason was quite reasonable. Thinking of Hawkeye, Sengoku got a headache. This guy was different from other Shichibukai. He was an extremely special existence. Most of the other Shichibukai have families in their own territories. Hawkeye has always been alone, and being alone means having no ties and being difficult to control. His strength is also terrifying, and he can even fight with the red-haired Shanks in swordsmanship. Moreover, Hawkeye is one of the very few people who can forge a black knife. Black sword does not mean a black sword just by wrapping it with armed color. If that were the case, the black sword would be too worthless. From Gyukimaru's words in the anime, we can know that the real black sword refers to injecting everything of oneself, such as strength, momentum and armament haki into the sword, forming a permanent black sword after years of fighting. Based on these, it is no exaggeration to say that Hawkeye is the face of the entire Shichibukai. As for Chiga, there is no doubt about his strength. Sengoku is absolutely sure that Chiga is already a real admiral-level combat force. If two people like this were to fight here, how much would the repair cost? Who would pay for it? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sengoku's face turned pale, and he looked at Corazon and the flying squirrel and said. Vice Admiral Zelin agreed. Yes. Did he say where he was going to fight? Vice Admiral Zelin said he wanted to go to the open space in front of the headquarters building. Nani, isn't this not far from here? Yes. Are they planning to tear this place down? You two, go stop them. Yes, Hearing Sengoku's order, Flying Squirrel and Corazon looked at each other, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Let them stop those two. Did Marshal Sengoku have any misunderstanding about the strength of these two people? What's the difference between them running over to stop it and delivering food? Is Marshal Sengoku confused or is he trying to lay off employees in disguise? Sengoku also realized that he was too anxious and should go there himself for incidents of this level. At this time, Corazon suddenly said weakly. Marshal Sengoku, didn't you say that you can always trust Vice Admiral Chiga? Sengoku, who had already stood up to leave, was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he remembered that this was a sentence he emphasized to Corazon during the op fruit incident. I didn't expect that Corazon really remembered it and could bring it up at this time. He is worthy of being my little Xiao Xiaoguo, who always remembers what I said. Sengoku looked at Corazon with a look of relief, but the flying squirrel reminded him. Marshal Sengoku, aren't you going to stop them? Sengoku was shocked. Yes, if we wait any longer our house will be demolished. And this time, it is because I believe in Shinhei's strength too much that I want to stop this battle in the headquarters. Thinking of this, Sengoku glared at Corazon, and without going through the door, he opened the window and jumped, disappearing from the sight of Corazon and the flying squirrel. Sengoku's move stunned Corazon and the flying squirrel. After a long while, Corazon's throat rolled and she muttered to herself. As expected of Marshal Sengoku, he always finds the best solution at the first opportunity. The flying squirrel nodded in agreement and replied. Marshal Sengoku can keep doing this for at least another 20 years. Chapter 111 The Nekomata Fruit Awakens. Extremely cold. Marineford, in front of the naval headquarters building. Hawkeye and a group of Shichibukai came to the address Chiga mentioned and found that Chiga was already standing at the edge of the Marineford wall. Kion turned his back to them, staring at the inner bay outside the wall, which was estimated to be about 300 meters in diameter. If we want to use Susano later, the area of this inner bay will be enough. Everyone looked around and didn't find any place suitable for fighting, which made them feel a little strange. Were they going to fight right in front of the marine building? Did Zelin want to renovate this area? Hawkeye seemed to be indifferent. If Chiga didn't care about such things, then he would be even less concerned. He only cared about the battle later. Hawkeye was ready for battle, looking at Kion and said. Can we start the battle now? He turned around and said mysteriously. Of course, but I need to create an environment suitable for fighting first. A suitable environment for fighting. Aren't we fighting here? No, this is the naval headquarters. If something is broken, will you pay for the repairs? Forehead. A rare trace of embarrassment appeared on Hawkeye's face. Forget about paying for the marine's repairs. It sounded too outrageous. Kion also knew that it was impossible to get this guy to pay, so he still had to avoid destroying the environment of the headquarters. After all, the current naval headquarters is like Chiga's home in the pirate's world, and he will definitely not allow it to be destroyed. Anyway, no one can do it except myself. Thinking of this, Shinhei's body floated up, and it seemed that he was ready to take action. Hawkeye's hand also reached behind him and pulled out the black knife Yi, and the atmosphere in the field became tense. Just then, stop it. Do you want to tear down the naval headquarters? Bang! A burly figure fell from the sky. It was Sengoku who had just jumped out of the office window. As soon as he landed, he quickly walked between Kion and Hawkeye, looked at Hawkeye with a serious face and said. This is not a suitable place for fighting. If you insist on fighting, you are declaring war on Marine. Hawkeye frowned and looked at Kion. Chiga did not disappoint Hawkeye, he said to Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, don't worry. The battle later won't destroy a single brick or tile of the headquarters. What are you going to do? Advertisement. He smiled slightly, and black flames ignited in his hands. The strange thing was that the appearance of the black flames did not bring any heat, but instead emitted a biting chill. Looking at the black flames on Chiga's hands, Sengoku's pupils shrank. He recognized this kind of flame. It was the special ability attached to the Nekomata fruit. He was the one who personally gave the Nekomata fruit to Chiga, so of course he would not forget it. What does Kion want to do now that he suddenly uses the power of this fruit? Chiga didn't explain further. Sengoku would understand what he meant later. Using Tiandao's ability, Kion flew directly to the inner bay and was about to rush into the sea. The Shichibukai were shocked to see Chiga's actions. They have already determined that Chiga is the demon fruit power, and it is common sense that people with special abilities are landlubbers. In their opinion, Shinhei's behavior was suicidal. Hancock became anxious and quickly walked to the edge, ready to jump down. Fortunately, Sengoku grabbed her arm. He knew that Chiga was not afraid of seawater at all, so he was not worried about her safety. Hancock, who was pulled back, glared at Sengoku and said angrily. What's wrong with you? Don't you know he's a person with special abilities? Go save him. Sengoku was confused by Hancock's performance and wondered what was going on with this Boa Hancock. Didn't she always hate men? Why did she seem so worried about Chiga? But seeing Hancock was so impatient, Sengoku still explained to her. Hyonga's situation is rather special. He is not afraid of seawater. You should calm down first. Are you kidding me? How can a person with special abilities not be afraid of seawater? You'll find out for yourself if you look down. Hancock was furious when she saw Sengoku, who looked calm. She looked down angrily and saw Chiga standing steadily on the water. Seeing that Kion was fine, Hancock immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was not interested in the reason why Kion was not afraid of seawater. To her, as long as Kion was fine, it was fine. This was the Empress's love brain. At this time, Kion, who was standing on the water, suddenly knelt down on one knee and pressed his hands, burning with black flames, on the sea surface. A magatama in the right eye began to tremble, and Kion called out in his heart. Metis, have you had enough sleep? Hehe, master, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten me. The voice of a mature lady was heard. It was the long-lost Nekomata Medea. As Chiga's Rinnegan's eye power continued to increase, she was nourished by the surging eye power while inside the Rinnegan. But because Shinhei's eye power grew too rapidly, she also fell into a deep sleep. Advertisement. She woke up only when the power of Shinhei's right eye stabilized. However, she was a little lazy after just waking up. Since Chiga didn't call her, she just stayed in the Rinnegan obediently, occasionally educating the dog that could suddenly spit fire. But Kion never called her, as if he had forgotten her. This made Medea a little angry, and she decided to never pay attention to this philandering master again, unless he cried and begged her. As a result, I was broken down by Shinhei's call today, which was really a bit embarrassing. Medes, I am going to fully unlock your power now, so be prepared. Master, you are talking about the awakened state, right? It's okay, I'm ready anytime. After getting the response from Medea, Kion felt relieved. Medea was the life he created. Before awakening the Nekomata fruit, he still wanted to confirm whether it would have any impact on Medea. Since there is no problem with Medea, it is time to start awakening the Nekomata fruit. Once the mythical beast devil fruit is awakened, it will not only greatly improve physical fitness, but also greatly enhance its special abilities. The pupil power continuously flows into the magatama belonging to the Nekomata fruit in the right eye, and the awakening has begun. The shadow of a black demon cat appeared behind Kion, and a ribbon made of black flames was wrapped around Kion. The black flames on his hands burned more and more fiercely, and an extremely cold aura spread, causing many soldiers in Marineford to shiver at the same time. Feeling the drop in temperature in the air, Sengoku looked at Chiga below in horror. This feeling was Aokiji's ice age. Moreover, the attitude that Chiga is showing now is definitely that she has developed the Nekomata fruit to the awakened state. Sengoku's Buddha fruit has also awakened. He will not be wrong. But how many years did it take him to reach the state of awakened devil fruit? How many years did it take Chiga? This might not even be the first devil fruit that Chiga awakened. Sengoku received news from Aokiji Akainu that Chiga's thunder fruit seemed to have awakened. Before he had time to confirm it, he saw this scene again. The impact on Sengoku can be imagined. An absurd idea came into Sengoku's mind. Is Chiga's current strength enough to destroy a group of 4 emperors? Chiga had no idea that Sengoku had started to think divergently, and now he had completed the awakening of the Nekomata fruit. The pupil in the middle of the right Rinnegan has changed into a flickering black flame. Chiga narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Extremely cold. Whoosh. Black flames spread from Qianhe's hands, and in an instant, the entire inner bay was burning with raging black flames. Not only this inner bay, the area of black flame is also expanding, extending to the sea outside Marineford. Qianhe stood in the black flames and uttered a word lightly. Receive. The next second, the black flame that seemed to be inextinguishable immediately dissipated completely, and what came into everyone's sight was an endless ice surface emitting a biting cold. Qianhe flashed back to the wall. He looked at Hawkeye, who was still in a daze, and said with a smile. How about it? Are you satisfied with this environment? Chapter 111 Hawkeye. I'll chop. I'll chop again. Hawkeye was stunned for a moment, then asked a question that everyone present wanted to know. How many abilities do you have? Qianhe had long been accustomed to it, and began to talk nonsense seriously again. You know adaptive abilities. My abilities can change depending on the situation. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye nodded seriously and said in a deep voice. I see. What a terrifying ability. The people behind couldn't help but complain. You believe all this? Hawkeye didn't care about everyone's complaints. He took a look at the ice below, jumped up, and went directly to the ice to wait for Kion. Kion was shocked by Hawkeye's sudden straightforwardness, and after coming to his senses, he followed him. Hawkeye came to the ice and stamped his feet vigorously to confirm that the ice was strong enough. He then looked at Kion, who had nothing in his hands, and asked, "Where are your weapons?" Kion thought about it, swung his hand, and a black stick appeared in his hand. Then, a purple light flashed in Shinhei's Rinnegan, and the slender cylindrical black stick changed, gradually turning into a long sword that was completely black. Since Hawkeye wants to compete in swordsmanship, then just play with him. Chiga believes in great strength to create miracles. With Shinhei's current eye power, his control over yin-yang escape is already very high, and he can make some simple changes to the black stick's shape, but it is definitely not as convenient as the truth-seeking ball. In Hokage, Obito uses the truth-seeking ball in such a fancy way that there is almost no form it cannot change into. Chiga is willing to call him the person who uses the truth-seeking ball the most fancy. Holding the long sword formed by the yin-yang black stick, Kion made a sword flower and looked at Hawkeye, indicating that they could begin. Hawkeye's eyes focused, and without further ado, he leapt into the air holding the black knife in one hand, and slashed at Kion from top to bottom. The long sword in Shinhei's hand shook, and the sublimated armed force was wrapped around it. He also held the sword in one hand and raised his hand horizontally above. The moment Haidao Yi and Shinhei's swords collided, an invisible wave erupted, and the clouds above the two were shaken open, creating a gap across the sky. From this fight, Kion had roughly estimated that Hawkeye had at least the combat power of 4 Emperors level. Advertisement. It is hard to say whether the black stick formed by yin-yang escape alone can withstand this attack if it is not wrapped with sublimated armed forces. Seeing that his attack failed, Hawkeye dodged and stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Chihei, then raised the black knife high in the air. Noticing Hawkeye's actions, Chiga's face turned serious. This was obviously Hawkeye's preparation for attacking Whitebeard during the Summit War. Sure enough, Hawkeye raised the black knife and chopped it down fiercely, and a huge green sword energy rushed towards Kion rapidly. Facing the incoming sword energy, Qianhe did not use the long sword in his hand, but directly stretched out his hand to aim at the sword energy. Shinra Tensai. Buzz. An invisible repulsive force burst out from Qianhe's palm, colliding with the incoming green sword energy. After a stalemate for a while, the terrifying green sword energy finally couldn't hold on and was shattered into scattered green light. After destroying the sword energy, Shinra Tensai rushed towards Hawkeye with its remaining power. Hawkeye swung his sword again and another sword energy was released, which dissipated this wave of Shinra Tensai. After sending out this sword energy, Hawkeye looked at Qianhe and thought. Another new ability, and it's very powerful, but why doesn't he use swordsmanship? If Qianhe knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say helplessly. I want to, but I'm really not good at swordsmanship. The Shinra Tensai that Kion used just now was released from the palm of his hand, the kind that locks on one direction. This Shinra Tensai has a smaller range, but is more powerful, which is enough to show how much he values Hawkeye's swordsmanship. But thinking about Hawkeye's sword energy just now, Qianhe couldn't help but complain in his heart. He really doesn't even have a name for his move. He should just stay with Minato for 2 days. After all, you are a man known as the world's greatest swordsman. Can you pay more attention to the names of your moves? Every time Roger swings his knife it's called Divine Avoidance, every time Big Mom slashes it's called Power Country, and even when Kaido swings his mace it's called Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Only Hawkeye never makes a sound every time he attacks. Even if we don't mention Roger and other famous strong men, let's mention Zoro, who later became Hawkeye's apprentice. Even though he is a road idiot, when it comes to naming, he is like a teacher to Hawkeye. What's more, Zoro is not only keen on giving names, but can also sing a song with you. Advertisement. On the other hand, Hawkeye, taking his battle with Chiga as an example, has only used 2 moves from the beginning to now, both of which are very powerful, but it seems like a feeling of, I chop again, which is indeed a bit lacking in presence. Hawkeye stood there, and seeing Kion was hesitant to take action, he spoke up. Why don't you use the sword in your hand? Is my swordsmanship not as good as Golden Lion's? Hearing Hawkeye's words, Kion shook his head and said. Your swordsmanship is definitely not worse than Golden Lion's, but I want to make it clear that Golden Lion did not lose to me because of my swordsmanship. Oh, then can you show me the power you used to defeat the Golden Lion? Kion was helpless when he saw Hawkeye staring at him seriously. It seemed that he had to borrow Susanoo's sword today. Thinking of this, a 300-meter-tall phantom of Susanoo appeared out of thin air. Qianhe stretched out his hand and shook it hard, saying in a deep voice. Congeal. The dark purple Susanoo appeared, occupying almost the entire inner bay. Sengoku at the back saw Susanoo for the first time and he was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the dark purple giant. There is no way around it. The visual impact of the 300-meter-tall Susanoo is simply too strong. You know, even that little Oz, with a height of 38 meters was already a giant among giants, and when he appeared on the top, he was extremely impactful. And Shinhei's Susanoo has reached a terrifying 300 meters. How shocking is that? Sengoku looked up at the tall Susanoo and murmured. Is this the purple giant that Crane was talking about? He is even scarier than I imagined. Doflamingo's body was shaking uncontrollably. The pressure Susanoo brought to him was even stronger than Kaido's. No wonder Kaido was unable to do anything to Zelin the last time he appeared. This kind of power is simply not something a human can possess. He is not from the D clan, but he has the power comparable to that of a god. Where did this Lin come from? Not to mention Hancock, her eyes have now turned into heart shapes and she is completely infatuated. Hawkeye, who was facing Susanoo, was also shocked, but his eyes were still focused on the 100-meter-long sword on Susanoo's waist. He said thoughtfully, "Is this what swordsmanship is like?" Chapter 112, Conjecture about Yim. The battle between Chiga and Hawkeye ended, leaving a huge crack on the ice at the inner bay that extended beyond the outer wall. Except for Hawkeye, the rest of the Shichibukai have all left. The reason Hawkeye didn't leave was because he was currently recuperating in bed at the Naval Headquarters Hospital. Hawkeye, who was lying on the bed at this time, was looking down silently at the horrific scar that extended from his lower abdomen to his right shoulder and had not yet healed completely. It was clear that he had lost that battle. When facing the sword energy from Susanoo, he used all his strength to launch a simple and unpretentious attack. However, the sword energy from that attack was dark green in color, mixed with tiny green lightning. The two sword energies collided with each other, and Hawkeye was ultimately defeated. Even though he released a few more sword energies, the power was ultimately not as strong as when he used his full strength. Susanoo's attack landed on his body, leaving this horrible scar on it. Severely injured, he had no choice but to stay and recuperate. There was no other way. With his current injuries, it would take him a long time to return to his territory with his small boat. I was staring at the wound in a daze when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Hawkeye came back to his senses and said indifferently, "Come in." The door was pushed open and Kion walked in. When Hawkeye saw that it was Chiga who came, his usual stern expression softened. He will not have any resentment towards the strong who defeated him. Only the strong deserve his respect. Kion felt helpless when he saw the wounds on Hawkeye's body. He didn't expect Hawkeye to be so honest at that time and insisted on fighting to the end with the sword light from Susanoo. In fact, although the sword light he hit with all his strength was defeated by Susanoo, he could have easily avoided it when Hawkeye's sword light was already at a disadvantage. Although Hawkeye is very powerful, he relies almost entirely on his swordsmanship. Whether in terms of physical fitness or special abilities, there is still a gap compared to some strong people. In short, his talent is all in attack. His hockey strength is actually not low, but not to the level of Red Hair, Rayleigh and the others. Therefore, Kion rated his strength as quasi-4 Emperor's level, because Hawkeye was a little biased. When facing the enemy's moves, he usually confronted them head-on. Relying on the powerful attack power of his swordsmanship, he almost never lost. But he did not expect to be defeated by Kion. However, Shinhei's current strength is at the level of 4 Emperors, and even slightly surpasses the 4 Emperors. Advertisement. To be more specific, Kion can now kill any of the 4 Emperors in a one-on-one situation. Even when facing 2 4 Emperors at the same time, he can hold his own and still has a good chance of winning. There are not many people in this ocean who can withstand the attack launched by Chiga using Susanoo. The fact that Hawkeye was able to maintain consciousness after taking the blow head-on is a testament to his strength. Coming to Hawkeye's bed, looking at his strange eyes, Kion seemed to be thinking about something. Those eyes are really similar to Im's. When on Blue Star, some people said Hawkeye might be Im's child. I don't know whether it is true or not. But you know what, it's really possible. Hawkeye has an aristocratic temperament and you can tell he's from a high-class family. But this is not what Kion cares about most. Because of the Rinnegan, the more he thought about Im's eyes, the more he felt that they looked like Otsutsuki Momoshiki's golden Rinnegan. It's just a castrated version, with a few circles missing, and the gold doesn't cover the entire eye. A very outrageous idea appeared in Shinhei's mind. Could that IM be related to the Otsutsuki clan? Then she should know about the existence of the Rinnegan, and should send someone or come to find me in person. The reason why Chiga was able to think of this is that as he absorbed more and more devil fruit, his Rinnegan did not feel any rejection at all, and it even evolved and produced Magatama. All of this happened so naturally, and now seeing Hawkeye's eyes that were almost the same as Im's, this confusion deepened. What is the relationship between Hawkeye and IM? Are those eyes really related to the Rinnegan? If it really has something to do with the Rinnegan, why can't I sense any trace of 6 paths? And, why is the power of the Rinnegan so compatible with the power of the devil fruit? Does the devil fruit tree really exist? If there is a devil fruit tree, then can I absorb the devil fruit tree as well? In this way, can I completely evolve into Otsutsuki, or even surpass Otsutsuki? The more Kion thought about it, the more outrageous it became, and the look he gave Hawkeye became more and more intense, making Hawkeye's hair stand on end. After a while of stalemate, Hawkeye couldn't stand Shinhei's gaze anymore and couldn't help but say, "Vice Admiral Lin, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that?" Advertisement. It's okay. You look okay. It seems you've recovered well. Haha. Thank you for your concern. It's nothing serious now. Are you running out of food here again? Are you going to kick me out? Hawkeye actually still remembered what Chiga said in the meeting before, and now he is teasing Chiga about it. This is really a rare time for him to have a bad taste. You know what? Chiga was a little embarrassed when Hawkeye teased her about this. But who is Qian He? Even though he was embarrassed, his face did not change at all. He spoke calmly. Of course not. I said that before because some of you have unusual body shapes. If it's just you. As he said this, Kion looked Hawkeye up and down seriously, and his meaning was self-evident. In Blue Star's words, it means, "Can you do it, little dog?" Hawkeye also understood what Kion meant. His face darkened, but he quickly calmed down. Tonight, he would make Kion pay for this. Kion was feeling a little proud in his heart. You little brat, I told you to keep a cold face and act cool all the time, do you think you are Sasuke? And even without mentioning Sasuke, the Uchiha clan is even less than the king. The Uchiha Madara is further away, and the ancestor of Uchiha, Indra, is even further away. Which one is not a tyrant of the Haikai? Even I, Uchiha Chiga, pretended to be cool in Koko village for 10 years when I first came to the pirate's world, but I just let myself go more and more. After taking control of Hawkeye, Kion did not forget to say hello to him before leaving. He did not ask any questions about Hawkeye's life experience. Because his relationship with Hawkeye has not reached that point, his thoughts on I am are just a guess. If this kind of problem were to get out, it would easily alert the world government anyway, which is not safe enough for Chiga at the moment. It's even more ridiculous to use illusion on Hawkeye. First of all, the people in the pirate's world are not like the Hokage. Everyone has some chakra, and illusion works by disrupting the opponent's chakra. Although Chiga can still use the powerful eye power of Rinnegan to produce effects similar to illusions, that is only for people with low strength. For a strong man like Hawkeye with a firm will, the effect of illusions is minimal. And even in the later period of Hokage, when a bunch of Cage level and 6 Paths level started fighting, did you see anyone using illusion? Even infinite Tsukuyomi was all affected because of the chakra that exists in the bodies of people in the Hokage world, and was almost reclaimed by the sacred tree. Don't underestimate the strong people in the pirate's world. Pirates were not finished when Kyonga traveled through it, so it is better to be cautious about unknown things. Chapter 113 Attention from Mariajoy. Red line, Mariajoy. Inside the hall, the 5 elders sat together, and it looked like they had something important to discuss today. 5 elders, wearing a white kimono and holding a samurai sword, spoke first. Uchiha Chiga fought with Hawkeye at the naval headquarters and injured Hawkeye. Afterwards, she had a brief contact with Hawkeye for a while, but the content of the conversation is unknown. 5 elders, who has a birthmark on his head, said. Hawkeye's identity is quite sensitive. Uchiha Chiga seems to have discovered something. Do we need to take measures to warn him? The 5 elders in black flat hats shook their heads. It's better not to. Lord I Am has already emphasized that we must not interfere with Uchiha Chiga's actions unless it is absolutely necessary. The remaining 2 5 elders looked at each other, and finally the youngest 5 elder with short blonde hair couldn't help but ask. What's so special about this Uchiha Chiga? He doesn't seem to be from the D clan. Why does Lord I Am care so much about him? The 5 elders in white kimonos glanced at him and said calmly. This is not something we should know. All we have to do is obey Lord Yim's arrangements. What, are you questioning Lord Yim? Hearing this, the blonde short-haired 5 elders' face changed. He could not bear this crime, so he waved his hand and said. How could I possibly question that, Master I Am? I'm worried that Uchiha Chiga is growing too fast and will get out of our control. The 5 elders in white kimonos sneered, and the arm holding the samurai sword shook, revealing a blade that was shining coldly. What do you think of rocks? Even if he brought his entire pirates group with him, they still died in the Valley of the Gods in the end. Not even a body could be found. The blonde 5 elders nodded. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The 5 elders in the black flat hat spoke again. I have informed Sengoku to have Uchiha Chiga come to Mariajoy. Then we can meet this person in person. Okay, speaking of Sengoku, he seems to be planning to give the Marine Marshal position to Uchiha Chiga. What do you think about this? Since Lord Yimu said not to interfere with him, then we should not interfere in this matter. So, you're going to make him a Marine Marshal so easily. Isn't he too young? Age is not a problem. Besides, it won't be that easy for him to become the Marshal. Hasn't Akainu always been plotting for the position of Marshal? That's true. Maybe there will be another fight between the two of them. Advertisement. This is the best. Marine is just a tool for us. If it has its own unified consciousness, it won't be very useful. By the way, that little girl Shalulia is very interested in Uchiha Chiga. When he comes to the Holy Land, why not let Shalulia bring him here? Letting one of the celestial dragons lead the way for Uchiha Chiga. Isn't this a bit too much of a compliment to him? No, Uchiha Chiga is someone that Lord I Am values, so it's only natural that she should be given some special treatment. Okay, I'll send someone to notify Rosward. Well, don't forget to tell him that it's best not to put on airs in front of this Uchiha Chiga. As long as Uchiha Chiga doesn't do anything too excessive, try to meet his requirements. Mariajoy, the palace of the Roswald family. Shalulia was lying lazily on a luxurious sofa, leaning against a human-shaped doll, squinting her eyes and staring at the ceiling above in a daze. Charlo suddenly rushed in and shouted as soon as he entered the door. Sister, there are several new batches of slaves. Do you want to go and take a look? Shalulia remained motionless and responded indifferently. No, it's boring. Forehead. Charlos's excited expression froze on his face. He was rejected again. Rejected again. He sniffed hard, looked at Shalulia who was still lying there, and said depressedly. What's wrong with you? Didn't you love watching those slaves fighting? That was in the past. Now I think that's really boring. But this time I also fed them some of Zoan's devil fruit. Don't you want to see it? I don't want to see it. Quote. Seeing that Sha Lulia refused to budge, Charlos gave up completely and looked dejected. However, he came to see Sha Lulia not just to ask her to go and see the slaves, he also wanted to tell Sha Lulia something on behalf of his father. But looking at Sha Lulia's current state, this kind of thing will only make her feel more annoyed. Advertisement. Charlos said weakly. A marine will come to the Holy Land in a few days. The 5 elders said they want you to bring this marine to meet them. Speaking of this, Charlos was a little angry. He was just a marine, but he had to let his sister go to pick him up in person. This was simply a provocation to the dignity of celestial dragons. But this was instructed by the 5 elders, who were the most honorable among the celestial dragons, and their family could not afford to offend them. But Rosward still felt very ashamed and found it difficult to speak, so he asked his stupid son to inform Sha Lulia. In the opinion of the father and son, Sha Lulia will be furious after hearing the news and will hate the marine to the core. However, Charlos was surprised by Sha Lulia's performance. Hearing the word, marine, Sha Lulia's eyes lit up. She stood up suddenly and looked at Charlos, and asked anxiously. Marine. What's his name? Charlos was shocked by Sha Lulia's reaction and said blankly. I forgot, it seems to be called Uchiha, Bo. Uchiha Chiga. Oh yes, that's the name, how did you know it, sister? Sha Lulia ignored him. She had already stood up from the sofa, and her face looked extremely excited. This made Charles dumbfounded. Of course, he was dumb to begin with. What happened to my sister? Was she so angry about this? What a jerk. This damn Uchiha. Of course, Sha Lulia was not angry. On the contrary, she was very happy. She had never seen Kion again since Kion left Sabayati Island. She once sent someone to inform Kion and asked him to come and see her, but Kion ignored her. The people who were sent were often scolded by Kion, so that many servants trembled all over when they heard that they were going to Kion. She also tried to contact Chiga using Den Den Mushi, but the call only went through once. That time was the first and also the last time. The content of the call was brief and to the point. Is that Uchiha Chiga? I'm Sha Lulia Palace. You are so brave, you dare to. Neuropathy. Den Den Mushi drooped its eyes, obviously the call was hung up. Chapter 114. Glutton Hawkeye. On the 6 paths, Chiga was staring at a long list in a daze. Khalifa and Ain behind him covered their mouths, looking like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They were still thinking about what happened that day. That was the afternoon when Chiga went to the hospital to visit Hawkeye. He was just about to take Khalifa and Ain out to get something to eat, but was stopped at the door of the building by Hawkeye, who had been waiting there for a long time. He was naturally very confused. Why did this guy come here to block him? Was he defeated by him and became his little fanboy? Hawkeye put on his usual deadpan expression and said stiffly. I'm leaving tomorrow. Do you still want me to have dinner in your marine cafeteria tonight? Oh, then what do you want to do? After all, you caused the wound on my chest. I'm leaving soon. Shouldn't you treat me to dinner? He raised his eyebrows. What? He wanted me to treat him to a big meal. It seems that Hawkeye is a vengeful guy. Was he hurt by the way he looked at the thin dog during the day? Well, with Hawkeye's tiny arms and legs, he could just stuff as much as he could into it. There were still piles of gold in Shinhei's door space. Thinking of this, he looked at Hawkeye with a disdainful smile, waved his hand, and said proudly. Okay, I'll treat you to this meal. Let's go. I'll take you to the best restaurant in this department. Don't accuse me of being stingy. After saying that, Kion called Khalifa and Ain, and walked in front to lead the way. Hawkeye behind him showed a meaningful smile and followed. When they arrived at the restaurant, Hawkeye was really rude. He took the menu and ordered a few main dishes. Kion took a glance and found that he ordered all the meat from Sea King's. Kion nodded secretly, thinking that Hawkeye was quite knowledgeable. Sea King's meat was delicious and rich in nutrients. It had only one drawback, which was that it was expensive. Of course, if the price is clearly marked, being expensive cannot be considered a disadvantage, it can only be a disadvantage of the customer. Moreover, the dishes made from Sea King's meat were so large in quantity that even Chiga couldn't finish more than a few plates. Looking at the long list of dishes ordered by Hawkeye, Kion sneered and said, I'll let you know what it means to suffer the consequences of your actions. As a result, in front of Shinhei's dull gaze, Hawkeye ate all the dishes on the table. After finishing, he looked at Kion and asked. It's a bit insufficient. Your headquarters restaurant is a bit stingy. What are these enough for? Upon hearing this, Kion immediately became unhappy. The headquarters is his home now, and the restaurant of the headquarters is his kitchen. Hawkeye is slapping himself in the face. Here's the menu, order whatever you want. I want to see how much you can eat today. Advertisement. And so Hawkeye ate plate after plate for several hours. After finishing the last plate, Hawkeye took out a tissue and wiped his mouth elegantly, then said calmly. It tastes good, but the portion is a little small. I barely feel 80% full. He was completely numb. He glanced at Hawkeye's flat belly and couldn't help but say. Are you a Saiyan? Toothpick. What do you mean? I don't need a toothpick. Quote. Kion thought about how when Hawkeye lived in the same castle with Perona, there wasn't much food on the table during meals. Could it be that his grandmaster's life had returned? In the end, Kion paid the bill and kept the list to remind himself that Hawkeye was a glutton. A soldier came up to the deck, saluted He, and said. Report to Vice Admiral Zilin, the warship has arrived at the Red Line. Yes, I understand. Kion put the long list back into the door space and turned to look at Red Line. This land is at a very high altitude, and ordinary people usually have to take an elevator to go up. In the original anime, when Vivi and her friends came here to attend a meeting, they took the elevator to go up. There are already several men in black waiting at the elevator. Kion didn't let others follow to avoid any trouble. Now is not the time to fall out with the world government. There were no arrogant or domineering fools among the men in black this time, and they all treated him with respect. Kion nodded to them, and a man in black started the elevator, which slowly rose upwards. When they reached the top, as soon as Kion stepped out of the elevator, they saw Xia Lulia, who was dressed extremely gorgeously. But he just took a glance and then looked away to look at the surrounding environment. Xia Lulia was delighted to see Qian He, but was immediately angered by his attitude. She came to Qian He with a stern face and said unhappily. It's so hard to see you. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Qian He was stunned. How come he didn't know what he had promised? Seeing Qinhei's expression, Xia Lulia knew that he definitely didn't take the matter to heart. Advertisement. Qian He's indifferent attitude made her very angry. She said angrily. Didn't you promise to be my bodyguard? Huh, when did I agree to that? That night in Sabayati. That night. What happened that night? That night you took me. Before she could finish, Xia Lulia reacted and quickly shut her mouth, turning to look at the guard standing next to her with an unfriendly expression. The group of guards suddenly felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Just now when Xia Lulia mentioned that night, they secretly cried out in dismay. This was not something they wanted to hear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xia Lulia looked at them as if they were dead people, and one could imagine what would happen to this group of guards afterwards. Kion frowned, reached out and pressed Xia Lulia's bubble hood, and with a little force, he twisted Xia Lulia back and made her face him. Qinhei's action scared the guards. This is really disrespectful. Is this Marine trying to kill himself? However, when Xia Lulia turned around, her face turned red. She did not dislike Qinhei's behavior. Qian He didn't think about why this guy blushed again, and scolded him like a child. Are you thinking of something bad again? No, no. Okay, stop causing trouble when I'm here. I haven't even asked you why you're here. They think there's something special between us, so they asked me to pick you up. Who has a special relationship with you? Hearing Qian He's question, Xia Lulia felt very uncomfortable. She didn't care that her bubble mask was still in Qian He's hand, and said with her neck stiff. It's just extraordinary. Hiss. Me. Looking at Xia Lulia, who was like a piece of meat being cut into a donut, Qinhei's hands felt itchy for a moment. This is really strange. I have never advocated the use of violence and I am a peace-loving Uchiha. But why is it that when facing this guy, I always feel like beating her up? Chapter 115 A Night in Mariajoy. Instead of taking Kion directly to find the five elders, Xia Lulia took Kion to her palace. Since it's getting late, why not stay at her place for the night and have dinner? Well, I won't invite my brother and father to this dinner. Kion didn't know that this was Xia Lulia acting on her own, and thought it was also arranged by the five elders, so she followed her. When he arrived at the hall of Xia Lulia Palace, Kion saw a doll placed on the sofa in the middle at a glance, and his face suddenly darkened. Although the doll looked a bit abstract, Chiga still recognized that it was made according to the pair of Rinnegan on the doll's face. What made Kion speechless the most was that there were still traces of water on the doll's face, which showed that Xia Lulia probably slept with it in her arms many times. What's going on with this Xia Lulia? After being threatened by me a few times and slapped in the face, not only did she not hate me, but she developed some special feelings towards me instead. Xia Lulia, who was following behind, saw Kion standing there with a strange look on her face, so she curiously poked her head out from behind Kion, and then she also saw the doll. Xia Lulia suddenly opened her eyes wide, and without caring about the heavy space suit on her body, she rushed forward to take the doll away. However, as soon as she took a step, Kion grabbed her collar from behind. Fortunately, her clothes were strong, otherwise she would have been exposed. Xia Lulia, who was grabbed by the collar by Kion, did not dare to look back at Kion. At this moment, she suddenly felt like crawling into a crack in the ground. This time he was really doomed in front of Chiga. Kion put his hand on her bubble hood again, but this time he didn't twist it, but just held it and lifted it. Xia Lulia's bubble hood separated from her clothes with a popping sound and was caught in Qinhei's hand. When the bubble mask was taken off, Xia Lulia didn't react much. Celestial dragons like to wear bubble masks because they don't want to breathe the same air as civilians. But now there are only her and Qian He in the whole hall, and she has sent all the guards away. Why do they need guards when Qian He is here? Wouldn't it be nice to breathe the same air as Chiga? So Xia Lulia was not angry, but took a few deep breaths. I wonder if it was because she had been holding her breath in the bubble hood for too long. Qian He behind her looked at Xia Lulia's hair that went straight up to the sky, frowned, and said. What the hell is this hairstyle of yours? It's so ugly. Advertisement. What? This is a hairstyle unique to us celestial dragons. It's a symbol of identity. You. If you think it doesn't look good, I'll just put it down. After saying that, Xia Lulia twisted her body, broke free from Qinhei's hands, turned around and looked at Kion with a reproachful look. Then she reached out to smooth her hair, but she didn't know how much hairspray she had used, but she just couldn't smooth it down. The more Sha Lulia cleaned up the place, the messier it became. As she did so, tears actually appeared in her eyes and she looked like she was about to cry. Kion was also stunned when he saw her expression. Why did she get so angry about doing her hair? Shaking his head speechlessly, Kion made a few seals with one hand, and a wall of water appeared beside Sha Lulia. Water-style water barrier. Sha Lulia looked at the water wall that suddenly appeared, and then looked at Kion eagerly. Qian, he said unhappily, can't you just use water? Don't you have any common sense? Oh, Sha Lulia stretched out her hands, took out a handful of water from the water barrier, and applied it to her hair. Sure enough, the hair became smooth under the action of water, and she stroked it lightly a few times, and her hair was completely let down. Sha Lulia had a head of orange hair. She shook her head, trying to shake off the water in her hair, which made Kion want to use the great fireball technique to steam her hair dry. After shaking her hair, Sha Lulia looked at Kion a little embarrassedly. She felt that her current, commoner, hairstyle must be very ugly. But Kion felt that Sha Lulia looked unexpectedly good now. She was already very beautiful, especially among the celestial dragons who looked like they were incestuous. Her looks could be described as celestial. Now that she has changed her hairstyle to a long shawl hairstyle, her whole temperament has changed again. She is obviously a celestial dragon, but she has a tranquil temperament. Of course, that's on the premise that she doesn't speak. Seeing that Kion didn't react for a long time, Sha Lulia thought that she was right. Now she looked really ugly. Advertisement. She said angrily. Sure enough, this civilian hairstyle doesn't suit me. Who said it's not suitable? I think you're pretty cute now. HMPH, it's not, EH. This was the first time that Sha Lulia heard words of praise from Kion. She was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. Seeing that she was having another attack, Kion ignored her and walked past her, ready to visit this luxurious palace. After coming back to her senses, Sha Lulia looked very happy. She was about to look for Kion, but found that Kion was no longer in front of her. She quickly turned around and chased after Qian He, saying as she chased. This is my room. How is it? Is it as beautiful as I am now? At dinner time, Kion and Sha Lulia sat facing each other at the two ends of a long dining table. Kion concentrated on eating the dishes on the plate. It must be said that the level of Celestial Dragon's chef was really top-notch. The dishes on the table were all delicious. Sha Lulia ate the food with a forkful of food. She had been eating the same thing since she was a child and was already tired of it. Most of her attention was on Kion sitting opposite her. Looking at Chiga, who was concentrating on eating across from her, a faint smile appeared on Sha Lulia's face. She was almost at the pinnacle of the world when she was born. She had a life of luxury, and the people around her took great care of her. She had never suffered any grievances. But until that night at Sabayati, when she was severely taught a lesson by Kion from the opposite side and almost lost her life, it was the first time she met a man who was not afraid of her at all. She also expressed her kindness to Kion, but Kion did not appreciate it at all. She had no choice but to learn about Shinhei's life through some news she heard from the servants and newspapers. She witnessed how Chiga grew from a small marine colonel stationed in Sabayati to the only admiral candidate in the marine in less than 2 years. Even many celestial dragons began to pay attention to Chiga. Because the admiral is the highest combat force in the marine, once celestial dragons encounter problems, they often have to rely on the power of the admiral. Many pirates are not so much afraid of celestial dragons as they are more afraid of provoking celestial dragons, which will attract the marine admiral. In addition, Chiga is so young and looks very outstanding. Sha Lulia has heard that some female celestial dragons have already set their sights on Chiga. Thinking of this, Sha Lulia curled her lips in disdain. Don't you see what kind of moral character you have? You all look like that pirate's lady. Chapter 116. Sha Lulia's gift. After dinner, Sha Lulia called a man in black, who was holding an exquisite little box. Sha Lulia took the box and asked the man in black to leave. She walked up to Qian He and said mysteriously. This is for you. Guess what's in it? Qian took a glance and knew it must be the devil fruit. He is not very interested in devil fruit now, and he has already made a choice in his mind for the remaining position of his left eye. However, since this fruit was selected from the treasure house of celestial dragons, its ability is estimated to be not too bad, so it is worth taking a look. Looking at Sha Lulia's smug expression, Qian He said directly. I know. Devil fruit. Forehead. Sha Lulia's expression fell. She wanted to keep it a secret. She didn't know much about devil fruit, and most of her collection was Zoan, because she used to like to have people feed them to the slaves and watch them fighting. Hearing that Chiga seemed to be very interested in devil fruit, she went to do some research and found out that there are quite a few categories in Zoan, including extremely rare creatures such as mythical beasts. So she searched the treasure house for a long time according to the devil fruit encyclopedia, but the Zoan devil fruit of the mythical beast species was indeed rare. Apart from the Shira fruit that she had given to Kion before, she searched the entire treasure house but did not find a second mythical beast species. But she is celestial dragons after all, and money is just a number to her. After a bounty of 2 billion berries was offered, a mythical beast seed was delivered to her desk not long after. She thought that Chiga would really like this devil fruit, and her relationship with her would be improved. But looking at Shinhei's current expression, he seemed to have already disdained the devil fruit. Sha Lulia suddenly felt that her work was in vain and stood there dejected. Chiga felt that her attitude towards this guy seemed a little too cold, probably because she was a celestial dragon, plus her somewhat neurotic personality. But she is quite nice to me. Whether it was the promotion in Sabayati or the devil fruit this time, it can be seen that she really wants to be friends with me. Thinking of this, Qianhe's expression eased a little. He took the box and said, "Thank you. I accept this fruit." Advertisement. "Hey, you're welcome. I prepared this for you." Seeing that Qian accepted the devil fruit and thanked her, Lulia became excited again. Today, not only did she receive praise from Qian for the first time, she also heard, "Thank you," from him. Does this mean that Shinhei's attitude towards her has improved? Qian took the box and opened it directly. Inside was a black cantaloupe. The most obvious feature was the stalk on the top that looked like a pair of bull horns. Lulia suddenly leaned over and wanted to explain to Qianhe the situation of this devil fruit as if to take credit. She put a lot of effort into it. "I have compared this fruit with the illustrated manual for you. It is a mythical beast species in the zone, the bulbul fruit, bull demon king form. Niu fruit." Qianhe thinks that there is no need to add this prefix, just say bull demon king form directly. He was not going to eat this fruit, but he could give it to someone around him. Qianhe already had the best candidate in mind, and that was his teacher Zephyr. In fact, the most suitable vampire fruit for Zephyr should be the red counts, but it is obviously unrealistic to go looking for that fruit specifically. He is not Blackbeard, who spent 20 years waiting for a dark fruit. Since this bull demon king fruit is a mythical beast, it must not be too bad. If Zephyr obtains this fruit, his strength will definitely be greatly improved, at least he can restore his admiral strength. In this case, Mr. Zephyr will have to put his thoughts of retirement on hold for now. But Zephyr is not even 70 years old yet. Why do you keep thinking about retirement? Roll up, teacher. Just keep this gift of re-employment? Looking at the bull demon king fruit in his hand, Qianhe's face showed an evil smirk. Lulia was very close to her and thought that Qianhe's smile was really beautiful and had a strong attraction to her. Her eyes rolled around, and as Qianhe's attitude towards her improved, Lulia became bolder. She stood on tiptoe and quietly moved her face closer to Qianhe. He noticed her action, his face darkened, and he said, "What do you want to do?" Lulia's expression froze, and she remained motionless with her face stretched out. Qianhe felt amused when he saw Lulia like this. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? Advertisement. After thinking for a while, Qianhe suddenly bent down and tapped her forehead. Lulia was suddenly struck by lightning. Her face turned visibly red and steam came out of her head. She looked quite cute. Shaking his head, Qianhe put the bull demon king fruit into the Menman space and said, "I want to give this fruit to my teacher Zephyr. Do you mind?" "What do you mean by not speaking? Can't you?" No matter what Qianhe said, Lulia just stood there without any reaction, so Qianhe had to reach out and knock on her head. Lulia came back to her senses and waved her hands and said, "It's already yours, do with it as you please." After saying that, she looked at Qianhe with a red face and stopped talking. Qianhe smiled at her again. This guy was becoming more and more likable. If the celestial dragons were really going to be destroyed, she would definitely protect her. After chatting with her for a while, Qianhe went to the room arranged for him by Lulia to rest. As soon as the door entered the room, there was an extremely large bed, covered with bedding that looked very luxurious. But the most eye-catching thing is a doll that doesn't fit in with the surrounding environment. This doll is the same as Chiga's. Its appearance is extremely abstract, and its characteristic feature is its flying hair. Yes, it is made according to Lulia. Sitting on the bed, Qianhe took the doll and looked at it speechlessly, commenting, "It's so ugly, didn't I tell you not to have this hairstyle anymore?" The next day, Lulia obediently took Qianhe to meet the 5 elders. It had been delayed for a day, and any further delay would incur the anger of the 5 elders. On the way, Qianhe looked around and had to say that the place where these celestial dragons lived was really gorgeous. There were many people cleaning there, and the whole environment looked spotless. Unfortunately, most of the people living there are disgusting-looking celestial dragons, which really ruins this place. But it doesn't matter. This place will eventually become a pile of sand anyway, and Qianhe is not in the habit of living in a second-hand house. Chapter 117 Meeting with the 5 Elders. Passing through a marble path, Lulia brought Qianhe to the room where the 5 elders often held meetings together. This time, there were no longer all men in black at the door. Standing at the door were 2 people wearing white robes and strange masks on their faces. One was a red mask and the other was a black mask. Qianhe looked at the 2 people at the door expressionlessly, thinking that this should be CP0, which is directly under the world government. QG, +% judging from the masks of these 2 people. The one with the red mask appeared later in the anime and his name was Gizmonda. The man with the black mask never appeared, and Qianhe's eyes were fixed on the guy wearing the black mask. As the eyes that control life and death, Rinnegan is extremely sensitive to the breath of death. With just one glance, Qianhe confirmed that the person was not a living person, but should be a creature similar to a puppet. Lulia frowned. Who are these 2 guys? She had never seen them before. Moreover, she had brought people here. Why didn't these 2 people move aside? The 2 masked men just stood there quietly, as if waiting for something, until an old voice came from inside the house. "Let Uchiha Chiga come in." After hearing the command from inside the house, the 2 masked men stepped aside and opened the door. Lulia glared at the 2 masked men and was about to walk into the house, but Gizmonda blocked her way with his hand and said in a very respectful tone, "Mrs. Lulia, The master inside is only called Uchiha Chiga, so please stay. Sha Lulia was a little indignant and was about to say something when Qianhe behind her suddenly patted her shoulder and said, "Okay, thank you for leading the way. You can go back first. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten what I promised you. If I have the chance in the future, I will accompany you to visit Sabadi." Hearing Qianhe's words, Sha Lulia's eyes lit up and she asked excitedly, "Really? Of course, I keep my word. Okay then, I'll go back first." Advertisement Sha Lulia also knew that her identity was not very useful here, but since she had obtained Qianhe's promise, she might as well stop there. After taking a last reluctant look at Qianhe, Sha Lulia turned and left. After she left, Qianhe didn't even look at the masked men on either side and walked straight into the room. As soon as he entered the room, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Qianhe. Qianhe's expression remained unchanged. He just stood there, looking indifferently at the 5 old men sitting on the sofa in front of him. These 5 old guys are all very scheming. Although I don't know how they compare to Danzo, their temperament as superiors is definitely much stronger than Danzo. After all, he is the supreme leader of the world government. Danzo is not even a village chief after all. His highlight moment was that he briefly served as the 5.5th Hokage of Konoha, and then was killed by Sasuke. He completed the feat of sealing a bridge before his death. Also, if you don't know the identity of the 5 elders, they just look like 5 old men with stern faces, but what about Danzo? It doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. The 5 elders also looked at Chiga, who came here for the first time, and their eyes lingered on Chiga's Rinnegan for a moment. Then the 5 elders who was wearing a white kimono and holding a sword spoke first. "Uchiha Chiga, nice to meet you. Your eyes really are as special as the rumors say. I heard that they are unique to your clan?" Chiga raised her eyebrows. He brought the topic to his Rinnegan right away. This guy seems to be smiling but has a dagger hidden behind his smile. However, even if these old guys really set their sights on a Rinnegan, Chiga would not be worried at all. With his current strength, unless Mariajoy has a combat power far exceeding the 4 Emperors level, he can easily destroy Mariajoy and retreat safely. Smiling, Qianhe responded, "Yes, have you ever seen anyone else with eyes like this?" The youngest blonde 5 elders' face changed. Qianhe's tone was really not polite enough. He opened his mouth to scold, but the 5 elders wearing a black flat hat next to him looked at him and shook his head slightly. The blonde 5 elders was unable to hold back what he wanted to say and could only sit there with his eyes wide open. The 5 elders in white kimono were much calmer. He was not annoyed and asked, "Advertisement, perhaps?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became depressing. Chiga narrowed her eyes and looked at the 5 elders in white kimonos. A purple light flashed in her Rinnegan. However, the 5 elders in the white kimono suddenly chuckled, shook the samurai sword in his arms, and said, "Just kidding, didn't you say that you were the only one left in the Uchiha clan? Haha, I just thought there really were other people from this tribe living in this world. Oh, if so, what would you do? If there really is one, then he should be the last of my tribesmen. I must have some tea with him and reminisce about the past." "Haha, you really are a sentimental person, thank you." The blonde 5 elders was getting a little restless. These two were getting further and further away from the topic. Uchiha Chiga was not called here for a tea party today. So he interrupted Qianhe's awkward chat with the 5 elders in kimono. "Uchiha Chiga, is the op-op fruit with Kaido? After investigation by our intelligence agents, we didn't get any information about the op-op fruit from Kaido." Facing the question from the blonde 5 elders, Qianhe spread his hands and pretended to be puzzled and said, "Then I don't know. The op-op fruit was indeed snatched away by Kaido that day. The soldiers on the 5 warships witnessed it with their own eyes. You were mainly responsible for the op-op fruit escort mission, shouldn't you do something about it?" "I really don't know. Do you want me to fight Kaido?" The blonde 5 elders was really annoyed by Chiga's attitude and was about to lose his temper again, but was stopped by the black flat-hatted 5 elders next to him with a look. He also realized that he had lost his composure quite a bit today. Because of Chiga, he really hated hearing the word Uchiha now. The 5 elders in the black flat hat stopped the blonde one, then looked at Qianhe and said calmly, "Uchiha Chiga, we need you to go to Onigashima and gather some information about the op-op fruit. I believe that with your ability, this should not be difficult to do." "Let me go to Onigashima to collect information." Qianhe thought that this guy really wanted me to fight with Kaido. He just wanted to test my strength through Kaido. "Well, just go. It doesn't matter if I can fight with Kaido or not. The main reason I go there is because I have important business to attend to." Chapter 118. Peeping from between flowers. After everything was explained, Qianhe did not stay in this room any longer. Instead of pretending to be friendly with these people, it would be better to go find Sha Lulia and enjoy the luxurious life of celestial dragons. After Qiange left, the blonde 5 elders said loudly with anger on his face, "You all have seen that this Uchiha Chiga is a difficult person to control. Are we just going to let him stay comfortably in the marine?" The 5 elders with long beards and the 5 elders with birthmarks, who had been silent, also nodded in agreement. Qianhe's attitude just now was very clear. He had no respect for the world government at all. The 5 elders in white kimonos and the 5 elders in black flat hats looked at each other, and finally the 5 elders in white kimonos spoke slowly. "Regarding Uchiha Chiga, we'd better not touch him before Master IM has clear instructions. Letting him go to Onigashima this time was already our own decision." Birthmark 5 elders didn't think there was anything wrong with this and said directly, "This is understandable. Everyone knows the importance of op-op fruit. it must be in the hands of the world government. The blonde and long-bearded 5 elders also said in agreement. Indeed, this Uchiha Chiga has been collecting powerful devil fruits. I don't believe he won't be tempted by op fruits. Maybe he has already eaten the op fruit. His abilities are endless. That Kaido is most likely a fake. Seeing that the situation was getting a little out of control, the 5 elders in the black flat hat looked a little unhappy. It was extremely rare for the 5 of them to have a dispute, but they didn't expect it to get to this point because of Uchiha Chiga. But he still supported the white kimono 5 elders, and Ims will must not be violated. Thinking of this, the 5 elders in the black flat hat said in a deep voice. That's enough. If you really want to do something to Uchiha Chiga, you might as well go and tell Master I am. Seeing that the flat-hatted 5 elders brought up Yim again, the blonde 5 elders became a little dissatisfied. Don't always bring up Lord Yimu. Are you already Lord Yimu's spokesperson? After saying this, before the flat-hatted 5 elders could get angry, the blonde 5 elders' expression suddenly turned into pain, and he fell backwards on the sofa, rolling around in a completely unruly manner. Advertisement. This situation frightened the other 4 people, but they soon realized that this must be a punishment from Lord Yim. It seems that Lord Yimu is already dissatisfied with their behavior. Seeing the blonde 5 elders still writhing in pain on the sofa, the other 4 hurriedly stood up from the sofa, knelt on the ground, and said loudly, Lord Yim, we overstepped our boundaries. Please show mercy and spare him this time. It has to be said that at this time they are still unprecedentedly united. Because no one can guarantee that this kind of thing will happen to them next time, saving the blonde 5 elders now is protecting yourself in the future. After the 4 people finished speaking, the blonde 5 elders' pain did not stop immediately, but lasted for a long time before gradually subsiding. At this time, the blonde 5 elders' face was pale and his whole body was shaking, but he still forced himself to stand up from the sofa, knelt on the ground with the others, and kept saying sorry. Seeing the miserable state of their colleague, the other 4 also looked grim, but this was the consequence of disobeying Lord I Am. They all knew in their hearts that even though they were the supreme leaders of the world government on paper, in front of Lord Yim, they were just 5 loyal dogs. If one day they discussed I Am, their fate will definitely not be much better than those captive slaves. The 5 elders knelt on the ground, no one dared to stand up until a cold voice sounded in their minds at the same time. Don't interfere in Uchiha Chiga's affairs anymore. I have my own arrangements regarding him. Hearing these words, the 5 elders felt as if they had been pardoned. They kowtowed several times together before slowly getting up from the ground. The white kimono 5 elders glanced at the blonde 5 elders who had not yet recovered from the pain just now, and said lightly, Do you understand what Master Yimu means this time? The blonde 5 elders looked pale, and dared not show any resentment towards these obviously sarcastic words, and just nodded. The other 3 were more obedient, especially the 5 elders with birthmark and the 5 elders with beard. They were also very excited just now. They were lucky that Lord Yim did not punish them this time. How could they dare to fart again? Just thinking of the culprit. This time, Uchiha Chiga, the hatred in their hearts became even stronger, but now the stronger the hatred, the more uncomfortable they felt. Advertisement. It's as painful as feeding a child even though you know he's not your own. Mariajoy, among the flowers on the triple-tiered platform, a slender black figure sat on it. The only thing that can be seen is his eyes. You can see that there are red pupils in his eyes and 2 circles of black ripples around them. This dark shadow is the real ruler of the world government, Yim. If Kihonhei were here, he would definitely be confused by Im's eyes, because he had the impression that Im's eyes should be golden. When did they turn into the same red as Sharingan? In fact, Kihonhei was misled by the information on the internet when he was on Blue Star. He had not seen this part of the plot when he traveled through time. Yimu's golden eyes were imagined by some comic fans. In the latest plot, a close-up of Yimu's eyes appeared, and they were indeed red. Im's entire body was in shadow and his specific appearance could not be seen. He looked at the empty hall, as if talking to himself. You are a bunch of meddlesome trash. Compared to Uchiha Chiga, you are of no value at all. He had just taught the blonde 5 elders a painful lesson from a distance. If that guy dared to meddle again, someone else would take his place next time. After saying this, Yim shook his head again and continued. Are you so confident that you can control this Uchiha Chiga? Although I have never heard of the Uchiha clan, just based on those eyes, there is a high possibility that he is from the same place as me. Do you know what this means? This time, Yim's tone was very strange, very different from the tone of his previous sentence, and it sounded like it was spoken by 2 different people. Sure enough, after saying this, Yimu's body suddenly began to tremble, and this time his tone became gnashing of teeth. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. You're just a piece of trash struggling to survive in my body. Haha, I'm a waste. Then what are you? Without me, you'd just be an appendage of that guy called Joey Boy. This sentence obviously hit the pain in Im's heart. A strange red light flashed in his eyes, and gradually, Im's trembling body calmed down. He panted and said fiercely, in the final analysis, we are both betrayers, but the difference is that I succeeded, and you will only become a stepping stone on my road to evolution. Chapter 119. The Mariajoy trip ends among the flowers. I Am used some means to suppress another consciousness and then fell silent. His figure gradually became blurred and finally disappeared on the throne. However, what he didn't know was that when his eyes lit up red, a purple light also flashed in the eyes of Kihonhei, who was standing next to Sha Lulia. He seemed to sense something and turned to look in one direction. Sha Lulia, who was next to her, saw that Qianhe, who was talking to her, suddenly stopped looking at her and couldn't help asking. Chiga. Where are you looking at? Qian he shook his head and said with a smile. Nothing, I just felt it was time to go. Ah, are you leaving now? Why can't you stay a few more days? I want to take you to see the performance of those slaves. I still have a mission to complete. As for the slaves you mentioned, I think you should get rid of this evil hobby as soon as possible. I just like watching them fight. Don't worry, the slaves I bought are all pirates. You are a marine, I understand. You are quite conscious. Okay, I really have to go. Next time I will accompany you to visit Sabaody Island. Okay. Then keep your word. Sha Lulia was really afraid that once Shiga returned, he would return to his previous attitude towards her and not reply to her letters or answer the Den Mushi. It was fine before, because she knew that Kihonhei was not that interested in her, but after spending these 2 days together, especially that night, she finally got the taste of it. If Kihonhei treated her the same way as before, she would find it hard to accept. Sha Lulia secretly decided that if Kihonhei still ignored her, she would go to the naval headquarters to find him in person and ask him why he was so cruel. Thinking of this, Sha Lulia couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and she felt like asking for a beating again. Sure enough, when Kihonhei saw her like this, he couldn't help but give her a slap on the head, bringing her back from her fantasy. After being hit like that, Sha Lulia didn't dare to put on airs anymore. She knew that her identity as Celestial Dragons was useless in front of Kihonhei and would only arouse his disgust. Besides, she herself didn't like to mix anything else into her relationship with Chiga. Now she finds this kind of relationship very interesting. It is an experience she has never had since she was born, and she enjoys it. Seeing that Sha Lulia was still so well behaved even after being hit, Kihonhei felt a little embarrassed. Advertisement Sha Lulia had been very harsh on him these past few days, and it was really a bit unreasonable for him to give her a good beating when he was about to leave. Thinking of this, Qian he took out a small piece of gold from the door space. Looking at the gold in his hand, Qian he said softly. Lei Yi Jin. Ziz. A dazzling purple lightning flashed on the hand holding the gold, and the high temperature generated by the lightning made the air around the palm seem distorted. The gold melted into a pile of golden liquid under high temperature and gradually changed its shape until it turned into a mini version of the flying thunder god Kanai. A small ball of black flame emerged from Kihonhei's palm, cooling down the mini flying thunder god Kanai. He then took out a piece of paper with the word flying thunder god warlock on it and tied it to the handle of the Kanai. That was the end of the job. Sha Lulia stared blankly at Kihonhei, who suddenly turned a piece of gold into such a strange-looking object as if performing magic, and thought to herself. Chiga's ability is really amazing, but this thing looks a bit ugly. Looking at the mini golden flying thunder god Kanai in his hand, Kihonhei nodded with satisfaction, thinking that his craftsmanship was pretty good. This golden flying thunder god was obviously meant for Sha Lulia, but if Kihonhei knew that she just thought the flying thunder god was ugly, she would probably give her a good beating again. Handing the Kanai to Sha Lulia, Qian he said, "Here, this is for you." So it was given to me. It's so beautiful. Sha Lulia didn't expect that Kihonhei would give her a gift, so she hurriedly took the mini flying thunder god and stuffed it into her spacesuit, and held it tightly, as if she was afraid that Kihonhei would regret it the next second. Seeing her cautious look, Qian he was helpless, but still told her. Although you won't usually be in any danger, if you really encounter an emergency, just use it to call me. I'm leaving now. Sha Lulia covered her chest and nodded continuously. Just as she was about to say something, she found that Kihonhei's figure flashed and disappeared in front of her. Sha Lulia, who was standing there in a daze, looked at the place where Kihonhei disappeared, opened her mouth, and said weakly. Kiss me again, please, on the 6 paths, Chiga's office. Advertisement Khalifa was seriously looking through the documents sent from the headquarters in the past few days, making some annotations with a pen from time to time. She had become accustomed to handling these heavy official tasks for Kihonhei. It can be said that as long as she wants, she can do a lot of things with Kihonhei's power, but Khalifa is obviously not interested in such things. In her opinion, the help she could give to Kihonhei in battle was limited, so she would just try her best to do the best in these daily chores. Ever since she was sold to Chiga by the 5 elders, her life has completely revolved around Chiga. She also knew that there were many women around Kihonhei, but so what, she was the one who spent the most time with Chiga. Even Gion was not as good as her in this respect. Therefore, Khalifa is very satisfied with her current life. The only regret she has is about Ain, who is sitting on the sofa over there. Ain is now considered as a little follower of Kihonhei. Although her presence does not affect the time he spends with Kihonhei, they can no longer be alone together. Ain on the sofa certainly didn't know that Khalifa was complaining about her crazily. She was looking at Khalifa, who was busy at Kihonhei's position, with admiration. She felt that Khalifa was so capable and that everything could be arranged in an orderly manner in her hands. Especially during the days when Kihonhei was away, she saw all of Khalifa's efforts. Ain has always regarded Khalifa as her elder sister, not because of their age, but because compared with Khalifa, she feels that she is still a child who knows nothing. After all, Khalifa was sent to the world government for training, and her experience is much richer than Ain's. Just when the two girls were thinking about each other, Kihonhei suddenly appeared in the office. This time he appeared in an awkward position and sat directly on Khalifa's lap. Feeling the touch on his back, Qian leaned forward a little, looked at Ain, who was looking at him blankly, and said, "Did you get a new cushion for this chair? It's quite comfortable. Was it Khalifa who changed it? Where is she?" Ain held her forehead with one hand and said helplessly, "That's the one you're sitting on." Qian was stunned and quickly stood up from the chair. When he turned around, he saw Khalifa with a red face. Khalifa looked at Kihonhei with resentment and was about to say, "Boss, you are." "Stop, it's a mistake, it's a mistake." Chapter 120. Kihonhei hurriedly stopped Khalifa from saying this. Ain was in the room. If Khalifa said this aloud, would he still have any image? Khalifa also protected Kihonhei's face. When he was interrupted, he stopped talking and just stared at Kihonhei with his big eyes. "Just sit down if you want to. Why lean back so hard? Ain is still here." Ayan also looked at Kihonhei with a strange expression, thinking that Kihonhei must have done it on purpose. Why did she have to appear on Khalifa's legs when she could have appeared anywhere else? "I am sitting here too." Faced with this embarrassing situation, He quickly adjusted himself and calmly talked about business. "I've received a new mission. I need to go to Kaido's base, Onigashima." Hearing the serious business, the two girls quickly got into work mode. Khalifa pushed her glasses and said with some concern, "Boss, are you going alone? Isn't that too dangerous? There are the entire Beast's pirates there?" "It's okay. With my current strength, they are no longer a threat to me." "But, okay, I'm not alone either. You and Ain can come with me. I heard that the flower capital has nice scenery. I'll take you two there to have some fun." Khalifa and Ain looked at Kihonhei, who looked indifferent and were speechless. That's the four emperors group. It's outrageous enough that Chiga is going alone, and now she has to bring them along. Why does it sound like they're going on a trip? The two girls wanted to refuse. They felt that their strength would drag down He, but before they could open their mouths, He interrupted them directly. "It's decided. Don't worry, just go and watch the light." After hearing this, Khalifa didn't say anything more. She was 100% obedient to Kihonhei. Since Kihonhei had made the decision, she would never raise any objections. Ayan was also very obedient to Kihonhei, but this time she spoke unexpectedly. "I won't go. I'll let Khalifa go with me. She's been really busy lately. It would be nice for her to go and have some fun." Kihonhei looked at Ain with some surprise. Ever since she got on his boat, Ain has been sticking with him all the time. What happened this time? There was no change on Ain's face, but in her heart she still wanted to go. Since Chiga has already said that it's okay, it means that it is absolutely safe to go there. Of course, it would be great to go to Wano-kuni with him. But she is a strong-willed girl. Seeing Khalifa busy these days while she has done nothing, she feels a little ashamed, so she wants to give Khalifa the opportunity to go out and play alone with Kihonhei. Kihonhei didn't force it. Anyway, he wasn't going to Wano-kuni to be an undercover agent and he wouldn't be able to stay there for more than a few days. Advertisement. After thinking for a while, Kihonhei handed the box containing the Bull Demon King fruit to Ain and instructed. "Ain, give this fruit to Mr. Zephyr when you go back. This is the Bull Demon King form of the Zoan mythical beast. Tell him that for the sake of justice, it's up to him to eat it or not." Ain took the fruit and put it away carefully. She respected Zephyr very much and knew how important this fruit was to him. Now her regret about not being able to go out with Chiga has mostly dissipated. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. It is also a very meaningful thing to help Chiga hand over the fruit to Zephyr now. A smile appeared on Ain's face. Kihonhei was relieved to see that her mood had improved. Kihonhei guessed that she wanted to go, but for some reason she refused. Fortunately, there was this thing that could make her happy. Now that everything has been arranged, Kihonhei no longer stays and calls the two girls to come to the deck. He uses the summoning technique to summon the stupid bird, which hovers in the air. Kihonhei jumped onto the back of the stupid bird holding Khalifa, nodded to Ain below, and then patted the stupid bird. The stupid bird also understood. It flapped its wings, rushed into the sky at an incredible speed, and disappeared into the clouds. After confirming that the two had flown far away, Ain pouted and whispered, "Don't do bad things and come back soon. Wano-kuni, the capital of flowers." Chiga, wearing a black robe with a ping-pong racket printed on her back, is holding Khalifa's hand and walking on the bustling streets of the flower capital. Khalifa didn't wear glasses today. She was wearing a purple kimono and a white corset. She looked very gentle and peaceful. Kihonhei looked at Khalifa beside him and found it very pleasing to the eye. It's not that Khalifa doesn't look good in normal times, it's just that Khalifa that suddenly changes style looks more amazing. Some men dressed as warriors on the street would glance over here from time to time, wondering when such a beautiful woman came here. Kihonhei's perception is so sharp that with the help of Thunderfruit, once Skynet is opened, the locations of these people appear directly in Kihonhei's mind like dots on a radar. With a cold snort, Conqueror's aura emanated from him, and people on the street suddenly noticed that there were many men rolling their eyes on the ground. This strange situation caused a commotion. Khalifa knew that it must be Kihonhei's doing, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. He glanced at her and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just think you're pretty cute, boss. I just don't like samurai, that's all." Okay, I get it, boss. Those warriors are really disgusting. And they keep looking here for what? They're asking for trouble. Advertisement, yeah. I see there are quite a few girls looking this way. Boss, do you want to give them a try too? It's okay, let them see, it won't cost them any more. Khalifa rolled his eyes at Kihonhei. Compared to men, there were obviously more women looking over here, and it was self-evident who these women wanted to see. Ever since the boss stepped onto this street, the women's eyes had never left him. What, you're not tired of it now? Where's your conquerors? Is it ineffective? Facing Khalifa's gaze, Chiga remained calm and collected because he is Uchiha. As long as they are from the Uchiha clan, Their looks are absolutely unbeatable, regardless of anything else. Especially in the world of pirates, compared to most wild-growing men, the Uchiha clan's looks are definitely at the level of dimensionality reduction. While the two were playing, someone shouted, "The Oiran is on parade." The crowd that was crowded just now suddenly dispersed and stood on both sides of the street, looking eagerly at the intersection. Kion was unmoved and continued shopping with Khalifa. Khalifa looked at Kion, who had no reaction, and asked curiously, "Boss, aren't you interested in this Oiran? A woman who can become an Oiran must be very beautiful. It's just a trick. Do you see the people over there?" Kion chuckled a few times and pointed at a group of people standing in a corner. Unlike the excited crowd on the street, that group of people were all dressed in tattered clothes, had ugly faces, and their eyes were filled with hatred. Khalifa also noticed that the mood of these people was obviously not right, but he still didn't understand what Kion meant, so he could only look at Kion in confusion. Chica explained. That group of people were the big brothers on the list before. They threw all their money on that courtesan. Now they can only starve here. Big brother on the list. What is that? They are the ones who spend the most money on courtesans. Oh, boss, you mean this courtesan was promoted to be a famous one, and she's just average looking? That's not the case. She must be pretty, otherwise no one would support her. I see. But why does the boss know so much about it? Have you also paid for it? Of course not. Chapter 121 Hiyori's Thoughts. Accompanied by the ringing of bells, the much-anticipated Oiran Wanokuni appeared at the end of the street. The woman had a beautiful face and long emerald-colored hair, which was tied up in a bun with golden hairpins inserted in it. She was wearing an extremely luxurious pink-printed kimono and a pair of very high wooden clogs. She put her hand on the shoulder of the person holding a flower umbrella next to her. Because her shoes were too high, she walked very slowly and looked very dignified. Khalifa looked at the courtesan and commented, "She is really pretty and has a good temperament." Advertisement. Chiga took a look and confirmed that the Oiran was the daughter of Kazuki Oden, now using the alias Kazuki Oden, but her real name was actually Kazuki Hiyori. Chiga is not impressed by Kazuki Hiyori. Compared with the other princesses Shirahoshi, Vivi and Rebecca, she is simply useless. In the anime, the so-called 20 years of forbearance means cuddling with some old men and big snakes, and her job as a geisha is quite successful. But apart from dealing with men, she hasn't learned anything else, and in the end she stood out to make her presence felt. But I have to say, she looks pretty good, probably because she looks like her mother Kazuki. As for her brother Daojerju, he is exactly like his stupid father in both stupidity and appearance. Thinking of Momonosuke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Chiga's eyes. This guy must die, and there is no need for a reason to kill him. Although this trace of murderous intent only appeared for a short time, a terrifying pressure had already emanated from Kion. The ordinary people on the street groaned in unison, their knees weakened and they fell to the ground. Hiyori's face turned pale, but fortunately, the guard next to him supported him with his shoulder, so he did not fall to the ground. The guard seemed to be holding on, his body shaking constantly. This was just an extremely weak pressure from Kion, which lasted for just a short moment. Khalifa had developed a certain resistance due to being with Chiga for a long time, so he didn't feel that uncomfortable. But she still noticed Shinhei's flash of murderous intent just now, so she asked. "Boss, what happened to you just now? Is Kaido nearby?" "It's okay. I just thought of some disgusting guy." Chiga was also a little helpless. Momonosuke was really disgusting. Just thinking of him made her emotions fluctuate. Advertisement. Hearing that there is someone who makes Chian-hee so disgusted, Khalifa continued to ask. "Boss, that guy is still alive. Is he very powerful?" "No, it can be said to be very weak." "Oh, there's no need for the boss to take action personally against such a weak person. Just send someone to get rid of him." Khalifa said this in a cold tone. In her opinion, making Kion feel disgusting was already a capital crime, not to mention that he had no real strength. Was there any need for such a person to exist? Chian-hee looked at Khalifa with a cold face, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms, and said with a smile. "There's no need for that. He's just an insignificant character. It's just a matter of convenience. He's in Wanokuni. Yes and no. He is hiding in a very safe place, but I have a way to find him out." Khalifa responded and lay in Shinhei's arms without saying anything. This was a rare time for them to be alone, so it was better not to think about such annoying things anymore. On the street, Kazuki Hiyori also calmed down from the pressure just now. She looked solemnly at the people kneeling around her, and the figures of Chiga and Khalifa came into her sight. There was nothing they could do. The two of them were already very outstanding in temperament and appearance. Now everyone around them had knelt on the ground, but they were the only ones who were still hugging each other as if nothing had happened. It looked so sweet. The pressure just now was most likely emitted by one of the two people. Hiyori squinted her eyes as she looked at the two of them and quickly ruled out the possibility that it was the woman. Because the woman was lying in the man's arms with her eyes closed, looking harmless. If Hiyori knew that the woman who looked harmless in her eyes had just opened her mouth to send someone to kill her brother, I wonder if she would still think the same way. As for that man, with just one glance, Hiyori could tell that he was extraordinary, especially his strange pair of eyes. Just looking at him gave her an inexplicable sense of oppression. This feeling was very similar to what she had just felt. In fact, there are few people on the sea who don't recognize Chiga's Rinnegan. It can be said that just by looking at these eyes you can know Chiga's identity. However, Wano Kuni is a closed country with little contact with the world government, and rarely has news from the outside world, so Hiyori doesn't know what these eyes mean. She looked at Shinhei's young face and couldn't help but think. When did such a terrifying young warrior appear in Wano Kuni? Advertisement. Although she had little contact with the outside world, she had come into contact with Kaido, who was one of the top strong men in the world, and her father Kazuki Oden. She was not unfamiliar with the aura of such strong men. Although the pressure just now was only a flash, its intensity was already on the same level as the two people she remembered. She even felt in her heart that it was even stronger than those two. But the owner of that pressure seemed too young, and she found it hard to accept that this person who suddenly appeared possessed a power more powerful than her father and Kaido. What was the purpose of a person with such power appearing in Wano Kuni? She didn't believe that such a person came here just to play with women. If he was an enemy, then he should be in the same group as Kaido, but she had never seen such a strong man around Kaido. And as long as he is not in the same group as Kaido, then she must win over such a strong man. Although the woman in his arms was also extremely beautiful, she was an Oran. This was a big plus for some men. With her beauty and status as an Oran, she is confident that she can win Shinhei's favor. At that time, she would use the same means as before to squeeze money from those big brothers on the list, and even grit her teeth and pay a little more to get Kion to help her do something. She didn't expect Chiga to be able to kill Kaido, but as long as she could kill Orochi it would be a huge win. The 20 years her mother had mentioned was really too long. Now that there was even a glimmer of hope, Hiyori didn't want to wait any longer. Thinking of this, she said to the guard, "Go and invite the two people standing over there, and tell them that I invite them to the banquet together." The guard was sent by Denjiro to protect Kazuki Hiyori. Hearing this, he whispered with some embarrassment. "We are going to the Great Snake's banquet today. Will this cause his dissatisfaction and affect the restoration of the country?" "No, Kaido is not here now. If we can recruit that man, maybe we can use him to kill the snake in advance. But how do we recruit him? I have my own way." Looking at the confident Kazuki Hiyori, the guard smiled bitterly. He understood what Hiyori meant, but he had a hunch that Hiyori would fail this time. If that man was really the owner of the pressure just now, then could a strong man of this level really be recruited just by her beauty and her identity as an Oran? Not everyone is like those big brothers on the list and Kurozumi Orochi. Chapter 122, Doing some official business and destroying Dao. Hiyori's guard came to Chika and Khalifa, bowed respectfully, and said, "My master is going to attend a banquet at General Dashi's residence and would like to invite you two to go with him. Are you willing?" Khalifa didn't say anything, but just looked up at Kion. If Kion was interested, then she would go with them. Chiga thought it would be a good idea to go there. After all, the Kurozumi snake was a demon fruit power of a mythical beast, and it was just wasted on him. Moreover, his name and his fruit always remind Kion of a certain scoundrel. Of course, the two are very different in appearance and personality. If this Kurozumi snake is not obedient later, then I will have another nice devil fruit in my collection. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Okay, it's a good opportunity to visit the general's mansion and see what the difference is between it and the general's office." After saying that, Kion pulled Khalifa towards Kazuki Hiyori. The guard behind him looked confused. General's office? What is that? Hiyori on the street was delighted to see that her target actually came over. She bowed to Qianhe and said softly, "My lord, it is a great honor to be able to attend the banquet with you. You can just call me Xiaozi." Ma'am, you seem to know me." "No, I just felt your presence and wanted to meet you. Besides, I believe that General Orochi would also want to meet you, a strong man like you." "Haha, I'm not interested in any generals. I just want to go to the general's mansion for some fun." Hearing Chiga's disrespectful tone towards Kurozumi Orochi, Hiyori felt even happier. It seemed that this person was not at all interested in Kurozumi Orochi's identity as a general. Wouldn't it be easier to use him to kill Kurozumi Orochi? Hiyori hated Kurozumi Orochi in her heart, but she still said, "You should watch your words, my lord. General Orochi has a bad temper." Chiga didn't say anything, but just looked at Hiyori with a smile. Hiyori felt uncomfortable under Chiga's gaze. She always felt that all her secrets were exposed under those purple eyes. Not daring to look into Chiga's eyes, Hiyori quickly turned her head away and said calmly while leading the way, "I don't know your name yet." Uchiha Chiga. Advertisement. "So it's Master Kion. Master Kion is not a resident here, right? Are you here with your lover?" Khalifa, who was standing behind him, blushed when she heard the word lover, but she immediately explained, "We don't." However, Qianhe interrupted her directly. "We're not here for fun." After saying that, Kion pulled her hand slightly harder. Khalifa looked at Kion shyly, but she was extremely happy in her heart, because Kion only denied the purpose of coming here, but did not explain any more about the word lover. Whether he did it intentionally or not, Khalifa felt that the trip to Wano Kuni was a complete success. Seeing the eye contact between Kion and Khalifa, a hint of envy flashed in Hiyori's eyes. Because of her background, this kind of relationship was impossible for her. But when she thought of her dead parents and missing brother, Hiyori's eyes quickly became firm again. To her now, apart from revenge, everything else was not worth mentioning. Hiyori's expression returned to normal and he continued with the previous question. "Then why did you come here?" "I came to do some official business and kill someone by the way." "Murder." Hearing this word, Hiyori was shocked and didn't think much about the official business that Chiga mentioned. Coming to Wano Kuni to kill someone. With the power displayed by Chiga, who could he come here to kill? The only people who could kill someone of importance would be Kurozumi Orochi or Kaido. Thinking of Kaido, Hiyori couldn't help but feel a strong hatred in her heart, but stronger than hatred was fear. She hated Kaido for boiling her father, Kazuki Oden, to death, but Kaido's almost unrivaled strength made her feel extremely powerless and terrified. So even though she knew that Chiga was also a terrifyingly strong man, she would not think that Chiga could kill Kaido, she just wanted him to kill Orochi. Moreover, she was not a bad person. She felt that with the momentum displayed by Kion, it was more than enough to kill the big snake. But it was still too dangerous to face Kaido, and she didn't want to let such a young and strong man die under Kaido's mace. But what Hiyori never expected was that the person Chiga wanted to kill was not Orochi, nor Kaido, but her useless brother Momonosuke. Wano Kuni, the Shogun's palace. The purple Mediterranean, Kurozumi the snake wearing a golden crown, came up to Hiyori with excitement when he saw her, and reached out to hug her. Advertisement. However, this time, Hiyori avoided it abnormally and even glanced at Chiga behind her. Orochi then noticed Chiga and Khalifa behind Hiyori, and seeing Chiga's face that was different from his own, Orochi frowned and felt unhappy. But when he saw Khalifa, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. How come he had never seen such a beautiful woman before? After thinking about it, he did not continue to pester Rihei, but asked. Xiaozi, who are these two? This gentleman's name is Uchiha Chiga, and over there is his lover Khalifa. Uchiha Chiga, why does this name sound so familiar? Because he has Kaido's protection, Kurozumi Orochi is not afraid of the world government and the marine. As for the marine, he only knows Marshal Sengoku and the three admirals. He doesn't care about the others since he became the Wano Kuni general. Although the name sounded familiar, he couldn't remember who it was after thinking for a long time, so he gave up thinking about it. He looked at Khalifa with a lewd face and said. Okay, since you are Xiaozi's guest, then come together. Qian He, please find a seat by yourself, and Ms. Khalifa, please have a drink with this general. This frivolous tone directly angered Khalifa. Except for Chiga, she was rude to any man. How dare this Kurozumi snake, who looked like a big wild boar, say such things? Khalifa's long legs hidden under the kimono moved slightly, and she was about to use a tempest kick to kill the Kurozumi snake. However, before she could do anything, a horrifying repulsive force erupted, and Kurozumi Orochi was blown away with the lewd smile still on his face. The entire building was also shaken into ruins by this repulsive force. Chiga stood quietly in a clean circular space in the ruins, next to Kazuki Hiyori with a dazed look on his face and Khalifa with an indifferent expression. With such a big commotion, the minions in the general's mansion rushed over and were shocked to see the ruins of the snake's residence. One of the minions saw Qian He standing in the middle with a clean body and shouted angrily. Who are you and where is General Orochi? Kion stood still and looked coldly at the minion who had just spoken. Being locked by the Rinnegan, the minion suddenly felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Before he could speak again, the clothes on his body suddenly expanded, and then bang! The minion's body exploded like fireworks, turning into a cloud of bloody smoke that filled the air. The minions around were immediately frightened by this horrifying scene and tremblingly looked at Chiga, and like that minion, they met Chiga's Rinnegan. Bang bang bang! Under the clear sky, dense explosions were heard, and the entire general's mansion was filled with blood-red fireworks, which was extremely strange. Chapter 123, Death of Kurozumi Orochi. It was also the first time that Hiyori had seen such a massacre scene. A strong smell of blood hit her in the face. Her face turned pale. She quickly threw away her specially made clogs, bent over and retched a few times. After taking off the wooden clogs, Hiyori's height dropped to about 1.70 meters, making her look much shorter. Compared to Hiyori, Khalifa looked much better. She habitually made the motion of pushing up her glasses, but since she didn't wear glasses today, she just pushed them up on the bridge of her nose and made a cute, sound, which attracted Ichiraku's attention. Hiyori slowly stood up, looked at Chihei with fear and turned her head away. She didn't dare to think about recruiting Chihei anymore. The scene just now was too horrifying. Khalifa looked around and found that there was no living person around except the three people here. She looked at Kion and said. Boss, where should we go now? To Onigashima. Hiyori, who was standing by, was shocked to hear that the two were going to Onigashima. She mustered up the courage to ask. You two are going to Onigashima. That's Kaido's base. Don't you know Kaido? Kion didn't even look at Hiyori and said calmly. I know. It's just a group of 4 emperors. There's nothing to worry about. Just a 4 emperors group. Hiyori felt that her brain was not enough. Aren't the 4 emperors the most powerful groups in this ocean? How come this man made it sound like an ordinary civilian organization? She couldn't help asking, can I ask who you are? Kion didn't say anything this time. He didn't have a good impression of Hiyori in the first place, so why should he answer her? Khalifa, who was standing by, looked at Kion and said in a proud tone. My boss is Marine Vice Admiral, codename Zilin. Qian He looked at Khalifa helplessly and said, advertisement. Well, my reputation is of little use in Wano Kuni, we should get down to business. After saying that, Qian He suddenly stretched out his hand and said in the direction where the snake was flung away. Before we get down to business, there's still one piece of trash that needs to be dealt with, universal pull. Buzz. Countless pieces of rubble were pulled towards Chiga by gravity, and among them was a huge figure, the Kurozumi snake. Seeing the Kurozumi snake, Khalifa and Hiyori were both shocked. How did this guy survive that kind of attack? Snap. Kurozumi Orochi was grabbed by the neck by Chiga. He looked at Chiga in disbelief, not understanding how Chiga knew he was still alive. In the current situation, he knew that it was impossible to get away with it by relying on the power of the fruit, but he still had some confidence, and his confidence came from Kaido. Kurozumi Orochi quickly brought out his life-saving straw Kaido and shouted. You can't kill me. Kaido won't let you go if you kill me. I'm Wano Kuni's general. Oh, you're Kaido's man. Then you deserve to die even more. Dazzling purple lightning was released from Shinhei's hands, and the lightning instantly spread to the entire body of Kurozumi Snake. He let out a miserable cry and rolled his eyes. However, Kion still had no intention of letting go. He knew that this guy was the user of the mythical beast-type Yamata no Orochi fruit, and he had 8 lives. Sure enough, after a while, Kurozumi Orochi regained consciousness. He looked at Chiga in fear, thinking. What's going on? He knows my fruit ability. Before he could think about it, purple lightning flashed on Shinhei's hand again. Kurozumi Orochi's pupils shrank. He struggled to break free from Shinhei's hand, jumped to an open space, and directly used the ability of his fruit, transforming into a monster with 8 heads. Of course, Chiga let him go on purpose, just wanting to see the effect of the Yamata no Orochi fruit. Otherwise, even 10 Kurozumi snakes would not be able to escape from his hands. Chiga took a look at Kurozumi Orochi's current appearance. His skin had turned green, and he had 8 snake-like necks, with the middle neck being a darker color. Looking at Kurozumi Orochi in this state, Chiga shook her head. It was indeed too ugly. It would be better not to absorb it. She should keep it in collection and wait until a suitable candidate comes around. Thinking of this, Shinhei's arm turned into an element. He raised his arm and a purple lightning shot into the sky. Advertisement. Boom 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 boom. 5 purple lightning bolts struck Kurozumi Orochi in succession. His 5 green heads closed their eyes one after another, leaving only the last darker head. Chiga used universal pull again to suck Kurozumi Orochi in. This time, without giving him any chance to speak, she used the Rinnegan human path and the power of hungry Kido to suck out Kurozumi Orochi's soul along with the power of the devil fruit. This time, Kurozumi Orochi could never be resurrected. His body was thrown away by Chiga like garbage. Kurozumi Orochi, who had just become the general for a few years, died in his general's mansion. There was a purple pineapple-shaped devil fruit in Chiga's hand. It was the devil fruit of Kurozumi Orochi, a mythical beast that could give the user 7 extra lives and strengthen their physique. After tossing the fruit, Kion turned to look at Khalifa, wanting to see if she would be interested in this mythical beast. Khalifa understood what Chiga meant, but when she thought of the extremely ugly appearance of Kurozumi Orochi after his transformation, she shook her head very decisively, with undisguised disgust in her expression. Seeing Khalifa's expression, Kion was not surprised at all. To be honest, he really didn't want Khalifa to eat this fruit. The thought of his beautiful secretary suddenly turning into a monster with 8 heads was too shocking to the eyes. However, regarding the mythical beasts, Kion thought of a mythical beast devil fruit that was very suitable for Khalifa, and he also knew the location of that devil fruit. After this trip to Onigashima is over, he might as well go and get it. After putting the Yamata no Orochi fruit into the gate space, Kion thought for a while, turned his head to look at Hiyori who had been standing there for half a day, and asked. Hey, do you know how to get to Oden Castle? Hearing the word Oden, Kazuki Hiyori shuddered. There was a painful memory there for her. She couldn't help but ask. I know, but what are you going there for? He rolled his purple eyes and thought to himself, I'm going to go there and kill your useless brother. What do you think I'm going to do? But it's better not to tell her. Kazuki Hiyori didn't do anything serious, and it would be too cruel to tell her. Thinking of this, he said impatiently. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. All you have to do is tell me the location. I don't want to have to repeat it a second time. Chiga's tone made Kazuki Hiyori tremble all over. She didn't dare to neglect it anymore and directly told Chiga the location of Oden Castle. Anyway, it had become a pile of ruins and there was nothing left. After getting the location of Oden Castle, Kion ignored her and pulled Khalifa up and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 124. The Power of the Year. Momonosuke appears. Wano Kuni, Oden Castle. Chiga and Khalifa suddenly appeared outside the ruins. Khalifa looked around and found obvious signs of burning in many places, as well as tombstones. The tombstone in the middle was inscribed with, Kazuki Oden's tomb. Khalifa was startled when she saw the name, Kazuki Oden. As a former intelligence agent, she had heard of this name. Because this guy had been to Raftel with Roger and was a person of particular concern to the world government. Looking at the tombstone, Khalifa asked. Boss, is this really the grave of Kazuki Oden? He smiled and responded. Guaranteed authenticity. It's incredible. He was once the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard pirates and followed Roger to Raftel. How could such a person die? It's simple. I was killed by my own stupidity. Ah. Kion did not say anything else, but asked Khalifa to stand outside the ruins and not move. Then a purple light flashed in his eyes. The next second, Shinra Tensei erupted, and the ruins and the tombstone were crushed into pieces by an invisible repulsive force, and the whole environment looked much emptier. This is not over yet. Chiga's body also floated up and looked at the open space below. The black ripples in the Rinnegan on the right began to spread in circles, and vast pupil power was brewing in it. Finally, the strange phenomenon in the Rinnegan stopped. Chiga's eyes locked on the open space below and used the eye technique of the right Rinnegan, the power of the year. A gray vortex appeared that covered the entire open space and began to rotate clockwise. Suddenly, several rays of light appeared. After seeing them, Kion stopped outputting his pupil power. The gray vortex quickly dissipated as it lost the support of his pupil power. The rays of light soon dissipated, revealing 5 people, 4 big and 1 small. Looking at the 5 people who appeared below, Kion nodded. It turned out that they thought the same as he did. Advertisement. The 5 people below are Kinemon, Kanjuro, Kogiku, Raizo and Momonosuke, who were teleported to the future by Kazuki using the power of the time fruit when Odin Castle was burned. Regarding Kazuki's ability of the time fruit, it is described as being able to teleport the user or others to the future, but not to the past. As a time fruit, it cannot travel through time freely. Obviously, this is another fruit that is misleading by its name. Kion guessed that the so-called teleportation to the future was more like stopping the time where the person with the ability was, and then when the time required by the person with the ability was reached, the ability would be released, allowing the person with the ability to appear with other people to achieve the effect of traveling through the future. The divine power of Shinhei's right eye's pupil technique is just right to speed up the flow of time in an area of space. Although the area of Odin Castle is a little bit bigger, if it only speeds up the time by a dozen years, it can be said that with Shinhei's current pupil power, there is no pressure at all. The actual result also verified Chiga's guess. The 5 people including Momonosuke who appeared below were the best answers. At this time, Momonosuke and others were looking around in confusion, because the environment here was so different from what they had imagined. When they were sent away by Kazuki, this place was set on fire by the beast's pirates, but what kind of fire could burn the surroundings so cleanly? Without leaving any traces. However, after looking for a long time, they did not see any familiar place at all. They only saw Khalifa standing in the distance. As soon as they saw Khalifa, Momonosuke and Kinemon's lustful habits came back. The Kinemon poked Momonosuke's head and said, "Young master, judging from the way the woman is dressed, she must be from Wano-kuni. You are a child, go ask her what year it is and what has happened during this period." He has not yet pretended to be father and son with Momonosuke, so he calls him young master. The Peach Lord agreed, and immediately made a very pitiful expression and walked towards Khalifa. When he came in front of Khalifa, he even acted like a spoiled child. "Big sister, we encountered robbers outside and finally escaped back here. Can you tell us what time it is now?" Khalifa looked at Momonosuke in front of her and frowned. As a former agent, she could tell at a glance that this little thing had ulterior motives. Sure enough, when Momonosuke saw that Khalifa didn't react, he immediately wanted to reach out and pull the hem of Khalifa's kimono, intending to continue to play to his childish advantage. However, Khalifa will not tolerate his behavior. In her eyes, the only man in the world who can touch her is her boss, and no one else, not even a child. She raised her foot and kicked Momonosuke in the face. Before Momonosuke could react, he was kicked back. Fortunately, Kinemon was quick-witted and caught him. Raizo and others nearby also rushed over. Advertisement. Seeing Momonosuke's grimace of pain and the dark clog prints on his face, Kinemon and the others were immediately furious. This is Odin's bloodline, how dare this woman? Kinemon was a person who respected male superiority and female inferiority very much, and he was furious when he saw Momonosuke being kicked like this by a woman. He took out his samurai sword directly, and flames inexplicably ignited on the blade. After all, he was the leader of the 9 red scabbards. Although his strength was average, he was still smart enough, at least smarter than that idiot Odin. Just now, Khalifa's kick was extremely fast, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. He had automatically identified Khalifa as a subordinate of Kurozumi Orochi. In his impression, that guy liked beautiful women. Thinking of this, he swung his knife violently, and a ball of fire flew towards Khalifa. Facing the attacking fire, Khalifa did not dodge, because she knew that since that guy dared to attack her, the boss would definitely not sit idly by. Sure enough, a figure dropped from the sky and dispersed the flames with a wave of his hand. It was Qianhe who had been watching the show in the sky. Just now, when Chiga saw Khalifa kicking Momonosuke away, he laughed out loud. Khalifa really didn't tolerate these little brats. He couldn't help but think of Hancock. If it was her, Momonosuke would be in a more miserable situation now. Chiga originally wanted to continue to wait and see the situation, but since Kinemon dared to attack his secretary, this guy was already sentenced to death. Kinemon's heart tightened when he saw Chiga suddenly falling from the sky. This man who suddenly appeared was obviously in cahoots with that woman, and this man's strength was terrifying. He is a man who has seen the world, so he has some observation skills. A cloud of black smoke came out of Shinhei's hand. He stared at Kinemon with a look of death and said in a cold tone, "I heard you can cut off flames, how about trying this?" After saying that, a beam of black flame spread out from Shinhei's palm, turning into a sea of black fire that pounced towards Kinemon. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Kinemon's forehead. This strange black flame gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, but he could not dodge such a huge flame coming towards him. He could only bite the bullet and use his foxfire style to try to cut off the black flame. However, this time his blade froze into ice the moment it touched the black flames, and the next second it was frozen into pieces by the extremely low temperature. Kinemon's pupils shrank and he shouted. Oh no, hurry up. Before he could finish his shout, black flames engulfed him. In just a few seconds, the black flames dissipated and a human-shaped ice sculpture appeared where Kinemon was just now. A breeze blew, and the ice sculpture turned into a ball of crystal ice chips and dissipated into the air. Chapter 125 Momonosuke, Die. After Kinemon turned into ice chips and dissipated, the remaining Momonosuke, Raizo, Kanjuro and Kikunosuke were revealed behind him. Kion nodded. The composition of the remaining 4 people was also quite complicated. A loser, a fake ninja, a traitor and a crossdresser. The reason why these people were able to survive the black flames was thanks to that fake ninja, Raizo. This guy is the user of the Paramecia roll-up fruit, whose ability is that he can use scrolls to absorb stored objects or attacks and release them. He is considered a space-type devil fruit. But this thing is similar to the scroll in Hokage. Tenten is an expert in using this, and Hashirama also carried a scroll with storage function when he fought Madara. Just now, Raizo used the ability of this fruit to absorb the black flames that were attacking the 4 of them into the scroll. Kinemon is simply stubborn. He probably thinks that there is no flame that cannot be cut by his foxfire style. Kanjuro and Kikunosuke stood behind Raizo with grim expressions, finding it hard to believe that Kinemon had died just like that. Kikunosuke was naturally sad about Kinemon's death, but Kanjuro behind him didn't think so. Although this traitor was a little too immersed in the role, the scene before him still made him sober up. He couldn't be sure of Chiga's identity. It would be fine if he was sent by General Orochi, but if not, would he die here in such an unclear way today? Everyone had their own thoughts, but Momonosuke's mind was blank at this moment. There was water under his feet, and he had actually wet his pants. Raizo was also extremely angry when he saw how Kinemon died. After all, Kinemon was the leader of the 9 red scabbards and had a high prestige. After Odin's death, they still expected Kinemon to lead them to restore their country. It is obviously impossible to rely on Momonosuke who has already wet his pants. Now, Kinemon died in front of him. The veins on Raizo's hand that was holding the scroll bulged. He pulled the scroll open and shouted. Return the scroll technique. The black flame that had just been absorbed gushed out from the scroll in his hand and rushed towards Kion with great momentum. Raizo looked at Kion hatefully, expecting to see him turned into an ice sculpture by his attack. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. Before the raging black flames even touched Kion, they suddenly became like obedient children, gathered together, and were taken back into Chinhei's hands. Advertisement. He looked at the dancing black flame in his palm and said with a playful look on his face. You didn't think I would be hurt by my own attack. Lei Zhang's face turned pale, but he still shook the scroll in disbelief, thinking that since the black flame could not hurt this person, he would use the fire he had stored in the scroll before. The scroll in his hand shook, and he shouted in a serious tone. Curly technique fire style. This time a ball of red flame emerged from his scroll and sprayed towards Kion. Hearing the word, fire style, coming out of this guy's mouth, Kion sneered. He actually dared to use fire style in front of Uchiha. He really didn't know how to write the word death. He didn't even bother to form a seal this time, he just opened his mouth and sprayed. Fire style great fireball technique. A huge fireball burst out of Chiga's mouth, and with the amount of chakra he currently had, the size and temperature of the great fireball he emitted would far exceed those performed by Itachi and Sasuke in the Hokage. After expanding, Chiga's great fireball is as big as a warship, which is even more exaggerated than Ace's Entei. Wherever it passes, the ground turns to charred black, which shows how high its temperature is. Faced with such a terrifying great fireball, Raizo's pupils shrank and he thought to himself that it was not good. His scroll was still releasing flames and he could not absorb the attack at this time. Even if he could, he had no confidence that he could absorb such a huge fireball. But he still called himself a ninja and was extremely loyal to Odin. Seeing that the great fireball could no longer be stopped, he turned around and shouted at Kikunojo and the others. Go, I can't stop you. Kanjuro, use your fruit ability. Raizo knew that judging from the size of the fireball, once it exploded, there would be almost no living creatures in the surrounding area. He could only hope for Kanjuro's fruit ability. And now he is still using the power of the fruit to fight against great fireball. Although the effect is minimal, it is better than nothing. Advertisement. Now he can only hope that Kanjuro will take Odin's son to a safe place. Seeing this, Kanjuro didn't waste any time and just took a big stroke of his brush and drew a bird at an extremely fast speed, naming it the sparrow in the painting. In a hurry, he even forgot to cover up and used his right hand instead of his left hand to paint. Therefore, the bird in the painting this time was extremely realistic and the effect was very good. After finishing the painting, he grabbed Momonosuke's braid and threw him onto the back of the bird in the painting. He and Kikunosuke also jumped on top. Since the bird in the painting was drawn by him with great care, its speed and resistance were very high. As soon as a few people went up, the bird in the painting flapped its wings and flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Before he could walk far, the great fireball submerged Raizo. He didn't even have time to scream before he was completely turned into ashes and cremated on the spot. Kanjuro had no time to mourn for Raizo's death. He concentrated all his efforts on controlling the bird in the painting to fly farther, trying to escape from the terrifying man below. However, he was obviously overthinking it. In front of Kion, even the golden lion could not jump in the sky. He raised his hand and performed a universal pull, and the bird in the painting carrying 3 people was sucked directly to the ground. Fortunately, the bird of cloud cushioned the three people on its back before it fell to the ground and dissipated, otherwise these three guys would have been three meat patties. But even so, the three of them were still knocked unconscious. Before they could react, two purple lightning bolts fell from the sky, and Kikunosuke and Kanjuro also went to accompany Raizo. The most aggrieved one is Kanjuro. This traitor died before he could even really show the ability of his fruit. But to be honest, the ability of the pen fruit is really similar to Sai's Super Beast fake painting in Hokage. After dealing with these two people, the only one left was Momonosuke. At this moment, he was completely frightened and knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to say a word. Chiga used universal pull again, grabbed Momonosuke's neck and lifted him into the air. Momonosuke kicked his legs wildly and wanted to pee again. Fortunately, he had peed all he needed to pee when Kanamon died just now. If he had peed now, it would have been difficult for him to die today. Looking at this piece of trash in her hand, Kion really understood Kaido's feelings back then. With this kind of performance, it would be really unlucky to kill him. They are both 8 years old, but the kids in Hokage have already gone to the battlefield to kill enemies. This guy's parents died at the hands of Kaido, but he can't muster any courage against Kaido. The gap is really too big. Thinking of this, Kion didn't want to look at this guy anymore. With a flash of lightning in his hand, Momonosuke completely turned into ashes floating in the air and reunited with his father's men.